In the Marvel Universe, each day unveils a new spirit of words. Unlocking the spirit of words, sword mastery. Following the illustrious old man, another figure of grandeur emerges. Unlocking the spirit of words, monarch's flame. A human bomb. Wherever I go, I explode. Unlocking the spirit of words, sovereignty. Conqueror of knees. Thanos, what strength do you possess? Bow before me. Unlocking the spirit of words, black sun. Behold, everyone, the mightiest black sun. Unlocking the spirit of words, judgment. A deathly buff activated, I command you. Perish. The king of earth and mountains, the king of bronze and fire, the king of sky and wind, the king of ocean and water, the lord of the underworld, Zysorn, Odin, Zeus, the moon god Khonsu, the dark emperor, the creator, the eternal, the court of life, Oa. On the day I return to this world, all traitors shall meet their demise. Chapter 1 Marvel. I am a humanoid dragon. Am not dead? Did someone resurrect me? Lu Huai stood before the mirror, gazing at the young man reflected back. His raven hair, striking features, and pallid complexion suggested a hint of fragility, with a flicker of golden light in his ink-black eyes. Clad in tattered prison garb, his slender frame stood tall. Not only resurrected, but also transported. Lu Huai turned to examine his surroundings. He found himself in a simply furnished two-story villa. Exiting the washroom led him to the living room, where the television blared the evening news. Genius billionaire Tony Stark has been missing for a month. Marvel? Lu Huai glanced once more at his prison attire, confirming he had traversed realms rather than merely swapped souls. Once a death row inmate, he had slipped into unconsciousness as his execution was carried out on a remote island prison. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself submerged in the bathtub of this unfamiliar home. Lu Huai touched the back of his head. No bullet holes, no bloodstains. Not even a blemish. A perfect cranium. What on earth is happening? Did I simply blink and ended up here? Rather hasty. And what of this strange and indulgent house? Taking a deep breath, Lu Huai sought to calm himself, absorbing every element of this new environment as fully as possible. The ambience was anything but tranquil downstairs. The television continued with the news, while upstairs, the sounds of intense rock music permeated the air, mingled with inappropriate noises. Lu Huai tiptoed upstairs, peering through a crack in the door to witness entwined bodies, both pale and dark. Furrowing his brow, he suppressed the urge to vomit and quietly closed the door. Had he truly trespassed into someone else's home? Such a bold manner of crossing realms. Fortunately, he had landed in the bathtub downstairs. Had he materialized directly onto their bed? Yet, the phenomenon of crossing realms is inherently peculiar. The destination and form one assumes are often beyond choice. Lu Huai felt fortunate to have traversed with both soul and body. Many begin their journeys as mere maggots. Even in fan work set in the Marvel Universe, he had encountered tales of individuals who crossed over as Thanos, only to open their eyes to see Iron Man snapping his fingers. Similarly, the benefits bestowed upon traversers vary widely. Common advantages include 12 talismans, the Blacklight virus, and more. Among the rarer ones, Lu Huai recalled the scroll nestled in his mind. Upon awakening in the bathtub, it had already been there. Upon opening it, he found a chart reminiscent of the periodic table, inscribed with cryptic, arcane symbols that seemed beyond the grasp of human civilization. Its background depicted a colossal tree, half thriving, half withered. Lu Huai recognized it as the Spirit of Words periodic table, an extraordinary artifact from the Dragon Clan world. With over 100 sequences representing an equal number of extraordinary abilities awaiting his unlocking. Lu Huai understood this was his benefit as a traverser, or rather, his golden finger, a means of self-preservation in this new world. To be candid, due to the disparity between the two worldviews, this extraordinary system is not particularly formidable in the Marvel Universe, where the potential for destruction is astronomical. After all, the power hierarchy in Marvel is excessively high, while the Dragon Clan, even the Black King's current display of strength, barely reaches the level of star annihilation. If this were the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it would be manageable. However, if it were the comic universe, one would need to fend for themselves. Yet, Lu Huai did not underestimate the situation. In his past life, he was a veterinarian, tasked with eliminating the various beasts disguised in human skin. In his leisure, he delighted in consuming tales of supernatural powers, including both Marvel and Dragon Clan narratives. He often fantasized that becoming an extraordinary being might aid him in his work. Thus, Lu Huai now held both reverence and anticipation. Redirecting his thoughts, several lines of small text emerged from below the scroll. Name, Lu Huai. Identity, half-blood. Level, Emperor. Spirit of words. Ghost can be further unlocked. Alchemy. None to be unlocked. Weapons items. None to be unlocked. Blood source mark. None to be unlocked. Others. None to be unlocked. Note: one unlocking opportunity is available daily. Note: the above attributes and abilities have automatically adapted to the prevailing worldview. Once assured that the surroundings posed no danger, Lu Huai settled onto the sofa, accompanied by the inappropriate sounds from upstairs, to study his foundational attributes. This resembled an attribute template that had fused intimately with him the moment he opened his eyes in this world. The first thing that caught his attention was his level, Emperor. In the original narrative's hierarchy of half-bloods, levels are typically denoted by letters, with S being the highest. However, this classification emerged only after the establishment of Castle Academy. Beyond that, there exists a unique designation, Emperor. In the original work, it signifies an exceptionally rare super half-blood, one who has transcended the threshold of bloodlines while retaining lucidity, embodying both the form of a dragon and the heart of a humanoid dragon. Lu Huai suddenly recalled the scene where the historically weakest emperor shattered a bronze door weighing hundreds of kilograms with a single punch. Now, the power far surpassing that individual resided within him, amidst his thousands of dragon bones and the ferocious dragon blood. Although this body remains his own, it seems to have been altered by a mysterious force. Not to mention, taking down Captain America at the outset should pose no challenge. Then Lu Huai glanced at the Spirit of Words section, where his initial spirit, Ghost, lay dormant, its effect being to diminish his presence. Beyond that, it bore no additional function, a rather simple spirit, with its existence ranking low on the sequence table. Nonetheless, Lu Huai perceived this spirit as quite advantageous, for in certain professions, possessing an overly high presence can be detrimental. For instance, a student facing a teacher's query. Aside from the ghost spirit and the super half-blood physique, the other sections remained empty. Fortunately, acquiring additional abilities was not overly arduous, no extra tasks required, merely the act of living and waiting. Lu Huai focused on the final line of small text regarding the acquisition of abilities adapting to the current worldview. He remained uncertain about the extent of that adaptation, leaving it for him to explore further. As indicated by the scroll, spirits, weapons, alchemy, blood source marks, and other abilities can all be obtained through unlocking, with a daily opportunity for such. Having yet to use today's unlocking chance, Lu Huai fixated on the scroll, silently invoking the command to unlock. In the next moment, a line of small text materialized at the center of the scroll. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Spirit of Words, ×0. Sequence number, 84. Bloodline origin, Black King Nidhogg. Danger level, unknown. Introduction, the caster constructs a domain centered around themselves, perceiving time within the domain as flowing more slowly, while they can still move at a normal pace. To outsiders, it appears as though their speed has increased several-fold or even exponentially. This ability imposes a tremendous burden on the caster's body, typically lasting only a few seconds. In an instant, Lu Huai felt a surge of clarity, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips as he rapidly comprehended certain concepts. ×0, despite its low sequence number, is undoubtedly one of the most practical known spell forms. No one knows whether it truly manipulates time or merely accelerates speed. Nonetheless, the Emperor's physique combined with the spell ×0 instilled a unique sense of security in Lu Huai within this new world. Calming himself, he listened to the escalating battle occurring upstairs, refraining from immediately testing his extraordinary abilities. Instead, he stealthily searched the villa, ultimately pilfering a black card, a USB drive, a handgun, and several $100s, departing the villa under the cover of night. The streets outside were teeming with towering buildings, illuminated by large screens displaying English text, and passers-by adorned in a myriad of colors. This is Twisted Waste City, a place steeped in an atmosphere of freedom and gunfire. Fortuitously, Lu Huai, in his previous life, was an international veterinarian, having dealt with numerous foreign dogs, thus adapting swiftly to his surroundings and blending in seamlessly. He had also taken a black hooded jacket from the villa, donning the hood to conceal himself within the throng. He began to contemplate his next steps. Two matters required resolution: his identity, for he had traversed realms and was thus considered a ghost in this world. Fortunately, in this city, such individuals were as common as rats in the sewers. As long as he remained inconspicuous, he need not worry for the time being. The second issue was preparing to face the interdimensional receptionist, the Ancient One. As the supreme sorcerer safeguarding Earth, he always kept a close watch on travelers. Having seen many fan works that depicted such scenarios, Lu Huai did not believe he could evade the Ancient One's gaze thus. If evasion was not an option, he must devise a strategy to confront it. At present, however, his immediate priority was to find a secluded place to test how long he could maintain time zero and subsequently address his lodging and sustenance needs for the coming days. Lu Huai was not averse to risk, on the contrary. He would sometimes choose to take perilous paths to achieve his goals. Otherwise, he would not have opted for such a dangerous profession in his previous life. A more conventional job in a factory could have sufficed, but that was not his desire. To this day, he remained uncertain why he chose such a path in his former life. For money? To escape loneliness? Or perhaps for the thrill of bloodshed? Or, perhaps, it was a combination of all three. After all, the human mind is inherently rife with myriad complex and contradictory thoughts. As he pondered, organizing his thoughts, Lu Huai entered an unmonitored alley. Moments later, he emerged, drenched in sweat, having discovered the limits of his time zero ability. The night had deepened. After a light meal, he used the money he had stolen from the villa to locate a dilapidated inn with potential for illicit dealings, pushing through the door. The lobby was dimly lit, and a man with a scruffy beard lounged in a chair, engrossed in a game. Lu Huai stood at the counter for a few seconds, realizing the man seemed entirely disinterested in his presence. Thus, he placed his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat softly. Damn it! The bearded man, startled by the unexpected sound, spun around, only to draw a gun from beneath the counter. Remaining unperturbed, Lu Huai offered several bills with a harmless smile, conversing fluently in English. A room, please. Thank you. Upon seeing Lu Huai's face and the money in his hand, the bearded man relaxed, placing a hand on his chest. How long have you been here? About 2 minutes, Lu Huai shrugged. The bearded man set down the gun, glancing toward the entrance, which was conveniently to his right. Logically, he should have noticed someone entering. However, he dismissed the thought, reassuring himself that he had simply been too absorbed in his game. The bearded man picked up the bills to inspect them, then extended his hand toward Lu Huai. Where's your ID? Lost it. Lost it. The bearded man shot a glance at Lu Huai. You're an illegal immigrant, aren't you? Don't think you can fool me. People like you are the... Lu Huai interjected, offering more bills. The most difficult to deal with. The bearded man exclaimed indignantly, Don't worry, brother. It's safe here, just relax and stay. Transforming into a helpful big brother, he led Lu Huai upstairs. Once at the room, the bearded man handed him a key and, before leaving, inquired thoughtfully, Need any special services? Anything good? Lu Huai inquired in return. The bearded man paused, then shook his head dejectedly. No. Lu Huai unlocked the door, stepped inside, locked it, and after a quick wash, hastily fell asleep. The following morning, he ventured out, seeking a corner in an internet CF where he sat for the entire morning. Lacking inherited memories, the quickest way for him to understand this world was through the internet. Regrettably, this world did not resemble a cinematic universe. Mutants, Inhumans, and humans coexisted within this society, each adhering to their own rules, outwardly harmonious, yet fraught with undercurrents. Tony Stark was still enjoying his cave life in Asia, so the Avengers had yet to form, but the X-Men and the Fantastic Four existed, apparently maintaining considerable popularity. From the information at his disposal, this seemed to be a composite world of Marvel films he had previously watched. The upper limits remained unknown. Intriguing. He then retrieved the black card and USB drive he had stolen the previous night. Clearly, these items were paired, sharing a sleek black and gold design, emblazoned with a string of English text that translated to Hellfire Club. This was precisely why Lu Huai had taken them out, for he recognized the organization. In the original narrative, it was a quintessential villainous organization, primarily controlled by mutants of significantly higher societal status, appearing merely as an international social club for the affluent, while its core group constantly sought to influence global events, aspiring to dominate the world. Was that large man from the club? Driven by intense curiosity, Lu Huai inserted the USB drive. The computer screen turned black the moment the drive was connected, displaying a prompt that read, Please enter your account password. Lu Huai picked up the black card, which conveniently bore 2 strings of alphanumeric combinations. Tentatively inputting them, Lu Huai accessed a website. Dominated by the same black and gold theme, he briefly browsed, noting its simplistic structure, primarily comprising forums, a bounty board, and leaderboards. This was a assassin website? The esteemed Hellfire Club had fallen to such depths? Thus, in this universe, the Hellfire Club resembled an organization akin to a continental hotel. That large man was a killer within it. It made sense, but as an assassin, his vigilance seemed rather lacking. However, it did not take long for Lu Huai to discern the reason behind it. He clicked into the account homepage, where the corresponding level was displayed. Black Brother was merely at level 1, having scarcely undertaken any missions, rendering him a rather inept assassin. This also indicated that the recruitment standards of the Hellfire Club were unexpectedly low. Lu Huai intended to claim this account for himself. There were 3 reasons for this. Firstly, he required a means of sustaining himself, and the simplicity of assassination was an exceptionally suitable occupation for him. Secondly, having perused the website's user guide, he discovered that such actions were permissible. The USB drive and black card were not registered to any identity, thus possession equated to ownership. As a result, most individuals refrained from leaving any funds in their accounts, with the balance of the Great Black Python being a mere $0.03. Thirdly, why not take it if it is available? After a brief contemplation, Lu Huai resolved to change the name, typing into the blank input box, Herzog. Theoretically, all of this now belonged to him, yet Lu Huai was somewhat obsessive-compulsive. The knowledge that the previous owner was still alive made him feel rather uneasy. Thus, let's eliminate him. Lu Huai made this decision with an ease that resembled the triviality of choosing what to have for lunch. No, in comparison to such matters, deciding on lunch seemed far more challenging. As night fell, Lu Huai returned to the site of his previous emergence. The 2-story villa was illuminated, the door unlocked. Suddenly, Lu Huai contemplated whether he should also acquire this house. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. He was not quite that desperate. In truth, the lack of any security measures in the house allowed Lu Huai to enter as if it were his own home, even casually closing the door behind him. Familiar sounds emanated from upstairs, a series of unabashed moans. This fellow truly had no other business, did he? Moreover, it appeared he was entirely oblivious to the fact that someone had stolen his belongings the previous night. What a carefree soul. Lu Huai stealthily ascended to the 2nd floor, drawing his gun and chambering around. What followed was straightforward. Pull the trigger and depart. That would be the end of it. There was no need to worry about being tracked down by the police. Afterward, Lu Huai was confident that the officers of New York would readily convict him upon viewing the deceased's skin. Yet, when he peered through the crack of the door, he suddenly froze. This was not the same woman from last night. But that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that when Lu Huai glanced inside, the two were engaged in a live performance, allowing him to behold the scene for a fleeting 2 seconds before witnessing the Black Brothers' anguished cry. The woman's lips revealed sharp, elongated fangs and her eyes were turning increasingly crimson. She embraced Black Brother's neck and delivered a passionate kiss. Oh, splendid. This fellow had been entangled with a vampire. What a fortunate turn of events for Lu Huai. He intended to retreat, but as fate would have it, he locked eyes with the woman through the door's crack. In that singular glance, Lu Huai observed the woman's pale face visibly flush with color. Indeed, a maiden's blush conveys more than 1,000 words. Though there was no verbal exchange, both understood instinctively what the other would do next. The woman, on all fours, lunged toward Lu Huai. Lu Huai did not hesitate. He raised his weapon and fired. All 3 shots went awry. The woman was now less than half a meter away, poised to sink her teeth into his neck. Lu Huai stepped back slightly and delivered a punch, his knuckles colliding with the woman's exquisite face, producing a crack as her features caved in. The woman, no, the female vampire, was sent flying, crashing into the wall, losing a tooth in the process. Ah, vampires are formidable indeed. But I am currently a humanoid dragon. Chapter 2, The Sword of Words. In the tranquil 2-story abode, the scent of blood permeated the air. The walls bore cracks, and the exposed woman lay sprawled on the ground. Her cheek, once dented by Lu Huai's punch, began to slowly restore itself. Almost forgot, vampires possess remarkable self-healing abilities. To destroy them, one must strike their heart. His golden eyes opened in ecstasy, the golden light radiating from his depths like a blazing sun rising at midnight. Lu Huai advanced toward the woman, during which every bone in his body resonated, as his skeletal structure, increasingly resembling that of a dragon, slowly adjusted itself, the gaps between his bones gradually vanishing. As a sovereign, he possessed thousands of bones, and at this moment, they were locking into place, ushering Lu Huai into a completely new state. The Dragonbone state. This was not merely a skill but a privilege of royalty. One could actively trigger this state through practice, or, under certain mental conditions or specific circumstances, enter the Dragonbone state passively. Upon activation, his physique underwent a significant enhancement, with strength and resilience soaring far beyond that of a mere human. The woman, having received Lu Huai's heavy blow, initially sought to regain her footing, but upon lifting her gaze to meet Lu Huai's golden eyes, she found herself frozen in place, unable to move. The golden gaze appeared as divine light descending from the heavens, sacred, terrifying, and devoid of any compassion. Her instincts screamed fear, and she could hardly believe she had just locked eyes with such a pair. How could I deserve this? Her entire body trembled, her crimson eyes dimming in comparison. She was but a lowly vampire, accustomed to bowing before even the most minor of vampire barons, let alone now facing a dragon. She wished to kneel, not merely wished her legs buckled, and she was on the verge of prostrating before the handsome figure across from her, only to be caught by a pair of warm hands. Do not kneel. Surrender would make things less enjoyable. The woman looked up, only to feel her abdomen struck with tremendous force, the intense pain causing her to double over, followed by a heavy elbow strike. The sound of cracking bones resonated clearly in her ears. She realized her spine had undoubtedly fractured. Terrifying. This man was utterly fearsome. She had to escape. The excruciating pain rekindled a flicker of defiance within her. She screamed and attempted to wriggle free from Lu Huai, but her broken spine rendered her powerless on the ground, relying on her vampire physique to claw her way out. With her self-healing ability, recovery from this spinal injury would take ages. Of course, that was contingent upon having sufficient blood to feed on. Otherwise, a lifetime in a wheelchair was not out of the question. The mere thought of such a stunning woman potentially confined to a wheelchair for life saddened Lu Huai. He, after all, was a man of compassion. Thus, to avert the possibility of her enduring such a fate, she must die today. Lu Huai crushed the woman's ankle beneath his foot. The woman's face contorted in agony as she screamed. How delightful! Lu Huai proceeded to shatter her other foot, standing over her, grasping her hair to hoist her head up, as if intending to bestow a lesson upon her. Spare me, I beg you. Spare me, she pleaded. Just now, you intended to kill me, did you not? Lu Huai's voice remained calm. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will do anything for you. Lu Huai released her, flipping the woman over. Anything at all? Lu Huai seemed somewhat intrigued. Indeed. The woman grasped at the thread of hope. If you spare me, I will comply with any request. Very well, I shall spare you. Lu Huai spoke with a decisive clarity that left the woman questioning whether she had misheard. So simple. Thank you. Thank you. The woman exclaimed, fearful that Lu Huai might reconsider. You just said you would do anything for me. Are you certain of that? Lu Huai inquired once more. Of course. Absolutely. Lu Huai seized the woman's wrist and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Then please, die for me. The woman's eyes widened in shock, and before she could react, Lu Huai's hand pressed against her chest, crushing her sternum and grasping her heart. With a swift motion, Lu Huai tore her heart from her body, and a torrent of viscous blood was expelled, painting vivid crimson arcs in the air. Simultaneously, the woman emitted a final groan, her complexion fading to a pallid gray, the crimson hue in her eyes gradually dissipating. As Lu Huai applied a slight pressure with his fingers, crushing the heart, the vampire's life came to a definitive end. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Huai exhaled deeply, striving to quell the surge of emotions within him. In the tranquil summer night, the sky was adorned with a myriad of stars. In the desolate villa, the sound of the clock's second-hand ticking was distinctly audible. Within mere seconds, Lu Huai's composure returned, transitioning from the tumult of bloodshed to the serene calm of a placid lake. He regarded the lifeless body on the floor with a detached gaze, feeling an inexplicable thrill. In his previous life, he had perceived this thrill as a sign of psychological disturbance, prompting him to seek the counsel of a psychologist, who ultimately became his mentor, specializing in dealing with criminals who fled overseas. Clear water flowed from the faucet as Lu Huai cleansed his hands. Gazing into the mirror at his handsome visage, he gathered his slightly long black hair and styled it into a braid. Once cleaned, he stepped out of the washroom. The lingering scent of blood hung in the air. The vampire lay utterly lifeless, its body resembling that of one submerged in water for days, skin pale and devoid of any color. Lu Huai entered the bedroom, noting that the large black man bitten by the vampire had not transformed into one himself. Although he lacked knowledge about vampires, he nonetheless prudently discharged a few bullets into the man's heart. Before departing the villa, Lu Huai glanced at the clock. A full 24 hours had elapsed since his arrival in this world. At last, he had reached his second opportunity for unlocking. As he hurried along, he unfurled the scroll. He silently intoned, "Unlock." Before him, words coalesced from a dark ink-like substance in the center of the scroll. Congratulations, you have unlocked the word Spirit, Sword Mastery. Serial number, 82. Bloodline source, King of Bronze and Fire. Danger level, moderate. Discoverer and namer, Zhang Daoling. Description, the wielder can manipulate metallic objects. From a scientific perspective, this power operates through the control of magnetic fields. However, not all non-ferromagnetic metals are unaffected by the sword mastery, only a rare few special metals are exempt from its influence. It is no wonder that everyone yearns to ride the tide of transmigration. In just a single day, Lu Huai had acquired 3 extraordinary abilities. How terrifying! A ghost that diminishes presence. An ability to accelerate or decelerate time. And now, a skill tailored for those who command the stage. Lu Huai could scarcely fathom the joy he would have felt in his former life upon acquiring such powers. Yet, it is not too late. In fact, it brings him even greater joy now. A fine blade is meant to slay a worthy foe. In this world, he is both a fine blade and a worthy foe. Lu Huai eagerly sought to experiment with the word Spirit, Sword Mastery, using the now empty gun as a test, effortlessly levitating it before him. It felt as if an invisible hand were manipulating the weapon, disassembling and reassembling it with a speed that surpassed that of his own hands. In the original Dragon Clan narrative, this power belonged to Su Qian, and Lu Huai was uncertain if she could achieve such precision, but as one who had transcended the threshold, it seemed reasonable that his word Spirit would exhibit enhanced effects. Fixating on the gun floating before him, he gently willed it, and in an instant, the entire weapon compressed and collapsed into an irregular iron sphere. Lu Huai extended his hand, catching the suspended iron sphere in his palm before silently stowing it away. He had made up his mind from now on. He would embrace the role of a commanding figure. Chapter 3. Who writes diaries, anyway? Under the cloak of night, Lu Huai returned to the inn where he had spent the previous evening. With sufficient funds to indulge for a few more days, he refrained from hastily accepting tasks at the Hellfire Club, choosing instead to lurk in forums, engaging in casual discussions while investigating. He also wished to wait a few more days to unlock additional language spirits. The waiting period was invariably tedious. So Lu Huai took to writing a diary during his leisure time. April 1st, clear skies. Let me preface this by stating that I am a respectable individual. Through an extensive exploration of the Hellfire website, I have come to realize that the Hellfire Club resembles a Marvel-inspired continental hotel. The site features a dedicated interface for assassins to accept tasks online, aptly named the Bounty Board, which updates in real time. The basic information of assassination targets is arranged in a leaderboard format, and it appears that targets are only listed after their guilt is confirmed. The higher the bounty, the higher the rank. The top bounty amounts to $70 million, and upon delving into the details, there lies but a single name, Raven Darkholme. This provides a rough indication of the Hellfire Club's upper limits. Targets that exceed the capabilities of most assassins in the club are unlikely to appear on the board. In addition to the online platform, the club boasts branches in numerous countries and cities worldwide, where assassins can gain entry with their black gold cards adorned with a flame design. Within these branches, individuals can freely engage in trading. However, the currency is a special coin issued exclusively by the club. This is indeed reminiscent of a continental hotel. Coins can only be acquired by completing tasks, with an additional coin awarded for every 500,000 in bounty earned. Glancing at Brother Hay's account, coin count, 0. Quite the useless fellow. It seems this club's black card, acquired through unknown means, serves merely as a tool for Brother Hay to woo women. Perhaps I should take the time to visit the offline club. Today, I unlock the language Spirit Scythe Weasel. Serial number, 59 Bloodline source, King of Sky and Wind. Danger level, moderate. Description, the user creates a large domain centered around themselves, thereby mastering all sounds within. In spiritual vision, it is as if the wind spirits residing in one's mind are dispatched. It can be advanced to Blood Scythe. This language spirit, originating from the Dragon Clan's lore, essentially enhances auditory perception. Not bad. With my eyes covered, I could venture into the Hell's Kitchen as a nocturnal avenger. April 2nd, overcast. Quite bothersome. After unlocking Scythe Weasel, even without releasing the language spirit, my hearing has received a permanent enhancement. Last night, I was unwittingly subjected to the sounds emanating from the adjacent wall. It was nothing but a cacophony of slapping. The room to my left was particularly discordant, with the woman's voice unmistakably performing. Fortunately, her act did not last long, only 5 minutes before it ceased. The room to my right lingered slightly longer, lasting 5 minutes and 24 seconds. The most enthralling spectacle, however, occurred in the upstairs room, where, just as passions reached their peak, the woman's boyfriend made an unexpected appearance. The three parties engaged in a heated dispute, during which there were remarks such as "I considered you a brother, yet you slander me." The quarrel lasted for 5 minutes and 30 seconds, a remarkable duration. Subsequently, he joined them. Today, I unlocked the power of the words of spirits. Serial number 69, bloodline source, King of Sky and Wind, danger level, moderate description. The user creates a small domain where light folds and reflects, producing an effect akin to invisibility. However, it does not mask sound or scent, and upon release, it leaves faint ink-like traces in the air, making it suitable for dimly lit environments. It can be advanced to Diamond Realm. This is the spirit of the long-legged maid from the dragon race, a Marvel-esque version of the Invisible Woman. Yet due to the limitations of human imagination, most superpowers across various works tend to bear similarities. Nevertheless, it is quite impressive. On April 3rd, under clear skies, I decided to relocate, more precisely, to rent a residence, and indeed, I have secured one. It is situated in an apartment in Queens, adjacent to a sheriff. The landlord is a member of the Hellfire Club. Honestly, I did not anticipate such a congenial atmosphere among the assassins in the club. With a sense of curiosity, I posted a rental inquiry on a forum, and within 10 minutes, I received responses from several kind gentlemen. This suggests that, apart from their work as assassins, these individuals do not seem to engage in any legitimate occupations in reality. Beneath the comments, I was recommended numerous housing options, with some even inviting me to stay at their homes for casual tea and conversation, companionship for when one is engaged in their lethal endeavors. I declined, harboring suspicions about their true intentions. Ultimately, I found a residence in Queens among the many listings, and I moved in that very night. The space is ample, sufficient for one person, furnished in an elegant European style, complete with all appliances, devoid of monitoring or eavesdropping devices, yet featuring an enormous bathtub. Most importantly, the landlord graciously permitted me to defer my rent. How warm-hearted and considerate. I hope that the elusive landlord is, in fact, a landlady, around 30 years of age, yet appearing as an 18-year-old beauty, with double eyelids, large eyes, fair skin, possessing exquisite contours and long legs, approachable, nurturing, exuding an air of aloof elegance in public, yet displaying a contrasting persona in private, adorned in a maid outfit, transforming into a charming sprite. If this were the case, I would willingly offer myself in exchange for rent, even without payment. Today, I unlocked the power of the words of spirits. Serial number 47, bloodline source, Black King, danger level, unknown description. In the moments following the activation of this spirit, the bloodline will undergo a transformation, rendering the user poisonous while simultaneously bestowing immunity to toxins. Note that the transformation is comprehensive. Upon activation, blood, flesh, bones, bodily fluids, skin, and hair all become toxic. However, the toxicity dissipates rapidly upon deactivation of the spirit. Current spirit words: Ghost, Sword Master, Scythe Weasel, Underworld Light, Deep Blood, Time Zero. April 4th, cloudy. After relocating to a new home, I organized some essentials and purchased a few work outfits. My expenses exceeded expectations. I intended to undertake a task. To be precise, I had already accepted one and completed it. The target was a 60-year-old gentleman, the chairman of an obscure company. Crime, murder, bounty, $100,000. The process was seamless. Locate the target, fire, and depart. Before leaving, I needed to capture a photograph to upload to the site. Once the club staff verified its accuracy, the bounty would be credited to my account. A single bullet for $100,000 is quite lucrative. What I unlocked today was not a spirit word, but a frigabullet, a small alchemical device from the original Dragon Clan lore, a powerful tranquilizer. To be honest, I hadn't anticipated unlocking something like this, and there was only one. Though its usefulness is limited, it is, after all, a complimentary gift, so I shall not be choosy. April 5th, unlocked item frigabullet 1. April 6th, unlocked item frigabullet 1. April 7th, unlocked item frigabullet 1. April 8th, bullet 1. April 9th, while I am not picky, to unlock only 6 tranquilizer bullets over 6 consecutive days feels somewhat dismissive, dear brother. Do you comprehend the despair I feel waiting each day for the cooldown, only to receive a mere tranquilizer bullet? Furthermore, the title promises the unlocking of one spirit word daily. Are you not deceiving the audience? Dear brother, I beg you. I do not wish to see Frigabullet 1 again tomorrow. April 10th. Unlocked item Frigabullet 2. Damn it. April 11th. It has been over 10 days since I arrived in this world, and as a traveler, the esteemed Ancient One has yet to approach me. What a lack of professionalism. Either my existence is insignificant, causing the Supreme Sorcerer to ignore me entirely, or the Ancient One is a pretender who has not even noticed my arrival. I surmise it is the latter. Unlocked item Frigabullet 1. I have resigned myself to fate. April 12th. 2 matters. 1. The Ancient One has come to seek me. 2. Unlocked spirit word, Lord Flame. Chapter 4. Elderly male Ancient One. Himalayas. Kamartaj. Lu Huai sat in an ancient, elegant room, observing the person who had invited him to visit, stirring a ladle in the kitchen. This cannot be right. It is the Ancient One, the guardian of the sanctum, the current supreme sorcerer of Earth, who manipulates the dimensional demigods at will. He can brew tea or meditate, yet here he is, rolling up his sleeves and stirring a large pot in the kitchen. Does this make sense? Well, the infinite multiverse holds infinite possibilities. Lu Huai etched these words into his memory. Regardless of the mundane scenes he may encounter in this universe henceforth, he could find solace. A small, elderly man emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large bowl of chicken soup. Indeed, the Ancient One in this universe was not the female figure he had anticipated, but rather a wizened Eastern elder with a head of white hair. Just moments prior, Lu Huai had been preparing to indulge in takeout when an enormous wreath, nay, a radiant portal, materialized in his living room. The old man stepped through, extending an invitation for Lu Huai to visit Kamartaj. Lu Huai, with his straightforward demeanor, inquired if he might finish his meal first. The elder retorted, dismissing his takeout with a wave, insisting he would demonstrate something extraordinary. Thus, in an instant, Lu Huai traversed the vast expanse of the earth, witnessing the Ancient One at work in the kitchen. Before long, an array of dishes graced the table. Alongside the chicken soup were 4 delectable offerings: mapo tofu, stir-fried meat with green peppers, garlic eggplant, and beef stew with potatoes. The prospect of having the Supreme Sorcerer himself prepare a meal left Lu Huai somewhat at a loss for words. Without further ado, he knew the best way to appreciate a chef was to pour the wine silently. Wait, wine? As Lu Huai lifted his gaze, he found the Ancient One seated across from him, holding 2 bottles of Moutai. Smiling as he inquired, care for a sip? With limited tolerance for alcohol, Lu Huai decided to indulge in just a modest glass. In the span of half an hour, the two, one a system-endowed traveler, the other the Supreme Sorcerer of Earth, had yet to discuss any pressing matters, instead consuming half a bottle of Moutai. The Ancient One in this universe was remarkably affable. Brother, he said, having already consumed a glass, while picking up some food with his chopsticks. Adjusting to this world must be challenging for you. Finally, they seemed poised to delve into serious conversation. True to form, the Ancient One had not missed the subtleties of Lu Huai's demeanor. Fortunately, this world is quite similar to my previous one, Lu Huai replied calmly. That's good, the Ancient One replied, downing another half glass of wine, his gaze becoming somewhat bleary as it remained fixed on Lu Huai. The intensity of the stare made Lu Huai uneasy, leading him to wonder if this was some kind of treacherous banquet. Despite the elder's seemingly inebriated appearance, Lu Huai suspected he might be feigning vulnerability to lower his guard, only to spring a trap upon him. Fortunately, Lu Huai's capacity for alcohol was respectable, and his former profession instilled in him a constant vigilance. Yet, he pondered whether his time manipulation abilities would be effective in the presence of the Ancient One. Seemingly aware of Lu Huai's subtle shifts in expression, the Ancient One chuckled, retracting his gaze and raising his glass towards Lu Huai. Then let's get straight to the point. Speak, Lu Huai replied, clinking his glass against the Ancient One's. You are to become the next Supreme Sorcerer. Puffed. Lu Huai's drink erupted from his mouth, splattering the Ancient One's face. This was indeed rather direct. When my elementary school teacher hesitated for 2.5 hours before selecting me as the class representative. Are you casually mentioning this at the dinner table? Surely, you can't be inebriated, can you? It is rather unexpected. Gu Yi smiled gently, wiping his face. I thought your capacity for acceptance was rather robust. You think so? There are many things you assume. Wait a moment. You said you all? Lu Huai, a capable lad who managed to pass his Chinese exam, immediately seized upon the crucial point. Did you not just say you all? Indeed, prior to you, I encountered 4 time travelers, Gu Yi calmly stated. Where are they? Although Lu Huai was unaware of their identities or character, upon hearing they were time travelers, he instinctively felt a kinship with them. They are deceased, Gu Yi sighed. All of them? 3 have already perished, and 1 is left maimed. Gu Yi's tone bore a hint of nostalgia. Oh, is there a story behind this? Lu Huai's curiosity ignited. If it's convenient, might you elaborate? It is not convenient. Damn it, you old rascal. You're doing this on purpose. Lu Huai felt somewhat depressed. This old fellow was quite devious, clearly fishing for his interest, waiting for him to take the bait. If he continued to pry, it was certain the answer would be, agree to become the supreme mage. And I shall tell you, Lu Huai remarked. If it is not convenient, I shall refrain from inquiring further. I am full, farewell. Gui responded. Oh, such politeness. Are you preparing for graduate studies? Then Gu Yi observed Lu Huai standing up, walking towards the door while pulling out his phone, seemingly ready to book a flight. Aren't you curious why I wish for you to become the supreme mage? Not in the least. My time is limited. Who asked you? You are quite special. So you say? You are even more exceptional than they. Spare me. The earth is in grave peril. What does that concern me? I can tell you about those 4 time travelers. Pray do tell, old sir. Lu Huai sat upright at the dining table, smiling, his hands neatly placed on the edge, resembling a diligent student attentively listening in class. Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback, then, with a bemused shake of his head, uttered, You have certainly lived longer than they. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yi conjured a shift in space, transporting them to a tranquil room. The first time traveler I encountered was in a spiritual form. He attempted to usurp my body, but I ended up vanquishing him. Gu Yi sat across from Lu Huai, boiling water for tea. Lu Huai listened quietly, knowing that the experiences of his predecessors would provide him some advantage in surviving in this world. I glimpsed into his memories. Gu Yi continued. I discovered that beyond our realm, beyond the multiverse, there exist even more expansive worlds. This revelation contained immense energy, nearly overwhelming me. Thus, when I observed the second time traveler, I refrained from employing force as one would against extra-dimensional beasts and instead engaged him in conversation. I have come to understand that your arrival in this world was not intentional, and I have observed an extraordinary force accompanying you, a fortuitous energy, if you will allow me to label it thus. This force offers you protection. However, it is not invincible for otherwise. The first traveler would not have fallen by my hand. Yet, in certain respects, it possesses the potential to transform this world. You have the capacity to make it a better place, Gu Yi intently declared, gazing at Lu Huai. Lu Huai remained silent, preoccupied with the fate that had befallen their kind. As for the second traveler, after our conversation, I did not restrain him but allowed him to depart. During this interval, I observed him for 2.5 years. Indeed, as I had verified, he thrived, ascending from an ordinary individual to a figure of greatness in merely 3 years. Yet, as I mentioned, he was not invulnerable. He ultimately made the ultimate sacrifice in a mission to protect Earth. Lu Huai quietly recalled the history he had gleaned from the internet. According to Gu Yi, he was indeed a great man who sacrificed himself for the protection of the planet. In a world where superheroes are no secret, there ought to be records of such an individual. Could it be that he had traversed into a character from an original narrative? Gu Yi continued to elaborate about the third traveler while Lu Huai kept his curiosity in check, refraining from interruption. The demise of the second traveler instilled in me a glimmer of hope and reinforced my belief that travelers could indeed improve the world. Thus, when I encountered the third traveler, I extended an olive branch to him. He accepted, yet during his training, he succumbed to the allure of darkness. By the time I became aware of his fall, it was too late. You killed him? Lu Huai inquired. Gu Yi shook his head. He grew too rapidly. Initially, he was merely seduced by darkness, becoming a follower of its malevolence. However, he ultimately consumed the darkness, commanding it, and even became darkness itself. He adopted a new name. Was it Dormammu? Lu Huai asked. No, he referred to himself as Zysorn. Lu Huai pondered. It seems that the nature of travelers predisposes them toward such developments. It was I alongside the fourth who brought about his end, Gu Yi replied. That battle inflicted catastrophic damage upon my universe. And the fourth traveler consequently lost her limbs and the unique fortune of a traveler. At this juncture, Gu Yi let out a long sigh, as if reliving the past. Yet, Lu Huai seized upon a crucial point in Gu Yi's words. You just mentioned your universe? Chapter 5. Gwen Gu Yi had previously stated that the battle had dealt a devastating blow to his universe. What then? Does the current universe signify for him a reset universe? Or something else? I am, like you, an outsider, Gu Yi replied without raising his gaze. I hail from a parallel universe, whereas you come from a more distant realm. Indeed, this elucidates everything. Ancient One was originally the supreme sorcerer of a different Marvel parallel universe, where he encountered 4 traversers. He allied with the 4th traverser to engage in battle with the 3rd, ultimately leading to the destruction of their universe before arriving in this one. Suddenly, Lu Huai realized something. If there were 4 before him, then he must be the 5th personality to activate. You are the first traverser I have encountered in this universe. Ancient One remarked, handing Lu Huai a cup of green tea. Lu Huai accepted the tea and boldly inquired, How long have you been in this universe? Perhaps around a century, Ancient One replied, seemingly uncertain. The variant of myself in this universe had perished before my arrival. I took his place to guard this universe until now. Ancient One lifted his gaze, his aged visage adorned with eyes that sparkled like brilliant stars. At that moment, those eyes fixed on Lu Huai, revealing a hint of weariness. However, my time is limited. Before I pass, I hope you can succeed me. Oh, Lu Huai pondered thoughtfully. Have you not noticed that all the traversers related to you have met unfortunate fates? Ancient One replied, I do not deny that, but you are different. Elaborate. Lu Huai urged. The traversers I encountered were all soul transferred, but you must be a dual essence transfer, correct? Is there any difference? Your fortune surpasses theirs. By how much? About the height of a 2-story building. Huh, you certainly have a knack for humor. Lu Huai chuckled. Even the supreme sorcerer must keep up with the times. Very well, I reject your offer, Lu Huai stated decisively. The inexplicable burden of guarding the world was one he could neither bear nor desired. He could forego beef. But the complexities of magic in the Marvel Universe were far from simple. You need not rush to respond. I have some time to wait for your consideration, Ancient One said, sipping his tea leisurely. Lu Huai stood. If you genuinely require a successor, perhaps you should visit the Elder Council's hospital. There may be promising candidates among the physicians there. Before Ancient One could respond further, Lu Huai had already moved to an open space. Thank you for your efforts, Master Ancient One. Until we meet again, may fate be kind. With a sigh, Ancient One gestured to open a portal and toss Lu Huai an object. I hope to see you next time. Lu Huai caught the item, offering a wry smile as he stepped into the portal. The winds of New York swept across the Himalayas, rustling the azure curtains outside a wooden structure. A woman emerged from the shadows, taking the seat Lu Huai had just vacated. She picked up the teacup he had used, her metallic arm adorned with dark golden patterns. Let me guess, he turned you down? Ancient One remained silent, a look of disappointment crossing his face. You should have anticipated this outcome, should you not? The woman raised the teacup to her face, inhaling the aroma. The sounds of the wind outside mingled with the shouts of a crowd. It was the sound of the close combat sorcerers of Kamar Taj training in the square. Perhaps you should heed his words, the woman suddenly suggested. What? Ancient One raised her gaze towards the graceful woman before her. The woman remarked, the Sanctum Hospital does possess some promising talents, does it not? However, that doctor at this pivotal juncture in the universe will require at least 5 years to be activated. Ancient One smiled wryly. I am uncertain if I can endure until that time, and do not be so rigid, old man. A glimmer of mischief flickered across the woman's face. It would not be a great issue to advance the doctor's critical juncture a tad. I shall simply drive into him tomorrow. Ancient One was rendered speechless. You can nurture him slowly, serve as a backup, just in case he has a change of heart, the woman suggested. With a sigh, Ancient One neither agreed nor declined. In New York, Lu Huai lay on the sofa, unaware that his refusal would result in a certain surgeon being incapacitated by a car accident 5 years prematurely. He was engrossed in his newly unlocked spirit, the Flame Monarch. Serial number, 89 Bloodline Source, King of Bronze and Fire Danger Level. High-risk description. The wielder ignites the fire elements in the surrounding environment, creating high temperatures, intense heat, and shockwaves. Extremely volatile. there is a slight chance of triggering regional elemental turbulence. This was his only high-risk spirit and also the one with the highest serial number. Of course, a higher serial number did not necessarily equate to greater power. For instance, Time Zero had a serial number of only 84, yet in a confrontation, Time Zero could obliterate Flame Monarch in an instant. There are no worthless spirits, only incompetent wielders. Nevertheless, Flame Monarch was indeed Lu Huai's most ferocious spirit at present. Time Zero could be held as a trump card, while Flame Monarch could unleash explosive assaults. However, Lu Huai raised his hand and released Flame Monarch, carefully manipulating the black-red flames that danced around his fingers like serpents. In the original narrative, Chu Zihong wielded it with far less control, primarily using it for bombardments. Was it perhaps due to his royal status? It was possible. Currently, he possessed 7 spirits: Ghost, Sword Master, Scythe, Netherlight, Deep Blood, Time Zero, and Flame Monarch, effectively granting him 7 layers of trump cards. While some spirits lacked offensive power, others served supportive roles, suitable for the guise of a pig feeding on tigers. Admittedly, this tactic was rather cliché, yet undeniably exhilarating. Regardless, after an in-person discussion with Ancient One, he felt he had resolved a matter that had long occupied his thoughts. As he stated, he had no desire to become the supreme sorcerer. Yet, he took to heart Ancient One's warning about Earth's precarious state, firmly believing she would not deceive him. However, this was the Marvel Universe. Was there ever a day when it was not on the brink of disaster? He sought merely to ensure his own survival. Grand achievements, such as saving the world, were not suited to him. If the sky were to fall, there would be taller beings to bear the weight. Yet, did becoming the supreme sorcerer grant the ability to slay eldritch demons? That notion was indeed tempting. No. Lu Huai shook his head. The supreme mage, though capable of contending against the demon gods, was still subject to their whims. There was little to be gained from such a title. One need not be a supreme mage to take a life. Resolute in his thoughts, Lu Huai turned his gaze towards the window. Night had fallen, draping the city in a vast, dark shroud, like a heavy fabric enveloping all beneath it. The pale, round moon resembled a murky eye, peering through the thin veil of mist, scrutinizing the world below. Lu Huai met its gaze for a fleeting moment before slowly averting his eyes. The night was deep and windswept, a fitting backdrop for deeds of murder. Thus, he prepared himself to take a life, perhaps even multiple lives. Of course, these would be lives of the guilty. The last contract had yielded merely $100,000, prompting him to pursue a more lucrative target, yet he had hesitated to act until now. Tonight was the night. He opened his wardrobe, where several black suits and white shirts were neatly arranged, all identical in size and style. These were the garments he had favored in his past life, exuding a sense of respect for the deceased. Facing the mirror, he donned his suit and shirt, fastening his tie with care and tidying his hairstyle. Creak! Lu Huai opened the door. He paused in surprise. At that moment, the door of the apartment across from his swung open simultaneously, revealing a golden-haired girl who stealthily peeked out, resembling a thief. Their eyes met for a brief 2 seconds, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Hi! The girl broke the silence first, discreetly closing her door and softly greeting Lu Huai with a good evening. Good evening, Lu Huai replied. Are you running away from home? Not quite, just spending the night out. The girl joined him as they walked towards the elevator. You must be the new neighbor. My mom was right. You really are quite handsome. Just 3 days after Lu Huai moved in, the girl's parents had visited, bringing a welcoming gift, likely prompted by their daughter's curiosity about the new occupant across the hall. Her mother had teasingly claimed he was a handsome man. The girl probably hadn't expected her mother's words to be true. Sorry to have caught your eye. It's my fault. Lu Huai felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a calm exterior, extending his hand with a hint of bashfulness. I'm Lu Huai. The girl reciprocated, shaking his hand. Gwen Stacy. Lu Huai smiled, recognizing the name. After all, Gwen's parents had introduced themselves during their visit. George and Helen, the parents of Gwen Stacy. Furthermore, when he first arrived, he had utilized a psychic ability to eavesdrop on the conversations within the apartment walls. Although the sounds of human endeavor echoed at night, they were far more subdued than those in the hotel he had previously inhabited. Most were the weary voices of middle-aged husbands and their grounded wives. In contrast, Sheriff Stacy still possessed the vigor of his youth, which explained the presence of 3 children. Gwen was the eldest, with 2 younger brothers. His impression of Gwen was that of a gentle academic, perceptive and fiercely independent. Before him stood a variant from a parallel universe, her appearance and demeanor differing somewhat from the Gwen Stacy he was familiar with. Nevertheless, she remained undeniably beautiful, perhaps even more so than in his recollection. Her petite face featured exquisite features, embodying the classic beauty of a European doll. However, her makeup was audacious, the smoky eyes reminiscent of a character from Gotham. Tall and statuesque, she donned a vibrant, multicolored coat over a breezy tank top and shorts. "Are you headed out for some leisure?" Lu Hua inquired, noticing a pair of drumsticks peeking from Gwen's backpack. In certain universes, Gwen Stacy indeed played the drums for a band. Yet, she shook her head and replied earnestly, "I'm off to work." Her statement carried an endearing quality, akin to a household cat announcing its departure for employment. "Go for it, little Akira," Lu Hua praised. "You too?" Gwen scrutinized him. He chuckled softly indeed. She hesitated, then asked, "Could you possibly keep this under wraps?" "I snuck out." She glanced back at her home. "Oh, Miss Stacy, you wouldn't want your family to discover your nocturnal escapades, would you?" Lu Hua smiled at her. "Rest assured, I have seen nothing." Voicing his thoughts would be too indecorous. Perhaps he would jot them down in his diary later. "Much appreciated." Gwen patted Lu Hua's shoulder. "I'll treat you to dinner another time. Let us hope it's not lemon base," he mused as they descended the elevator together. Gwen hurriedly jogged out, hopped into a car, and drove away. Lu Hua summoned a vehicle as well, arriving at a bar. This establishment was one of the largest in New York, a domain of the Magneto crime family. The Hellfire Club was quite considerate. Upon accepting a bounty, one would receive a dossier on the target. Some details were precise, including height, weight, and home address, while others were more nebulous, often just a photograph. The individual Lu Hua was tasked to eliminate fell somewhere between the two. Joseph Harrow, male, the head of the Magneto family. His crimes, well, there was no need to elaborate on his transgressions. A crime syndicate hardly engaged in altruistic endeavors like helping the elderly cross the street. The bounty amounted to $5 million, a sum sufficient for his sustenance for a considerable time, not to mention the additional gains he sought. As for why a crime lord would appear on a bounty list, that was beyond his purview. Chapter 6. A Gamble on Life. Lu Hua entered the bar and approached the counter to order a whiskey sour. Just as he lifted the glass, he noticed a band taking the stage, with a girl at the back, blonde, blue-eyed, and adorned with heavy smoky makeup. It was Gwen Stacy. So, she worked here part-time. No wonder she hesitated to inform her parents. For young women performing at a bar under the jurisdiction of a crime family was indeed a bold venture. Yet, despite both heading to the same destination, why had their paths diverged when leaving the apartment? Lu Hua suddenly realized something and took out his phone to check the map. Indeed, the driver had taken a detour. "Curse it, Joseph, you shall not see the dawn." Lu Hua downed his drink in one gulp, and the spirit of the wind silently unfurled. The tempestuous being residing in his mind surged forth, enveloping the bar and the streets beyond. The cacophony of noise, the whispers of conspiracies, the sounds of revelry, the thumping of hearts, the click of firearms being loaded, the rustling of wind and rain, the pulsating rhythm of the dance floor. Each sound resonated in his ears. Is it raining? A perfect backdrop for murder. Lu Hua tapped the bar, watching as the bartender approached. He quietly murmured a few words. The bartender's eyes widened in surprise, staring at Lu Hua, who then produced a few bills, saying, "Tip." A smile instantly brightened the bartender's face as he pocketed the money and approached the band, recently set up on stage, informing them, "The gentlemen over their wishes for your next song to embody elegance, solemnity, and passion, ideally suited for the act of killing." The four girls in the band were momentarily stunned. If the initial request was a challenge, what on earth was the latter? "Just play something you excel at," the bartender succinctly advised. Afterward, he instinctively glanced at Lu Hua, only to find the spot he occupied had become vacant. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy had already taken her place at the drums, with the other three girls ready as well. Boom! Gwen skillfully struck the drums. The sound waves rippling like ripples on a lake, clearly captured by the wind spirit and relayed back to Lu Hua. Through the spirit's essence, every sound within the domain was under his command. Lu Hua closed his eyes, allowing himself to concentrate on listening. At that moment, the sounds seemed to take shape, slicing through the bar and imprinting themselves in his mind. He entered a realm of solitude, traversing the corridor leading deeper into the bar. He did not activate invisibility nor carry any weapons. Alone, he strode toward a specific room. Turning a corner, he opened his eyes to see several individuals clad in black. One of them noticed him and approached, feigning the demeanor of a bartender, asking, "Lost, sir?" In truth, he had been here once before. The last time was for reconnaissance. And this time, it was for assassination. After all, to eliminate a gang leader, he couldn't rely solely on the club's intel. He had to do his own homework. Lu Huai did not respond to the bartender's question. Instead, taking advantage of the man's momentary lapse in attention, he swiftly snapped the bartender's neck. The others were taken aback, their hands immediately reaching for their waists. But Lu Huai was too swift. He was like a bolt of lightning, even without activating zero time. His dragon-like physique bestowed upon him speed far beyond the ordinary. As their fingers barely grazed their firearms, Lu Huai had already appeared before them, efficiently snapping their necks in quick succession, clean and decisive. The entire sequence unfolded with such rapidity that it could only be described as a flash of lightning. They hadn't even a chance to utter a sound. Lu Huai summoned their firearms with his mind, extracting the bullets one by one, which floated around him like fireflies. He bore no weapons, for the enemy's arms became his own. Moments later, he stood before a door, effortlessly opening it as if returning to his own abode. Inside, those engaged in the trade of white powder were rendered speechless, staring at Lu Huai with a mix of skepticism, vigilance, confusion, and a hint of bewilderment, as if silently questioning, "Who are you?" Yet, Lu Huai was not one to adhere to the chivalric codes of combat. He offered no introduction nor chance for discourse. In fact, the instant he swung the door open, dozens of magnetically levitating bullets swiftly penetrated their skulls. Within the room, there were over a dozen individuals. 15 seconds later, merely two remain alive, Lu Huai and a bald man seated at the center. At that moment, the gleaming bald man trembled on the couch, fixated on the bullets hovering before him, paralyzed with fear. "Tell me where Hammerhead is, and you shall live," Lu Huai's voice echoed in the bald man's ears. Hammerhead was the moniker of Joseph, a nickname born from a gang skirmish that left him with a skull encased in metal. The bald man recognized this as his boss's alias. Yet even as the bar's proprietor, he was unworthy of knowing his leader's whereabouts. Perhaps he could fabricate a location. After all, he was ignorant of the truth. As the bald man rifled through his memories, he unearthed an address. "Oh," Lu Huai tilted his head, scrutinizing him. "Do you truly know?" The bald man froze, perceiving in Lu Huai's pitch-black eyes a second pair opening, a pair that shimmered with a divine light. He could not deceive him. A thought flashed through his mind. He must not lie. The bald man's expression turned vacant, a tear cascading down his cheek. Suddenly, this intimidating figure broke down before Lu Huai, weeping profusely. "I truly do not know." The bald man knelt, almost prostrating himself, unaware of why he was compelled to act thus. It seemed instinctive, a primal urge. "Reveal to me any other operational bases you are aware of." Lu Huai gazed down upon the bald man, offering him a chance at survival. Rival gangs were seldom harmonious, and skirmishes were commonplace. Thus it was unlikely that there existed only a singular base of operation. While the Maggia was indeed a formidable faction, publicly established with a chain of industries, few dared to provoke them. Nevertheless, they maintained bases across various territories. The size of these domains symbolized the Maggia's influence and power. The bald man lifted his gaze to Lu Huai, trembling under the weight of those captivating eyes, and divulged two addresses, one being a sanatorium in Harlem. Lu Huai was convinced that the bald man had not deceived him, not solely due to his golden eyes. As a transmigrant, he had previously engaged in an assault on this very sanatorium in the Harlem district, which also served as one of Hammerhead's operational bases. "You have been obedient, so I have decided to offer you a chance." Lu Huai concealed his golden eyes, retrieving a coin, one side representing life, the other death. "Will you wager?" The bald man raised his gaze to Lu Huai, his eye color having returned to normal, yet still exuding a terrifying aura akin to that of a devil. "I will bet. I will." He understood that to refuse would mean certain death, so wagering offered a glimmer of hope. Lu Huai flipped the coin, watching it land on the table where it spun on its edge. The bald man felt his heart racing. He regretted not having studied harder in the past, thinking that being a dog for the capitalists would have been preferable to gambling with his life here. He held his breath, not daring to blink, fixating on the coin as its rotation gradually slowed. "The life side. It's the life side." The bald man saw a flicker of hope just before the coin fell. But despair struck him the next moment. The coin, which seemed destined to land on the life side, suddenly flipped, landing on the death side instead. Silence enveloped the room. A deathly quiet. The bald man felt his body stiffen as he struggled to look at Lu Huai. It seems someone is out of luck today, Lu Huai said, a smirk gracing his lips as he turned to leave. The bald man, fixated on Lu Huai's retreating figure, felt a surge of survival instinct ignite his last ounce of courage. Grasping a dagger at hand, he lunged at Lu Huai. Without turning back, Lu Huai summoned a bullet from the air, transforming the bald man into a sieve. The bald man fell lifelessly, his eyes wide open in disbelief, while the keys at his waist flew from him, landing in Lu Huai's grasp. He kicked open the bar's back door, the sound of the rain becoming clearer as the song continued to swell to its climax. According to Lu Huai's original expectation, he should have just slain the last individual. Ultimately, he had acted too swiftly. Finding the bald man's motorcycle, he inserted the key and donned a helmet. Amidst the crescendo of rock music, Lu Huai vanished into the rainy night. Chapter 7. My friends, are you willing to bow? A thunderclap. Joseph Harlow was jolted awake by a resounding crash, gasping for breath. He had dreamt of being pursued, a single individual who had taken down 3 of his operational bases in a single night, slaughtering over 100 of his men. Through brutal interrogation, this brute had ultimately tracked him down and delivered a fatal blow. It was all too uncanny. Joseph had never experienced such a vivid dream, so real it felt like a portent of the future. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Now awake, he remained the indomitable Ironhead. Joseph poured himself a glass of water, retrieving a small vial from beside his pillow. He extracted 2 pills and swallowed them down with the water. Since the implantation of his iron skull, he had suffered from persistent headaches, relying on medication for relief. This Ironhead provided him with a sense of security against being shot, yet also brought about the troubles of being an anomaly. Joseph Harrow was once merely a lowly enforcer in the underworld. During a violent skirmish, he sustained injuries and was salvaged by a peculiar doctor who fitted him with a metallic skull. Since that fateful moment, Joseph has been virtually unstoppable, having shed the emotion known as fear. Within a mere 5 years, he ascended to his current stature, becoming one of the top mob leaders in New York. Of course, he is only bold enough to claim the 2nd or 3rd position, for the true kingpin of the New York underworld is an undisputed figure. This fact is universally acknowledged and beyond question. It is precisely due to his presence that, despite the chaotic nature of New York's criminal factions, a strange equilibrium is maintained. After taking his medication, the throbbing in his head subsided somewhat, and Joseph turned his gaze toward the window. Dawn was approaching, the sky a dreary gray, and the entire city seemed enveloped in a thick fog. A sense of unease gnawed at Joseph's heart, as if the mundane dream he had experienced might actually manifest. How could that be possible? Over the years, countless individuals have plotted his demise, yet regardless of the sophistication of their schemes or their professional prowess, they ultimately met their end at his hands. Moreover, the brute from his dream was entirely implausible, absolutely impossible. Even if a madman were to attempt such an act, the news would have reached him long ago, unless the perpetrator were a ghost. Nevertheless, sleep eluded him. It wouldn't take much time to make a call and verify. Joseph picked up his phone, hesitated for a few seconds, and then dialed a number, waiting for the other party to answer. Suddenly, he felt as if the dense fog outside had seeped into his very being, gradually enveloping him. Darkness, bone-chilling cold. He widened his eyes, setting the phone down, and turned to survey his surroundings. Sounds echoed from both inside and outside the house, reminiscent of a whistle. Residing in a mansion surrounded by elite bodyguards known for their ruthlessness, how could someone be outside whistling? Moreover, the whistle was eerily unsettling. Joseph grasped his gun and pushed open the bedroom door, stepping into an obscured, silent corridor. He sensed a trick being played. Retreating, he pressed a switch beside the cabinet, unveiling a hidden door that concealed a suit of white steel armor. This was a meticulously crafted suit, designed not only to enhance strength and defense, but also to fire red energy blasts. Combined with his iron skull, he became virtually impervious to harm. This suit was his trump card, his source of confidence. His adversaries were merely mob hitmen, and this armor was more than sufficient to crush them. Perhaps this particular assassin exuded a greater sense of menace than those before, But this was where it ended. Regardless of what monstrous entity approached him, as long as he donned this armor, he would be fearless. Unless, of course, it was Magneto. But how could that be possible? As Joseph set down his gun and prepared to don the armor, the heavy suit suddenly began to tremble violently. What? The confident Joseph was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, the glass shattered, and the iron suit soared forth. Damn it! Joseph was left dumbfounded. This suit possessed an array of features, but lacked the ability to fly. Had he truly encountered Magneto? To his astonishment, an unexpected voice resonated behind him. Joseph spun around abruptly to find a striking figure standing at the doorway, scrutinizing the iron suit he took pride in. For heaven's sake! Joseph reached for the pistol on the cabinet, but the weapon levitated before he could grasp it, its barrel now aimed squarely at him. Who are you? Joseph bellowed in fury. Lu Huai offered no reply, nor did he even glance in Joseph's direction. With a mere flick of his hand, he pulled the trigger from a distance, the bullet piercing Joseph's heart. The leader of the Maggia gang met his demise in such a hasty manner. The fears and defeats of the Hellfire Club's assassins had been rendered farce. In the presence of true strength, the efforts of the weak appeared nothing short of jest. Lu Huai extended his hand, and the phone that had fallen to the ground flew into his grasp. The call had already been connected. The recipient was likely Joseph as confidant or the second-in-command of the Maggia gang. Joseph had no chance to answer, so Lu Huai took it upon himself. Moshe? Moshe? He spoke into the phone. The other end fell silent, clearly having heard the recent events unfold. It was apparent that he had not witnessed evil cannot overcome justice. Who among the family could comprehend the feeling of delivering a line that went unrecognized? Lu Huai had no choice but to revert to normalcy, simply stating, Joseph Harlow is dead. I wish to discuss a business proposition with you. I await your arrival at his residence. With that, he hung up and awaited their arrival in silence, pondering the potential gains that lay ahead. Firstly, the bounty of 5 million should be secured, followed by this unexpectedly acquired iron armor. Although it paled in comparison to Tony Stark's suit and was somewhat ill-fitting with modifications, it could suffice. Lu Huai mentally directed the suit to disassemble into its component parts, placing them beside the bed, and then proceeded to thoroughly search Joseph's opulent mansion. Ultimately, he discovered a basement filled to the brim with cash and gold bars. No wonder there was no safe. It seemed the wealthy preferred to store their riches within their very homes. Is your wealth truly acquired through honorable means? Confiscated. Lu Huai realized that since his arrival in this world, he had been in a constant pursuit of resources. Starting with nothing, all resources had to be scavenged. Now, even influence needed to be gathered. To thrive in a world where apocalyptic crises could arise at any moment, one's strength, influence, and financial resources were all indispensable. Approximately 30 minutes later, a group entered the domain of the Scythe. Dozens of vehicles, hundreds of heartbeats. It appeared that the Maggia gang had earned its reputation in New York for a reason. Lu Huai's ability to locate Joseph's address in such a short time was partly due to luck. The sounds relayed back from the Scythe grew louder as Lu Huai ascended to the rooftop, gazing down upon the estate's entrance from a vantage point. The rain has ceased, yet a delicate mist lingers in the air, unobtrusive to visibility. Upon disembarking from their vehicle, the gangsters, upon laying eyes on Lu Huai, brandished their firearms in his direction. With a mere gesture, Lu Huai exerted his will, disarming them effortlessly, their weapons now suspended around him. One man surrounded an entire gang. Who is it that just spoke with me? Or rather, who is your current leader? Lu Huai inquired, holding a loudspeaker he had discovered in Joseph's residence. A man clad in a blue suit stepped forth, demanding, Who sent you? What do you truly desire? Since you have earnestly inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. Lu Huai proclaimed, elevating the loudspeaker. Firstly, no one has dispatched me here. Secondly, my intentions are rather straightforward. He paused momentarily, his golden eyes snapping open, surveying all beneath him. I require you to serve me. Those words, reminiscent of youthful bravado, reverberated through the air. The gathered crowd exchanged apprehensive glances, deterred from any rash actions by the multitude of gun barrels directed at them. From a second-floor rooftop, Lu Huai cast Joseph's lifeless body down, which thudded heavily before the assembly. Your leader is deceased. Rather than toil under his command, why not follow me? Lowering the loudspeaker, his golden eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity, his voice resonating with calm, yet unmistakable clarity through the breeze. "Who are you?" someone in the crowd dared to ask. "Me?" Lu Huai smirked, slowly extending a finger high above his head. As he did, the temperature shifted dramatically. Fire elements coalesced and ignited, causing the mist to evaporate instantaneously. A swirling crimson-black aura enveloped him, flames tracing a flawless circle behind him, culminating in the formation of a dark sun suspended in the air. The mightiest of eclipses. Of course, Lu Huai had yet to unlock such power, but through his extraordinary control over the flames, he simulated this phenomenon. Lacking the true strength of an eclipse, it sufficed for the purpose of spectacle. At that moment, those below trembled, not merely shivering, but nearly capitulating. Who, indeed, was this figure above? They could not fathom. Yet, based on their rudimentary perceptions, such an entity could only be deemed divine. Such a perfect circle, such a solemn deity. "Circle God," Lu Huai declared, extending his hand in an inviting gesture toward the crowd below. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you willing?" Chapter 8. The Hellfire Club. Ladies and gentlemen, will you bow your heads? Lu Huai's voice, translated into English, resonated clearly in every ear present. The crowd exchanged glances, an overwhelming shock settling within them. Changing allegiances was not an uncommon occurrence. Most underlings lacked unwavering loyalty. They would align with whoever emerged victorious. Joseph Harlow's compelling influence stemmed from his brutal methods and the myth surrounding his miraculous survival after being shot in the head. However, with Joseph now deceased, the one who had slain him possessed the abilities akin to Magneto and could conjure such a perfect circle. Now, he inquired whether they would be willing to bow down. "What ist? Is this not absurd? Is such a question even necessary? Not to mention your impressive facade, in the face of those ominous gun barrels. Who among us dares to utter a word of dissent?" Thud. The first to kneel was surprisingly that individual clad in a blue suit. Whether a confidant of Joseph or the second in command of the Magia, he was certainly someone whom Joseph trusted. The others, witnessing this, darkened in countenance, thinking to themselves, "No wonder he occupies such a position. His reflexes are astonishing." In that moment, whoever pledged their allegiance first would undoubtedly gain favor in the eyes of the powerful. Without a moment to ponder, they hastily followed suit and knelt down. Gradually, all present succumbed to the act of kneeling. At that moment, the clouds in the sky began to dissipate. A ray of sunlight pierced through, parting the mist and illuminating the earth. Lu Huai lowered his arms, and the menacing aura dissipated in an instant, yet he continued to gaze down upon the crowd with a smile. Lu Huai's eyes swept over the assembly, discerning those who held sway within the gang, beckoning them forth. A few among the throng exchanged glances and ventured into the villa, ascending to the rooftop. There were 7 individuals, and under the scrutiny of Lu Huai's golden eyes, they lacked even the courage to meet his gaze. Names? Lu Huai demanded their names, all unfamiliar to him. Perhaps only their leader, Hammerhead, was well known within the ranks of the Magia. Lu Huai assigned them several tasks, all pertaining to the transfer of information, instructing them to compile all resources of the Magia for him. Subsequently, Lu Huai produced several sheets of yellow paper he had procured earlier, adorned with vermilion symbols. Before their eyes, he ignited the symbols, stirring the ashes into water, which he then distributed among the 7 brothers. "What is this?" One person dared to glance at Lu Huai, whose eye color had returned to normal. "Have you heard of the life and death talisman?" Lu Huai inquired. The others exchanged looks, shaking their heads in unison. "You'll find out if you investigate. Now drink." Lu Huai did not afford them the opportunity to refuse. Thud. It was the gentleman in the blue suit who boldly consumed it in one swift motion. The others, witnessing this, ceased their inquiries and, frowning, finished their portions. Of course, Lu Huai did not possess such a talisman, yet he had indeed constructed an impressive facade before this group, one convincing enough for them to believe in his abilities. Naturally, they would soon discover the true nature of the life and death talisman after their research. Lu Huai had already conducted his inquiries online. The existence of the life and death talisman could indeed be found within this world, a mysterious and ancient Eastern power. These foreigners even believed in it more than the Easterners themselves. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave and attend to your respective duties. Lu Huai issued a dismissal. There was, however, one more matter. After a moment's hesitation, the gentleman in the blue suit asked, "Previously, Joseph was a member of the Alliance. Now that you have supplanted his position, shall we inform Jean? The alliance? Lu Huai regarded him with a glance. Let us discuss this in a few days. For now, focus on compiling the information I require, and include details about this alliance as well. The formidable gang departed from the villa, leaving only a few individuals to tidy up the premises. The entire process transpired in the span of a single breakfast. It seemed rather simplistic. However, if the true Old One had arrived, it would likely have unfolded even more effortlessly. A being of my caliber poses an overwhelming advantage against this band of miscreants. Subsequently, I procured a handbag to conceal Joseph's head and sought a vehicle in the garage, driving towards Manhattan. Ultimately, I halted before a building resembling a hotel. Exiting the car with the bag in hand, I cast a brief glance around. Stark Industries lay across the street to my left, while Osborne Enterprises was 2 intersections away to my right. This location was rather intriguing. Retracting my gaze, I entered the hotel. The lobby exuded opulence. Though it was not excessively large, a few patrons were scattered about, engrossed in newspapers or their phones. I approached the counter, where a blonde with voluminous waves awaited. "How may I assist you?" she inquired, donning a professional smile. I produced my black gold membership card from the Hellfire Club. Although I had established a gang, I had no intention of foregoing my wealth. The blonde scanned the card, her smile deepening as she welcomed me. "Welcome, Mr. Herzog." I nodded in acknowledgement. "It appears to be your first visit. Do you require directions?" she inquired, glancing at the screen before her. "No need. I shall explore on my own," I replied, placing one of the packages on the counter. "The bounty can be submitted in person, correct?" "Certainly," she smiled, observing as I opened the package. Upon seeing the head within, her expression froze. While bounty submissions are typically in photographic form, presenting an actual head was unprecedented, especially that of a gang leader. Thankfully, the club seemed unperturbed by potential retribution. "Is there an issue?" I inquired, noticing her prolonged silence. No issue at all. I shall submit this to my superiors, and rest assured, the bounty will be credited to your account shortly." She managed a strained smile. I remained stationary, observing her. "Can the gold be collected in advance?" "Oh, certainly," she responded, bending to retrieve 10 gold coins, which she handed to me, wishing me a pleasant experience. I examined the coins. One side bore the engraving of swords, while the other depicted flames. These were the exclusive currency of the Hellfire Club, usable solely for transactions within its confines. This currency represented additional bounty rewards, with every $500,000 accompanied by a coin. However, this merely reflected the acquisition rules rather than the coin's intrinsic value. Coins could only be obtained through missions. No amount of money could procure them otherwise, at least not through official channels. Transactions here operated without the concept of change. Consumption commenced at a minimum of 1 coin, whether for a drink or a firearm. The method of pricing employed outside is undoubtedly foolish and unreasonable. However, within these walls, it not only makes sense, but is also widely accepted by countless assassins. This is the unspoken rule of the Hellfire Club, or rather, the clandestine regulations of the Continental Hotel. One could argue that this is a form of plagiarism. Internally, Lu Huai scoffed, while outwardly maintaining a facade of calm as he carried another package into the elevator. The elevator boasted a mere 20 floors, the first 10 designated as typical hotel levels, while each subsequent floor bore distinct labels: restaurant, accommodation, pool, bar, and so forth. Lu Huai tapped his membership card against the card reader, which emitted a confirming beep, before selecting the floor corresponding to the vending area, and the elevator ascended. Upon reaching his destination, Lu Huai stepped out into what resembled a marketplace, showcasing an array of goods meticulously categorized into different sections: handgun zone, rifle zone, apparel zone, and more. Lu Huai first ventured into the apparel zone, where racks displayed a variety of garments: suits, long dresses, trench coats, and lingerie. He ran his fingers over the fabric, confirming his suspicions. These were indeed bulletproof vests. As he progressed deeper, the clothing transformed, evolving into battle attire. Tuxedos equipped with various functionalities, military exoskeleton suits, and metallic armors akin to Joseph's prized possession, all available in bulk. This stark contrast in the world served as a reminder. One might consider themselves the epitome of talent within their faction, only to find themselves mere pawns in a larger game. Casting an eye over the price tags, Lu Huai noted the steep costs, with items priced at 5 gold coins. He currently possessed only 10, and this was merely his second assignment. "Do you need some attire?" Handsome? A voice suddenly broke his reverie, prompting him to turn around and behold a tall, striking woman approaching him in heels. Are you in need of custom clothing? Lu Huai retrieved a gold coin. A suit. Please. Having come this far, purchasing an outfit seemed trivial, and though his gang possessed bulletproof attire, none matched the meticulous craftsmanship found here. Such is the state of weaponry in this world. While superheroes and supervillains possess high-tech weapons, our officers are still wielding mere handguns. The woman produced a soft measuring tape and began to take his measurements. As Lu Huai extended his arms, she stood closely behind him, allowing him to hear her breath and inhale her distinctive perfume. Are the battle suits and firearms capable of mass production? Lu Huai inquired. Certainly, they are meant for sale. She replied. However, the club holds an auction every quarter where rare items are showcased. An auction? Lu Huai turned, curious about the next event. Next month. The specific date will be announced on the website. After taking his measurements, the woman inquired, do you require undergarments as well? Underwear that is also bulletproof? Lu Huai looked at her, intrigued. Certainly, however, the protection is limited, and should the impact be too forceful, there exists a possibility of shattering. No need. Lu Huai politely declined. The woman retracted her measuring tape and stated that she would return in 3 days for the clothing, or alternatively, she could provide an address for their courier service to deliver it. Lu Huai cast a glance at the woman, left an address, and exited the establishment. It was not that he lacked vigilance. Rather, he found himself destitute and unencumbered in this world. Even if someone were to investigate him, the documentation would scarcely fill half a page. Upon leaving the clothing section, he ventured into the arms area, which displayed an array of firearms and ammunition, truly a veritable arsenal. While Lu Huai had no intention of purchasing a weapon, being in a Marvel universe piqued his curiosity regarding the existence of any ultramodern armaments. In fact, compared to his original world, he found an abundance of intriguing items here. After wandering through various sections, he stumbled upon a renowned artifact from the Marvel universe, the Super Soldier Serum. This very substance that had transformed Steve Rogers into Captain America was being sold in bulk beneath the counter. However, upon inquiring, Lu Huai learned that this version could not be compared to that of Captain America. It was merely a cheap imitation, capable of providing only a temporary enhancement, and exorbitantly priced at 10 gold coins per vial. Quite unworthy. Nevertheless, Lu Huai was rather intrigued about what treasures might be available at the forthcoming auction. Ultimately, he arrived at the leisure area on the top floor. As the elevator doors opened slightly, he was greeted by the melodious strains of a symphony. As his vision expanded, he beheld a space even more resplendent and expansive than the lobby. A warm, golden light flowed through the air, illuminating men and women in suits and elegant gowns gracefully unfurling their forms on the dance floor. It was hard to imagine that they were a cadre of assassins, just as no one could discern whether the women's flowing gowns concealed desert eagles or razor-sharp daggers, or perhaps both. Their entertainment seemed not confined to the night, but rather extended into the early morning. Perhaps for assassins, the morning signified leisure time after the completion of their work. Lu Huai generously tossed a gold coin at the bar and ordered a drink, pondering quietly. He had initially believed that seizing control of the Magneto would render the club unnecessary, yet it appeared that this Hellfire Club possessed some merit. Concurrently, Lu Huai conceived an idea. Perhaps he could involve the entire gang in undertaking missions to earn gold coins. Having clarified his thoughts, Lu Huai finished his drink and departed the club alone, returning home to rest. Chapter 9. Spider awakening in the morning, the girl opened the window and stretched, tossing her golden short hair with abandon as she elegantly unfurled her form. Having just emerged from her cocoon of blankets, she basked in the sunlight, her skin radiant and translucent, her physique perfectly proportioned. The contours of her body bore impressive muscle lines, such as defined abs. Gwen Stacy, a student at Midtown High School, excelled academically, consistently ranking first. A passionate drummer, she not only played the traditional drum, but also formed a band with her classmates, including Mary Jane, where she took on the role of drummer. Initially, their performances were confined to the campus, but recently, in pursuit of pocket money to sustain the band and to secure a larger stage, they sought part-time work at a bar. Singing for 2 to 3 hours each day yielded a commendable income. However, last night, after performing merely 2 songs, they were startled by the loud shouts of a drunken man stumbling out, declaring that someone had died. This incited panic among the crowd, prompting them to exit the bar, only to later discover that it was a gang-related shootout. Gwen was perplexed as to why the fabled gang confrontation had not been accompanied by gunfire. All she knew was that her wages for the night had evaporated. Fortunately, their pay was settled daily, resulting in minimal loss. It seemed she would need to find another job. Gwen admired her own exquisite form in the mirror for a few moments before effortlessly selecting a simple, clean outfit from her wardrobe, a pure white shirt paired with black denim shorts, showcasing her long, slender legs. Pushing open the bedroom door, she found her two younger brothers seated at the dining table, awaiting their mother to serve breakfast, while their father was, as usual, absent. "You can't leave just like that," their mother exclaimed as she placed Gwen's breakfast before her, casting a stern glance. Gwen navigated around the table, playfully tousling her brother's hair with her hands, before embracing her mother and kissing her cheek, saying, "I love you. You can't leave until you finish your breakfast, Gwen." But before her mother could react, Gwen snatched a piece of bread, grabbed her backpack, and dashed out the door, her mother's voice trailing behind her. Once outside, Gwen closed the door behind her, relishing the newfound quiet. With a piece of bread clutched between her teeth, she lifted one foot, tying her shoelaces while balancing on the other as she hopped toward the elevator. As the doors opened, a handsome young man stepped out. Gwen exchanged a glance with him, cheerfully greeting, "Good morning, handsome." "Good morning, Miss Stacy," Lu Huai replied with a smile. However, as Gwen waved, she lost her balance and stumbled forward, kneeling heavily at his feet. Fortunately, Lu Huai had stepped back just in time. "Sorry, I almost kissed you, buddy." Before he could process the moment, Gwen had already apologized. This iteration of Gwen Stacy seemed somewhat abstract. "By the way, do you like fish?" she asked, steadying herself with Lu Huai's outstretched hand. "Fish? My mother is making lemon base at home this Saturday. Would you like to join us?" Gwen invited with a casual familiarity. "Ah, the infamous lemon base. I must try it," Lu Huai replied. As he agreed, the elevator doors began to close, and he couldn't quite catch what else Gwen was saying before he descended. Returning home, Lu Huai observed through the window as Gwen exited the apartment and boarded the school bus. Then he lost interest and quickly stripped down to shower. Gwen, however, had decided not to attend class today, opting instead to participate in a science exhibition organized by the school. The school bus was devoid of seats, or rather, only one seat remained unoccupied, next to a bespectacled boy with a watermelon-shaped head. He watched as the radiant Gwen Stacy boarded the bus. And like most of the boys on board, he lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It was only when Gwen's glance met his for a fleeting moment that he abruptly averted his eyes, realizing that he was the sole occupant of the seat beside him. Would she choose to sit here? The mere thought sent a rush of crimson to his cheeks. As he observed Gwen approaching, his heart swelled with joy. This would be an exquisite opportunity to study subject number 34. What a splendid figure she possessed. What might she taste like? Would her laughter produce the same melodious sound as the other subjects when he pressed his foot against her abdomen? "Come on, please come here." The boy's body trembled with excitement as he instinctively shifted to the side, making room for Gwen to sit. However, she suddenly halted, standing less than 2 meters away, donning headphones and engrossed in her phone, as if she had never intended to join him. Why isn't she coming over? A flicker of disappointment crossed his face, but upon noticing the furtive glances of others on the bus, he quickly grasped the situation. She must be apprehensive about drawing too much attention to the two of us. Indeed, the relationship with the subject should remain clandestine. How could one possibly observe in the presence of so many? The boy consoled himself with this thought, then gazed at Gwen with admiration, silently affirming that she was indeed the perfect choice for subject number 34. Half an hour later, the school bus arrived at the venue of the science fair, and the crowd began to disembark. At the entrance stood 3 girls, one with red hair, one with black, and one with green, who waved enthusiastically at Gwen as she stepped off the bus. These 3 were among Gwen's few close friends at school: Mary Jane, Betty Brant, and Glory Grant, also fellow members of the band. The 4 girls joined hands and entered the fair together. The watermelon-headed boy trailed behind, his gaze greedily fixated on subject number 34. So absorbed was he in his observation that he failed to notice his surroundings and accidentally stepped on someone's foot. "Hey, Patton, are your eyes in your backside?" The individual grabbed the boy by his collar and shoved him against the wall. "I'm sorry." The watermelon-headed boy's eyes immediately dimmed behind his glasses, instinctively retracting his neck in a plea for mercy. Several high school students observed him with disdainful smirks, as if he were a source of amusement. After all, Patton Parnell was an oddity. He had no friends at school, rarely spoke, and appeared to be a well-meaning but academically struggling individual. He seemed to have an affinity for scientific experiments, yet no one paid him any mind within the school. He was merely an inconsequential entity, remembered only as the errand boy for the school bullies. At that moment, the bullies lifted their feet, wiping their shoes on Patton's trousers before swaggering off with their entourage. When they had vanished from sight, Patton hesitantly lifted his head, the ferocity in his eyes fleeting. He rejoined the throng as they entered the exhibition. The venue was bustling with numerous schools in attendance. Patton scanned the crowd and eventually spotted his subject, number 34. She was strikingly beautiful, radiating brilliance amidst the mediocrity of the crowd, making it nearly impossible to overlook her. As he gazed at Gwen, his body instinctively navigated through the masses towards her. Gwen Stacy stood alone, her three sisters absent, perhaps off to the restroom or engaged in other pursuits. But that was inconsequential. What mattered to Patton Parnell was that this appeared to be an opportunity, a chance to be alone with the experiment subject. He pondered if this moment was intentionally orchestrated by a subject 34, as she had seemingly dismissed her companions, waiting for him to approach and greet her. Taking a deep breath, Patton inched closer, and at last, the distance between them shrank to less than 3 meters. He stood just behind her, prepared to tap her shoulder, and opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the exhibition hall. Patton clutched his neck, where a sharp pain had just struck him, as if he had been bitten by some unseen force. Fortunately, the pain was both swift in its onset and its departure. He quickly regained his composure. Before he could ascertain what had bitten him, he suddenly realized that Gwen Stacy had turned around, her gaze fixed upon him. Not only Gwen, but all eyes were directed towards him, an unprecedented experience. Those gazes surged like tumultuous and perilous waves, engulfing Patton entirely. He felt dizzy, struggling to breathe as everything around him seemed to spin, and the noise in his ears became a cacophony. Through the haze, he discerned the blurred figure of Gwen Stacy asking, "Are you all right, classmate?" This marked the first instance of dialogue between the experiment subject and him. Yet he found himself too paralyzed to respond. It was a stark contrast to his imagination. He could almost hear the echoes of mockery, as if the entire world were laughing at him. A profound sense of suffocation and dizziness enveloped him, and he could not recall how he extricated himself from the crowd. When he regained a semblance of clarity, he discovered himself curled up in the restroom. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy, having merely heard someone call out behind her, turned to find a bespectacled boy with a watermelon-shaped head trembling while clutching his neck. She vaguely recognized him as a classmate and considered offering assistance, but he abruptly dashed into the restroom. During this commotion, a few onlookers had glanced their way, but their curiosity amounted to little more than a fleeting glance. Mary Jane emerged from the ladies' room, saying, "Come on, my dear Gwen." Betty and the other seemed to have headed towards the plant section. Gwen linked arms with Mary Jane. "Does your hand truly not require a visit to the hospital?" Mary Jane inquired, scrutinizing the swelling on Gwen's hand. The professor had just stated that the spiders here are completely harmless. Gwen nonchalantly glanced at the back of her hand and remarked, "Just buy some ice cream to soothe it." At this, Mary Jane's worried expression softened as she linked her arm with Gwen's and exclaimed, "I want strawberry flavor." Chapter 10. The greater the power. The greater the appetite, the exhibition concluded in the afternoon, yet Patton Parnell had departed by midday. He was feeling rather unwell, convinced that he must have been bitten by something. The exhibition was teeming with insects, and it was possible that one had escaped its glass enclosure to bite him. Perhaps it was even a venomous creature. Patton felt compelled to see a doctor, but he lacked the funds, and if he were to ask Uncle Ty for help, he would undoubtedly receive a harsh reprimand. Therefore, he resolved to return home and take a nap, hoping that a little rest would remedy his condition. Upon pushing open the door to his home, he was taken aback to find an elderly man slumped on the sofa, his neck askew and head drooping as though he were asleep, clutching an empty wine bottle. Patton had long grown accustomed to the scent of alcohol permeating the house. He laboriously closed the door, intending to ascend to the attic for some rest, but his steps were unsteady, and he felt as though he could barely stand. As he passed the sofa, he accidentally knocked over the wine bottle. The clattering sound roused the old man. Upon seeing Patton, he did not inquire why he had skipped school. Instead, he groggily shook the wine bottle in his hand and said, "Patton, You've returned just in time. Go buy me some alcohol. I'm sorry, Uncle Ty. I'm feeling a bit unwell and might need to sleep, Patton replied, gripping the wooden banister as he ascended the stairs to the attic bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps climbed the stairs. You little brat. Are you tired of living? Do you dare ignore my orders? Didn't you hear me tell you to fetch some alcohol? Feeling unwell? I'll make you feel better. Uncle Ty burst through the door, brandishing a belt and unleashing it upon Patton. Uncle Ty was Patton's adoptive father. He had taken him in years ago, not out of compassion, but because adopting a child came with a substantial monthly subsidy. The belt cracked against Patton's body, who curled up, emitting weak cries of, "Please stop. I beg you, don't hit me anymore. I wasn't disobedient. I'm just sick. Sick, are we? Allow me to treat your ailment with this belt." Uncle Ty struck even harder until he could strike no more. During this ordeal, Patton completely lost consciousness. You worthless piece of trash. Uncle Ty cursed as he descended the stairs. It was not until dusk that Patton Parnell stirred from his slumber. I'm so hungry, he murmured. With heavy limbs, Patton trudged downstairs in search of food. He opened the refrigerator, grabbing leftover rice and shoving it into his mouth. He felt utterly famished, as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body, desperately needing to be replenished. Yet when he forcefully attempted to swallow the morsel of food, it resolutely lodged in his throat, and an intense wave of nausea spiraled through his mind, culminating in a violent retching that expelled the food from his mouth. Not this. He yearned for something else. He craved vibrant sustenance, something far more alive. Patton Parnell swallowed hard, kneeling on the ground, trembling all over as he finally acknowledged the peculiar state he found himself in. He was severely myopic. Without his glasses, he resembled a blind man. Yet at this moment, his nose felt oddly bare, and he perceived the world with unparalleled clarity. It was as if the entire realm had magnified before him. He discerned the cobwebs on the ceiling swaying in the gentle breeze, and the dust particles dancing in the golden rays of the setting sun. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol, decay, and an overpowering stench. He heard something scuttling in the corner, faint yet distinct, and a minuscule heartbeat echoed in his ears. The warmth of the air felt unsettlingly oppressive. What is happening to me? Patton Parnell's eyes gradually reddened as he fixated on the rustling corner, suddenly extending his hand, for which a milky thread shot forth from his wrist. It ensnared a small mouse. Thud, thud. The faint heartbeat became startlingly clear, intermingled with the squeaks of its distress. Delicious. Patton licked the corners of his elongated fangs. 8 pairs of crimson eyes fixated on the captive mouse in his grasp. One hand clutched the mouse while the other 7 danced in the sunlight, reminiscent of bamboo shadows under the moonlight. Patton raised his arm, thrusting the mouse into his mouth. Exquisite. He had never tasted such delectable fare. Satisfying, yet still insufficient. More was needed. Patton Parnell slowly straightened his posture, turning to gaze into the mirror, licking the blood from the corners of his mouth. It was the creature that bit me this morning. Its bite transformed me, granting me power. Patton Parnell suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. This is evolution, a magnificent metamorphosis. From this moment forward, I shall embody my experimental subject number 35, the most formidable and worthy subject ever documented. In comparison to the ants, rabbits, and other so-called subjects he had previously tormented, he was now undeniably the strongest. Thus, what lay ahead was a feast, as flesh and blood succumbed to his ravenous appetite. Patton felt power surging within him, akin to a deflated balloon being replenished with air. Mere morsels would never suffice. His hunger for sustenance was as insatiable as a black hole. He sensed that with each bite, strength would be his reward. Next, I shall indulge in a grand banquet. Uncle Ty would not return home until evening, shrouding the entire house in darkness. Patton, do not let me find you still asleep. Uncle Ty swayed as he located the light switch, flicking it on, and the dim glow instantaneously illuminated the room. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Uncle Ty froze, his inebriation dissipating rapidly. He doubted whether he had entered the wrong house. The stench of blood assaulted his senses. The ceiling was a labyrinth of threads, intricately woven into a colossal spider's web, with various cocoons adhered to it, writhing with a sinister vitality. No one knew what lay ensnared within that thick silk. Perhaps mere cats, dogs, pigs, or sheep, or maybe even living souls. Yet, it mattered not, for their fates were all the same. This place was nothing short of a vast spider's lair. Patton, what madness are you indulging in? Uncle Ty trembled internally, resorting to a loud tirade against Patton Parnell to bolster his courage. A hoarse voice emanated from Uncle Ty's rear flank. He swallowed hard and turned to gaze, only to feel as though his heart might cease. His once promising adopted son hung upside down from the ceiling, limbs clinging to the wall, eyes a blood-red hue, and his mouth agape, revealing scythe-like bone-white fangs, stained with blood. Uncle Ty's legs weakened, stumbling 2 steps back before collapsing onto the ground. What are you? Uncle Ty, are you gripped by fear? How can you be afraid? You should rejoice at my evolution. Uncle Ty shook uncontrollably, unable to fathom that this horrifying creature was his once lamentable son. How could he have transformed into such a ghastly figure? Had he made a pact with a demon? Patton knew. Uncle Ty struggled to articulate his thoughts, but a layer of webbing sealed his lips. Patton Parnell murmured, "You ought to feel fear. You should dread everything you have done to me over the years. You beat me. You commanded me. You violated me. You truly should feel fear." Patton descended from the ceiling, crawling upon the ground. Uncle Ty, do you know what you taught me over these years? Patton pinned Uncle Ty's hands and feet with his elongated limbs, towering over the gray-haired elder, uttering, "The greater the power, the greater the appetite." Chapter 11. The Phantom Spider. Congratulations on unlocking the weapon, Spider Slash. By the time Lu Huai awoke, it was already night, perfectly coinciding with the unlocking moment. This time, it was neither a word spirit nor a tranquilizer dart, but rather the blade of the so-called weakest emperor from the original text. Spider Slash, an alchemical weapon, derived from a renowned sword of the island nation, named for its legendary prowess in slaying spider demons. Lu Huai grasped the hilt, and to his surprise, it felt remarkably fitting, as if custom-made for him. It sliced through the air with a grace that seemed capable of cleaving the very sky and wind. However, the word spirit sword could not manipulate this blade, for it was forged from regenerative metal, also known as dead metal. Conversely, if he could master the creation of regenerative metal, would that not equate to possessing the means to counter Magneto? Intriguing indeed. As Lu Huai held the sword, he recalled the alchemical weapons that had appeared in the Dragon Clan. It was likely that more swords would be unlocked in due course. Yet he had only 2 hands, leading him to ponder whether there existed a word spirit named 3 heads and 6 arms within the word spirit periodic table, in accordance with the Dragon Clan's lore. For all things originate from the Dragon Clan. In mythology, the 3-headed and 6-armed figure may merely represent a specific ability of dragons. Of course, this is nothing more than a whimsical conjecture born from boredom. Currently, there are 121 known linguistic spirits, alongside those yet to be discovered or included in the lexicon. This adds an element of intrigue and uncertainty to Lu Huai's future. Glancing at the time, he retrieved the spider cutter into his system backpack and took a moment to peruse his profile panel. Name, Lu Huai. Identity, half-blood level, Emperor Linguistic Spirits, Ghost, Sword Mastery. Scythe Weasel, Nether Reflection, Deep Blood, ×0, Monarch Flame Alchemy. None weaponry. Spider Cutter, several Frig Bullets, Blood Source Imprint. None others. None 7 linguistic spirits, and a blade, along with several tranquilizer rounds, and all other entries remain void. Aside from the advanced linguistic spirits, Lu Huai's greatest anticipation lies with alchemy. The original narrative once proclaimed that alchemy and linguistic spirits were the 2 extraordinary achievements of dragon civilization, existing in tandem. Although previous installments provided scant descriptions of alchemy, the reboot has exalted it to extraordinary heights. Initially, Lu Huai had scoffed at the collapse of combat power, but for him now, this is nothing short of splendid. After all, the more formidable alchemy becomes, the more secure his life will be. Having closed the scroll in his mind, Lu Huai opened his computer. The detailed information regarding the Magia gang had arrived. He perused it meticulously, gaining a clearer understanding. He finally grasped what the alliance mentioned by the man in the blue suit entailed. The New York Gang Alliance comprises members such as Hammerhead, Puzzle, Tombstone, Water Viper, Mr. Negative, and Gene Bing, with Gene Bing undoubtedly at the helm. He has set forth rules for these gang leaders, one of which mandates that any change in gang leadership must be communicated to him. This old bald man truly believes himself to be a local emperor. When a man in the blue suit called repeatedly to inquire whether Lu Huai intended to greet Gene Bing, it was evident how deeply these gangsters feared him. Lu Huai simply replied, "No need to acknowledge him." In the eyes of the blue suit, this was sheer arrogance, but upon reflection, it seems their new leader indeed possesses the audacity to be so. Why should the position of the alliance leader be occupied by others while he cannot claim it? Despite having followed the new leader for merely a day, a sense of unwarranted bravado had already emerged. "I need you to undertake a task," Lu Huai stated solemnly over the phone. "Your command, boss. I will provide you with further information, and I need you to locate these individuals, dead or alive. But please try not to mar their faces," Lu Huai remarked while scrutinizing the club's bounty notices. Undeniably, there are valuable resources within the club. While he may not have immediate use for them, it is prudent to stockpile them for future needs. Just like safe houses, although not every one of them may serve a purpose, having more is never detrimental. If one cannot lead a team, one must toil alone to exhaustion. Lu Huai has experienced this all too well. After hanging up the phone, Lu Huai promptly accepted all the bounty targets listed in descending order of their rewards. In theory, as long as the target's death was not confirmed, one could take on the task. The platform allowed multiple individuals to claim the same order, with the final credit going to whoever executed the kill. It was not uncommon for one assassin to eliminate all obstacles, only to have another swoop in at the last moment to claim the prize. As Lu Huai lost count of how many orders he had taken, a message popped up in the system. "Mr. Herzog, the system indicates that you have consecutively accepted multiple bounties in a short period. Is there an issue?" Lu Huai replied, "No issue is there." The system responded, "As long as there are no issues on your end, there are none on ours." Lu Huai affirmed, "No issue," and continued to accept tasks. The bounties on the list were updated in real time. After all, the world's evil could never be completely eradicated. 10 minutes later, Lu Huai closed his computer and prepared for a bath. As he soaked in the tub, he estimated that if he completed all the tasks he had taken on that night, he could amass a considerable sum of gold coins. It must be said that having a team was quite convenient. The Magia gang might not be loyal to Lu Huai. They might fear or admire him. But that was sufficient. After all, they were merely tools. While luxuriating in the water and playing a few rounds of Tetris, he decided to dry off and retire for the night. Suddenly, he heard rustling noises outside, accompanied by breathless panting, as if someone were running. Lu Huai turned his gaze toward the window, his expression perplexed. It was not uncommon for someone to jog at night, but they were on the 18th floor. Had Batman come for a midnight run? Emerging from the water, he deftly employed his powers to evaporate the moisture from his body, donned his pajamas, and drew back the curtains. In an instant, their eyes met, and Lu Huai was taken aback. It was indeed not Batman, but Gwen Stacy. She was clad in a loose nightgown, awkwardly pressed against his window in a peculiar pose. Her face flushed as if she had just finished exercising, or perhaps was still in the midst of it. Gwen was struggling to separate her palm from the glass, finding it somewhat challenging to the point where she had to awkwardly force a smile and plead, "A little help here, buddy." 3 minutes later, Gwen Stacy sat quietly in Lu Huai's home, her legs neatly together, hands resting on her knees, embodying the image of a demure girl. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Even the most abstract of girls would feel a sense of shame if seen clinging to a window like a spider, revealing long legs and half of her strawberry-patterned underwear. Lu Huai poured her a glass of water and took a seat opposite her. After a half-minute of silence, he broke the quiet. "So, Miss Stacy, are you a superhero or an acrobat?" Lu Huai was fully aware of the existence of Gwen as Spider-Woman in the infinite parallel universes, but not asking anything at that moment would have been rather odd. "I have a friend named Gwen." She whimsically remarked that after being bitten by a spider at the science fair, she transformed into someone like me. "Do you think my friend might turn into a monster? Perhaps a spider beast? How does your friend feel now? Is she unwell?" Lu Huai inquired. "Or does she have a bloodthirsty desire to devour humans?" Gwen shook her head, stating that she felt quite the opposite, exceedingly well, brimming with energy, as if she could lift a cow. The thought of consuming humans didn't appeal to her at the moment, as she playfully leaned towards Lu Huai to sniff him. Lu Huai touched his cool neck and asked if she had any other urges, like an uncontrollable desire to climb buildings at night. "Not at all," Gwen replied, slightly embarrassed. "I had a dream while sleeping where a giant chicken told me I was chosen. Upon waking, I realized I seemed to possess some abilities, and I was just testing them out." "Chosen by a giant chicken?" Lu Huai pondered for a moment. "That should mean you're safe. It is widely known that the birth of Spider-Man is not merely a scientific phenomenon, but rather a magic. Each universe's Spider-Man is selected by the Spider Totem. However, if Gwen Stacy is this universe's Spider-Man, then what does that make Peter Parker? A cheerful, bright young man? What did you just say? Gwen asked, having not quite caught Lu Huai's mumbling. Have you ever considered that you might have evolved? Lu Huai asked earnestly. Evolved? Like the Fantastic Four, who obtained superpowers through genetic mutation caused by cosmic rays. What? I thought they were aliens. Gwen replied, skeptically. But how did you know that? Lu Huai was momentarily taken aback. Has this universe's Fantastic Four not disclosed the origins of their mutations? Oh, right. Gwen suddenly remembered something. I haven't asked what you do. That was a good question, a small inquiry about identity that momentarily stumped Lu Huai. There are many facets to one's identity. Father, son, citizen. These are inherently bestowed. Clearly, in this universe, Lu Huai lacked even such a simple identity. Yet, he had managed to create some identities through his efforts, such as being a killer and a gang leader. However, those are not easy topics to discuss. Thinking back, aside from killing and leading a gang, what else had he done? Yes, I write in a journal. Lu Huai looked at Gwen Stacy and, with a steady heart, declared, I am an online writer. Cool, Gwen exclaimed, her eyes widening. Have you ever published a book? The directness of her question was somewhat hurtful. Not yet, Lu Huai shrugged. But I have a great story in my mind about a boy who was raised by his uncle and aunt, facing discrimination from his aunt. One day, he learns that he possesses special talents and is accepted into a unique school filled with others like him. The boy ultimately boards a train to the academy, embarking on an extraordinary adventure. Wait, Gwen gazed contemplatively at Lu Huai. I believe I've heard you recount this tale. It's called Harry Potter, isn't it? Lu Huai replied. I intended to name it Dragon Tribe or perhaps Dragon King Reboot, but that is not the crux of the matter. The real focus is that you have become a superpowered being. He forcefully redirected the conversation. Have you pondered what you might do with your newfound abilities? Gwen fell silent. To be honest, she had not considered it. At her age, she lacked any concrete life plans. Before being bitten by that spider, her sole ambition was to graduate smoothly, gain admission to a prestigious university, and continue making music with her friends. The notion of superpowers had never factored into her aspirations. As a superhero, or perhaps abstaining from beef, or simply continuing her existence as an ordinary person. If you were to possess superpowers, what would you do? When looked up at Lu Huai, perhaps I would engage in endeavors that I previously lacked the capability or courage to undertake, Lu Huai mused. After all, this world is fraught with limitations and instances of helplessness. If you feel uncertain about the future, it may be wise to reflect on the past. The past? Gwen blinked. I understand your point. Her thoughts began to meander through memories, spurred by Lu Huai's words. Instances of helplessness flooded her mind. Although Gwen's family was not particularly affluent, they were certainly not impoverished. Her mother, Helen, was a full-time homemaker, while her father served as a sheriff. Despite his demanding schedule, her father always fulfilled his promises to her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and while her circle of friends was small, it was genuine. Overall, Gwen was content. Yet, she was not without her moments of despair. She recalled a childhood pet dog whose passing brought her to tears for days. In that moment, she wished fervently for the power of resurrection. She also remembered an incident from long ago when her mother was struck by a car. The perpetrator, despite being captured on video, visited her in the hospital without a shred of remorse, exuding arrogance. Her father mentioned that the individual was the son of a prominent figure and thus faced no retribution, merely compensating them with money, as they had plenty to spare. In that moment, she saw helplessness reflected in her father's eyes. However, it seemed that later, this individual had crossed paths with someone he should not have in a bar and met his demise at the hands of a well-known figure, referred to as Wolverine. She also recalled how her father frequently returned home injured, most of his wounds inflicted during apprehensions of criminals. She once inquired why he worked so tirelessly and whether he had ever considered a different occupation, noting that even as a police officer, he could not eradicate all evil. The last question remained unvoiced, nestled deep in her heart. Her father had imparted a piece of ancient wisdom, saying, "Do not neglect small acts of kindness." His dedication to his work was not for the purpose of saving the world, but rather to uphold the justice that resided within his heart. At that time, Gwen did not comprehend what her father's sense of justice truly represented. She merely yearned for his safety. She wishes for her family, friends, and everything around her to be safe and joyful, free from persecution. Lu, I have made up my mind. Gwen lifted her gaze once more to meet Lu Huai's eyes, and her look undeniably held something more. She declared, "I want to be a superhero." Lu Huai was not taken aback by this answer. From a moment she was bitten by the spider, her fate was sealed. However, he did not anticipate her next question. "Can you help me?" Gwen asked. Her eyes filled with expectation. "Help you with what?" Lu Huai paused, momentarily bewildered. "Right now, you are the only one who knows about my superpowers," Gwen continued. "What's that? Are you planning to silence me?" Lu Huai replied, momentarily taken aback. Gwen chuckled lightly. "You have quite the sense of humor. So what are you suggesting?" He inquired. "Haven't you read superhero comics? Every superhero has an exceptional sidekick. While the heroes combat crime outside, their partners provide intelligence from a safe haven. Didn't you just say you want to be a superhero? Although I cannot assist you with that. By collaborating, you could become the man behind the superhero, and perhaps it might even inspire new ideas for your creations." Gwen winked at Lu Huai. "So, what do you say, handsome? Interested?" Chapter 12. The Serpent of the Verbal Vacuum. Lu Huai had never considered the identity of being the man behind the ghost spider. It was quite an impressive title. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested," he declined. In this new life, he had only 3 aspirations: indulgence, merriment, and more indulgence. He had no intention of being a supreme mage, let alone a babysitter for Spider-Man, no matter how charming he might be. "However, you may borrow my house as a base," Lu Huai added. Gwen smiled, her face devoid of any disappointment one might expect after a rejection. Lu Huai reasonably suspected that she was merely after the house. "All right, I'm off. Thank you for the advice." Gwen stood up. "Don't forget to come over for dinner tomorrow night." With that, she approached the window. "Aren't you going to use the front door?" Lu Huai asked. "I don't have the key," Gwen replied, turning back to him before climbing out through the window. "Well, she certainly possesses the talent of a spider," Lu Huai mused, watching her agile form as she scurried away. The next day, Lu Huai slept soundly until midday, and if it weren't for that infernal knocking at the door, he might have continued until sunset. "Miss Stacy, don't you have class?" he called out as he opened the door to reveal Gwen Stacy standing outside. "It's Saturday, handsome." Gwen peered suspiciously into the room. "You're not still asleep, are you?" "Thanks to you, I just woke up," Lu Huai replied. "What brings you here?" As Gwen shifted her weight, Lu Huai noticed a large box behind her. "From now on, we'll be half roommates, so please take care of me," Gwen declared as she carried the box inside. "You didn't mean what you said yesterday, right?" Arithmetic aside, Lu Huai suddenly felt a twinge of regret. "In truth, I had a bit to drink last night, but I shall certainly pay your rent. Please come in. Do you require assistance with your belongings?" Although Lu Huai had now become a modest tycoon worth 5 million, he found an inexplicable sense of comfort in Gwen's words. "Are you intending to commence right away?" Lu Huai inquired as he closed the door. "Just bring the items over first," Gwen responded, unwrapping a small, pink plush toy. "Indeed, it appears to be a little girl. Have you given any thought to your battle attire?" Lu Huai asked. "That is one of the reasons I am here," Gwen replied, pulling out a sketchbook. "I drew a few rough drafts last night. Could you take a look?" Lu Huai accepted the sketchbook and opened to the first page. Ugly. On the second page, well, the previous one was somewhat acceptable. The third page revealed that the first 2 were rather passable. By the 4th page, it became evident that Gwen Stacy had no artistic talent. "Did you bring a pencil?" Lu Huai asked. Gwen handed over a pencil. Lu Huai flipped to a blank page, recalling the design of Spider-Man's suit. 5 minutes later, he returned the sketchbook to Gwen. "Wow," Gwen exclaimed, gazing at the pencil drawing of the suit. "This is far superior to the rubbish I drew. So you are aware of your own lack of skill." In the evening, Gwen was heading to a nearby factory to train her superpowers. Bored and restless, Lu Huai decided to accompany her, and they planned to dine at her home upon their return. He watched from a distance as Gwen shot webs from her wrist, swinging back and forth, before turning his gaze away to sit on a tire and fiddle with his phone. The efficiency of the Magia Guild was commendable. Thus far, they had transmitted photographs of 7 bounty targets. The cumulative bounty amounted to over 800,000. The adage that the poor grow poorer while the rich grow richer certainly held some truth. It was time for the system to unlock. Lu Huai opened a scroll in his mind, silently reciting the unlocking incantation. Ink-black characters began to emerge. "Congratulations on unlocking the word spirit, the vacuum serpent. Serial number, 37 bloodline source. King of sky and wind danger level. Moderate discoverer and namers. Nikola Tesla description, to the liberator." It feels as though they are releasing a multitude stored deep within their mind, acting as messengers to explore the surrounding environment. In reality, this reflects a heightened sensitivity to electrical signals, enabling the exploration through the detection of changes in the electric field over long distances. In low-resistance environments, such as rainy days or areas dense with metal wiring, this word spirit possesses an astonishingly vast domain. It can advance to the word spirit, King's Serpent. Lu Huai sat still, closing his eyes, and quietly released the word spirit. In his spiritual vision, it seemed as though countless serpents were emerging from his mind, scattering in all directions. The exploratory nature of this word spirit resembled that of a weasel, yet while one was auditory, the other was akin to touch. The domain of the vacuum serpent depended on the surrounding environment, yet at a minimum, it could rival that of the weasel, expanding even further in low-resistance conditions. Lu Huai opened his eyes and shifted his gaze to the smallest line of text at the bottom. Once again, it was a progressive spell. He had a vague understanding of the method to advance. Bloodshed would suffice. The crux of the matter was that he currently lacked the technique for bloodshed and could only hope for luck in the subsequent unlocks. Gwen approached, her complexion flushed and beads of sweat glistening on her cheeks. "Let us go home for dinner," she suggested. Lu Huai rose from the tire, gently wrinkling his nose. Sensing a pleasant aroma, it turned out the scent of fragrant sweat was genuine. "How are you managing?" Lu Huai inquired. "Feeling about right," Gwen replied, casting a glance at Lu Huai. "Why don't you help me study it?" "Study what?" Lu Huai asked. Gwen smirked mischievously. "Study my body." "Oh." Lu Huai instinctively swept his gaze over Gwen's entire form. "Was there such an opportunity? Right now?" he asked, scanning the surroundings as if to check for eavesdroppers. "You're serious?" Gwen clasped her chest protectively. Lu Huai understood that Gwen was jesting. How could he falter in such a moment? As long as he remained composed, it would be she who appeared timid. If she too was unflinching, then what was there to discuss? Perhaps a direct examination of the beautiful maiden's physique would be in order. However, it was evident that Gwen was the one who hesitated. As she warily watched him, Lu Huai calmly walked past her without casting her another glance. TCH, what a blabbermouth. Gwen realized Lu Huai was turning the tables on her, gazing at his retreating figure with a hint of resentment. Scheming man. The two soon returned to the apartment, where Lu Huai purchased a bouquet of flowers as a token of respect. Upon entering the apartment and ascending in the elevator, just as the doors were about to close, a man hurriedly approached. "Please wait, thank you." The man, clad in a sharp white uniform, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Lu Huai recognized him. But Gwen was more familiar. It was her father, George. In an instant, their eyes met, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Dad," Gwen acknowledged. "Good evening, Mr. Stacy." Lu Huai greeted politely. George's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized the two, his gaze shifting to the flowers in Lu Huai's hand. After a moment of hesitation, he reciprocated Lu Huai's greeting. "Good evening, Mr. Lu." His attention then turned to his daughter. "You never mentioned that you knew our good neighbor." "We just met," Gwen clarified. "Yes, the one I said I'd be bringing home for dinner tonight. Just met, and already bringing him home to meet the parents." George could not recall Gwen ever introducing another boy to their home. If Lu Huai were a bit older, he might have rationalized it as Gwen being considerate by inviting a neighbor over, but Lu Huai was so young and handsome. George was acutely aware of his daughter's preferences. Gwen was quite the admirer of looks. It was difficult not to overthink the situation, especially with the bouquet of roses in the young man's hands. In the next moment, Lu Huai extended the flowers to George. "This is a small gesture for my first visit." George received the flowers with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarking, "I hadn't realized, Mr. Lu, that you possess such exceptional social skills." Lu Huai was at a loss for words. He had been mistaken for a naive newcomer who was vying for the affection of the neighbor's prized possessions. Turning his head, he noticed Gwen stifling a laugh. "Ah, I see, playing the innocent observer, are we?" Lu Huai replied with a smile. "Mr. Stacy, please do not misunderstand. I have indeed struck a chord with Gwen, but we only met the night before last when I happened to see her on her way to school." Gwen quickly interjected. "I was on my way to school when I saw him, and that's how we got acquainted." "On your way to school at night?" George furrowed his brow. "It was in the morning." "You must be mistaken." Gwen feigned a smile. "Was in the morning? Perhaps I misremembered." Lu Huai nodded, tacitly agreeing. However, this exchange did not escape George's notice, leading him to suspect that something was amiss between the two. Lu Huai, unconcerned with George's thoughts, felt no loss. At last, the elevator doors opened, and Gwen promptly took George's arm to step out first. As Lu Huai passed by his own door, he glanced back. Chapter 13. The invitation from S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon entering, he was greeted by the elegant presence of Helen Stacy. Good evening, Mrs. Stacy. Lu Huai chose to follow the Stacy family into the adjacent apartment instead of attending to his own. Good evening, Lu, Helen said, embracing him. How did the three of you come back together? Helen took the flowers from George's hands. We happened to run into each other downstairs. He bought the flowers. George shrugged off his uniform. So you already knew the man Gwen was bringing home was our neighbor? She only told me this afternoon, Helen replied. I didn't expect them to become friends so quickly. Neither did I anticipate their bond would grow so strong, George said with a hint of annoyance. Helen, seeing through George's mood, urged, stop sulking and fetch the fish from the kitchen. After washing his hands, Lu Huai sat down for dinner, joined by the Stacy couple and Gwen's two younger brothers. As he cut into the fish and tasted it, he found it rather mediocre. How is it? Mrs. Stacy inquired. Is it to your liking? Of course, it's absolutely delicious, Lu Huai exclaimed, instantly bringing a smile to Mrs. Stacy's face. Dinner proceeded in an orderly fashion, during which Mrs. Stacy asked Lu Huai some basic questions about his background and family situation, to which he responded effortlessly. In this world, one's identity is self-crafted. It was not until Gwen's chatty younger brother spoke up, addressing George. How many bad guys did you catch today? Not many, just over a dozen, George replied proudly. We dismantled a criminal gang. They initially attempted to resist until I took down their leader. The two younger brothers cheered enthusiastically. Cool. Gwen, do you remember the martial arts I taught you? George suddenly said to Gwen, you should never let your guard down. It's quite useful when encountering villains. In Lu Huai's mind, he mused that with his daughter's current physique, she could easily take down a dozen grown men without resorting to any martial arts. George then turned to Lu Huai, remarking, you seem a bit slender, my boy. You ought to pay more attention to your physical fitness. The youth of today generally possess rather poor constitutions, and a mere tap could send them crumbling. Father, could you please fetch me a cup of hot cocoa? Gwen quickly interjected. Watching George depart, Gwen leaned closer to Lu Huai and whispered, please don't take it to heart. My father is not usually like this. Understand, Lu Huai replied, acknowledging that under such circumstances, a father's fa may understandably falter. How is that child faring? After George returned with the hot cocoa, Helen seized the opportunity to inquire without allowing him to digress. Are you referring to Peter? At the mention of the name, George became earnest. I hope he can emerge from his sorrow. Peter? Lu Huai lifted his gaze. Peter Parker, a poor child, George sighed. Your classmate? Lu Huai glanced at Gwen, who shrugged her shoulders in response, indicating she was unfamiliar with him. He also attends Midtown High, but he is not in the same class as Gwen, George continued. Both of his parents have passed away, and he has been living with his uncle and aunt, but tragically, they too succumbed to a car accident recently, leaving him an orphan. Lu Huai listened intently to George's narrative, his heart stirred. An orphan Peter Parker, bereft of both aunt and uncle, seemed a rather tragic version of the character. So he was not Gwen's classmate and had not been bitten by a spider, merely a pitiable bystander? Choosing not to elaborate further, Lu Huai returned to his meal. After dining, he politely bid farewell to the Stacy family, intending to return home. I'll see you off. Gwen stood up, ready to escort Lu Huai, but stumbled slightly, clutching her head in distress. Lu Huai promptly caught her, unnoticed by her family. Are you all right? Earlier that afternoon, Gwen had experienced a similar episode. She mentioned it had begun earlier that morning, occurring sporadically since. During these episodes, her heart raced, goosebumps rose, and an excruciating headache ensued, as if a mysterious force was stirring within her. Lu Huai speculated that perhaps the spider sense was at play, but what could be the cause? The sensation felt more intense than before. It feels as if something dreadful is encroaching upon me. So many eyes, Gwen murmured softly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Huai leaned close to Gwen's ear and whispered a few words of counsel. He then opened the door and stepped outside, standing in the vacant corridor of the apartment. Lu Huai glanced toward the distant window, closing the scroll that had just unfurled in his mind, and pushed open his own door. With a click, the light illuminated the room, casting brightness upon everything, save for the dark, ominous figure on the couch. And you are? Lu Huai feigned ignorance, fully aware of the answer. The intruder, a thief, an uninvited guest known as the Dark Egg, rose and replied, You may deem me whatever you wish, Mr. Herzog. I suppose calling you a diva would suffice as well? Lu Huai retorted. So, as an uninvited guest, what is your purpose? Lu Huai closed the door and poured himself a glass of water. My neighbor was a sheriff. The Black Egg, upon noticing the other party's lack of surprise at his arrival and the fact that he could name him, smiled slightly. After all, it was not simple to be the ruthless leader of the Magia gang overnight. The Serpent Shield Bureau was responsible for monitoring all supernatural phenomena within the territory. As long as a target stood on this land, they could always uncover his identity. Yet, for the man before him, they had gleaned nothing, as if he had simply materialized out of thin air. This was precisely why the esteemed director would personally undertake the investigation. I belong to an organization dedicated to handling supernatural occurrences. The Black Egg stated, according to our regulations, there are generally several courses of action for someone like you. Assessment, recruitment, or elimination. Someone like me? Lu Huai feigned ignorance once more. The Black Egg pulled out his phone and presented it to Lu Huai, where a video displayed his manipulation of metal to commit murder in a bar. Lu Huai felt no surprise, for he had never intended to conceal his ability to wield the sword. He withdrew his gaze from the video, finished his drink, and asked, "You just mentioned being part of an organization?" The Black Egg reclaimed his phone, stating, "I am part of the National Strategic Defense." What? The Black Egg hesitated. Lu Huai reiterated, "I said I joined. After all, I really only have two choices, don't I?" The Black Egg grinned. "I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals." "Well, you've achieved your objective. You may leave now." Lu Huai began to dismiss him. "You are quite an intriguing fellow. I genuinely consider recruiting you." The smile on the Black Egg's face suddenly faded. "But how can you be certain that I am not here to eliminate you?" Before he could finish, a fruit knife hovered perilously close to his forehead. "You must be an ordinary person," Lu Huai said, deliberately casting doubt. "An ordinary person who comes here alone to eliminate superpowered individuals. Sorry, I do not believe you possess the capability." The Black Egg remained motionless, gazing at Lu Huai through the blade. In truth, he was there to assess, upon completion, if Lu Huai proved to be anything less than a dangerously unhinged individual. He would choose to recruit him. After all, based on the information they had gathered, Lu Huai was formidable, at least stronger than the average superpowered individual, worthy of recruitment. The Black Egg's earlier words were merely a pretext to gauge Lu Huai's reaction, and now, having witnessed it, he found it refreshingly decisive. Should Lu Huai truly harbor murderous intent, the non-metallic firearm in the Black Egg's possession would be utterly ineffective. Thus, Lu Huai inquired, "Have we reached an agreement?" The Black Egg pondered for a moment, "Welcoming you to join the Shield Bureau." Lu Huai smiled and withdrew the knife from the Black Egg's forehead. Stepping back, he positioned himself within the sniper's line of sight from the opposite building and raised his arm, executing a standard signal to cancel the shot. The Black Egg's expression darkened. "You knew all along? Let us discuss our collaborative model." Lu Huai did not respond to Hey Ludin, but continued, "I agree to join your so-called Snake Shield Bureau." "It is the Shield Bureau," Hey Ludin corrected him. "Oh, is that so?" "I hope so," Lu Huai continued. "What will I gain from this alliance? What do you wish to acquire from me?" The rapid pace of Lu Huai's discourse left Hey Ludin feeling as though he were being led by the nose, a sensation that felt peculiar, for he was usually the one in control. "We require you to abide by the law," Hey Ludin stated, "and to assist us in addressing various supernatural threats to Earth." "Are these threats to Earth or to America?" Lu Huai inquired. "I believe there is little distinction between the two," Hey Ludin replied, "for threats to Earth invariably pose risks to America and vice versa. In the face of calamity, all are equal." "My apologies, I was not sufficiently precise," Lu Huai remarked. "After all, the greatest threat to Earth is—" He left his sentence unfinished, allowing a pause to linger. "Let's forego this verbal sparring. What is it that you seek?" Hey Ludin said, exasperated. "I desire peace for my world," Lu Huai declared, his smile vanishing as he spoke earnestly. Hey Ludin was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned countless possibilities: wealth, power, influence, women, but never this answer. He realized he could hardly keep pace with this individual's thought process. "Though this sentiment may seem dubious, my foremost wish is indeed for peace in my world," Lu Huai articulated. "As for your unvoiced desires, I presume they are relatively easily attainable for someone with extraordinary abilities. Hence, that is what I seek. Can your so-called Snake Shield Bureau provide this for me?" Lu Huai inquired. "The existence of the Shield Bureau is predicated upon such aspirations," Hey Ludin replied, though he did not directly affirm Lu Huai's request. "So that means it cannot." Lu Huai shrugged. "Thus, let us consider an alternative collaboration model. I shall partner with you as the head of the Magia gang. When you require assistance, the Magia gang may lend its support, of course, for a fee. Odin fell silent, contemplating the pros and cons. They knew nothing of this enigmatic Eastern man. Hastily recruiting him into the Shield Bureau seemed rather precarious. Yet, he was undeniably worthy of recruitment. Powerful, intelligent, and strong without being uncontrollable. Thus far, he had only targeted gangsters. As for his desire for world peace, Odin did not fully trust Lu Huai's words, but did believe their investigative findings. Their initial plan had been to recruit Lu Huai as a bounty hunter for the Shield Bureau, tasked with dealing with troublesome supernatural phenomena, compensated for his services while keeping him outside the Bureau's internal system. However, it appeared he had already discerned their ulterior motives. What do you say, unexpected guest? You have intruded upon this residence for quite some time, Lu Huai remarked, idly toying with a fruit knife. So, let us make a decision now. Very well, Odin stated, gazing intently at Lu Huai. Let be settled. May our collaboration be fruitful. Lu Huai inquired, did you bring the contract? Contract? Do individuals like you truly care about such matters? I, on the other hand, am personally engaged in the dojo. Lu Huai rolled his eyes and suggested, perhaps we should arrange another time to discuss our collaboration in detail. Very well. I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Herzog. Odin approached Lu Huai for a handshake. Safe travels, Lu Huai remarked, addressing the uninvited guest. You may call me Nick Fury, Odin proclaimed, emphasizing the importance of integrity in collaboration. I believe we should begin with names. What do you think, Mr. Herzog? Indeed, nothing escapes your notice, Lu Huai replied with a shake of his head. My name is Caesar Gattuso. Nick Fury, Lu Huai. All right, my true name is Chu Zihong. Until we meet again. With that, Nick Fury turned to leave. Ensure that the area is cleared, Lu Huai reminded him. Nick Fury exited, took the elevator down, and entered a vehicle where a capable, short-haired woman awaited at the driver's seat. Are we truly looking to establish a partnership with him? She inquired, having overheard their conversation through her wireless earpiece. Yes, Nick Fury nodded, recognizing that while he may not be suited for S.H., he could potentially be utilized to initiate another plan. Chapter 14. The lively spider cutter Odin departed, taking with him those he had stationed nearby. The conversation he shared with Agent Hill was crystal clear to Lu Huai. It was astonishing that such a vast intelligence organization lacked soundproofing within their vehicle. Lu Huai mentally critiqued this as he splashed water on his face. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. may appear to operate ineffectively in public as an intelligence-driven organization, it undeniably possessed the capability to monitor the entirety of New York City. In the films, Nick Fury had once breached Jarvis's defenses to stealthily infiltrate Tony's residence. They seemed to swarm like flies wherever superpowered individuals were present, though that metaphor may not entirely suffice. In any case, Lu Huai believed that rather than hiding, it would be more prudent to establish some form of connection with them, as it might prove advantageous in future encounters. Seated alone on the sofa, Lu Huai opened the scroll in his mind, summoning the spider cutter. The blade gleamed like a mirror, one side inscribed with the words, "In a mountain of spiders. The evil shall be vanquished at night." The other side, once blank, now bore a new inscription. Slaying the spider monster can imprison the lively spirit within the blade. One of the primary characteristics of the regenerative metal was its ability to confine souls, referred to as lively spirits among the dragonkin, or weapon spirits, if you will. This marked the first time the system provided him a hint beyond unlocking. Slaying the spider monster would endow the spider cutter with a weapon spirit, undoubtedly enhancing its capabilities. There happened to be a spider mutant residing just across the door from him, yet he suspected that the system's target was not Gwen. For upon opening the scroll, an image had already manifested in the previously blank space, a monochrome depiction of a true spider monster, with 8 limbs and eyes, covered in bristles, devoid of any human characteristics. Gwen expressed that she felt an entity adorned with numerous eyes, encroaching upon her. It was likely the target designated by the system. Lu Huai advised Gwen that she could quietly ascend the window to spend the night at his abode. If Gwen's spider sense consistently resonated with that arachnid creature, it might very well seek her out tonight. Of course, Lu Huai remained uncertain, merely conjecturing based on the fragments of information swirling in his mind. There was also the possibility that Gwen might ultimately transform into that grotesque spider. at which point it may be more convenient for Lu Huai to take action. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was already past 9 in the evening. Gwen was likely on her way. He positioned the knife across his knee, awaiting her arrival in silence, while simultaneously activating the wind demon and the vacuum serpent. The gusts of wind and serpents surged forth, relaying every detail within a kilometer radius into his consciousness. This was certainly not the extent of the language of spirits, but this range sufficed. Patton Paniel, in his human form, was seated inside an opulent vehicle. After a period of research and experimentation, Patton had come to a definitive conclusion. He had evolved. He had become agile and immensely strong, capable of shooting resilient silk from his wrists and sprouting peculiar spines from his skin to ascend and descend. Most importantly, he discovered that consuming food seemed to augment his strength. The nature of the sustenance influenced the rate of his enhancement. Devouring human flesh particularly accelerated his transformation. To date, he had feasted upon dozens of individuals. His uncle, his neighbors, and those former classmates who had once tormented him had all become part of his buffet. Just recently, he had slain the bully who had harassed him at school the previous day. The bully had boasted of residing in an upscale neighborhood, which Patton had successfully located. Feeling fortunate to have done so, the once arrogant tyrant at school now lay before him like a dog, utterly powerless. The sensation of wielding such power was exhilarating, and Patton couldn't help but laugh aloud at the thought. The rideshare driver glanced at Patton through the rearview mirror, feeling an uneasy chill. In this area, passengers could select their vehicle type, and luxury cars typically carried a higher fare. The driver often encountered individuals who would take rides solely to snap photos and boast. So upon seeing this particular customer, he immediately recognized that he did not belong to the affluent class. The air of poverty surrounding him was unmistakable. Yet, upon entering the vehicle, he did not exhibit the exaggerated behavior of looking around or taking pictures. He remained composed until he inexplicably burst into laughter. To stave off the monotony of his job, the driver took advantage of red lights to discreetly observe his passengers. This customer appeared to be around 18, initially giving off a cheap vibe, but upon closer inspection, the driver discerned a unique demeanor. It was as if he bore the presence of an upper echelon, akin to a superior predator infiltrating a herd of prey. How peculiar, the driver thought, feeling compelled to steal a few more glances at Patton. "I have arrived," Patton announced. The driver then realized they had indeed arrived at their destination and pulled over to the side of the road. "You have been watching me the entire time," Patton remarked from the back seat without exiting the vehicle. "I'm not apologizing. You may have misunderstood. I was merely observing the road," the driver attempted to clarify. However, he barely finished his sentence before he caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of the boy opening his mouth, seemingly to yawn. Yet, as the driver observed that mouth stretching to its utmost limit, an uncanny rift tore at the corners, revealing pale fangs that resembled curved scythes. A wave of terror surged through the driver, akin to a swarm of insects crawling over his entire being. He too opened his mouth, desperate to scream for help. Yet, as Patton Purnell widened his own mouth, the opportunity for the driver to cry out was irrevocably lost. When Patton Purnell stepped out of the vehicle, his visage had reverted to that of a normal human. He stripped the driver's watch from his wrist and adorned it upon his own, gazing upward at the apartment building. Since the acquisition of his abilities, he occasionally experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to some form of resonance, as if someone at the far end of the city was attuning to him. Initially, this feeling was vague, but as he consumed more and grew stronger, the sensation intensified, ultimately allowing him to pinpoint the location of his target. It was within this very building. However, he could not ascertain which resident it was until the next resonance occurred. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He could simply annihilate and consume the entire building. The watch indicated it was 9:57 p.m. Patton Purnell licked his lips and entered the apartment door. Slay the spider beast, imprison the spirit within the blade. The inscription in his mind, once dark silver, suddenly blazed crimson, as if singed by fire. Lu Huai opened his eyes, a smirk gracing his lips. "It's here." Chapter 15. Phantom Spider, Ogre of the Arachnids, it's here, Lu Huai declared. Gwen, who was stitching her battle attire, paused, her expression turning grave. Meanwhile, the doorbell rang outside. Lu Huai and Gwen exchanged a glance, rising to the door, twisting the doorknob, and opening it. "Hello, is this the chicken chow mein you ordered?" inquired the delivery person, holding a square box. Yes, that's me, Lu Huai replied, accepting the takeout and thanking the delivery person before shutting the door. The earlier fish had failed to satiate him, and now he was famished. Are you sure you want to eat? Lu Huai placed the takeout on the table, anticipating hunger after their workout. No worries, I'm on a diet, Gwen said. If I get too hungry, I'll just drink your yogurt. Lu Huai suspected Gwen was joking, but he had no proof, as he did possess yogurt, the tangy, thick, creamy kind bought from the supermarket. Are you certain it will come? Gwen asked earnestly. Uncertain, just a guess, Lu Huai shrugged. Earlier, after Gwen had climbed over the wall, she recounted to Lu Huai the entire episode of being bitten by a spider at the science exhibition and the unusual occurrences of that day. In the tale of Gwen, it is recounted that a boy suddenly cried out at the exhibition. Initially, she paid little heed to it, but upon reflection, she recalled the boy grasping his neck in agony, as if something had bitten him. Thus, Lu Huai ventured a bold hypothesis. That day, the radioactive spider had bitten two individuals, Gwen and that boy. Such narrative elements are not uncommon in comics. In the 616 main universe, the spider had successively bitten Peter Parker and Cindy Moon, with one becoming Spider-Man and the other Silk. Curious, Lu Huai inquired about the boy's name. After a moment's contemplation, Gwen recalled that he was referred to as Patton Parnell. Fascinating. Lu Huai happened to be familiar with this character, who hails from the comic edge of Spider-Verse, representing one of the Spider-Man from a parallel universe, or rather, a Spider-Man eating monster. Prior to being bitten by the spider, he had endured abuse from his uncle and discrimination from those around him, resulting in a twisted and deranged psyche. He fancied himself a scientist, collecting numerous specimens for his research. The so-called specimens were, in truth, small cats, dogs, and ants, while his research involved the tormenting of these creatures. He regarded a beautiful girl in his class as experiment number 34, observing her secretly each day. Lu Huai recalled that the girl was likely named Sarah Jane, but upon querying Gwen, he learned that no one by that name existed in their class. It appeared that this was a parallel universe encompassing both the ghost spider and the spider devourer. Suddenly, Gwen sprang to her feet, clutching her head. P.S. here. Lu Huai mused that Gwen's spider sense seemed rather ineffective, for the fellow had been at the apartment entrance for nearly 2 minutes before she noticed. In the apartment lobby, the delivery person arrived at the first floor via the elevator, spotting a boy waiting for it. As the delivery person brushed past him, the boy abruptly clutched his head and let out a muffled grunt. Are you all right? The concerned delivery person paused, turning to check if the boy required assistance, only to find him glaring back with an unsightly visage. The delivery person hesitated, instinctively wanting to withdraw, but it was too late. The boy had already placed a hand upon his shoulder. Despite being a slight figure, scarcely reaching 1.70 meters, the boy possessed an extraordinary strength that rendered the adult delivery man utterly incapable of breaking free, as if he were being held by a heavy-duty excavator. This is madness, the delivery person thought, feeling his shoulder grow increasingly painful, as though his bones might shatter at any moment, prompting him to scream in terror. Yet, the boy suddenly released his grip, and the delivery person collapsed to the ground, following the boy's gaze to behold a figure standing at the apartment entrance. Appearing there unbeknownst to him, clad in white, even donning a rudimentary white hood, he starkly contrasted against the encroaching darkness behind him. In that moment, the spider sense seemed finally to have established a connection, as the chosen twins, one standing in the dim shadows and the other in the bright lobby, locked eyes across the boundary of light and dark. Gwen's battle attire was merely a makeshift creation, lacking even an eye mask, with a piece of coarse white fabric cut away to reveal her beautiful eyes. She recognized her opponent, confirming Lu Huai's suspicions. It was her classmate, Peyton Parnell. So it is you, my experiment number 34. Though Peyton could not see Gwen's face, he was now caught between insect and beast, his senses of smell and hearing greatly heightened. He recalled her scent. Suddenly, Peyton Parnell erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "This is fate. This is destiny." The ultimate showdown between experiment number 34 and experiment number 35, a battle between kings. This psychological deviant referred to his mutated self as experiment number 35. He indeed had a flair for the dramatic. Lu Huai observed the unfolding battle from the shadows. Even without his spider sense, he could discern that Peyton Parnell was significantly stronger than the vampire he had slain previously. Gwen might not be his match. Although he did not understand why those bitten by spiders underwent such differing transformations, it mattered little. Lu Huai was prepared to intervene. He felt an almost uncontrollable urge to act. Since he had dispatched that vampire, he had sensed a rise in his own thresholds. Ordinary humans no longer excited him. It was the monsters of legend from his previous life that stirred his desire for bloodshed. As Lu Huai pondered, Peyton Parnell charged towards Gwen, shattering the smooth surface of the floor beneath him, sending shards flying and cutting the face of a nearby delivery person. The delivery worker, bewildered, thought, "I just came to deliver some fried noodles. How did I end up in this situation?" He contemplated calling the police, but before he could dial, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and collapsed to the ground. "Sleep well. Don't let those useless beings interfere," Lu Huai said as he activated his linguistic spirit. Outside the apartment, as Peyton Parnell lunged forward, Gwen swiftly turned, shooting out webs and leaping onto the high-rise behind her, then soaring between the buildings. She intended to lure him to an open space. Lu Huai followed suit. If one were to draw parallels between the abilities of the Sword of Linguistic Spirit and Magneto, Lu Huai should manage to achieve flight through magnetic manipulation. However, his attempts had proven fruitless. He could not fly directly. Instead, he could only control metal to assist his flight, akin to the legendary art of sword flight. At that moment, Lu Huai stood upon a manhole cover, traversing between the buildings. However, with his linguistic spirit activated, he appeared in the dim night as nothing more than an unremarkable manhole cover soaring through the air. The manhole cover hero, Lu Huai's use of the linguistic spirit. The vacuum snake did not drain his mental energy as described in the original text. Like the scythe weasel, it incurred almost no cost. Thus, he continuously maintained these two linguistic spirits to track the spider duo's positions. The two of them, one pursuing and the other fleeing, could both shoot webs from their arms. Though one had previously used the fighting techniques taught by George to defeat two small-time thugs, this was her first experience in such a form of real combat. A peculiar sensation engulfed her entire mind, incessantly reminding her of the imminent danger. She was oblivious to Patton's motives for wanting her dead, nor did she know if she could prevail against him. All she desired was to flee. Ideally, she would elude that creature entirely, but if that proved impossible, she would seek a secluded spot to confront him. Although her amiable neighbor, Mr. Lu Huai, claimed he could lend a hand, she remained skeptical. As Gwen swung through the air, she glanced back only to discover that Patton had inexplicably grown 6 arms, simultaneously launching web attacks at her. Such a monstrosity was surely beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to contend with. Thankfully, she had leapt from the window in advance, diverting the creature's attention. It was fortunate that this beast was solely after her. This meant that the handsome young man and her family were safe, right? A colossal web shattered Gwen's thoughts. It descended from above, enveloping her head. This forced Gwen to alter her trajectory, but in that fleeting moment, a gust of wind swept past her ear, and the brown creature's form came into view. Patton had caught up with her. Chapter 16. The Phantom Spider, the Man-Eating Ogre, 2, with a deafening crash. Gwen Stacy's petite frame was as if struck by a speeding locomotive. Patton Parnell had undergone complete spider transformation, his body now twice the size of Gwen's, his steel-like limbs gripping her shoulders and pinning her against a wall, towering several meters high. "My dear Experiment 34, why do you run?" Patton's voice, now a discordant blend of hoarse and shrill, was grating to the ear, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. Gwen felt like a small insect ensnared by a giant spider, half her face pressed against the wall, her mind swirling with a myriad of questions and exclamations, yet momentarily at a loss for words. Just as she hesitated, Patton lifted her effortlessly with one hand, while the other tore away her white hood. "You are so beautiful. Your face should not be concealed." Patton's grotesque head, adorned with 8 blood-red eyes, leaned closer to Gwen as he spoke with an unsettling tenderness. "Gwen," she attempted to call his name. "How did you become this way? What on earth happened to you? Do we not experience the same fate?" Patton replied, "You were bitten by a spider at that exhibition as well, weren't you? This is why we share an unspoken bond, allowing me to sense your location. Gwen Stacy, we are destined to be together. What do you intend to do?" Gwen gathered her strength covertly. "To realize my long-held desire, I wish to merge our beings." Patton extended his tongue, attempting to lick her. "Wait, Patton." Gwen turned her head away. "That is rather repulsive. Perhaps we could find a more tranquil place to discuss this? Do you enjoy coffee or hot cocoa?" Patton abruptly halted, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, this was hardly a suitable dining locale. He grasped Gwen and descended to the ground. Gulme, I shall take you home. Enveloped in a web cocoon, with only her head exposed, Gwen was hoisted by Patton, soaring through the air. The first time a boy brought me home, it turned out to be such a scene that I would be haunted by it for a lifetime. Gwen, while secretly searching for an opportunity, allowed herself to be carried by Patton to a solitary residence. Is this your home? It's quite unique. You don't have any siblings lurking inside, do you? Gwen could distinctly smell a pungent scent of blood emanating from within the door. Patton opened the door with one hand, revealing a dimly lit interior that exuded a chilling coldness. Gwen, aided by the moonlight and street lamps, discerned the horrors within, swaying cobwebs, viscous fluids, and dismembered limbs. It was nothing short of slaughterhouse. Shocked, Gwen recalled Patton's words. He was bitten by the spider on the same day as her. In just this brief span of one day, how many lives had he taken? A sudden chill ran down Gwen's spine as she belatedly felt the grip of fear. She had to escape, unable to fight him. She could only seek a chance to flee. Gradually, she composed herself and pondered her advantages. She had undergone a spider mutation, and so had he. She possessed immense strength. Yet he was larger than her. She was agile, but he was swifter. Damn it. Gwen began to grasp what it truly meant to be born into an unfair world. Calm down. Upon reflection, she realized she still held an advantage. She was a woman. But she was a healthy, heterosexual, meat-loving white woman. Damn it. This could hardly be politically correct. This was no film. Patton, calm down. We should have to reach this point. In that moment, Gwen could only engage in verbal sparring. No, we have indeed reached this point. Patton suspended Gwen from the ceiling, turning his back to her as his body gradually shrank back to human form. If it weren't for that spider, we would never have this face-to-face conversation. You wouldn't even know my name, would you? Once restored to his human form, Patton switched on the light and smiled in Gwen's direction. Welcome to my home, Gwen Stacy. Patton was taken aback. The girl once ensnared in webs had vanished. The spider's instincts triggered instantaneously, and a chair was yanked from the side by a strand of webbing. Patton raised his powerful arm to block the collapsing chair, glaring at the corner, where Gwen had managed to regain her freedom, hanging upside down. It seems we can't communicate anymore. Gwen launched a flurry of webbing. But I still have something to say. As you mentioned, I nearly forgot your full name, considering we hardly interacted at school, and I'm not one to remember names well. Gwen maneuvered across the ceiling, evading Patton's grasp once more. But I just remembered when you were bullied. I believe I came to your aid, didn't I? Gwen looked down at Patton from her vantage point. Is this how you treat those who have helped you? Stop talking. Patton retorted angrily. Do you really think you helped me? No. After that incident, nothing changed. They continued to discriminate against and bully me. It was that spider that saved me. The spider bestowed upon me strength, and I crushed their skulls. The greater the power, the greater the fear. And you are merely an experimental subject for my observation. Observation? Are you referring to voyeurism? Do you often spy on me? Gwen moved around the room, acknowledging, admit it. You are a pitiable psychopath. The spider mutation has merely amplified your perversion. Silence. Silence. Patton transformed once more into his spider form, attempting to seize Gwen. But as he moved again, he found his entire body ensnared. Gwen had filled the room with webs, each strand meticulously placed, interwoven like chains of enchantment, silently binding Patton in the center of the house. Gwen had another advantage, her academic excellence, consistently at the top of her class. She had never seen Patton Parnell's name among the top 10 rankings. It was only then that Gwen descended from the ceiling, facing Patton. I do not know what you have endured. If your past has been tragic, I feel sorry for you. But this is not my doing, so stop making excuses. Gwen glanced around, walked to the landline, intending to call the police. She had yet to unlock the skill of killing, and indeed found it difficult to take action. Murder is not easy, even against a monster. You are right. I should not make excuses. Patton's voice echoed behind her. I must confront my inner self. I am a psychopath, a sadist, a voyeur. I have killed many, tearing them apart. And now, Gwen Stacy, I wish to possess you, to devour you. Gwen turned around to find Patton's form swelling once again. He grasped several resilient strands of web, tearing them from the walls. Damn it, this is outrageous. Gwen couldn't help but curse. She leapt high, only to be ensnared by two swiftly flying webs that stuck to her hands. Then, the 8-armed spider creature lunged before Gwen. its razor-sharp fangs slowly opening like a bloodthirsty warrior's. This is the end, Gwen thought. But suddenly, there came a knock at the door, and a familiar voice politely inquired, "Is anyone home?" Chapter 17. Unexpected gains for a fleeting moment. Gwen was engulfed in confusion. Her mind was filled with a myriad of questions. Why did being bitten by a spider grant superpowers? Why was Patton Parnell so much stronger than her? Why did he want to consume her? And why did her good neighbor's voice echo here? Gwen was bewildered, and Patton Parnell was equally perplexed. He temporarily abandoned his intention to devour Gwen. Turning to the door and opening it, Gwen peered through the gap and saw the visitor. Indeed, it was her good neighbor, Lu Huai. He sported a head of dark hair, looking as handsome as ever, dressed in an exquisite suit, seemingly carrying a knife on his back. Lu Huai exchanged a glance with Gwen Stacy, then raised his gaze towards the towering Patton Parnell, a figure half again his height, and a faint smile graced his lips as he uttered a sharp sound. Bang! In that fleeting moment, the spider sense blared alarmingly as a colossal excavator plummeted from the heavens, crashing through the roof. Bang! The wall panels shattered instantaneously, debris and splinters mingling with dust, erupting outward in a chaotic explosion. It was as if the very fire elements surrounding them had ignited in an instant, a torrent of black and crimson energy engulfing the entire structure. Metal and flame danced together like perfectly synchronized partners, obliterating the spider's lair in a heartbeat. Gwen Stacy felt herself abruptly enveloped by someone just before the explosion, whisked away from the tempest and darkness, far from the battlefield. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself cradled in Lu Huai's arms, standing dozens of meters away, gazing at the distant flames. There she lay, nestled in Lu Huai's embrace. A multitude of questions swirling in her mind, yet she remained momentarily speechless. Did I not mention that I possess some skills? Lu Huai gently set Gwen down. She stood beside him, rubbing her sore thigh, and looked up at him, her mind consumed by a singular inquiry. Who exactly is this man? A mysterious Eastern figure endowed with remarkable abilities? Perhaps these questions could wait for another time. It seemed Lu Huai had perceived Gwen's thoughts. Following his gaze, she beheld a massive silhouette emerging slowly from the flames. It was not yet vanquished. Lu Huai had stealthily observed the combat prowess of the spider ogre, and perhaps due to its overindulgence in human flesh, it was far stronger than the current Gwen Stacy. The recent attack had merely been a token gesture. Patton Parnell stepped forth from the flames, glaring fiercely at Lu Huai, his imposing frame bearing numerous new wounds. One of his arms lay severed, while the remaining limbs flailed like withered twigs in the air. Gwen Stacy steeled herself, raising her fists, preparing for battle. Yet just as she focused her mind on the impending confrontation, a hard object collided with her left chest. Instinctively, she grasped it, realizing it was the knife from Lu Huai's back. He removed it and thrust it into her embrace. I cannot wield this, Gwen began to protest, but she noticed Lu Huai had already gripped the hilt, drawing the blade from its sheath. He merely required her assistance to hold the scabbard. You cannot slay it. Stand back. Lu Huai hoisted the long sword onto his shoulder and stepped forward toward the spider ogre. It is perilous, Gwen instinctively cautioned. Lu Huai halted, turning to face her, his golden eyes shimmering with an uncontainable exhilaration. I too, he declared. Gwen was taken aback. This was the first time she had witnessed him in such a state. The golden brilliance in his eyes shone like the sun, yet his demeanor bore a haunting duality, as if both angel and demon were manifest upon his countenance. Gwen Stacy's expression was grave, as if she were a mere spectator thrust into this scene, compelled to witness the unfolding drama. The actor who had placed her here was wielding a knife, charging towards the colossal arachnid creature. The distance between them dwindled as Lu Huai swung his blade, creating a gust of air that was narrowly evaded by Patton. Simultaneously, Patton unleashed a web, which Lu Huai skillfully dodged. In quick succession, Lu Huai struck again, the sound of his blade slicing through the air resonating in the night, inflicting a wound upon one of Patton's hands. Patton let out a piercing scream, baring his bloodied fangs at Lu Huai. In response, Lu Huai positioned his knife defensively against Patton's vicious jaws. The two commenced a fierce struggle. Lu Huai, exhilarated to the point of entering a state of heightened awareness, found that Patton's strength was formidable, perhaps even superior. They clashed in the darkness, their suits torn. revealing sinewy muscles beneath. Lu Huai's golden eyes glinted with ferocity, a smile creeping onto his lips. This was combat, a battle of life and death, a clash of monsters. Their speed intensified until they appeared as mere phantoms beneath the moonlight. Lu Huai felt an exhilarating surge throughout his being, his mind clear and his dragon blood boiling. He began to laugh uncontrollably, a terrifying cackle that echoed in Gwen Stacy's ears. It was then that Gwen finally grasped the meaning behind Lu Huai's earlier declaration of kinship. One was her good classmate, the other her cherished neighbor. How wondrous this sensation was. Lu, Gwen suddenly cried out, as she witnessed Patton's strike Lu Huai's knife from his grasp, sending it soaring into the sky, while several of Patton's other limbs seized Lu Huai's arms and neck. Although Lu Huai's strength was burgeoning, fueled by the awakened heart of the dragon, the arachnid ogre's 8 eyes granted it an omniscient vantage point, allowing it to counter attacks from all directions. Despite the loss of one arm, Patton maintained an advantage over Lu Huai, who was limited to his 2 arms and 2 legs. Without the use of spoken magic, defeating it would prove quite challenging. Yet the distinction between man and beast lies in the former's ability to wield tools. Having enjoyed the thrill of battle, it was now Lu Huai's turn to conclude the conflict. After all, he had been orchestrating the entire encounter from the outset. Word spirit, flame of the ruler. The savage elements ignited with fury. A towering pillar of fire erupted from the ground. Patton Paniel found no escape as flames engulfed him, wrapping both him and Lu Huai in a fiery embrace at the moment of ignition. However, as the wielder, Lu Huai remained unharmed within this domain. Thus, only Patton Paniel bore the brunt of the damage. The scorching shockwave and explosive force propelled them into the air, the ascending spider creature colliding with the descending arachnid. Patton's grip faltered due to the blast, relinquishing his hold on Lu Huai, who seized the opportunity to grasp Patton in return. Then, suspended in midair, she executed a challenging maneuver, ensnaring Patton's neck with her legs, effectively positioning herself atop him. With a final flourish, she raised her hand and seized the spider's throat. "Rest in peace, monster!" Lu Huai leaned down, looking down upon Patton's head with an air of dominance, his hands gripping the blade as he plunged it downward, piercing through the skull. A wretched scream reverberated throughout the starry expanse, followed by the resounding thud of a colossal weight crashing to the ground. The earth shattered upon impact, and the tempestuous winds carried the swirling dust outward, obscuring the sky. Gwen stepped back a couple of paces, shielding her face with her arm, until, after several seconds, the howling winds subsided, allowing the surroundings to gradually calm. She gazed towards where they had fallen, discerning 2 silhouettes, one tall and one short, and, mustering her courage, she approached, her vision sharpening with each step. In that moment, it seemed as though she beheld a living oil painting. Amidst the fiery ruins, the battered spider demon knelt on the ground, a blade embedded in its head, while before it stood a muscular man with his torso bare, his disheveled hair obscuring half his face. Yet through the strands, a radiant glow emanated, revealing a pair of golden eyes. "Lu," Gwen softly called out, uncertain if she should draw nearer to Lu Huai. After all, he appeared so foreign and fearsome at that moment. Lu Huai did not respond to Gwen's call. Blood from Patton Purnell had just splattered onto the corner of his mouth, and he instinctively licked it, reassured by the fact that he had activated the blood of the word spirit, rendering him immune to all poisons. Yet, unexpectedly, a scroll unfurled in his mind, revealing a line of small text. "Congratulations, you have triggered keyword evolution, unlocking the forbidden technique of blood fury." Chapter 18. Blood fury and bulletproof suits. Lu Huai was astonished by this unexpected gain. This marked the first instance of unlocking a second time before the time refresh, achieving 2 unlocks within a single day. It appeared that his understanding of the system was still woefully insufficient. This unlocking was triggered by keyword evolution, undoubtedly related to the spider ogre before him. Since being bitten by the spider, it had begun to evolve. Every human it consumed granted it additional evolution. If left unchecked, one could only speculate the extent of its future evolution. Lu Huai was uncertain whether it was his act of slaying it that triggered the keyword or if it was due to ingesting its blood. Regardless, this discovery presented him with a new realm of possibilities for existence in this world. In the original narrative, blood fury is a forbidden technique known as the path to godhood, a method that enhances the purity of dragon lineage by diminishing human will. When activated, the various latent traits belonging to dragons within the body are awakened, amplifying not only physical attributes but also the potency of the word spirits. Moreover, the higher the lineage, the greater the augmentation. Throughout each stage of blood fury, a transformation into dragon form occurs, with the degree of transformation escalating alongside the intensity of the blood fury. However, it is deemed a forbidden technique in the original tale due to its nature as a life-draining skill, with each instance of blood fury subject to a time limit. Nonetheless, it bears the advantage that once activated, those word spirits capable of advancement can level up during the process of blood fury. The dark illumination can ascend to the realm of the Vajra world, while the scythe weasel can evolve into a blood-sucking scythe, and the vacuum serpent can transform into the king serpent. This is akin to acquiring 3 new skills. With life exchanged for power. Luke, could you hear my words? It was not until Gwen called him once more that he took a deep breath, slowly turning his head, during which his golden eyes began to fade. Are you all right? Gwen inquired from a distance. I am perfectly fine. Lu Huai drew forth the spider cutter and smiled at Gwen, brimming with vitality. The spider cutter had absorbed and imprisoned the soul of Peyton Penale, becoming a true spirit blade, and it had gained an additional ability, silk. Having satisfied his desires and acquired new capabilities, how could he not feel invigorated? Let's proceed. My face is about to collapse. Lu Huai retrieved the sheath from Gwen's embrace, and they returned together to the system space. Gwen glanced back at Peyton Penale's lifeless form and jogged a few steps to catch up with Lu Huai, though she feigned disinterest, asking, "Don't you wish to explain why a mere online writer possesses such abilities?" Lu Huai looked at Gwen. Are you truly not curious? Gwen replied, I am on the verge of exploding with curiosity. As you can see, I too possess somewhat extraordinary abilities. Lu Huai shrugged. Are you a mutant? Gwen queried. Indeed. Lu Huai preferred not to elaborate on the origin of his powers. Being a mutant served as a convenient guise. He turned to Gwen and asked earnestly, would you discriminate against me? The discord between mutants and humans has endured for ages. Even though the efforts of figures like Professor X have fostered a semblance of coexistence in this era, deep-seated biases and fears linger between the two factions. People fear the formidable mutants while looking down upon those who are weaker or physically impaired. Lu Huai's recently displayed prowess certainly did not categorize him as feeble, nor did it render him a target for scorn. He posed the question merely to morally bind Gwen. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Gwen quickly waved her hands. How could I ever discriminate? You are so powerful and have saved my life. That is reassuring. Lu Huai offered a bittersweet smile. You are truly kind. You are concealing your identity to avoid trouble, aren't you? Gwen surmised. Lu Huai did not deny it. Then just now Gwen hesitated. I followed you out of concern for your safety. I didn't think much of it at the time. Lu Huai lied effortlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Gwen was taken aback, an inexplicable warmth blossoming in her heart. She could not precisely identify the sensation, but it felt comforting. Thank you. Gwen sincerely expressed her gratitude to Lu Huai and earnestly assured him, do not worry. I will keep your secret. Lu Huai halted, gazing at Gwen, and simply said, thank you. Suddenly, Gwen raised her pinky finger. Lu Huai asked, what is that for? It's a pinky swear. Gwen replied, I heard this is the most sacred promise ritual among the Huaxia people. Lu Huai thought to himself, dear girl, you must have misheard. That is a child-esque game. However, perhaps in the hearts of children, Gwen was not entirely mistaken. Thus, Lu Huai raised his finger, colluding with Gwen. A promise sealed with a pinky swear. Never to change for 100 years. From now on, we shall be like grasshoppers in the same boat. Gwen transformed back into that somewhat abstract little beauty. Mr. Lu, please take care of me. Miss Stacy, do not stand on ceremony. Lu Huai smiled. The two returned to the apartment and then parted ways. The next morning, a knock echoed from the door. Lu Huai opened it to find a courier standing outside, delivering a package to him. Upon returning indoors and unwrapping the parcel, he discovered a tailored suit. The bulletproof suit he had customized at the Hellfire Club had arrived sooner than expected. Trying on, he found it fit remarkably well, a testament to the craftsmanship of the club's tailors. While he was admiring himself in the mirror, another knock sounded at the door. The visitor was a short-haired, efficient woman clad in black, holding a document folder. Who might you be? Lu Huai inquired. I am Maria Hill. She introduced herself. here to sign a cooperation agreement on behalf of Nick Fury, who is unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. You are indeed quite efficient, Lu Huai replied, amused, please. Gumin, no need to enter. Please review the agreement and sign if everything is in order. Hill seemed to embody decisiveness, handing Lu Huai the agreement along with a pen. Lu Huai, not wishing to be rude, took the contract back into the room and casually placed it on the table, opting not to examine it immediately, but rather to wash an apple first. Would you like an apple? Lu Huai offered, shaking the fruit in his hand. We have limited time. Please expedite the process, Hill replied, her expression stern. Only then did Lu Huai take the apple in his mouth and open the document folder. Stealing a glance at Hill, she was indeed quite attractive, yet her personality paled in comparison to her cinematic counterpart. He quickly skimmed through the agreement. On the surface, it seemed acceptable, but Nick Fury was no fool, possessing more tricks than he had hair. Fortunately, Lu Huai's initial intention was merely to lead them around a bit. He picked up the pen and inscribed his name, Herzog. Just then, the door across the hall swung open, and Gwen Stacy emerged. Upon seeing Hill, she paused momentarily before her gaze drifted to Lu Huai, who was munching on the apple. Gwen greeted Hill, who merely offered a cold glance in return, remaining silent. How rude, Gwen muttered, brushing past Hill and entering Lu Huai's living room, whispering, Who is she? A partner, Lu Huai replied candidly. Are you publishing a novel? Gwen exclaimed in surprise. Not that kind of partner, Lu Huai began, but Gwen understood. Not in the capacity of an online writer. Then it must be in connection to mutants. Her demeanor shifted to one of caution. She isn't here to take you away, is she? Gwen asked, her vigilance heightened. The authorities had long established some form of mutant management agency, tasked with overseeing and containing those whose abilities were uncontrollable. I said she is a partner, Lu Huai shrugged. Indeed, it appears that you must exercise caution. Gwen cast a glance at Hill standing by the door and remarked, Thanks to Topton Purnell, our classes have been suspended. Oh, he responded. It seems he may have eliminated several bullies within the school, and their unfortunate fates have likely come to light, prompting the institution to suspect an assassination plot targeting members of our class. Gwen shrugged. Now we are all required to attend classes from home. Congratulations, Lu Huai interjected. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor as a middle-aged man in a white uniform approached, only to halt at his doorstep upon noticing a woman with short black hair. The neighbor's door stood ajar, and the woman appeared to be waiting for someone. The middle-aged man scrutinized her, and as their eyes met, he unexpectedly caught sight of his daughter through the open door. Gwen, George whispered, calling out his daughter's name. How unfortunate. Gwen grimaced as she rose and walked toward George. Dad, why are you back so suddenly? I received a message from your teacher, he replied. This time, George did not feel jealousy over Gwen's closeness to Lu Huai. Instead, he gazed at her with concern. I have taken over your classmate's case. Rest assured, we will apprehend the perpetrator, and no matter what transpires, your mother and I will be by your side. Unbeknownst to George, he was unaware that the murderer had perished the previous night, having had a confrontation with his beloved daughter. At that moment, he simply wished for Gwen to remain unafraid. Lu Huai also approached the door, returning the contract to Hill, and addressed George and Stacy. Mr. Stacy, please be assured that Miss Stacy is quite safe. George scanned Lu Huai and Hill with curious eyes, inquiring, Who is this? To be frank, he held no objections to his daughter dating, but he hoped she would not place her trust in the wrong person. Although Lu Huai and Gwen were entirely innocent, in the eyes of George, the protective father, he had already regarded Lu Huai as a potential romantic interest for his daughter. The reason Miss Stacy is safe, Lu Huai articulated, is that the monstrous serial killer has been terminated by her. Simultaneously, Hill, Gwen, and George turned their gazes toward Lu Huai, each with differing thoughts. Hill, a capable agent under Nick Fury, immediately grasped the situation, his expression turning serious as he collaborated with Lu Huai, affirming, indeed, this young lady is very safe. As he spoke, he produced an identification badge emblazoned with the full name of S.H.A.E.L.D. Although Hill was yet unaware of the precise nature of Lu Huai's statement, he emphasized the term monster, suggesting that S.H.I.L.D.'s other operatives must already be on high alert. Upon seeing the badge, George furrowed his brow. S.H.I.L.D. was not widely recognized in this world, yet coincidentally, George, a man of considerable experience, had heard of it before. In his youth, he had handled 2 incidents involving monstrous killings, both of which had ultimately been taken over by S.H.L.D. If this short-haired woman was indeed affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., then his good neighbor. Before George could inquire further, Lu Huai had already closed the door. Even Hill, who had initially been reluctant to enter, stepped inside. Lu Huai briefly recounted the events to Hill, who appeared somewhat astonished upon hearing them. The initial intelligence suggested that Lu Huai's abilities were akin to Magneto's, allowing him to manipulate magnetic fields or merely control metal. Later, Nick Fury speculated that he possessed some capacity to sense his surroundings, but it now seemed he also had the power to control fire. With each additional ability, Lu Huai's assessment within S.H.I.E.L.D. elevated him further. "I understand," Hill remarked. "Thank you for everything you've done. We will dispatch someone to take over this case." "Thank you?" Lu Huai shot her a glance. If gratitude was warranted, he would prefer something more tangible. It seemed Hill was merely offering polite words. Indeed, he realized he had spoken too freely. Maria Hill's approval rating, 1. "What do you desire?" she inquired. "I would like your assistance with a small favor," Lu Huai replied. "Help me secure the position of Kingpin." He refrained from elaborating on who Kingpin was. If S.H.L., an agency focused on intelligence, was unaware of such a figure, they might as well disband. Hill remained silent for 2 seconds before responding. "This should not be difficult for you, I presume?" Though the comics portrayed Kingpin as a formidable figure that instilled fear, he was ultimately just an ordinary man, lacking any extraordinary traits aside from his ruthless methods and a modicum of intellect. His reputation as Spider-Man's adversary relied heavily on Peter Parker's compassion. "Of course it's not difficult, but your assistance would certainly facilitate matters," Lu Huai stated. "If possible, I wish to resolve this matter tonight, so I can promptly assist you with another task." "What task?" Hill was taken aback that Lu Huai would proactively offer to aid S.H.L.D. From her brief acquaintance with him, he did not strike her as the altruistic type. Lu Huai fixed his gaze on Hill, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and declared, "To rescue Tony Stark." Chapter 19. Kingpin and the Life Foundation rescue Tony Stark? Maria Hill stared at Lu Huai. "On what grounds do you believe we intend to rescue him? And why do you use the term rescue?" "Just a guess," Lu Huai shrugged. "To be honest, I'm not certain how accurate my guess is, but it seems I was correct in assuming you are indeed searching for Tony Stark. Different parallel universes unfold various narratives. Lu Huai merely speculated based on his understanding of his own universe. Certain characters, due to their uniqueness, often share similar experiences across most universes. For example, the majority of Tony Starks are reborn in that cave. Most Peter Parkers lose Uncle Ben. And most Stephen Strange experience unrequited love, among other pivotal moments. However, Lu Huai's decision to rescue Tony was not motivated by any desire to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. in their endeavors. Tony Stark had been missing for nearly 2 months, and Stark Industries had publicly announced a reward for his return, enlisting various private detectives and mercenaries. Just last night, the Hellfire Club updated their search for Tony Stark, offering a bounty that placed him at the top of the list. Indeed, the Stark Group is truly affluent, although the root of the issue lies within the organization itself. That individual must feign a sense of urgency to locate Tony. Lu Huai initially intended to earn a modest sum and then withdraw, yet these 10 targets are undeniably enticing, particularly as this money is almost within his grasp. I suspect that Tony Stark's disappearance is linked to peril, perhaps being held captive by terrorists who are coercing him into manufacturing missiles. As for the accuracy of my conjectures, time will reveal the truth. As Lu Huai spoke, he offered Maria Hill an apple. Hill paused momentarily before responding. "I need to consult with my superiors. By all means. My office is devoid of listening devices. I trust Nick Fury has conducted a sweep during his last visit," Lu Huai replied, stepping aside. Hill approached the window and dialed a number. Simultaneously, the magical incantation was initiated. "I am with Herzog. He has signed the contract, but that is of little consequence. What matters is that Hill succinctly conveyed her recent dialogue with Lu Huai to Nick Fury. After a brief silence, Fury responded, acquiesced to his request. Throughout the exchange, no extraneous information was disclosed, only that which Lu Huai was already privy to or on the verge of uncovering. Hill hung up the phone and approached Lu Huai, stating, We can assist you, but we cannot deploy excessive resources from S. H. I. E. L. D. Lu Huai acknowledged, I understand. After all, S. H. I. E. L. D. is under the dominion of Hydra. Even Nick Fury, as director, is merely an employee. The two then briefly discussed the specifics of their collaboration before Hill decisively descended the stairs, swiftly entered her vehicle, and departed. At the Stacy residence, George observed Hill driving away through the window. He had just received notification that the case had indeed been handed over to a higher authority. Concurrently, he had sought information regarding his seemingly innocuous neighbor, but found nothing. No records, no traces, no past. On his phone, his colleague's call remained connected. That individual you mentioned might be an undocumented immigrant. I will investigate further. That won't be necessary, George replied. Thank you for your efforts. After hanging up, George exhaled a sigh of relief, as he had nearly confirmed that Lu Huai was also affiliated with S. H. I. L. D. After all, it was improbable that he was truly an illegal resident. Another call came in, notifying George of a shooting incident nearby. He offered Gwen some safety advice before departing in a police vehicle. Not long after George's departure, Gwen knocked on Lu Huai's door once more. Lu Huai, who was preparing to take a nap, opened the door to let her in, remarking, "Next time, you could simply climb through the window. I left it open for you." Gwen retorted, "You make me sound like a dog." "Or you could have this," Lu Huai said, handing her a key. "In any case, next time, you need knock." "Does this mean we are cohabiting?" Gwen inquired. "It is a shared tenancy," Lu Huai replied. "Cohabitation implies sharing a bed." "Shall we? Now, would you like a shower?" Gwen teased. "Why not?" Lu Huai responded playfully. The brash woman quickly retreated, hastening to craft her battle attire. Meanwhile, Lu Huai chose to indulge in some much-needed rest. As night fell, Lu Huai unlocked a tranquilizer dart and allowed Gwen to weave it home while he donned his attire and stepped out. Jean Bing summoned the members of the Underworld Alliance for a meeting, deeming it time to meet his future subordinates. Upon reaching the base of his apartment building, Lu Huai noticed a vehicle parked by the roadside with its windows rolled down. Inside, two women occupied the front seats, one of whom was Maria Hill. As Lu Huai approached, he observed a younger girl seated in the back. Hill introduced Lu Huai to the woman in the driver's seat, known by the codename Iron Rider, and the girl in the back, referred to as Quake. It was only upon hearing these aliases that Lu Huai was able to associate them with the information in his mind. Iron Rider, whose true name was Melinda, was an agent of S. H. I. E. L. D., lacking superpowers but excelling as a formidable fighter. Her reputation stemmed from a past incident where she single-handedly rescued a team of inept S. H. I. L. D. agents from the clutches of superhumans, earning her the moniker Iron Rider. Quake, on the other hand, was Daisy Johnson, a member of the Inhumans endowed with the innate ability to generate shockwaves. In the comics, both women were trusted confidants of Nick Fury, which underscored Fury's genuine intent in this collaboration. However, Lu Huai felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He inquired, "Are there only the three of you?" His request for assistance from S. H. I. E. L. D. was certainly not a simple matter of eliminating Jean Bing. Such a feat could be accomplished with a mere flick of his finger. Rather, he sought to leverage S. H. I. E. L. D's capabilities to swiftly seize control over Jean Bing's enterprises and expedite the transfer of power. Such disregard is intolerable, Mel. "I wouldn't stand for it if I were you," Daisy Johnson interjected from the back seat. Hill then handed Lu Huai a dossier, urging him to enter the vehicle. The file contained Jean Bing as personal information along with details of all his enterprises, including the safe houses he had established. As Lu Huai perused the documents, he heard Hill remark, "We are here to assist you." Rumors suggest that Jean Bing is merely an ordinary man, yet intelligence indicates otherwise. Setting aside his numerous weapons factories, he also controls an organization known as the Life Foundation. A month ago, they reportedly retrieved something from outer space and have been conducting clandestine experiments. Coincidentally, 2 days ago, an explosion occurred at the Life Foundation, resulting in the demise of all personnel involved. Notably, the majority of these deaths were not attributed to the explosion itself. As Lu Huai listened to Hill, he examined the dossier, which included several photographs depicting the gruesome fates of the deceased, as if they had been savaged by beasts. With many lacking heads, Hill continued, Our current conclusion is that Jin Bing is utilizing the Foundation to research a form of secret weapon from outer space. One that is exceedingly dangerous. We remain uncertain whether he has fully harnessed its power. This exemplifies the advantage of collaborating with SHILD. Lu Huai, despite his past as a veterinarian, had primarily acted as a butcher, and gathering intelligence was a weakness of his. The imminent acquisition of the Snake Shield is within reach. Hill refers to the research conducted by the Life Foundation as a secret weapon. Yet Lu Huai is aware that those symbiotes hail from outer space. However, he had not anticipated that in this universe, the Life Foundation is also a domain of Kingpin's enterprises. Notably, it seems there have been instances in comics where Kingpin merged with Venom, even managing to deliver a beating to Spider-Man. Having grasped this, let us proceed. Lu Huai gathered the documents and provided Hill with an address. Regardless of the circumstances, having 3 beautiful women as drivers and bodyguards would at least serve as a FAA. The car roared to life, then came to a halt. Upon reaching their destination, Hell's Kitchen, they found themselves before a dilapidated church. Chapter 20. The Gang Alliance in Hell's Kitchen. The abandoned church loomed desolate from the outside. Yet the interior was ablaze with light. The elite henchmen of various gangs stood guard outside, awaiting their respective leaders. The man in the blue suit had also arrived. Upon spotting Lu Huai, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Boss, you finally made it." They have all already entered. His gaze then fell upon the 3 striking women accompanying Lu Huai, stirring a wave of curiosity within him. Yet, he understood the boundaries of inquiry and quickly diverted his gaze. "Shall we proceed inside?" Lu Huai addressed the 3 women behind him. "Boss, only you can enter," the blue-suited man timidly reminded him. "Understood." Lu Huai nodded, leading the 3 women forward. As they approached the entrance, they were halted for search and reminded once more that only he could enter. Lu Huai glanced back at Hill, receiving an affirming look before shaking his head. "You all are quite something." Inside the church stood a massive round table, surrounded by 5 individuals: Mr. Film, the leader of the Demon Gang; Puzzle, the head of the Cutting Board Gang; Tombstone, the leader of the Blackstone Gang; Waterbelly Snake, the head of the Viper Gang; and Kingpin, the Underground Empire Sovereign. "It is unexpected that hammerhead fellow has been slain," remarked the aged Waterbelly Snake. "I had long advised him to adopt a more discreet approach." Hearing that he had been placed on a hit list, the scarred Puzzle glanced at Mr. Film. "It is widely known that the Magneto and Demon Gangs are archenemies. If not for the alliance agreement, they would likely clash several times a day. Do not look to me. I have no interest in such endeavors," Mr. Film replied coldly. "The new arrival is already late," Tombstone noted, glancing at the clock. "This meeting is undoubtedly convened for him. I hear he has yet to greet Kingpin since replacing Hammerhead," Waterbelly Snake remarked. "To teach him some manners, perhaps?" Puzzle suggested. "I have heard he is a mutant. If he were indeed a mutant of remarkable abilities, he would scarcely concern himself with the likes of the Magneto," Tombstone stated. "Rest assured, Kingpin will instruct him in the ways of the world." No sooner had he spoken than the wooden doors swung open. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Lu Huai entered, followed by 3 women. "Good evening, everyone," he proclaimed as he confidently took a seat, locking his gaze onto the man cloaked in shadows across from him. Though it was their first encounter, Lu Huai's discerning eye swiftly recognized each individual present, their features unmistakable. The man known as Puzzle bore a visage marred by scars, while Tombstone, a black man afflicted by albinism, stood nearby. Water Viper donned a deep green suit, and Mr. Negative, clad in white, had skin the color of ash, resembling a figure imprinted on a film. The final figure, shrouded in darkness, could only be Jin Bing himself. It was evident that this man was not one to adhere to decorum. Puzzle sneered. "Did no one inform you that only one person is permitted to enter?" "Indeed," Lu Huai replied, reclining in a chair. "Thus I eliminated them." The atmosphere became tense, the air thickening as silence enveloped the church, all eyes converging on Lu Huai like strands of lantern noodles. "Child, this is not a place for jest," Water Viper admonished, removing his hat and fixing his stare on Lu Huai. Without uttering a word, Lu Huai simply clapped twice. The grand doors of the church swung open once more, and 2 round objects were tossed inside. They were the severed heads of the guards. Expressions shifted dramatically across the faces of those present. This young man, with his pronounced brow and large eyes, was playing for keeps. "What have you done?" A deep voice emerged from the shadows. marking the first time he spoke since taking his seat. Total annihilation, Lu Huai whispered, "You are surrounded." The man in the shadows spoke again, "What do you desire?" "Everything," Lu Huai replied. "All? The Magia gang is merely the beginning. You have had your sights on us from the outset, have you not?" "You could say that." In truth, Lu Huai's intentions have been somewhat spontaneous, largely aimed at eradicating nuisances. However, given the inquiry, he opted to ride the wave. The final question from the man in the shadows was, "Who are you?" "I am Lu Huai." He paused for a moment. "I am Batman." The silence that followed was deafening. The man in the shadows exhaled a heavy sigh. "You are not suited for the League. Make your move." The resonance of his voice echoed through the church, while the three women behind Lu Huai remained vigilant, poised for action. Yet, the five mob leaders seated did not engage. They merely observed Lu Huai with intrigued expressions. Daisy Johnson also kept a watchful eye on the five, wary of any sudden movements from them. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound reached her ears, akin to a knife slicing through the air. In an instant, the sound transformed into a sharp thud as something struck the ground. Daisy turned to see a dagger lying on the floor. Suspended directly in front of her was a coin. Not only her, but Hill and May found themselves in a similar predicament. Lu Huai glanced down at the dagger on the ground, noting it was made of plastic. This illustrates the consequences of not concealing one's abilities. In a confrontation with superhumans, intelligence is of paramount importance. Foreknowledge of an opponent's powers allows for preemptive strategies to counter them. Just as now, due to Lu Huai's failure to obscure his capability of wielding the word spirit sword, vital information was divulged, prompting the adversary to promptly switch to weapons made of non-metallic materials. However, this was anticipated by Lu Huai. His powers would only multiply, and it sufficed to keep a few life-preserving abilities hidden. Employing a technique such as sword mastery in a clandestine manner is simply too unbecoming. It is a disgrace to our dignity. Witnessing this, several mob bosses narrowed their eyes with intrigue. Lu Huai cast a glance in a particular direction, from whence the dagger had been launched. The adversary believed they were a hidden assassin lurking in the shadows. Yet ever since Lu Huai entered the church, every movement had been under his meticulous control. "Second floor, 9 o'clock, Lu Huai informed Daisy. She instantly comprehended, raising her hands towards the indicated location to unleash a shockwave. The wooden railing shattered, splinters flying, as a figure was struck and fell from the upper floor. Lu Huai discerned the individual, a Caucasian male, with a target-shaped mark etched upon his forehead. Target I Lester, a loyal hound of Jean Bing, devoid of superpowers, yet akin to Hawkeye. He never missed his mark. Just as Lu Huai caught sight of him, a sudden wave of dark green smoke enveloped his vision. It was the water serpent releasing poison gas from his staff. The word spirit deep blood activated, and in an instant, Lu Huai's genetic sequence transformed, the lethal dragon's blood boiling within him. Drawing a deep breath, the toxic mist disintegrated upon entering his lungs, leaving no effect upon him. Word spirit deep blood, immune to all toxins. Simultaneously, the three women behind Lu Huai donned gas masks, having foreseen the abilities of their opponents and prepared accordingly. A pallid hand lunged forth from the thick fog. It was the gravestone. Lu Huai glimpsed through the smoke to see that the adversary had also equipped a gas mask. Both foes and allies clad in gas masks rendered the water serpent's efforts futile. Among the remaining individuals, the puzzle was merely a disfigured ordinary person, engaged in a struggle with Iron Knight May. Mr. Negative's abilities were quite peculiar. He possessed extraordinary physical prowess and could catalyze negative emotions in his targets through the release of negative energy, as well as materialize energy into solid weapons. At this moment, he conjured two white light swords to strike at Lu Huai. Daisy Johnson shattered the round table. The splintered wood shielded the gravestone and Mr. Negative. Hill drew her gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets ricocheted off the gravestone, which boasted impenetrable defensive capabilities and skin resistant to high temperatures. It appears that the abilities of everyone align closely with what Lu Huai had anticipated. Even if there are discrepancies, they are grounded in reason. Lu Huai refrained from prematurely revealing Jun Yan's abilities. Instead, he summoned the Spider Cut, intending to test his blade on this group of adversaries. In Chapter 21, The Uprising of Golden Coin, the church's round table lay in ruins, the poisonous mist gradually dissipating. Lu Huai drew his sword with fluid precision. Almost translucent threads erupted from the blade, akin to condensed sword energy, slicing through the lingering noxious fog, severing the wooden railings, and leaving deep gashes on the walls, ultimately anchoring themselves between the ceiling and the floor. This was the ability of the threads acquired by Spider-Cut after absorbing Patent Parnell. To be frank, I had no intention of killing you. Lu Huai, with one hand gripping his sword, stood on the left side of the church, flanked by 3 women, confronting several gang leaders across from him. You still have one last chance to plead for mercy. Were I in your position, I would seize this opportunity. The gang leaders exchanged glances, none daring to respond. The Tombstone, with a muffled grunt, clenched his fist and charged at Lu Huai like a heavily armored tank. Alas, what a pity. Lu Huai's downcast eyes suddenly lifted, revealing a pair of golden irises that shimmered faintly. The Shockwave woman raised her hands to unleash another wave, and Lu Huai simultaneously swung his sword. 2 nearly transparent threads shot forth, intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. The Tombstone, who had initially had a chance to evade the shockwave, found his path obstructed by the threads and was sent flying. Concurrently, a dozen gleaming silver coins ascended into the air, aimed at the others. At that moment, Hill also fired his weapon, plunging the scene into chaos, albeit only for a few fleeting seconds. The flying coins, spinning at high velocity, pierced through the scarred visage of the puzzle and the thigh of the water snake, thanks to the precise targeting of the weasel. 7 or 8 coins remained. Hurtling towards the Tombstone, he raised his arms, seemingly intending to withstand the coins with his impenetrable, mutated body. However, unlike bullets, the coins were entirely under Lu Huai's control. Upon colliding with the Tombstone's body, they did not rebound, but continued to drill forward at an astonishing speed. The notion of being bulletproof was merely a slight increase in body density compared to an ordinary person. Lu Huai, in his dragon bone state, could withstand small caliber bullets. With a resounding impact, the coin shattered the Tombstone's arms. As blood droplets hung in the air, Lu Huai ghosted towards the Tombstone, their eyes locking in a final confrontation. Before the Tombstone could react, the blade had already pierced his heart. With a swift arc of the blade, life ebbed away. The Tombstone fell, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Just as Lu Huai withdrew the spider cut, a pair of grayish-white hands suddenly seized his wrist. Mr. Film, descend into oblivion. Mr. Film, gritting his teeth, his eyes glowing with a white light, unleashed negative energy like a horde of serpents, attempting to infiltrate Lu Huai's mind, catalyzing his negative emotions in a tempestuous storm. During this ordeal, a fragment of Mr. Film's consciousness infiltrated Lu Huai's sea of awareness. On the boundless expanse of the ocean, the twilight glow blazed a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a great fire igniting the heavens. A copper pillar erupted from the sea, akin to the mythical Mount Bujo, bridging the realms of heaven and ocean. Mr. Film instinctively gazed toward the apex of the copper column, where figures shrouded in mist appeared to stand. As Mr. Film directed his gaze upward, they simultaneously looked down, and golden vertical pupils abruptly split the sky behind them. The ocean ignited in an inferno, unleashing flames, colossal waves, tempestuous winds, and sandstorms. Elements unraveled in chaos, and one of the silhouettes atop the copper column descended with divine authority. Begone! In an instant, Mr. Film's consciousness was expelled from his mind's eye, and before he could regain his composure, his body began to disintegrate. Fine cracks spread across him, the process swift and violent. And within a heartbeat, Mr. Film erupted before Lu Huai. Boom! Silver-white fragments danced through the air, and Mr. Film was no more. Even Lu Huai was baffled by the sudden demise. All he knew was that the other party seemed intent on transforming him with negative energy before the explosion ensued. Yet, Lu Huai himself felt no discomfort. Could it be that the other party perceived the truth of this world as a mere fabrication within my mind? Lu Huai could only surmise. The puzzle, the gravestone, and Mr. Film were all gone. What remained was the plea of surrender. The legless water serpent knelt in supplication. I'm willing to submit to you. Spare my life. Lu Huai regarded the aged water serpent with cold disdain. The elderly were always more cautious about their lives than the young. But in the next instant, several dark blades pierced through his chest from behind. The ever-watchful Jinbing had finally made his move. With claw-like blades, he lifted the water serpent and flung him aside. It was only then that Lu Huai and the others discerned Jin Bing's true appearance. The creature stood approximately 2 to 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and sharp fangs, resembling an alien beast. What on earth is that? Daisy gasped, instinctively retreating. Iron Cavalry and Hill heightened their vigilance, frowning at the sight. Though they were prepared for some hidden weapon in Jin Bing's possession, they had not anticipated this spectacle. Only Lu Huai understood what it was. A symbiote. Yet, it did not resemble venom. Venom was black, while Jin Bing bore a gray hue, more akin to Riot. In films, Riot is the leader of the symbiotes, while in comics, he is the offspring of Venom. It was uncertain which version this universe adhered to, but it mattered little. As a traveler, Lu Huai had already grasped the weaknesses of most symbiotes. The symbiote Jin Bing opened its cavernous maw, its long tongue curling, drool dripping from sharp fangs. As its hands swiftly reformed into 2 broad blades, advancing and roaring towards them, Daisy readied to unleash a sonic wave once more. But Lu Huai gently placed a hand on her shoulder, pulling her back. "Leave this to me," Lu Huai said. "You all should go. The opportunity to vanquish such monstrous foes should not be squandered by others." The trio of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents regarded Lu Huai with newfound respect, particularly Hill, who had previously held a less favorable view of him. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. "I can assist you," declared the lone, superpowered individual among them. "Daisy Johnson." "There is no need," Lu Huai retorted, brandishing his spider blade, sheathing it back into the system space. "Your presence here would be a hindrance." As he spoke, the formidable Riot, Gold, roared, raising his massive blade in a sweeping arc. Lu Huai immediately advanced, his entire being propelling forward like a cannonball, colliding forcefully with Gold. With a thunderous impact, Lu Huai, in his draconic state, sent the symbiote Gold hurtling several meters away, crashing against the wooden wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. Gold, enraged, rose to his feet, howling like a beast at Lu Huai. Yet in an instant, Gold found himself at a loss. Lu Huai, who had once been in his line of sight, had vanished. Where had he gone? Gold attempted to scan with the symbiote's enormous white eyes, but suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind him. It felt as if a mountain was about to crush him. At that moment, a hand gently rested upon his head. Word Spirit Flame. Chapter 22. The Avengers Initiative Boom. Just as Daisy Johnson and her companions exited the church, a violent explosion erupted from within. The shock wave shattered the building. Flames erupted, and thick smoke billowed forth. The agent in the blue suit, stationed outside the church, was startled by the blast, turning with his gun towards the skyward flames. It was utterly breathtaking. This marked the second instance that evening in which he felt sheer astonishment. He rarely used the term astonishing to describe a person or event, but he could not deny that his newly recognized leader was nothing short of remarkable. Prior to their arrival, the leader had instructed him to isolate the members of the Magia gang, and just moments ago, when he intended to escort 3 lovely ladies inside, he was thwarted. Like an elegant magician, he produced a coin. In the instant the coin soared into the air, a multitude of coins cascaded down like rain, piercing through the lives of the elite thugs from rival gangs. With a single effort, he annihilated dozens. The embodiment of grace and slaughter was exemplified in him, coupled with the blazing inferno now illuminating the scene. It was magnificent. This was truly what a leader should be. The previous fellow with a metal plate embedded in his head had brought shame upon the Magia gang. When did he manage to smuggle in the explosives? Iron Rider inquired. Bewildered. That must be his ability, Daisy remarked. He is practically a human bomb. The organization needs talents like him. His threat level must be reassessed, Hill added. As the trio conversed, Lu Huai emerged amidst the flames, resembling a silhouette against the setting sun, grasping a round object in his hand. It was the severed head of Gold. The rest of Gold had long since melted away in the flames. Lu Huai initially intended to toy with the idea, yet the flames proved far too fierce. The man in the blue suit gazed upon the church that had hosted 6 notorious gang leaders, only to witness a single figure emerge, his own superior, who, without hesitation, knelt down, with a blue-suited man leading the way. The remaining underlings of the Magia gang promptly followed suit, chanting slogans akin to "Long live our leader," Nyoboi. Their fervor almost compelled me to kneel as well. Daisy shivered in discomfort. As for the ensuing matters, I shall leave them in your capable hands. Lu Huai approached, guiding Jin Bing's head to rest at Hill's feet. As a gesture of sincerity, the resources acquired this time could be shared with you, 2/10 of the total. However, I expect SHLD to handle the situation discreetly, leaving no trace behind. With the deaths of 5 gang leaders, including Jin Bing, the New York underworld found itself leaderless. And the forthcoming transfer of power would prove far more intricate than the current bloodshed. This bounty is entirely yours. A deep voice resonated from the crowd, as a shadowy figure approached amidst the flames, declaring, "Congratulations, you have become the king of the underground world in this nation." Mr. Nick Fury, Lu Huai remarked with a light chuckle. "What did you imply just now?" Mr. Herzog, the darkly clad figure replied, "Entrusting the underground powers of this nation to you may not be a folly. Our recent endeavor was solely to assist you, not under the auspices of SHIELD, but merely in my own capacity. Pray, present your terms," Lu Huai responded, skeptical of the altruism purported by the dark figure. While he acknowledged Herzog's broader perspective, he felt no obligation to yield in such matters. "I merely wish to extend an invitation," Herzog said, handing Lu Huai a document. Lu Huai pulled a corner of the paper and glimpsed the title, Avengers Initiative. "You may peruse it in detail at your leisure," Nick Fury suggested. Lu Huai felt no need to inspect further. He was likely more familiar with its contents than Fury himself. Nevertheless, he discreetly tucked away the document, replying with a smile, "I shall review it. As for the conclusion, I leave that to you." SHIELD is adept at mopping up after supernatural occurrences. Lu Huai signaled to the man in the blue suit before departing from the now smoldering ruins of the church. Instead of heading home, he made his way directly to a residence in Manhattan's affluent district. "This should be the place," Lu Huai murmured, alighting from the vehicle and recalling the address he had requested from Maria Hill. Activating his words, he entered as though traversing an uninhabited realm. Obadiah Stane was engaged in a conference call, addressing a gathering of self-important fools, those he had employed to hunt down Tony Stark. "Damn it, you have wasted too much time. More and more people are seeking him." Obadiah's furious voice echoed within the mansion. "Fear not. Once he creates what we desire, we shall eliminate him." A man on the other end replied nonchalantly, "This was not part of our agreement." Obadiah nearly exploded with rage. "You did not specify that the target was this gentleman. This is Tony Stark, my idol, my role model, my guiding light. To kill him would require additional compensation. I have already provided you with the necessary resources. Yet you have not terminated him. We shall, as I have stated, once he has crafted missiles for us, he will meet his demise." The man replied, "If you desire his immediate death, you must increase the payment. This is extortion." Obadiah slammed his hand on the table in fury. "Are you intending to report this?" The man questioned, "To the police about how you conspired to murder your dear brother's son?" Obadiah fell silent, sitting quietly in his chair, lost in thought for a considerable time. After half a minute, he finally spoke, "I shall provide you with additional funds. By tomorrow, I expect to hear news of Tony Stark's death." Upon concluding the meeting, Obadiah gazed into the mirror opposite him. The reflection revealed a robust figure with a fierce gaze, resembling a formidable grizzly bear. "Young Tony, your life is worth more than I had anticipated." Subsequently, Obadiah made another call, instructing the person on the other end, "Assemble your team. We may need to venture to the Middle East soon." After hanging up, he glowered at his reflection, whispering to himself, "No one can threaten me. Can they? I do not believe so." Suddenly, a strange man's voice echoed from the corner. "Who?" Obadiah, startled, turned around to find an unknown individual seated on his living room sofa. "Damn it, who are you?" Upon recognizing Lu Huai, Obadiah stood up and drew his pistol, aiming it at him. His mansion was equipped with a top-tier security system and numerous bodyguards, yet the intruder was comfortably seated on his sofa, without any prior warning. "Do not be alarmed, Mr. Stark." Lu Huai nonchalantly picked up a cigar from the table, trimmed it, and ignited it with a flicker of fire from his fingertips. Obadiah frowned immediately. "Are you a mutant?" Lu Huai did not respond. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, he leisurely looked up at Obadiah, stating, "Give me the money, and I can assist you in eliminating Tony Stark." Obadiah's frown deepened. "Who exactly are you? Does it matter?" Lu Huai replied, "Do you truly believe that the hired fools you employed can accomplish the task? They are far too greedy. Even if you pay them handsomely, they will not succeed." Lu Huai continued. Perhaps they might adhere to their promise to wait until Tony Stark produces missiles before they strike, but considering what you know of your dear nephew, would he willingly cooperate with them? Obadiah stared at Lu Huai in silence, unconsciously lowering his weapon. It had been about 2 months since Stark had been captured. They had confined him and provided him with the tools and time to create missiles. Lu Huai remarked, "What do you think your dear nephew will utilize these for?" Upon hearing the last statement, Obadiah fully grasped the situation. No matter what Tony created, it could be utilized as a means of escape. Obadiah, akin to another paternal figure for Tony Stark, understood him all too well. 2 months was ample time for him to devise an escape plan. What a bunch of self-righteous fools, Obadiah muttered under his breath. He then shifted his gaze to Lu Huai, a relatively young man of Eastern descent, who had stealthily infiltrated his home and was suspected of possessing the ability to control fire as a mutant. "I do not even know who you are. On what grounds do you presume I would employ your services?" Obadiah resumed his seat, attempting to project an aura that matched Lu Huai's. No sooner had he spoken than his gun was inexplicably seized by an unseen force, lifting it to aim directly at his own temple. Were any others to witness this, they might mistakenly conclude that Obadiah was about to commit suicide. "Is this sufficient?" Lu Huai inquired. Obadiah, drenched in sweat, raised his arm, hesitant to make any sudden movements. "What do you intend to gain?" Lu Huai chuckled. "I just mentioned it. Give me the money, and I shall assist you in eliminating Tony Stark." Obadiah fell silent for several moments. "Very well, I accept your terms." Only then did the inexplicable force relinquish its grip on the gun, returning it to Obadiah's control. Trembling, he grasped the firearm tightly and looked up at Lu Huai, stating, "But I currently have no knowledge of where they are holding him." "Then call them and inform them that you will personally deliver the money," insisting on witnessing Stark's execution. Obadiah prepared to make another call. Lu Huai suddenly interjected, "Oh, right. Do not bring too many people. A few security personnel will suffice." "Are you certain?" Obadiah queried. "They may be foolish, but they're still a fully armed band of terrorists. Bringing additional armed men will make it glaringly obvious that you harbor ulterior motives." Lu Huai responded, "Let them believe that your entourage is merely sufficient for self-defense." After pondering for a moment, Obadiah feigned compliance with Lu Huai's request. After contacting the terrorist leader once more, the other party promptly agreed, and they arranged to depart for the Middle East the following day. "Until tomorrow." Lu Huai rose from the sofa, yawning as he ascended the stairs. "Where are you going?" Obadiah asked. "To sleep," Lu Huai replied. "The door is over there," Obadiah gestured. "I know. Do not be so stingy," Lu Huai remarked. "After all, we are partners in this endeavor. I shall stay over for the night." Obadiah, quite the familiar one. "Aren't you?" To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Obadiah also went upstairs to find a room for Lu Huai. "Do you typically lead such a bland nightlife?" Lu Huai inquired. "What?" Obadiah momentarily paused, then realized and stepped out to make a call. A little over 10 minutes later, Lu Huai lay on the bed after a shower, surrounded by several blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties who were merrily giving him a massage. Of course, merely a massage. Obadiah observed the absurd scene before him, quietly exiting the room and making his way downstairs. He dialed a number, instructing someone to assemble an armed team to follow them the next day. Ultimately, he harbored distrust towards Lu Huai. Such skepticism was only natural. Trusting him would have been illogical. From the second floor, Lu Huai could clearly hear Obadiah's voice below. Seemingly having anticipated this development, he said nothing, instead indulging himself in the grapes handed to him by a young woman, savoring the experience like a decadent monarch. The following morning, Lu Huai awoke from a delightful dream and, alongside Obadiah, arrived at his private airport to board a private jet. True to Lu Huai's assertion, Obadiah had brought along only 10 security personnel and a few of the young women from the previous day. "We will need approximately 8 hours to reach our destination. I noticed Mr. Herzog's fondness for them, so I decided to bring them along," he remarked. That morning, Lu Huai introduced himself as Jung von Herzog. "Mr. Stanley is quite thoughtful," he added. Holding a wine glass, Lu Huai gazed out the window, relishing the exquisite massage services provided by the women. He could discern that these women were skilled, not merely offering the typical massages meant to please men, but rather possessing lethal capabilities. They were not the typical paid companions, but rather security personnel meticulously trained by Obadiah for purposes of seduction and assassination. This inspired Lu Huai. Perhaps he too could cultivate his own covert guards. He resolved to initiate this plan upon his return. As dusk approached, they landed in a desert. Several off-road vehicles were parked on the ground, and over 20 armed terrorists were visibly present, both on and off the vehicles. As the cabin door opened, Obadiah led the way out. Lu Huai followed closely, clad in a Hellfire brand bulletproof suit and wearing sunglasses, embodying the role of a dutiful bodyguard. The young women remained aboard the plane. "Please," the terrorist leader stated, producing several black hoods and signaling for Obadiah to don one and accompany them. "This is excessive." Obadiah coldly glared at the leader. "Do not forget who your benefactor is." "Very well." The leader pocketed the hoods, glancing over the security personnel trailing Obadiah, all uniformly dressed in black suits and sunglasses, appearing to carry only handguns at most. "Just a joke. No need to be offended," the leader whistled, prompting his subordinates to start the off-road vehicles. "It's not far from here. Ride with me," he suggested. "However, our vehicle cannot accommodate so many of you." Obadiah turned to Lu Huai and said, "You, come with me. The others will wait here." Truly the great boss. The leader marveled at Obadiah's audacity. The two men climbed into the off-road vehicle and sped off, traveling for about 10 minutes before arriving at a cave. Guarded by fully armed terrorists, with numerous ammunition boxes piled against the walls. "He is inside," the leader announced. The leader escorted Obadiah and Lu Huai into a modest room adorned with surveillance monitors. Lu Huai initially trailed behind Obadiah, but the leader obstructed his path, signaling for Obadiah to enter alone. It mattered not. The spirit's scythe had already been unleashed, allowing the whispers of the cave to flutter into Lu Huai's ears like a gentle breeze. "Is that our benefactor?" he mused, observing the affluent appearance of the man before him, suspecting that the dainty figure beside him was his male companion. Who could say? The wealthy often indulged in extravagant pursuits. Lu Huai resolved to eliminate these two individuals at the earliest opportunity. He continued to listen, and through the thick walls, guided by the flowing wind, he caught the distinct sound of metal striking metal, mingled with the idle chatter of two men. "That's it," he thought. After several minutes of eavesdropping with the spirit's scythe, Lu Huai gleaned snippets of conversation about twin sisters and a longing to reunite with wives and daughters. It became increasingly apparent that Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan were confined within. Lu Huai rapped on the rusted iron door and addressed Obadiah. "Mr. Stain, we may commence our operation." Both Obadiah and the terrorist leader turned to Lu Huai, the latter inquiring, "What operation?" Before he could finish, one of his underlings unexpectedly trained his weapon on him. The leader was taken aback. "You betray me?" Even the underling was bewildered, his gun seemingly possessed by a will of its own, pointing directly at his superior's head. Not just his weapon, but the guns of all present seemed to have come alive, aimed at their comrades. Lu Huai regarded the terrorist leader with a smile. "Happy New Year." Bang, clang, clang, clang. In another part of the room, Tony Stark was hammering away, engaging in light banter with Dr. Ethan. They had just been discussing the prospect of inviting Ethan to join Stark Industries upon their return home when they were abruptly interrupted by a sound reminiscent of festive firecrackers. No, it was gunfire. Both men halted their tasks, immediately alert, and turned their gaze towards the iron door. With a creak, the heavy door was pushed open, revealing a handsome eastern face framed by the widening gap. The two older men were momentarily stunned, their minds swirling with questions. However, upon seeing the man behind Lu Huai, Tony Stark felt a surge of relief wash over him, and he chuckled in relief. Lu Huai graciously stepped aside, allowing Tony and his nephew Obadiah to reunite, while he moved alongside the half-finished classic mark that Tony was developing. Turning back, he saw Tony embracing Obadiah, exclaiming in surprise, "I never expected it would be you." Clearly, Tony Stark had mistaken Obadiah for his rescuer. Obadiah awkwardly accepted Tony's embrace, his gaze darting back and forth towards Lu Huai, as if silently urging him to intervene. Lu Huai immediately grasped Obadiah's intention and leisurely approached Tony from behind, stating, "Mr. Stark, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Obadiah Stane has come to eliminate you, while I am here to save you." Tony. Obadiah. Ethan. What are you talking about? Obadiah finally realized he had been outsmarted. "Child, who are you?" In contrast to the unfamiliar face of Lu Huai, Tony Stark was evidently more inclined to trust Obadiah. After all, he was purportedly the well-meaning rescuer. Lu Huai pulled out his phone, fully aware of Tony's skepticism, and declared, "I anticipated your disbelief, so I recorded evidence in advance." As he spoke, he raised his phone, displaying the video from the previous night of Obadiah conversing with the terrorist leader, alongside the footage he had secretly captured upon landing. "Hey Tony, this is a fabricated video." Obadiah had intended to draw his weapon and eliminate Tony Stark. But when he reached for his lower back, he found it empty. Left with no options, he feigned ignorance. "I hired you to save him. Now you're using a fabricated video to sow discord. What are you truly after?" Obadiah shouted at Lu Huai. "Whether the video is fabricated or not, I'm sure Mr. Stark can discern its authenticity with a mere glance," Lu Huai asserted. "However, Mr. Stain, this is your only opportunity to eliminate Mr. Stark. Once we return to New York, it will become exceedingly difficult. Is that true?" Tony Stark turned to Obadiah, still unwilling to believe that the person he cherished most would wish to harm him. "No, that is not true. He is lying. He is trying to create division." Obadiah continued to defend himself. "How could I ever want to kill you, Mr. Stark?" "I believe you already have your answer," Lu Huai interjected. "As hard as it may be to accept, this is the truth. Embrace it, Mr. Stark." The video on Lu Huai's phone had reached its conclusion, ending with a cacophony of gunfire orchestrated by Lu Huai among the terrorists. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, so intense that one could almost hear the heartbeat of those present. Dr. Ethan quietly retreated into a corner, seemingly having stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. "Why?" Tony finally spoke. Obadiah's gaze was sharp as a dagger, filled with a seething desire to rend Lu Huai to pieces. He had intended to continue his defense, but at that moment, it seemed futile. With a heavy sigh, he ultimately unveiled his true colors, fixating on Lu Huai and demanding, "Why did you do this?" "I promised to pay you. Money? When did I ever claim it was for money?" Lu Huai replied provocatively. "From the very beginning, I was solely here to rescue Mr. Stark." "You." Obadiah was left speechless. At this juncture, he had no retort. Unable to overpower or outwit his adversary, he resigned himself to the situation and confessed to Tony. "Indeed, it was I who orchestrated your assassination." "Why?" Tony Stark incredulously repeated his question, unable to comprehend why someone he considered family would seek to end his life. Despite his high intellect, "Do you not understand why?" Obadiah retorted. "Oh, of course you do not, for you are nothing but a self-righteous fool. You have never cared for the feelings of others." Stark was taken aback, responding, "I always believed we were kin." "Ah, therein lies your arrogance." Obadiah stood on his moral high ground. "You think we are family, yet in reality, I am merely your subordinate. Do you recall how you dismissed my proposal at the shareholders' meeting in front of everyone? Did you regard me as family then? So you hired a battalion to eliminate me merely for the sake of your pride?" Tony could scarcely believe Obadiah's words. "It is about dignity," Obadiah shouted. "It is the control of Stark Industries. Admit it, Tony, you are utterly unfit to be a leader. You are merely a playboy. Only I can guide Stark Industries into the future." Lu Huai chuckled, recognizing that in this life, no one escapes the clutches of greed, anger, and ignorance. "Enough of this. Gentlemen," he clapped his hands, "I did not come here to witness your quarrel. It is getting late. We must depart." Silence. Obadiah glared at Lu Huai. "You are the one orchestrating this. What is your true intention?" "I do not wish to repeat myself," Lu Huai replied as he approached the exit. "Dr. Ethan, Mr. Stark, let us leave." Ethan glanced at Tony Stark, who, with eyes closed, exhaled deeply and said to Obadiah, "You have greatly disappointed me." With that, he followed Lu Huai to the door. Obadiah stared at him as he passed, his expression dark, lost in thought. He could not allow Tony Stark to return. Obadiah knew that once they returned to New York, to the company, he would possess nothing. No, he already had nothing, thanks to that Easter man. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He was now at a dead end. Grabbing a wooden stick from a table, he turned and swung it fiercely at Tony Stark. At that moment, a piece of metal soared through the air, severing the wooden stick and slicing Obadiah's neck. "Mr. Stark, I have saved you once again," Lu Huai remarked as he turned. Tony Stark looked down at the gasping Obadiah Stane, clutching his neck on the ground, his expression complex. Ultimately, he merely stated, "I have paid the price for my arrogance. Now it is your turn." The trio maneuvered around the cavern and reached the entrance, where the blazing sun blinded them momentarily. "Thank you, my child." Ethan expressed his gratitude to Lu Huai. "Did you slay those men?" Tony Stark inquired, having seen the bodies of the terrorists as they walked through. "Indeed," Lu Huai openly acknowledged. "I owe you a life," Tony Stark said. Is it too mundane to discuss money with someone like you? Mr. Stark, Lu Huai earnestly declared. I am but an ordinary person. Chapter 25. The essence of words. Half an hour later, the ordinary Lu Huai, alongside Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan, boarded the same aircraft they had arrived in. All security personnel from Obadiah had been ruthlessly eliminated, including those skilled masseuses. After confirming that Dr. Ethan would pilot the plane, they even dispatched the original pilot. At this moment, they were en route back to the Big Apple. Seated comfortably, Lu Huai glanced at Tony Stark, who remained enveloped in sorrow from betrayal by those close to him, eyes shut in silence. Lu Huai chose not to disturb him, instead reflecting on Stark's recent promise. I shall grant you 6% of Stark Industries as gratitude for saving my life. How much is 6% of Stark Industries? Lu Huai was uncertain, yet it surely surpassed any modest goal. This could indeed lead to a life of abundance. Ascending into the ranks of the wealthy was no longer a mere dream. At this moment, he was the youngest shareholder in Stark Industries. Despite this, Lu Huai transmitted evidence of his rescue of Tony Stark to the Hellfire Club. For who would ever despise an excess of wealth? After sending the transmission, he received no prompt response from the official website. Temporarily closing his laptop, he reclined in his seat for a brief respite. In the process, he unlocked a new word spirit. Word spirit essence. Serial number 93. Bloodline source. White King. Danger level. High risk effect. The Liberator can control the opponent's mind through their gaze, inscribing their thoughts into the opponent's consciousness, revealing a myriad of phenomena in an instant. Can be advanced to Transcendent Realm. This was the first and currently the sole high-risk mental word spirit. With eyes closed, Lu Huai quietly absorbed the methodology of this word spirit. As he opened his eyes, a flash of golden light signaled that he had fully mastered the essence of words. Thus, he now possessed 9 word spirits: Ghost, Sword Mastery, Scythe, Netherlight, Deep Blood, Time Zero, Monarch Flame, Serpent, and Essence. Among them, Scythe, Netherlight, Serpent, and Essence could be further enhanced through bloodshed, equating to the possession of 13 word spirits. With superhuman physique, close combat, ranged attacks, defense, reconnaissance, infiltration, assassination, explosive power, and mental control, Lu Huai could now be considered a versatile warrior. His sense of security in this chaotic world had increased significantly. Upon arriving in the Big Apple, dawn had just broken. Tony Stark made a call to Pepper Potts during the flight, resulting in a throng of people gathered around the airport upon their landing. This included Stark Industries employees, reporters from various media outlets, official personnel, and curious onlookers. Tony Stark intended to invite Lu Huai to disembark with him, where he would publicly acknowledge this young man's role in saving his life and announce the gift of shares to Lu Huai. This would undoubtedly elevate Lu Huai's reputation to remarkable heights. However, Lu Huai politely declined Tony's good intentions. He was a person plagued by social anxiety, one who could only commit acts of violence in secrecy, and he wished to remain out of the public eye for the time being. Therefore, he did not accompany Tony Stark off the plane. Instead, he waited until the reporters had followed Tony away, after which a broad-shouldered man, claiming to be Tony's bodyguard, named Happy Hogan, approached him and invited him to a different vehicle en route to Stark Tower. Tony was holding a press conference on the first floor, and by the time they arrived, the area was congested. Happy guided him through an alternate route to the top floor. Tony will join you shortly after he finishes with the reporters. Please be patient here, and if you wish to explore, I can show you around. No need, Lu Huai said casually, reclining on the sofa and flipping through a magazine to pass the time. Happy Hogan cautiously observed Lu Huai. Had it not been for Tony Stark's own words, he would have found it hard to believe that such an extraordinarily young man had single-handedly vanquished terrorists and rescued Tony. Was this the prowess of a superhuman? 2 seconds later, realizing he had been somewhat rude, Happy quickly averted his gaze, then clapped his hands. A dozen stunning blondes, clad in light coats, entered the room. Mr. Stark said you would appreciate this, so I ensured everything was arranged perfectly. Huh? Lu Huai was momentarily taken aback, then recalled a fleeting moment when he had expressed regret over eliminating Obadiah's entourage, which Tony had transformed into a claim that he adored this. His image instantly shifted from an enigmatic power wielder to that of an old lecher. Yet, he didn't genuinely adore them. Lu Huai chuckled awkwardly. Since he was already there, he might as well stay. All right, no problem, Happy Hogan replied, wearing an understanding expression, before exiting the reception room. Lu Huai adjusted his position, lying on the sofa as the women attended to him. Please turn on the television. Thank you. The television was broadcasting Tony Stark's press conference live. At that moment, Tony was recounting how he had escaped. He was practically extolling Lu Huai to the heavens. According to Tony, Lu Huai was a deity incarnate, daringly infiltrating the den of the tiger, possessing the strength to move mountains and the aura that overshadowed all. He was light, he was thunder, he was the singular myth. Even Lu Huai, with his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, the more Tony praised him, the more it highlighted the perilous nature of their kidnapping. In the cinematic universe, Tony Stark had never disclosed the details of his escape due to the Iron Man suit, but in this universe, he was open about it. He refrained from mentioning Obadiah, deeming it a family disgrace not worth broadcasting to the world's media. Subsequently, just like in the film universe, he announced the indefinite closure of his weapons manufacturing department, causing a significant uproar. Lu Huai switched off the television and lay back on the sofa, indulging in the massage. It was not until noon that Tony Stark finally extricated himself from his busy schedule, appearing fatigued as he sat beside Lu Huai and handed him a contract. "Where is Dr. Ethan?" Lu Huai inquired, noting that Ethan had disembarked the plane with Tony. "I arranged for someone to assist him in finding accommodation." Tony remarked, "I initially intended to help him reunite with his family, only to discover that they have perished in the war." Lu Huai remained silent, continuing to peruse the contract. "Do you reside in New York as well?" Tony inquired, still oblivious to the identity of his savior, though this did not deter him from offering company shares. "Yes, I live in Queens," Lu Huai replied without lifting his gaze. "I am an assassin." "What?" Tony was momentarily taken aback. "I only eliminate the wicked to earn my living," Lu Huai explained, including this rescue, which is, in fact, part of my mission. Given Tony Stark's generosity, he felt no need to withhold information. Such talent wasted on assassination. Tony remarked, "That is precisely why I accepted the task of rescuing you. I plan to retire once the bounty is received." Lu Huai casually replied, signing his name on the contract. "You are now a shareholder of the company. If you desire, I can arrange an office for you, where you can tend to fish, water flowers, and enjoy the scenery," Tony proposed. "That does sound quite appealing," Lu Huai contemplated. "Thank you for your kindness. No need for thanks. You are the man who saved Tony Stark's life. From now on, you may carry yourself with a bit more bravado in this city. Will you continue working on that device you created in the cave?" Lu Huai inquired, shifting the subject. "I have seen it. That is not a missile, is it?" "No," Tony admitted readily, glancing at the light source embedded in his chest. "I initially intended to use it to escape, and while it is no longer necessary, I believe I will proceed with it. I look forward to witnessing the final product." Lu Huai smiled. After signing the contract, Lu Huai left Stark Tower and made his way to the nearby Hellfire Club. As usual, he handed his membership card to the front desk attendant, a woman with voluminous waves. Upon scanning the card, her expression changed, and she smiled at him, saying, "Congratulations, you are the great hero who saved Tony Stark." "Have you verified everything?" he asked. "Indeed, you should receive a notification upon logging into the website." "How many gold coins do I have now?" Lu Huai inquired, anticipating a substantial sum from the bounty for rescuing Tony, combined with recent tasks completed for the Maggia. 312 coins, the attendant reported after checking. "If you plan to attend next week's auction, this will suffice for your indulgences." Next week, Lu Huai was unaware, having not logged into the website since returning. The official site has announced that on the 1st of next month, which is next week, the club will host an auction open to all members in New York. After exiting the club, Lu Huai contemplated his plans for the coming days. First, he would collaborate with SHIELD to facilitate the transfer of power within the underworld. Second, he intended to establish a female combat unit, aptly named Maria, embracing the path of battle nuns. Third, he would participate in the auction at the Hellfire Club to scout for potential treasures. Fourthly, one might contemplate the prospect of joining the Avengers Initiative. The initial Avengers are not yet governed by the Sokovia Accords, thus providing an opportunity to engage in some mischief. Fifthly, activate the persona. Chapter 26. The Hellfire Auction a week later. As dusk enveloped the sky in deep shades reminiscent of spilled ink, the sun descended into the abyss, leaving behind its final glimmers of light. Lu Huai was in a state of discontent. For an entire week, he had unlocked a week's worth of frigabullets. He could practically open a clinic as an anesthetist. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the window. Lu Huai drew back the curtains to find Gwen Stacy perched outside. "You just can't seem to learn to use the door, can you?" he remarked as he opened the window to let her in. Her battle attire was complete, resembling that of the animated series, adorned in black, white, and pink hues, complete with a hood. Removing her mask, she revealed her exquisite and beautiful visage. "Isn't it more convenient to come through the window?" she asked. "How was your day?" Lu Huai inquired, closing the window behind her. "I caught a few petty thieves," Gwen replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She had hoped to encounter her own arch-nemesis, but such encounters were elusive. "Keep it up. Your fortune is yet to come," Lu Huai said casually as he opened the wardrobe to don a suit. "Are you going out?" Gwen asked. "Yes, to attend an auction," Lu Huai replied. "Care to join me? I have school tomorrow, so shall we go together?" "Absolutely." A short while later, Gwen Stacy, now in her casual attire, accompanied Lu Huai to the entrance of the Hellfire Club. Lu Huai produced his membership card, briefly explaining that Gwen was his companion, and they ascended the elevator. "This place looks incredibly luxurious," Gwen exclaimed. "You're not joining some illegal organization, are you?" "Of course not," Lu Huai replied, though technically, he was the head of the city's underground organizations. "This is a haven for mutants. Naturally, there are also ordinary people. They gather to discreetly dispense justice and hunt down the guilty." "How cool. Can I join too?" Gwen asked, intrigued. "Technically, yes," Lu Huai answered. "Once the auction concludes, we can inquire further." As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a resplendent hall where people danced amidst the shimmering lights. Before the auction commenced, the atmosphere was relaxed and festive. "I'm not a dancer," Gwen expressed with trepidation. "Neither am I," Lu Huai shrugged, choosing a random spot to sit. "Let us enjoy some fruit." Gwen settled beside him, and during their wait, several individuals approached to invite them to dance, all of which they politely declined. Being attractive has its complications. At long last, the auction commenced as a middle-aged man in a suit stepped onto the stage, marking the beginning of the event. This auction features a total of 10 exquisite items, each commencing at a starting bid of 1 gold coin, with the highest bidder claiming victory. A middle-aged man announced, "Now, let us present our first item for bid." Upon his words, a hostess approached, gracefully bearing a tray draped in crimson cloth. As the cloth was lifted, a cylindrical object with a striking black and gold pattern came into view, measuring a mere 18 centimeters, easily grasped with one hand. "This is the legendary Rui Jingu Bang," the man proclaimed. "To be precise, it is a replica inspired by the mythology of Huaxia, crafted from a unique metal known as vibranium." The middle-aged gentleman held the cylinder aloft, facing the audience, and began to chant softly, "Nurture your heart, command the celestial decree." Yet, nothing transpired. A hush fell over the crowd, as if a flock of crows had taken flight above their heads. "My apologies," the man said awkwardly. "It requires a command from the one who holds it to activate its magic. The incantation is in Chinese. Regrettably, my proficiency in the language is lacking. Is there anyone present who speaks Chinese and can assist in awakening it?" "Xiaolu, why not give it a try?" Gwen urged beside Lu Huai. "I won't," Lu Huai replied, shaking his head. "It's too chaotic. This is the consequence of foreigners meddling with Huaxia mythology. It's a complete mix-up." Although the incantation was mumbled, Lu Huai recognized it as a formula, but not one pertaining to the Rui Jingu Bang. It was in fact from the tale of the Calabash brothers. "Is there truly no one?" The middle-aged man chuckled, placing the cylinder down. "Then it shall be recited by me." Upon uttering the incantation, it can extend into 5 varying lengths: 1 meter, 1.8 meters, 3 meters, 7 meters, and 10 meters. The starting price is 1 gold coin. Let the bidding commence. Approximately 70 to 80 individuals filled the venue, yet only a handful raised their paddles. Ultimately, the host's earlier blunder had dampened their enthusiasm for the item. A considerable portion of the audience comprised professional assassins, and a stick that could extend to around 10 meters held little appeal for them, especially given the requirement of a Chinese incantation. Furthermore, with Wakanda yet to unveil its true national circumstances, many were unfamiliar with vibranium. Consequently, only 2 or 3 individuals raised their paddles, with Lu Huai being the last to do so, ultimately acquiring it for 4 gold coins. "Weren't you just saying it was chaotic?" Gwen questioned, gazing at Lu Huai in confusion. "It is indeed chaotic, yet intriguing," Lu Huai replied, meeting her gaze. "Keep an eye out for anything you desire. If the price is right, I shall procure it for you. That would be quite embarrassing, Gwen chuckled, but thank you. A touch of embarrassment lingered, but it was minimal. And now, we present the second item. As the middle-aged host concluded his announcement, the hostess arrived with a silver box, which she opened before the audience. Inside lay a sealed glass vial containing a cerulean liquid. Super Soldier Serum, the host proclaimed. A finished product. No side effects. Permanently effective upon injection. With the unveiling of this item, the atmosphere in the room ignited with excitement. In the club's marketplace, temporary and effective serum remnants are available, leading to a widespread understanding of the exorbitant rarity of the permanent, finished serums. The bidding was fiercely competitive, quickly soaring to 20 gold coins. Clearly, compared to the sticks forged for vibranium, the allure of the serum was undeniable. Not only does it enhance physical capabilities, but it also extends one's lifespan. Who could resist such a temptation? Lu Huai, possessing dragon blood, had no need for the serum, nor did Gwen. Thus, in this round, Lu Huai merely raised his paddle twice to elevate the price without genuinely participating in the bidding. Ultimately, the serum was acquired by a man for the staggering price of 78 gold coins, prompting the attendant to present the third item for auction. This item, another box with 2 layers, was opened by the host, revealing 2 meticulously arranged rows of exquisite throwing knives. As all could see, there were 12 throwing knives in total, crafted from Edmund alloy, renowned for their hardness and sharpness. The host, succinct as ever, set the starting bid at 1 gold coin, commencing the auction. 2 coins. 3. 5. Lu Huai, seated in a corner, listened to the surrounding bids. While not as fervent as for the serum, there were still many eager participants. He patiently awaited the bidding to reach 30 coins, at which point the pace began to slow. Seizing the moment, Lu Huai raised the bid and ultimately secured the knives for 36 gold coins, encountering no malicious bidders along the way. Subsequently, the 4th and 5th items were presented by the attendant. The 4th was a bracelet, introduced by the host as a high-tech weapon capable of emitting shockwaves and electrical discharges. The 5th item was a scepter, which could simultaneously unleash toxic smoke, lasers, and projectiles. It had belonged to the former underground emperor, Jin Bing, although it likely predated the acquisition of the chaotic symbiote. At least during Lu Huai's recent efforts to clear out Jin Bing's relics, he had not encountered it. Neither of these items held much utility for him, but he purchased a bracelet as a gift for Gwen Stacy. Thus far, Lu Huai had acquired 3 out of 5 items for himself, and upon preliminary assessment, he suspected he might be the wealthiest individual among the gathered crowd. Were it not for the club's prohibition against lanterns, he might have considered acquiring all the items. What a grand display that would be. However, it remained merely a thought. He refrained from participating in the bidding for the 6th and 7th items, until the 8th item was unveiled. Within a cylindrical glass vessel resided a mass of yellow-black liquid. Undulating slowly. Chapter 27. Venom, the 8th item. A mass of yellow-black liquid within a cylindrical glass vessel, languidly writhing, was a symbiote. Since the demise of Jin Bing, Lu Huai had gradually taken over his enterprises, including the Life Foundation. Investigations confirmed that the Life Foundation had indeed brought back a symbiote from extraterrestrial origins, subsequently producing 5 more. It could be surmised that these were Venom and its progeny: Chaos, Whip, Extremis, Howl, and Devour. Jin took away the Chaos, leaving the remaining symbiotes to continue their research within the Foundation. However, due to an explosion, all symbiotes, except for the Chaos, fled. Now, the Chaos has been incinerated by Lu Huai, while Venom has vanished without a trace. What remains on stage appears to be the progeny of Venom, wailing in anguish. Its body is a striking blend of yellow and black, immune to sound waves, capable of conjuring weapons from its tendrils for attack. Subsequently, the host began the introduction, confirming Lu Huai's suspicions that it was indeed the symbiote's wail. The host did not disclose the origin of this creature, but merely described the benefits of obtaining it before launching into the auction. Much like the Super Soldier Serum, this too represents a path to the extraordinary. Thus, it garnered immense popularity. Lu Huai hesitated for a moment before deciding to participate in the bidding. After all, he was not sure of funds. He raised his paddle, uttering no words, indicating an increase of 1 gold coin. 40 gold coins. The host exclaimed, "Is there any bid higher than 40 gold coins?" The auction continued, swiftly reaching 70 gold coins. At this stage, the number of paddles raised dwindled, and Lu Huai ultimately secured the wailing creature for 75 gold coins. He had acquired half of the 8 auction items, and logically, he should have attracted some envious gazes, yet he felt little malice directed towards him. This was likely due to the low presence of the spirit of the word spirit. Soon, they arrived at the 9th item, which was presented alongside the 10th. These consisted of a dinner and an invitation. The successful bidder would have the opportunity to dine with a member of the Hellfire Club's core group, and upon conclusion of the meal, they would receive an invitation to join the core group. Lu Huai had little interest in this. He probably knew well the kind of individuals that comprised the club's inner circle, such as the Black King and the White Queen. He had no desire to dine with them. He would much prefer to share a barbecue with Gwen. Therefore, during the final round, Lu Huai refrained from raising his paddle and instead quietly awaited the auction's conclusion. Ultimately, a woman in the front row secured it for 100 gold coins. As the event concluded, club members began to disperse from the venue, with successful bidders required to pay and collect their items backstage. Lu Huai and Gwen lingered in a corner, waiting for the crowd to thin before leisurely making their way to the backstage area. However, at that moment, an announcement echoed through the venue. Esteemed members, we have experienced a theft. All auction items that were just displayed have been stolen. Please be vigilant of any suspicious individuals around you. Stolen? Gwen exclaimed. Is the security here really that poor? Perhaps it was not a matter of poor security, but rather a complete absence of it. Lu Huai surveyed his surroundings. Nonetheless, this was indeed good news. Good news? Have you had too much to drink? Gwen inquired, perplexed. Lu Huai smiled and replied, wait for me at the entrance. I'll be back shortly. Before Gwen could respond, Lu Huai had vanished into the throng. Outside the club building, a broad, dark figure crept along the wall, carrying a large bundle. Why do we run? In the darkness, a voice inquired, isn't it preferable to crush their skulls? Do not forget, you promised me to consume only the wicked. A young boy's voice replied, and this time, we are solely after treasure. The Raiders of the Lost Ark? I am quite fond of that. That yellow one is your kind, isn't it? Venom? The boy asked. Indeed. Peter, the gruff voice responded. Is my offspring. Offspring? Will you still devour it? It has evolved and poses a threat. Someone is approaching. On the towering wall, a massive silhouette suddenly turned its head. You must be that little rascal, right? Lu Huai floated above, standing on a manhole cover, locking eyes with the hulking figure perched on the wall. Honestly, I do not care if you steal, but stealing from me is entirely out of line. Lu Huai's gaze swept over the giant. He had just overheard their conversation through the weasel, and it was clear that this behemoth was the symbiote Venom. But the person inside was not Eddie. It was Peter. You've been discovered. Peter, let's consume him. Venom suggested. No, run. Peter commanded, and Venom prepared to flee. Lu Huai stared at their retreating figures, gently extending his hand. The metallic items within the package seemed to respond to the summons. Sharp throwing knives pierced the exquisite wooden box, tearing through the wrapping, dancing like silver butterflies, swirling around him. As the package shattered, its contents, influenced by gravity, began to plummet downward. However, the remaining items were predominantly metallic. So with a mere gesture from Lu Huai, they ceased their descent and defied gravity, soaring towards him. The ducks are flying, Venom exclaimed. Peter had no choice but to abandon his escape plan, turning to Lu Huai to propose. Let us negotiate. I shall return your belongings, and I will take the rest. Very well, Lu Huai generously acquiesced, but now, they all belong to me. The deal is off, Peter declared. Peter and Venom, as a fused entity, shared a mental connection, and the colossal figure suddenly lunged toward Lu Huai. With a wave of his hand, a dozen blades of Edmund alloy hurtled forth, 2 of which were blocked by Venom's tendrils, while the rest embedded themselves into his body, pinning him against the high wall. Peter Parker? Lu Huai floated before him, tentatively inquiring. The other party paused. You know me? It appeared there was no escape. It seemed that this universe's Peter Parker had directly obtained Venom from the outset. According to the timeline, he must have encountered Venom just after the tragic passing of his uncle and aunt, leading to their immediate bond. Lu Huai smiled, refraining from responding, and waved to retract the throwing knives. He turned to depart with all the treasures, leaving Peter Parker alone, bewildered in the wind. He is formidable, Venom remarked. Shall we still rob? Peter Parker remained silent for a moment, sighed, and resigned to his fate. Chapter 28. Recruitment. Gwen Stacy exited the Hellfire Club and squatted by the roadside, waiting not long before Lu Huai approached her, holding a staff. Did you retrieve the items? Gwen inquired softly. Yes. Lu Huai retrieved a bracelet from his pocket and handed it to Gwen, then picked up a necklace, saying, "This one is for you as well." The necklace, the sixth item for auction, was one of two, serving the singular purpose of allowing the wearers to locate each other and converse regardless of distance. According to the host, even if they were in two different parallel worlds, the necklace's functionality would remain intact. Initially, Lu Huai deemed it of little use to him, and thus did not bid for it. However, now that he had reclaimed it from Venom, he saw no reason to return it, especially as he had invested time to retrieve it. Moreover, the Hellfire Club did not prohibit the acquisition of items through external means. Ultimately, this was a world governed by the law of the jungle. As for the seventh item, it was an elemental gun capable of firing bullets infused with the four elements: earth, wind, water, and fire. It was akin to Star-Lord's elemental gun, but in a less sophisticated version. Star-Lord's weapon boasted infinite ammunition, while this gun required refilling with the appropriate elemental materials to unleash its powers. A bit lackluster, yet one should not refuse a gift. Is this a token of affection? Gwen jested. What sort of affection? An illicit one? Lu Huai had grown accustomed to bantering with Gwen. She played along, brother-in-law. You mustn't let my sister know about this. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they returned to the apartment. By the time they arrived, it was quite late, and Gwen climbed through the window back to her own place. Lu Huai returned home alone, where he enthusiastically displayed his spoils from the night, including a vibranium imitation of the Rui Jingu Bang, super soldier serum, Edmund knives, the golden staff of power, the necklace, and the elemental gun. What a bountiful harvest! In this world, the paths to the extraordinary could be manifested in two ways: through oneself or through external objects. Lu Huai's linguistic powers, lineage, and blood techniques enhanced his own capabilities. In contrast, symbiotes, vibranium, and Iron Man's armor were examples of achieving the extraordinary through external means. To augment his strength, Lu Huai recognized that he could not limit himself to just one avenue. Therefore, he was unwilling to waste any resources that could be of use. Upon further contemplation, he concluded that the super soldier serum was indeed of no benefit to him personally, yet it could be entrusted to his research department for exploration into mass production. The remaining weapons, aside from the Edmund knives and the vibranium Rui Jingu Bang, would also be sent for research. As for the symbiote, he shifted his gaze to the transparent glass vessel and suddenly noticed the symbiote, seemingly startled, darting about erratically. What was happening? However, in the next moment, Lu Huai observed something else. One of his Edmund knives bore a streak of crimson, likely blood from Peter Parker. At that moment, the blood began to writhe. Instead of having dried up, the blood was vibrantly alive before Lu Huai's eyes, wriggling like a red, soft-bodied creature, occasionally shifting forms. Sometimes smooth, and at other times sprouting fine spines. Lu Huai fixated on this phenomenon, connecting all the dots in his mind. The symbiotic venom pulsated, and Lu Huai could roughly deduce its nature. He extended a finger to touch the writhing blood, and at the moment of contact, the liquid penetrated his skin and entered his body. Lu Huai could feel it merging with his dragon blood, proliferating and evolving. Within just a few moments, he sensed a significant augmentation within him. He attempted to harness this newfound power, and the crimson flesh expanded, gradually enveloping his entire form. He transformed into a ferocious and colossal entity, akin to a red beast, inheriting the venom's sharp fangs and claws, standing over 3 meters tall, with menacing tendrils adorned with barbs, swaying like the 9 tails of a mystical fox. This was the offspring of venom, the symbiotic slaughter. Lu Huai truly did not anticipate such a transformation. Merely stabbing the venom had resulted in the birth of Slaughterer. The drop rate was rather high. He gazed at his reflection in the glass, observing himself encased in the symbiote, and after a few moments of quiet contemplation, he discerned no new thoughts or consciousness emerging in his mind. Lu Huai speculated that his dragon lineage had dominated the symbiote, preventing the consciousness of Slaughter from overpowering his dragon heart. This was fortunate, as he had no desire for foreign voices chattering in his mind. The current state of Slaughter felt akin to a super battle suit. Thus, the immediate task was to conduct some experiments. In films, both Slaughter and Venom exhibit vulnerabilities to sound waves and flames. Yet in comics, Slaughter is immune to sound waves, fearing only fire. Seizing the cover of night, Lu Huai climbed out the window and ascended to the rooftop, where he tested various skills before returning home satisfied with his findings. It was confirmed that the entity within him was immune to sound waves and had a degree of resistance to flames. Ordinary fire could be endured, but excessive heat proved detrimental. This was reasonable, as carbon-based life forms naturally fear fire. The following day, Lu Huai rose early to deliver the materials needed for development to the research department formerly under Jin Bing's jurisdiction. SHIELD was operating with remarkable efficiency, and the power transition from Jin Bing was nearing completion. He had also attended the auction and had reached a decision regarding his potential involvement in the Avengers Initiative. Next, he needed to focus on preparing for the Maria Church. During this time, he had utilized available resources to compile a list of individuals, identifying several suitable candidates, all of whom were somewhat notable characters within a Marvel universe. Among them, 3 were currently in New York. As noon approached, the sky darkened, and a cool breeze swept across New York, accompanied by distant thunder. Large raindrops began to fall, washing the streets and buildings. Lu Huai opened an umbrella, recalling the addresses he had acquired, and made his way toward an apartment building in Brooklyn. Though the sky was gloomy, it was already noon, leading Lu Huai to surmise that the individual was likely at home, sleeping. He arrived at the entrance of the apartment, closed his umbrella, shook off the droplets, and stepped inside. The apartment here is slightly more dilapidated than the one he shared with Gwen. The exterior walls have shed much of their paint, and the open elevator is rusted. He enters the elevator, presses the button for his floor, and then pauses in front of the door after stepping into the corridor. After a few moments of stillness, he extends his red tentacles to unlock the door and steps inside. The modest room is clean and tidy, with clothes strewn across the floor, specifically the garments of a girl, jackets, trousers, and sports bras. Lu Huai maneuvers around the scattered attire and enters the bedroom, where indeed, a girl lies on the bed. She has long black hair, skin that glows with paleness, and her long legs are crossed as if poised to leap into a ballet dance. She lies there boldly, clad only in her underwear, with a blanket long fallen to the floor. As a thief, her lack of vigilance is troubling. "Felicia, it's time to get up. The sun is shining." Lu Huai calls out. He boldly draws back the curtains, revealing a torrential downpour outside. The thunder rumbles, and lightning illuminates the girl's fair legs through the window. Startled awake, she jolts upright at the foot of the bed, trembling slightly from the thunder. "Who are you?" Felicia asks, her delayed awareness kicking in. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Lu. You may call me Lu Huai." He pauses, then adds, "or Lu Mingza." After speaking, he glances down, and only then does Felicia become acutely aware of her complete exposure. "Pardon my intrusion," Lu Huai says, picking up the fallen underwear and tossing it to Felicia. "I merely wish to offer you a job. You break into my home, gawk at me, and you're just offering me a job?" Felicia responds incredulously. "Indeed," Lu Huai readily admits, adding a compliment. "They're quite beautiful, and the salary for this position is quite generous." Felicia is silent for a moment before grabbing the underwear he had tossed her. "Thank you, but what job?" "Become my secretary," Lu Huai replies, handing her a check filled out with a sum. After reviewing it, Felicia raises an eyebrow. "Is this an annual salary?" "Daily salary," Lu Huai clarifies. "Wow." Felicia's underwear slips from her grasp, bouncing slightly upon hitting the floor. "Isn't that a bit much? Do you find excessive?" Lu Huai inquires. "I can lower it." "Not at all." Felicia steps closer, firmly grasping Lu Huai's hand. "When can I start?" "Right now," Lu Huai declares, surveying the room. "Is there anything else you need to take?" "Nothing at all. I'm ready to go." Felicia spreads her arms, completely unencumbered. Lu Huai glances down. "While they are indeed lovely, are you sure you want to head out without any clothes? Does the boss enjoy that?" Felicia sincerely puffs out her chest. "If the boss likes it, then I want to wear anything. Let us not be too conspicuous." Lu Huai gently declines her offer. "Get dressed. We're leaving." 5 minutes later, a man and a woman emerge from the apartment building. The rain continues to pour. As Lu Huai unfurled the umbrella, the black cat Felicia promptly took it from him, displaying remarkable consideration. Such trivialities hardly warranted his personal effort. "Can you drive?" Lu Huai inquired. "Of course." Felicia puffed out her chest proudly. "Good." Lu Huai nodded in response. "Boss, where's our car?" Felicia asked. "We aren't driving. We're taking the subway." He stepped out of the apartment and into the rain, with Felicia holding the umbrella closely behind him, resembling an utterly loyal companion. Thus, the master and servant gradually vanished into the deluge. Liu Huai had not anticipated that it would be so effortless to recruit the Black Cat. That was her alias. Her true name was Felicia Hardy, a thief devoid of superpowers, yet endowed with a striking appearance and exceptional thieving skills, not to mention her agility. The first member of Maria's team had been successfully recruited, far easier than he had envisioned. Next, he sought the second. Laura Kinney, a clone of Wolverine, could be considered his daughter, sharing his abilities of self-healing and adamantium claws. Raised as a test subject in a research facility, she had been treated as a lethal weapon tasked with executing various gruesome missions. Through his investigations, Liu Huai discovered that Laura had recently escaped from the facility and arrived in New York, accompanied by one of the researchers, Dr. Sarah. It seemed Dr. Sarah could no longer bear to see Laura treated as a beast, so she had facilitated her escape. Currently, they were hiding, but Liu Huai suspected that Dr. Sarah intended to reunite Laura with Wolverine. Coincidentally, he learned of their whereabouts, as they were presently staying at a hotel under his employ. The rain continued to pour, and Laura felt an overwhelming sense of fear. In the dilapidated hotel, thunder rumbled outside, illuminating Laura's pale visage with flashes of lightning. She was genuinely frightened. This was her first real departure from the laboratory. Though she had left before, it had always been a forced relocation to carry out killings, only to return afterward. This time, she had left for reasons other than murder, and the uncertainty left her anxious, for all she knew was killing. Fortunately, Dr. Sarah had accompanied her on the journey, but now she had stepped out, having specifically instructed Laura to remain inside and not to open the door for anyone. This was a straightforward directive. They had adhered to it during previous days at other hotels. Unfortunately, today the thunder raged. It was hard to fathom that Laura Kinney, a cold-blooded killer, could be afraid of thunder. At that moment, she curled up on the bed, cocooned tightly in her blanket, trembling yet unable to resist stealing glances at the tempest outside. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from the door. This caused Laura's already taut nerves to tighten further, her adamantium claws piercing through her flesh. Knock, knock, knock. 3 crisp knocks resounded once more. The reason for 3 knocks was simple. 2 might go unheard, while 4 would cause discomfort to the hand. Laura hesitated to open the door, her gaze fixed intently upon it. Her delicate face betrayed a mixture of fear and a pretense of fierceness, as she clutched the corner of her blanket tightly, resembling a fierce little kitten. However, a sudden sound broke the tension, a soft click signifying the door's opening. The first sight that greeted her was a pair of long legs clad in black stockings, followed by the visage of a tall girl, who was accompanied by a boy. Upon spotting Laura, the girl shifted her gaze to the boy and inquired, "Boss, is this her?" Liu Huai turned to look and immediately recognized the steel claws in Laura's hands. Indeed, it was Laura Ginny. Just as Liu Huai was about to approach Laura, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. A woman rushed in, panic evident on her face. Upon seeing Liu Huai and the Black Cat, she was startled, drawing a revolver and aiming it at them. "You must be Dr. Sarah, correct?" Liu Huai faced the gun's muzzle with a smile, saying, "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. Who are you?" Dr. Sarah scrutinized Liu Huai and the Black Cat, having never seen the pair at the laboratory. "I can assist you," Liu Huai offered, "on the condition that you work for me from now on." "Why should I trust you?" Dr. Sarah responded, her vigilance high. "You have no time left," Liu Huai remarked, glancing out the window where shadows flitted through the heavy rain, having already entered the inn. "They're the ones sent by the Institute to capture you, aren't they?" Liu Huai chuckled. "You have taken their weapons. They will not let you off easily." "What do you know?" Dr. Sarah was taken aback. "Is this really the time for such trivial inquiries?" Liu Huai met her gaze directly. "You have 2 choices. Trust me or be captured." "Doctor." Sarah glanced at Laura and declared, "I will agree." Liu Huai smirked and instructed the Black Cat. "There are 7 in total. Go deal with them." "Got it, boss." The Black Cat replied, clenching her fists as she stepped outside. Chapter 29. The Brotherhood of Mutants. At that moment, the Institute's personnel ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor, closing in as they traversed the corridor. The Black Cat, striding with confidence, gathered her hair into a high ponytail. The Institute's agents did not recognize her, each searching room by room for Sarah and Laura, the distance between the 2 groups diminishing. A few of them even cast lingering glances at the Black Cat, captivated by her striking figure and beauty. As the 2 groups nearly brushed past each other, the Black Cat reached the rear of the 7-person team, suddenly displaying a fierce glint in her eyes. In a swift and decisive motion, she turned and snapped one man's neck. The crack echoed, prompting the others to whirl around, only to find the black cat charging at them, delivering a crushing elbow strike to one's chin. Simultaneously, the remaining agents, now aware of her presence, drew their guns, aiming to shoot her down. Yet, the black cat was too swift, true to her name. She moved with the agility of a cat, effortlessly taking down two more in the blink of an eye. Only 3 adversaries remained, but they had already chambered their bullets. Guns trained on the black cat. The black cat lifted her long legs, delivering a swift kick that sent one man's handgun flying. Simultaneously, she seized another man by his trousers, using him as a shield to deflect a gunshot aimed at her. With a powerful throw, she hurled the man away. And as the struck individual instinctively caught his comrade, she drove her knee forcefully into his temple. Within just 2 breaths, the corridor was left with only the black cat standing, as she dispatched all but one foe. Seizing the opportunity, the last assailant attempted to circle behind her, raising his gun to pull the trigger. Click! The weapon jammed. The gunman stood bewildered. The black cat pressed her advantage, executing a swift kick that sent the man's firearm flying, followed by a decisive chop that shattered his windpipe. With the battle concluded, she clapped her hands, standing tall as she sought out Lu Huai for praise. "How was that, boss? Are you satisfied?" Lu Huai responded with a knowing smile. "Fortune has favored us." He then turned to Laura Kinney. "Let us depart." Laura remained still, gazing at Dr. Sarah, and upon receiving her silent consent, began to gather her belongings. The quartet descended the stairs and exited the apartment. The black cat expertly held an umbrella for Lu Huai. "Where shall we go now, boss?" Lu Huai glanced at Sarah and Laura. "We initially intended to seek Logan Howlett's assistance, but that is no longer necessary," he stated. "As per our agreement, you may now commence working for me. I have numerous inquiries, but you did indeed rescue us." Dr. Sarah remarked, "So, boss, what work do you wish for us to undertake?" "You are an astute individual," Lu Huai replied with a smile. "Simply do what you excel at, Dr. Sarah." Though Dr. Sarah had an inkling of the answer, her mind was rife with questions, yet the moment did not seem suitable for probing deeper. As they conversed, a Maybach came to a halt before them, its driver clad in a blue suit. The suited man exited the vehicle, having just received Lu Huai's call to bring a car. "Take Dr. Sarah to our research institute," Lu Huai instructed the driver. Dr. Sarah began to refuse, but upon locking eyes with Lu Huai, she halted. "Dr. Sarah, you should go." Lu Huai's voice was like a siren's call, echoing in her mind. His gaze resembled a gateway to a profound cosmic abyss, drawing her in with an irresistible pull. Word magic, she thought, as their eyes met, controlling her very spirit. "Yes, I should go." For a fleeting moment, Dr. Sarah's expression became entranced, and then, as if a devoted follower had found her faith, she resolutely declared, "I should go." "Laura, stay close to the boss," Dr. Sarah instructed, ensuring her companion's safety. "He will protect you." "Felicia, you drive," Lu Huai commanded, opening the car door as Dr. Sarah beckoned Laura to join them. He had no intention of inducting Dr. Sarah into his Maria church, but rather, he sought her assistance in his research. Currently, the church had only 2 prospective members, Black Cat Felicia Hardy and Laura Kinney, age 23. Now, they seek to recruit a 3rd preparatory member in New York, a member of immense potential, the crimson-haired sorceress. Much like in the comics, Wanda and Pietro, having fled their home, join an organization for the sake of survival. This organization is none other than the renowned Brotherhood of Mutants, led by the enigmatic Magneto. According to intelligence, the Brotherhood has recently dispatched agents to New York to recruit mutants, and the newcomer Wanda Maximoff is among them. The thunder rumbles as torrential rain pours outside the car window. Black Cat navigates the vehicle with skill, while Laura and Lu Huai occupy the back seat. Laura, seated in the corner and pressed against the door, casts a wary glare at Lu Huai. "You need not harbor any animosity towards me," Lu Huai asserts. "After all, I did rescue you, did I not? And did Dr. Sarah not instruct you to heed my words?" He extends his hand towards Laura, who immediately bares her teeth like a wary pup. Lu Huai meets Laura's gaze. They lock eyes for several moments before the girl's expression softens, allowing him to stroke her hair gently. "Boss, we have arrived," Black Cat announces, having driven at breakneck speed, reaching their destination in less than 10 minutes. She halts the vehicle at the roadside, but Lu Huai does not rush to alight. Instead, he unleashes a swarm of serpents from his mind to probe the surroundings. Indeed, we are here, he confirms. Shall we disembark? Black Cat inquires. No rush, Lu Huai replies with a smile, peering through the rain-soaked window, his gaze fixed on a distant, abandoned factory. Several vehicles are parked outside, and sounds of a struggle emanate from within. It's a trap. A trap. A grotesque mutant, resembling a wretched toad, cries out, suspended against the wall inside the factory. Throughout the 5-story structure, armed figures clad in black uniforms are scattered about. Wanda Maximoff and 4 other members of the Brotherhood had originally arrived here in response to a summons for mutants, only to find themselves encircled by a cadre of these shadowy figures. The uniforms worn by these assailants are clearly those of an official agency dedicated to the capture of mutant criminals. This is unmistakably a carefully laid ambush. Bang! A gunshot rings out as a tranquilizer dart strikes the toad-like mutant, who collapses to the ground with a heavy thud. Capturing these mutants alive is evidently deemed far more advantageous than executing them outright. 2 have already been incapacitated, leaving 3 remaining. The black-clad assailants communicate seamlessly via their wireless devices. The 3rd has been hit. Only 2 remain. They report, working in unison, leveraging both positional and numerical superiority to swiftly subdue 3 mutants. Though Magneto possesses formidable powers, the members of the Brotherhood are not particularly adept. After all, he even recruits the likes of the Porcupine. Among the 5 who came to recruit, besides Wanda and the Toad mutant, the Porcupine is included, and of the remaining 2, one has the ability to control minds but can only dominate a single individual's psyche. Against the black-clad forces, this ability offers little in the way of resistance. The last individual, endowed with 4 arms and formidable in close combat, succumbed to 2 shots within 3 minutes, marking the end of the struggle. Thus, only Wanda remained, a member of the Brotherhood, surrounded by the black-clad forces. Outside the factory, in a luxurious car, Lu Huai opened his eyes and proclaimed, "Let us proceed." Chapter 30. The red-haired sorceress inside the factory, shrouded in heavy rain. The black-clad soldiers cornered the red-haired girl, weapons drawn. She retreated step by step, her gaze sharp, with red lights swirling between her fingers. A chilly breeze and the dampness of the rain seeped through the window behind her, causing her hair to dance in the wind. Wanda was in a state of panic. As a newcomer, she had merely come to broaden her horizons and observe the recruitment process of the organization. Little did she anticipate that the experience would escalate from mere observation to intense combat. What troubled her even more was the utter lack of capable mutants within the Brotherhood, especially that hedgehog man. Initially, Wanda firmly believed he possessed hidden abilities beyond his spines, for otherwise he would be quite inadequate. To her astonishment, it turned out he was indeed as inept as he appeared. What should she do? Wanda racked her brain for a strategy. Surrender? That would likely be futile. She had heard tales of this organization. Mutants captured by them often faced horrific torment, ultimately ending up on the experimental table for dissection. The consequences of surrender and capture were virtually indistinguishable. Thus, her only recourse was to resist fiercely. Wanda had always regarded herself as a mutant, possessing the ability to influence the thoughts of living beings and manipulate objects from a distance. At least, that was her belief. Facing a dozen armed individuals, she could not guarantee her ability to control both their weapons and themselves simultaneously, and she had never taken a life before. She was trapped in a dire predicament. Beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks. Suddenly, she felt a pang of regret for joining the Brotherhood. However, at that time, she had no choice but to align herself with them. She and her brother had grown up in Sokovia, enduring their father's frequent abuse after their mother's passing. Even after they awakened their abilities, their fathers sought to hand them over to the authorities for a bounty. Thus they fled. In a small town, a portly man attempted to assault her, only to be taught a lesson by her brother, inadvertently exposing her brother's powers to the public. The townsfolk branded them as outcasts and turned against them. At that critical moment, a man descended from the sky. He rescued them and extended an invitation to join his organization, the Brotherhood of Mutants. For reasons unknown, Wanda found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Despite the world portraying him as a notorious villain, she instinctively wanted to believe in him. Yet, despite this, regret washed over her once more. All she sought was a stable life with her brother. Now, however, she found herself cornered, with no turning back, regardless of whether they perished or she was captured. What should she do? The crimson glow emanating from her fingertips was dazzling, and Wanda Maximoff furrowed her brow, as if a voice were enticing her from within. Kill them. Kill them. Yet this ambiguous whisper faded swiftly, replaced by the voice of a young man. Quite a lively scene. I assent to it. Both Wanda and the black-clad soldiers turned simultaneously. Lu Huai descended the staircase, flanked by Black Cat and Laura. Who were they? In an instant, half the group aimed their firearms at them. However, a similarly attired man approached, assuring them, "Do not be alarmed. They are our allies." Outside the factory, some of their comrades remained vigilant, preventing the mutants inside from escaping and remaining alert to potential new adversaries. The leader of this unit awaited news from within, seated in one of the vehicles outside. Just moments ago, Lu Huai had rapped on his car window, and with a mere glance exchanged, they were considered allies. Although the plan to ensnare their targets was devised and executed by Lu Huai, and the black-clad troops were drawn by him, he currently lacked the authority to command them. Fortunately, he had unlocked the power of the word spirit. Without the need for weapons, a single glance could subdue the enemy. Lu Huai relished this ability. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of pouring rain and thunder, Lu Huai approached Wanda, glancing at the red light in her hand before turning to the armed black-clad men who aimed at her, inwardly reflecting on the audacity of the ignorant. Wanda Maximoff, come with us, he offered. The Brotherhood of Mutants is not the place for you. I will not surrender. Wanda's eyes reflected a hint of stubbornness. You will dissect me, will we? Lu Huai replied, casting a glance back at the black-clad soldiers, who remained silent. It appeared they indeed would. We shall not, Lu Huai asserted, referring to the Maria Church. You now have two paths before you, do you not? He continued. One leads to inevitable doom. The other still offers a glimmer of hope. Fear not. I will not impose a restraining device upon you, should you sense danger. It is not too late to choose the path you deem to be one of no return. Consider Pietro. Lu Huai refrained from employing the word spirit on Wanda. Sometimes, words wield greater power than fists. Indeed, upon hearing his final remark, Wanda's expression softened, wavering with uncertainty. Wanda, come with me. Lu Huai extended his hand toward her. The black-clad soldiers maintained their vigilance, still aiming their weapons at Wanda, prepared with non-metallic firearms and tranquilizer darts. Wanda looked up at Lu Huai, as if beginning to see the sense in his words, and finally raised her arm to grasp his hand. Lu Huai smiled, let us go. Upon receiving their leader's nod of approval, the black-clad soldiers parted to grant them passage. Saving a life is as simple as that. However, just as they were about to descend the stairs, someone suddenly inquired, Commander, where do you intend to take her? Take her to the place she belongs. Lu Huai casually remarked. Sir, do you have identification? The man inquired once more. It was undeniably peculiar. In the midst of a torrential downpour, a stranger appeared, compelling their captain to bow and scrape, demanding to publicly remove their quarry. This was exceedingly strange. They had to ponder deeply, for the abilities of mutants are extraordinarily varied. With Magneto's control over magnetic fields and the Professor's telepathic prowess, the price of fame is that one is stripped bare by the masses. Lu Huai halted, turning with a smile to face the man in black, the one who had posed the question. What is your name? Lu Huai asked. The man did not respond, for Lu Huai had not answered him. So he persisted, Sir, do you have identification? The atmosphere grew tense, and the once chilly factory now felt stiflingly warm. Lu Huai's smile deepened. No, he replied. Chapter 31, The Unwritten Rules. No. Lu Huai turned to confront the black-clad squad, maintaining his smile. The air grew taut. In an instant, all the guns were aimed at Lu Huai. What are you doing? The captain shouted. Captain, are you all right? Someone questioned the captain. Are you in your right mind, or have you already betrayed us? The captain began to explain, but found himself devoid of a rational basis to justify his current actions. Time was short, and Lu Huai had not implanted any coherent logic in his mind. Lu Huai shook his head with a wry smile, surprised that these minor characters were not so easily deceived. The power of the word spirit can only be employed one-on-one. Although it can influence a group extensively after advancing to the realm of the Posa, there was no need to resort to such extremes for this trivial matter. Raise your hands, sir. The deputy captain commanded sharply, gun drawn. Boss. Black Cat shot a questioning glance. Laura and Wanda also fixed their serious gazes on Lu Huai. Regardless of their previous identities, they were now all in the same precarious situation. Lu Huai sighed, the implication clear. Being captured would be disastrous. I understand. Black Cat exchanged a glance with Laura and Wanda. Sisters, let us step it up. Raise your hands. The deputy captain bellowed. Suddenly, Black Cat raised her specially designed black umbrella, unfurling its fabric. At that moment, the black-clad squad pulled their triggers, firing tranquilizer darts. The bulletproof fabric, as anticipated, shielded against the darts. Black Cat swiftly sprang into action, drawing the blade hidden in the umbrella's handle, weaving through the crowd like a nimble cat. Laura followed in Black Cat's wake, extending her claws from her fists, swiftly slicing the legs of several black-clad individuals. Wanda, the strongest yet most timid among them, had never taken a life. To her, killing signified a loss of purity. Thus, she merely ensnared their movements with her red light, binding them in place. A Scarlet Witch, a diminutive Wolverine, and an agile thief known as Black Cat perfectly compensated for any numerical deficiency. In less than half a minute, the entire black-clad squad was incapacitated. You've been hit. Lu Huai observed that Laura had been struck by 2 tranquilizer darts. I'm fine, Laura declared, extracting the needles as her self-healing factor swiftly mitigated the effects of the sedative. A pleasure collaborating, ladies. Lu Huai extended a hand to celebrate. The accommodating Black Cat promptly placed her hand atop Lu Huai's, while Laura and Wanda exchanged glances before sequentially joining in. Their shared experience of combat had unconsciously fostered a closer bond among them. Thus, he had successfully assembled 3 prospective members. Next, there remained some aftermath to address, such as apprehending the lab that had captured Laura and the Brotherhood of Mutants associated with Wanda. In comparison, the mercenary Black Cat was decidedly more agreeable. After departing the factory, Lu Huai escorted them to the former villa of Thor. This will be your home from now on. Lu Huai pushed open the door, revealing an impeccably cleaned interior. Wow, Black Cat exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. The opulence of the mansion indicated that she had indeed chosen the right employer. Sarah Laura fixed her gaze on Lu Huai. Dr. Sarah has other commitments, but rest assured, I will ensure she visits you frequently. Lu Huai's attention shifted to Wanda. And you will soon reunite with your brother. Thank you, Wanda replied. The perceptive Black Cat seized the opportunity, inquiring, what will our tasks entail? Are they suitable for children? A pertinent question, Lu Huai responded, settling into the sofa. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Lu, but you may refer to me as Lu Mingza, or even as Kingpin. Who? Black Cat was likely the only one among them aware of Kingpin's identity, though she had never encountered him. Rumors suggested that Kingpin was deceased. The previous Kingpin is indeed dead. I was responsible for his demise, Lu Huai clarified, seemingly perceiving Black Cat's astonishment. Gasp! Black Cat inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the revelation. Lu Huai continued, the reason I sought you out is that I intend to establish an organization, the Maria Church, dedicated to recruiting those homeless, oppressed, and wretched women seeking vengeance. The 3 girls simultaneously lifted their gazes to meet Lu Huai's eyes. So, I ask, will you join? A succinct inquiry, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. You may choose freely, Lu Huai added, but my earlier statement remains valid, regardless of your decision. You can reside here. Lu Huai discerned that, apart from Black Cat, the other 2 girls were not as forthright, even with his assurance. They would not refuse to stay here, nor would they choose to reject the offer if it meant leaving. I will join. Black Cat was the first to declare. I shall join as well. Wanda followed suit, but I have a request. To bring your brother here? Lu Huai inquired. Yes, Wanda nodded. Rest assured, I have assured you that you will reunite. Lu Huai turned to Laura, stating that, as I mentioned, Dr. Sarah works here safely. I will join as well, Laura declared. Excellent. Lu Huai exclaimed. Thus, our church is established. Is it truly that simple? The Black Cat pondered, feeling the process rather hasty. Indeed, Lu Huai nodded, however. To ensure the church's existence is widely recognized, we require some promotional efforts. I am unfamiliar with promotion, yet I can certainly attempt it. The Black Cat volunteered. Lu Huai inquired, such as? The Black Cat suggested, scaling walls to distribute flyers. That is unnecessary. I already have some ideas, Lu Huai replied. Laura and Wanda, please take a stroll, and Felicia, come to me. Could it possibly be a thrilling and nerve-wracking initiation? The Black Cat followed Lu Huai into another room. Upon entering, they beheld a glass vessel containing a writhing yellow-black liquid. Boss, do you often engage in such thrilling activities? The Black Cat exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Huai disregarded the black cat's frivolous remark and continued. Those two girls outside possess either near-immortal physiques or earth-shattering magic, while you have nothing. That remark stings a bit. Boss, and I don't perceive them as particularly formidable. You aren't implying anything about me, are you? The black cat retorted, feeling a twinge of insecurity. Lu Huai could not help but break character slightly, commenting, "You'll come to feel inferior in the future." He then resumed his serious demeanor, explaining, "This substance originates from another world. Consider it a battle suit. Once merged, your attributes will receive superhuman enhancements, albeit temporarily. As I mentioned, it is merely a battle suit." In truth, Lu Huai could have injected the black cat with super soldier serum, but unfortunately, the serum had been sent for research, and perhaps a portion could be reserved for her upon mass production. The black cat remarked, "While I concede you're always right, this substance appears rather unpleasant. Is it truly safe?" Lu Huai reassured, "It should be, but we shall see." With that, he opened the glass vessel, allowing the symbiote to wail and crawl out like a mass of soft-bodied creatures. The black cat cast a hesitant glance at Lu Huai before cautiously approaching and tentatively extending her hand. The moment their contact was made, the wailing symbiote seemed to find salvation, burrowing entirely into the black cat's body. "Ah!" She instinctively cried out, "It has entered." Outside, Wanda, having heard the scream, felt her delicate visage flush with color, suddenly questioning the wisdom of her decision to join. Inside, the symbiote wailed as it fully integrated with the black cat, exhibiting no signs of rejection. "Who is speaking?" The black cat shouted nervously. "It is the battle suit. It is a living entity," Lu Huai explained belatedly. "I wish you a pleasant collaboration, and should there be any adverse reactions, do remember to inform me." With that, Lu Huai exited the room, leaving the black cat and the wailing symbiote to foster their newfound bond. As Lu Huai approached them after leaving, Wanda abruptly stood, sternly admonishing him, "No, I cannot agree to this." "What?" Lu Huai was momentarily taken aback. "What are you saying?" I remarked that Wanda's face was crimson, as if it could bleed, and declared that I could not accept the unspoken rules. "Huh?" Lu Huai smirked. "Who said anything about unspoken rules for you?" Not for me." Wanda appeared bewildered. "Laura, come here." Lu Huai called Laura over, right in front of Wanda. Wanda was left in a state of disarray. Chapter 32, Revenge Laura Kinney. "Do you have any friends?" In the confines of the room, Lu Huai inquired, seated opposite Laura Kinney. Laura remained silent. "Do you have any aspirations?" Lu Huai pressed on. Laura continued to be mute. "Have you ever contemplated what you would do after leaving that institution?" Laura still did not respond. Unlike in the movies, Laura had no friends in the experimental facility. She was merely cultivated as a killing machine. They tormented her, commanded her, and studied her solely to develop a more formidable weapon to combat Wolverine. That institution was nothing but a ragtag group that had stolen Wolverine's genes, aspiring to eliminate him. Laura Kinney had grown numb amidst the ceaseless killings and research. Were it not for Dr. Sarah Still regarding her as a human, she might have truly become an emotionless assassin. Fortunately, her current circumstances were not so dire. Or perhaps, let me pose a simple question. Lu Huai continued, "Do you hate them?" Laura looked up at Lu Huai, seemingly deep in thought, or perhaps lost in a daze. "Hate," Laura responded, her tone questioning. "Hate," Lu Huai affirmed. "As I mentioned, you are free here. You can love, and equally, you can hate. You possess the right to express your emotions, affection, aversion, sorrow, anger. Here, you are a living being." Laura repeated Lu Huai's words. "So do you hate them?" Lu Huai enunciated clearly, each word precise. "Those who abused you, controlled you, stripped you of your humanity. Do you hate them?" Laura was genuinely contemplating. Her long-numbed mind began to whirl, Lu Huai's words flowing into her like a refreshing stream. She declared, "I hate." "Let's go." Lu Huai stood, extending a hand to Laura. "Where to?" Laura inquired. Lu Huai replied, "To kill." Prior to recruiting Laura, Lu Huai had already contacted Hill, asking her to locate the position of that experimental facility. With clandestine research on superhumans within the nation's borders, utilizing Wolverine's genes, the creation of a self-healing army would certainly not sit well with S.H.L.D. Thus, Hill readily complied with his request. The intelligence capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. were indeed formidable. Within just a couple of hours, they had found and secretly dispatched personnel to surround the site. The location was in Washington, less than an hour's journey by private jet. As Lu Huai led Laura out of the room, he noticed Wanda sitting alone on the sofa and pondered aloud. The headquarters of the Brotherhood of Mutants is also in Washington, right? Yes. Wanda nodded. That's perfect. Let's go together and bring your brother out. Lu Huai beckoned. Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to join too. The black cat emerged from another room. Have you finished? Lu Huai inquired of the black cat. The black cat surveyed its body, obedient and confident that they would coexist harmoniously. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Huai agreed. All right, let's go together. After all, we are now a family. Once they were ready, the trio promptly set off, landing in Washington an hour later, heading directly to the experimental facility. Hill was absent. As the secretary of the Black Egg, he was quite occupied, so it was Daisy Johnson, the vibrational woman, who came to greet them. Upon their meeting, Daisy remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Mr. Herzog certainly doesn't lack for female company. I recall the last time it wasn't these three. The world evolves rapidly, necessitating frequent updates. Lu Huai retorted lightly, implying that the previous trio was inferior to this one, having been replaced. Daisy's expression darkened slightly as she smiled and said, I'll lead you over. Just be careful not to trip and fall. Thank you for the reminder. The experimental facility was situated in a somewhat prosperous area, its facade unremarkable, resembling an ordinary building, embodying a sense of hiding in plain sight. Are all the individuals inside under control? Lu Huai inquired naturally. You didn't specify to control them. My orders were merely to monitor, Daisy replied. Are all the personnel present? Lu Huai pressed on. There are a total of 87 people, including research and security personnel. All inside, she responded. Good, let's proceed. Lu Huai took the lead. What are we going in for? Daisy asked. To kill. Do you not know that murder is a crime? I do. Are you going to stop me? Lu Huai glanced at Daisy Johnson. The three girls behind him tensed inexplicably. Ready for action. Daisy chuckled. I won't stop you. My orders are merely to monitor, not to intervene. However, I will accompany you inside. Rest assured, I will just observe. Lu Huai did not respond and stepped inside first. The interior revealed a vast, empty space devoid of furniture, reminiscent of an unfinished new house. Lu Huai glanced at Laura, who approached a wall and punched through it, revealing a hidden door. Boss, they must have already detected us. The black cat pointed towards a surveillance camera in the corner. No worries. Lu Huai looked towards Daisy. They're already like fish in a barrel, Daisy assured. Lu Huai smiled and entered the secret door first. After traversing a narrow passageway, their vision opened up to a spacious underground chamber. Bright incandescent lights illuminated the area. An armed security personnel appeared to have been waiting for some time. Behind the security team stood a man. Xanderus, the head of this experimental institution and a scientist, became fixated on creating a weapon to surpass Wolverine after his father was slain by the latter. In a certain sense, Laura Kinney can be considered one of his scientific creations. Impressive, Laura Kinney. We dispatched numerous individuals to hunt you down, yet you found your way back on your own, Xanderus remarked, noting her many companions. I was unaware you had such a multitude of friends. Xanderus, a true leader, quickly identified the leader among the group and directed his gaze towards Lu Huai, asking, so, you are the assistant Dr. Sarah secured for her? You guessed incorrectly. No wonder you struggle to retain talent. Lu Huai snapped his fingers, causing the weaponry in the hands of the security personnel to ascend to the ceiling. Bring in the mutant. Xanderus was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Mutants akin to Old Man Logan were exceedingly rare, and he hadn't anticipated encountering one here. Laura Kinney, Lu Huai called out to the girl, go seek your vengeance. The mirror-like silver blades pierced flesh, and the girl's countenance twisted into a fierce snarl. Akin to a rabid dog, she lunged forward, her claws tearing through the enemy's throat. Rendered weaponless, they were left vulnerable. Stop her, Xanderus shouted, attempting to flee. Simultaneously, a towering brute approached Laura, extending claws from his hands. Laura, codenamed 23, was a perfect little Wolverine, while the brute, codenamed 24, was a nearly identical replica, possessing similar strength and regenerative abilities to the original. Given time, this institution might indeed create a being surpassing Wolverine. Are you an imbecile? Lu Huai calmly extended his hand, and 24 was immobilized as if he were a figurine. Chapter 33. A body on the brink of immortality, Lu Huai spread his palm, and 24's limbs extended, his entire form suspended in the air like a leopard. Lu Huai acknowledged that 24 was formidable, possessing superhuman strength, metallic claws, and a healing factor. But it was all in vain. The truth was that the word spirit's sword could conquer him. Girls, the ensuing scene may be somewhat bloody and violent. So please watch closely. Lu Huai slightly tilted his head. In his spiritual vision, it appeared as though magnetic lines pierced through 24's body, connecting to his bones. At that moment, 24, infused with metallic elements, resembled a marionette, with Lu Huai as the puppeteer. The magnetic lines exerted force in all directions, pulling at 24's bones as if he were being torn apart limb from limb. Although the adamantium was indestructible, there were still vulnerabilities in the joints. Under Lu Huai's will, the bones were drawn outward, tearing through the skin, and 24 emitted a scream. It was a sound so melodious and pleasing. Lu Huai swallowed hard, grateful that Xanderus had not severed 24's pain receptors. A crimson deluge poured down indoors, staining the gray floor as 24's limbs and head were severed from his body. Eviscerated, Lu Huai extracted all of his metallic skeleton. Crimson droplets cascaded onto his face, trickling down to the corners of his lips. Instinctively, he extended his tongue, the taste of metallic tang swirling in his mouth. The thrill of slaughter danced upon his heart, his face flushed, whether from the bloodstains or sheer exhilaration. He could not tell. Indeed, the sensation of slaying monsters was truly invigorating. In an instant, the scroll in his mind unfurled once more. Its originally dark, ink shimmering and writhing as if coated in gold leaf. You have new words of power to unlock. Much like the incident with the spider ogre, he had again ingested the blood of his foe, and the scroll opened automatically, though this time the content differed. Previously, it had indicated that Lu Huai had triggered a keyword evolution. Now it directly proclaimed that new words of power awaited his discovery. Considering the time elapsed, it had indeed been over 24 hours since his last unlocking, suggesting that this was not merely an additional reward. Lu Huai glanced upward, observing the 24's flesh writhing as it attempted to heal itself. In the distance, Laura Kinney had already eliminated the security personnel, and with the assistance of Black Cat and Wanda, this vendetta was nearing its conclusion. Thus, Lu Huai, feeling somewhat indulgent, discreetly proceeded to unlock the new power. The golden script writhed and transformed. Congratulations, you have unlocked the word of power, Yada. Lu Huai raised an eyebrow. This seemed to be a remarkable boon. Yada serial number, 113 bloodline source, White King, danger level, extreme effect, forcefully enhances bloodline, granting a physique akin to the mythical Yada no Orochi, enabling near-immortal existence through blood manipulation, with an inexhaustible regenerative capability. It bore resemblance to a self-healing factor, but its effects were far beyond that. The information flow regarding Yada spiraled in Lu Huai's mind. This hybrid ultimate word of power, with serial number 113, represented a semi-passive state ability. It could be actively unleashed like other words of power, or it could passively activate when his health dwindled to a critical level, resulting in full resurrection. Its regenerative prowess even rivaled that of pure blood dragons. Beyond regeneration, he could enhance his physique and attributes by augmenting his bloodline, potentially even transforming into a dragon. It was somewhat akin to blood rage, but without any adverse side effects, and he would remain conscious while invoking the word of power. However, according to the information he had obtained regarding the two, the enhancement limit of blood rage surpassed that of Yada, given that it was a life-risking skill. The seemingly harmonious pairing of Yada's near-immortal form and the life-risking blood rage appeared to present an intriguing synergy. Lu Huai chuckled, fully aware that outwardly displaying emotions was imprudent. Yet he found it difficult to contain his delight. The prospect of the days ahead suddenly seemed vastly more expansive. However, he quickly tempered his emotions. At present, he had only achieved modest success on Earth, and in the grand tapestry of the universe, it remained insufficient. Perhaps he should maintain his hopes for the currently blank realm of alchemy. Lu Huai regained his composure and contemplated another matter. The two unusual movements of the scroll seemed to be caused by his inadvertent consumption of blood. Thus, could he actively enhance his own strength using this method in the future? His gaze shifted to the young women surrounding him, and a thought began to form. With a swift motion, Lu Huai drew a throwing knife from his sleeve. The blade danced through the air like a silver serpent, piercing through Xanderus's leg. Xanderus let out a horrific scream as he fell to the ground, and Laura lunged forward, driving her claws into his heart. "You little beast. I created you." Xanderus exclaimed with wide eyes. "No, it was my mother who gave birth to me," Laura responded, withdrawing her claws and watching as Xanderus breathed his last. Lu Huai approached her and gently stroked her hair. "Good child, it is all over now. Everything has come to an end." Laura Kinney wept uncontrollably in Lu Huai's embrace. Her emotions, which she usually kept in check, nearly overwhelming her at that moment. Utilizing the power of language, Lu Huai put her to sleep and instructed the black cat to carry her back to the plane, while he intended to retrieve her brother alongside Wanda. Before departing, Lu Huai removed all the metal from his person. It remained uncertain which was more formidable, the power of the language sword or that of this universe's old man wand. Should he be caught off guard, it could lead to tragedy. Although confrontation was not guaranteed, it was wise to be prepared. In the end, Lu Huai expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Daisy Johnson, casually extracting a drop of her blood using zero time. After parting ways, he seized the opportunity to discreetly ingest the blood when Wanda was not paying attention. There were no unusual reactions. The scroll remained inert. The language showed no signs of activation. His body felt normal. Lu Huai rinsed his mouth with mineral water and turned his gaze to Wanda, recognizing her unparalleled abilities, potential, and importance. This time, he did not employ zero time, but rather directly asked, "Could you spare me a drop of your blood? Do you want my first?" Wanda gasped, clutching her chest. Lu Huai was taken aback. What kind of thinking is that? He took half a minute to clarify that he merely desired a drop of her blood. From any part of her body. "Does this relate to retrieving my brother?" Wanda inquired suspiciously. "Of course," Lu Huai replied without hesitation. Resolutely, Wanda bit her finger and extended it toward Lu Huai. "Here." Without further ado, Lu Huai bent down, opened his mouth, and naturally took her finger into his mouth. Wanda exclaimed it. Chapter 34. A first encounter. Wanda was momentarily stunned. "Is this related to saving my brother?" "It seems rather ambiguous." Lu Huai savored her finger, relishing the delicacy and sweetness, yet no unusual reactions occurred. Reluctantly, he released her finger, pulling away a silver thread. "Such a delightful taste." Wanda blushed. "It's all right now, thank you." Lu Huai produced a tissue to wipe his mouth. Noticing Wanda still standing in a daze with her finger raised, he kindly offered to wipe her finger as well. It appeared that it was not merely about consuming blood. Some other triggering condition was required. "Let us go and fetch your brother." Lu Huai led the way, with Wanda closely following. Before long, they arrived at a sprawling farm, where diligent farmers toiled under the sun. "Is this the haven of the Brotherhood of Mutants?" Lu Huai stood atop a hillside, surveying the landscape. Indeed, it is quite inconceivable that such a notorious organization engages in agricultural labor. Wanda felt a hint of pride. "Are you not afraid that I might be an agent of the government, pretending to befriend you, while secretly aiming to uncover the location of the Brotherhood to ensnare them all?" Lu Huai inquired. Wanda was momentarily taken aback. "I was merely jesting. Perhaps you should remain vigilant in the future." Lu Huai chuckled as he descended towards the farm below. Wanda, watching his retreating figure, followed suit. As Lu Huai approached the territory of the Brotherhood, the individuals who had been laboring diligently turned their attention towards him, halting their work with expressions of caution. He observed the diverse crowd, men, women, the young and the old, some bearing unusual features, while others appeared entirely ordinary, yet could effortlessly lift heavy stones. Undoubtedly, they were all mutants. A burly man with two braided pigtails approached Lu Huai and Wanda, inquiring, "Why have you returned alone? Who is he?" As he spoke, other mutants began to gather around. "Is Mr. Magneto present?" Lu Huai asked politely, already contemplating his chances should a confrontation arise. The wordsmith scythe was activated. Aside from himself and Wanda, there were 57 individuals on the farm, each possessing unique abilities. If a conflict ensued, Wanda might not support him. 1 against 57, advantage clearly lay with them. "Greetings. I am Eric Lynchare." A voice echoed from above, prompting everyone to look skyward, including Lu Huai. The man gradually descended from the air, landing gracefully before Lu Huai. Lu Huai raised an eyebrow. Clad in a crimson helmet and cape, he was tall, seemingly in his 30s, with piercing eyes that conveyed a sense of authority. It was evident that this was the illustrious figure known as Magneto. "Hello. My surname is Lu." Lu Huai greeted with a smile. "Wanda, did you not go to recruit?" Magneto asked, bypassing Lu Huai to address her directly. "Yes, we were surrounded by official forces. It was a trap." Lu Huai interjected on her behalf. And who might you be? Magneto scrutinized Lu Huai. I happened to pass by and rescued them. Lu Huai responded smoothly. Them? Magneto glanced at Wanda and the others. The rest were hit by tranquilizer darts. It will take some time before they can relay the news. I shall not beat around the bush. I have come to negotiate for 2 individuals, Lu Huai stated. This is not a brothel, Magneto retorted, turning towards the buildings at the back of the farm. They are free. There is no need for such terminology. That is splendid. Lu Huai matched Magneto's stride. Then I shall take Wanda and Pietro with me. Magneto abruptly halted, glaring at Lu Huai. What did you just say? You may clarify. Lu Huai glanced at Wanda. Mr. Lancel, Wanda said softly, I am profoundly grateful for your initial act of rescue and your willingness to shelter us. Throughout this period of acquaintance, I have come to perceive that you are not the ruthless figure that the outside world portrays you to be. However, I must express, Old One interrupted Wanda. She paused for a moment before continuing, but perhaps I am not suited for this place. And for that, I apologize, Mr. Lancel. It is for him. Old One glanced at Lu Huai. No, Wanda interjected. He saved me as well. You are all our saviors. Then why leave me for him? Old One stepped into the room. Wanda hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. She appreciates you and is willing to trust you. But that does not imply she is ready to join your cause. Lu Huai interjected on Wanda's behalf. But I believe the crux of the matter is... Lu Huai glanced at Wanda, sensing her reluctance to place Pietro in jeopardy. They had conversed during the flight. And as Lu Huai had just articulated, Wanda genuinely appreciated Old One and was inclined to trust him, yet remained non-committal. The endeavors Old One intended to undertake were far too perilous. It is no exaggeration to assert that he stands in opposition to all of humanity. Ever since Pietro sustained an injury during a mission, she had wished for him to distance himself. This moment, she felt, might present an opportunity. Perhaps it was somewhat ungrateful. But for her brother's safety, she could no longer afford such sentiments. Is that so? Old One sighed. Rest assured, Lu Huai turned to Wanda, Mr. Lancel is an understanding individual. He will comprehend your position. Mr. Lu is quite familiar with me? Old One inquired. I have heard accounts of your heroic deeds. Lu Huai replied. To be candid, I hold great admiration for your courage and respect for your resolve. I, on the other hand, have not heard of Mr. Lu. Old One remarked lightly. You might have heard my other name, Lu Huai said. Jinbing. Old One paused, casting a glance at Lu Huai. I have encountered him. He does not appear as youthful as you. He is deceased. I have usurped his power and resources, Lu Huai stated nonchalantly. Old One's gaze shifted over Lu Huai, his expression wavering, before he finally remarked, impressive for one so young. Wanda, Lu Huai suddenly said, May I have a private conversation with Mr. Lancel? Wanda glanced at both men before departing the room. The vast chamber now contained only the 2 of them. Speak. What is your true intention? Old One poured himself a glass of wine and sat across from Lu Huai. You truly are difficult to deceive. Lu Huai maintained his politeness. Raising his hand as a short sword decoration hanging on the wall suddenly detached from its sheath and flew into his grasp. Mr. Lancel, I believe our relationship can progress to a closer bond. Old One furrowed his brow, holding his glass with one hand. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face. His expression intricate, with a hint of disbelief, a sense of inevitability, and a lingering question in his eyes. Tentatively, he inquired, You're also my son? Huh? Unexpectedly confronted with this question, Lu Huai's expression stiffened, internally lamenting. What debts of passion did you accumulate in your youth, old man? Chapter 35. Father and son you misunderstand. Lu Huai said, covering his face and supporting his forehead. If all goes as expected, there should be no blood relation between us. That is reassuring. Lao Wan seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Have you not yet informed Wanda that she is your daughter? Lu Huai inquired tentatively. In alternate universes, possibilities diverge. In some realms, both Wanda and Pietro are the progeny of Lao Wan. Lu Huai was uncertain if this universe adhered to that narrative. He merely sought to probe Lao Wan's reaction. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Lao Wan's expression shifted. Lu Huai recognized that he had hit the mark. How do you know? Lao Wan asked sternly. Aside from my abilities, I possess other means, Lu Huai replied. What I propose is a collaboration. They exchanged glances, the air thick with silence. Lu Huai was acutely aware of his own limitations. He did not tread the path of invincibility, thus he could not afford to turn down opportunities. Abilities manifest in various forms. For Lu Huai, intellect, skill, prowess, connections, and even fortune constitute facets of capability. Hence, in the absence of overt enmity, he welcomed the prospect of allies. Naturally, even amidst hostility, alliances could be forged. Lu Huai had committed to assisting Wanda in retrieving her brother, but his assistance extended beyond that singular task. Are you also a mutant? Lao Wan Yin Guit? Isn't it obvious? Lu Huai responded as he sheathed his short sword with a word of power. I do not require allies. However, should you wish to join the Brotherhood of Mutants, I would gladly welcome you, Lao Wan remarked coldly. Do not deceive yourself. Lu Huai fixed his gaze on Lao Wan. You know better than anyone that you cannot accomplish your grand designs alone. You require allies, and you are acutely aware of whom to seek. Yet that individual is presently preoccupied with teaching, rendering your paths irreconcilable. You seem to know too much, Lao Wan said, his tone icy. Do you know why? Lu Huai smiled. I previously suggested that our relationship could deepen, yet in truth, we are already quite close. Lu Huai paused, addressing Lao Wan. In another world, what did you say? Lao Wan furrowed his brow. The abilities of mutants are intricate and diverse. However, magnetic powers are considered relatively rare, Lu Huai concluded. Lao Wan's brow furrowed so deeply it could crush a mosquito. He sensed something in Lu Huai's words, yet found it difficult to believe. For certain reasons, there are matters I cannot elaborate on. Lu Huai rose. In any case, I urge you to contemplate the proposition of collaboration. As Lu Huai moved to exit, Lao Wan suddenly inquired, what is your true name? Lu Huai halted, turning his back to Lao Wan, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet his tone remained composed. Jacob Eisenhart. With that, he departed the room, leaving Lao Wan alone in contemplation. Lu Huai's words descended like a colossal stone from the heavens, shattering the surface of the lake and stirring tumultuous waves. Those familiar with him knew him only as Eric Lonsher, oblivious to his true name, Max Eisenhart, a name he had not uttered since the tragic demise of his family. From that fateful day onward, the name Max Eisenhart had been interred alongside his loved ones, leaving behind only the formidable Magneto, Eric Lonsher. The name Lu Huai spoke of remained etched in his heart, for it was the name of his father. Before the rift between him and Charles emerged, old Magneto had once heard of the concept of parallel universes. They were like bubbles floating in the sky, each an independent world, yet containing similar elements. In some parallel universe, perhaps there existed another Eric Lonsher and another Charles Xavier, both ordinary individuals devoid of superpowers. Perhaps even neighbors or dear friends. Initially, Magneto regarded this notion as a mere fanciful dream, an abstract concept. Yet, Lu Huai's appearance had shaken that belief. The young man, seemingly in his 20s, could he be a variant of his father from a parallel universe? Magneto was reluctant to accept this possibility. But Lu Huai had accurately uttered his father's name and possessed the same abilities. Of course, this did not conclusively prove that Lu Huai was indeed a variant of his father. Further evidence was required. Magneto's emotions swirled chaotically, and he ultimately could not restrain himself and rushed out. Upon seeing Lu Huai emerge, Wanda approached him with concern, inquiring what transpired. Just as Lu Huai opened his mouth to respond, the door behind him swung open unexpectedly. Mr. Lu, Magneto fixated on Lu Huai. Let's share dinner here before you depart. That would be splendid, Lu Huai replied. Magneto stepped aside, inviting Lu Huai to re-enter the abode for further discussion. A slight smile graced Lu Huai's lips. He had taken a bait. Thus, under Wanda's astonished gaze, the two men re-entered the house. What did you say your name was? Magneto inquired, sitting opposite Lu Huai. Jacob Eisenhart, Lu Huai replied. In my world, I have a son named Max Eisenhart. Magneto's gaze lingered on Lu Huai's face for a moment. At your age, it's hard not to suspect you wish to take advantage of me. Traversing parallel universes requires a cost. My original body is no more. And this youthful visage is the result of seizing a body in the temporal tunnel, Lu Huai stated casually, aware that Magneto had never traversed such realms. And thus his words were unchallenged. A simple investigation would reveal that in this world, I possess no past. This is the truth. Can you share your story with me? Magneto earnestly asked. In your world, did mutants emerge victorious? No, Lu Huai sighed. Mutants faced utter defeat. He then began to narrate the tale he knew of Magneto, uniquely substituting the protagonist with Magneto's father, Jacob. Inspired by the legendary Batman, in an alternate universe, Bruce Wayne met his demise in that fateful alley, while his father survived. Consequently, Bruce's father donned the bat suit and became Gotham's Dark Knight. In the tale of Lu Huai, Jacob Eisenhart, now in his 40s, is a father and a grandfather to ordinary children. However, everything changed when Jacob's family was buried alive by the Nazis, awakening within him the extraordinary ability to manipulate magnetic fields. The narrative unfolds simply. He avenged his family and embarked on a revolutionary path, founding the mutant family with a dear friend bearing the surname Xavier. Alas, they ultimately fell to the Sentinels. Lu Huai also recounted the story of the Sentinels to Old Wan, who upon hearing it, furrowed his brow, seemingly grasping the arduous nature of the revolutionary journey. Thus concluded Lu Huai's tale. "How did you find me?" Old Wan inquired. "Information and intelligence are the sharpest weapons of a leader," Lu Huai replied. Old Wan regarded Lu Huai, falling into contemplative silence. With merely a name and shared abilities, Old Wan's initial trust in Lu Huai stood at a mere 10%. But after hearing his story, it had risen to 40. Though still below half, this was a significant leap for Lu Huai. Suddenly, a loud thud disrupted the silence of the room, as if a heavy object had fallen outside. Old Wan rose to open the window, discovering a bald figure sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his orifices. The thoughts in his mind did not belong to this world. This individual was a telepath from a brotherhood, a bald man whose powers paled in comparison to the professor's. Old Wan had secretly dispatched this man to discreetly probe Lu Huai's mind for verification. Yet now, this figure lay bleeding, repeatedly murmuring about things that did not belong to this realm. Old Wan's trepidation dissipated. Could it truly be his counterpart from a parallel universe? "The information in my mind does not belong to this universe. He cannot endure it," Lu Huai remarked, approaching with an air of revelation. The dying telepath's voice grew weaker, fading into the ether until he breathed his last. "A subordinate's life is still a life. Did your father not teach you this?" Lu Huai feigned displeasure. Chapter 36. Speed and iron armor. Old Wan gazed at the lifeless body of the telepath and sighed, turning to Lu Huai with a complex expression. He now harbored an 80% trust in Lu Huai. "A subordinate's life is still a life. Did your father not teach you this?" Lu Huai continued his performance. "My father passed away when I was 10, Old Wan replied, instructing his men to remove the bald figure's body. To lose a subordinate merely to verify inconsequential information is a grave error, Lu Huai admonished. A true leader would never squander life so carelessly. A subordinate's life should be a sharp blade, wielded only when necessary. Lu Huai shook his head, expressing his disappointment. When I learned that my son's variant still existed in this universe, I was eager to come and see. However, it appears that parallel universes are ultimately two distinct realms. You may bear a striking resemblance, yet you are, in essence, two different individuals. Enough. Lu Huai's words seemed to pierce the heart of the old man, stirring his lost paternal affection. His expression hardened once more as he said, "Let us discuss serious matters. How do you wish to collaborate?" Lu Huai smiled and replied, "It's a long story." The sky quickly darkened. Wanda sat alone on the steps outside the small cabin, waiting for the others to emerge and for her brother to return. While she was busy recruiting, her brother Pietro had been dispatched on another mission and had yet to return. Wanda felt a tinge of worry. After all, he was her only remaining family member. "Pietro, who told you to eat my hamburger?" A sudden shout echoed across the farm. Wanda sprang to her feet, glancing toward the source of the commotion. It seemed Pietro had once again found himself in trouble, but it also signified that he had returned safely from his mission. She hurried over to see a silver-haired youth clad in a silver jacket, devouring a colossal hamburger, while a girl behind him glared at him, having just lost her meal. "Sis," Pietro waved at Wanda. "I can't believe you got here before me," he exclaimed, surprised. "How did the recruitment go? What abilities do they possess?" Wanda hesitated, her expression revealing her uncertainty. "What's the matter? Didn't T join us?" Pietro questioned, perplexed. Just as Wanda opened her mouth to respond, the door behind them swung open. Lu Huai and the old man stepped out. "Wanda, Pietro, you two will accompany him," the old man stated from the doorway. "Wah." Wanda gasped. "Huh?" Pietro echoed, astonished that Lu Huai had indeed persuaded Magneto to willingly release them. Pietro was taken aback. "Where are we going? Who are you? What am I supposed to do?" "Pietro, close your surprised mouth," Lu Huai said as he descended the steps. "Your sister will explain everything along the way." With that, he turned to the old man. "We shall forego dinner. Mr. Linshare. I wish you a pleasant collaboration. Until next time, the old man remained expressionless. Pleasant collaboration. Until next time. Half an hour later, aboard a private jet returning to New York, Pietro finally grasped the situation. I was sold? Not sold. Rather, you were forced to change allegiances, Lu Huai clarified reasonably. Isn't that essentially the same as being sold? Pietro appeared somewhat despondent. What's the matter? Do you idolize Magneto? Lu Huai discerned the boy's sentiments and dismissed the girls, opting for a private conversation with Pietro. He deserves admiration, for he is engaged in something truly monumental. Pietro's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Indeed, I concur with your perspective, Lu Huai asserted, feeling he could embody the deity of deception. So it is only natural that you wish to work with him. But do you understand why he permitted you to accompany me? Why? Pietro inquired. I have reached an agreement with him regarding a significant endeavor. Lu Huai remarked thus. He has entrusted you to me, hoping that you will gain experience and elevate yourself to the point where you can stand shoulder to shoulder with him one day. Did he truly say that? Pietro asked, his heart brimming with joy. Lu Huai offered no reply, leaving it ambiguous. What am I to do? Pietro inquired eagerly. There is but one task. Lu Huai fixed his gaze into Pietro's eyes. Protect me. That's it. Pietro's enthusiasm waned instantly. What? Do you consider this simple? Lu Huai countered. Is it truly so difficult? Pietro questioned. If you deem it so easy, then execute it well. Do not let even such a simple task devolve into chaos. Lu Huai reminded him with a smile, patting Pietro's shoulder before rising to leave for another cabin. During the flight, Lu Huai sought paper and pen, crafting a list of potential female superheroes worthy of recruitment. Upon landing, he handed the list to Black Cat. Take a few days to bond, then reach out to those on this list. Recruit those who are worthy, Lu Huai instructed. Before aiding others, we must first fortify ourselves. Currently, the members of Maria's team are simply too few. Eventually, the three girls returned to the villa, and Pietro departed with Lu Huai, with Wanda repeatedly reminding Lu Huai to honor their agreement. Pietro assured Wanda that his task was considerably simpler than contending with Magneto's antagonism towards humanity. Safeguarding Lu Huai was a trivial matter in comparison. A luxurious car was dispatched by the agency to collect Lu Huai. Can you drive? Lu Huai queried Pietro. I don't have a license. Pietro shook his head. I meant, can you drive? Lu Huai reiterated. A smirk broke across Pietro's face. Yes. You drive? Lu Huai settled into the back seat. Where to? Pietro asked. First, to Chinatown for a late-night snack, Lu Huai replied, and then to visit a friend. Pietro glanced at the pitch-black night sky. Visiting at this hour? Indeed, Lu Huai shrugged. Hurry up. We are already late. What did you just say? Pietro expressed disbelief. I said, speed up, Pietro, do not suppress your pace. That is your advantage, Lu Huai articulated clearly. Pietro could hardly believe his ears, at long last. Someone was encouraging him to drive fast. In a luxurious seaside villa, Tony Stark was engrossed in research within his private laboratory. Behind the glass walls, a colossal silver Iron Man suit loomed, a semi-finished product he had secretly transported from his cave. Codenamed Mark I, it suffered from significant limitations due to environmental constraints and material inadequacies. Thus, Tony had developed the Mark II, more compact, agile, and versatile. Ding! The doorbell chimed. Sir, Jarvis announced. You have a visitor. Meanwhile, the scene of Lu Huai and Pietro waiting at the door was projected before Tony. Let them in, Tony instructed. At the entrance of the villa, the door swung open. Welcome, gentlemen. Mr. Stark is working in a laboratory and has invited Mr. Lu to join him, Jarvis announced. Lu Huai turned to Pietro. You wait here and don't touch anyone else's belongings. He then followed Jarvis down the staircase to the laboratory. You finally arrived, Tony remarked. His gaze toward Lu Huai tinged with a hint of melancholy. I thought I would have to wait until next year. Apologies, I encountered some delays on the way, Lu Huai replied, placing the food he had brought onto the table. Originally, Tony Stark had extended an invitation for Lu Huai to join him for dinner. But now it was late at night, and they would settle for a late-night snack instead. Lu Huai opened the food container, and an enticing aroma filled the air. Oh, this delightful scent is simply exquisite, Tony exclaimed as he removed his gloves and stepped closer to Lu Huai, peering into the food container and packaging. What is this? Barbecue and crayfish, Lu Huai responded, lifting a nearby beer. Care for a drink? With a pop, he opened the beer and handed Tony a can. Have you made any progress on your research? Lu Huai inquired after they clinked their cans together. Jarvis, show Mr. Lu our masterpiece. Tony snapped his fingers. A metallic framework descended from above, the sound of mechanical components grinding echoing throughout the laboratory as a silver suit of armor materialized before Lu Huai. Just like in the movies, the classic Mark II, which he had watched countless times, still ignited a thrill upon witnessing the actual suit. Thor also possessed a white steel armor, but compared to the Mark II, it seemed like a child's toy. How do you like it? Tony asked. Quite impressive, Lu Huai remarked as he circled the armor, nodding in approval. It's a gift for you, Tony stated. Really? Lu Huai was taken aback. A gift for you? Tony reiterated. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Lu Huai admired Tony's generosity. Brother, you saved my life. Without you, there would be no suit, Tony said earnestly. Surely, my life is worth more than this mere piece of metal, right? Well, in that case, I shall graciously accept, Lu Huai replied with pleasure. However, Lu Huai quickly shifted the conversation. Have you equipped it with anti-icing materials for high altitudes? Tony hesitated slightly. He had not. And a landing system, as well as a heating system, Lu Huai continued. If one day your armor malfunctions high above and falls into a frozen wasteland, it could freeze to death even if it doesn't crash. And I suggest a portable design. Perhaps it could resemble a briefcase for easy transport. Or you could implant a microchip for remote control of the suit. Have you heard of nanotechnology? Lu, you are simply a genius, Tony Stark exclaimed, his understanding suddenly illuminated. But there's no rush, Lu Huai added. As long as you have sufficient time, these adjustments will be as simple as child's play for you. The crucial part is, you're running out of time. Tony Stark, you are on the brink of death, aren't you? Chapter 37. The Scepter and the Extraterrestrial Visitor. The Perpetual. Carefree smile on Tony Stark's face suddenly froze. Subsequently, a bitter truth concealed beneath his smile emerged. To think you could discern this. Palladium poisoning? Lu Huai was also taken aback by how swiftly it manifested. Indeed, you are correct. I am running out of time. Disguised as Tony Stark, he slumped against the wall, gulping down beer, exhaustion enveloping him. Why not undergo surgery to remove the shrapnel? Lu Huai inquired. Ethan extracted most of the shrapnel for me, but the remaining fragments are too small and embedded too deeply. Current medical methods cannot retrieve them, and thus far, all simulated surgeries have failed. The medical means are inadequate. Lu Huai pondered for a moment, still dismissing his inner thoughts. The spirit sword might be able to extract the shrapnel, but the delicate fragments have already penetrated the organs, making the extraction process perilous, unless one employs the exclusive spirit of Lu Mingfei. But he has not yet unlocked it. After some contemplation, it seemed best to adhere to the narrative. Perhaps you could replace the target element within the arc reactor, Lu Huai suggested, with an entirely new element. Do you have a way? Tony raised his head, as if a glimmer of hope flickered. No, Lu Huai shook his head, but I know someone who does. Give me 2 minutes. Lu Huai walked to a corner and dialed a certain person's number, which was quickly answered. Good evening, Agent Hill. What brings you to call at this late hour, Mr. Lu? The tone from the other end conveyed displeasure. It is, of course, a matter of significance. Lu Huai replied solemnly, concerning the safety of the descendants of SHIELDS founders. After hanging up, Lu Huai reassured Tony Stark, rest assured. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall have ample time ahead. What have you done? Tony felt he could not fathom this young man. He possessed extraordinary abilities and seemed to know everything. Just as I did before, saving your life, Lu Huai stated nonchalantly. He could have remained a passive observer, for SHIELD would eventually discover the matter and locate Howard Stark's records. However, Lu Huai deemed it prudent to extend a favor, which may yield benefits in the future. Although uncertain of your methods, I thank you. I am not one to express gratitude lightly. I understand. Lu Huai wiped his hands, placing the armor with you, for now, eagerly anticipating your future creations. Though he now possessed dragon blood, spirit, and symbiote, having multiple skills would not hinder him. Even if this phase of the iron armor proved less impactful, it would still serve to impress. After indulging in food and drink, Lu Huai departed the seaside villa with Pietro. The evening breeze rustled the clouds overhead, resembling shifting tectonic plates, obscuring the bright moon and shrouding the sky. Boss, where are we headed now? Pietro followed closely behind Lu Huai. Lu Huai stretched lazily. Time to go home and sleep. New Jersey. The night sky remains unchanged. Yet the scene within it is markedly different. The clouds have dispersed, and the moonlight cascades down, enveloping the entire town. To the east of the village stands a solitary church, the only one within 100 miles. The flickering candlelight gently illuminates the cross behind the pulpit, and the figure of the Son of God affixed upon it. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door of the church is rapped upon, and the sole priest inside, a slight, balding middle-aged man, stoops over with a cane as he opens the door. You have arrived, Eliza. Outside stands a woman with braided hair, her freckled face betraying a timid demeanor as she nervously clutches the hem of her garment and nods at the priest. Come in, he urges, ushering her inside and locking the door behind her. Father, do you truly possess the means to grant me a child? The woman's eyes are filled with anticipation and longing. I have no power. It is God who possesses the ability. The priest replies with a warm smile, exuding a benevolent aura. Yes, yes, God, thank you, God. The woman fervently clasps her hands together. Let us begin, the priest states, eager to assist the needy in God's name. With a creak, the priest opens an inner door, revealing a modest chamber containing only a bed, a wardrobe, and a mirror. As I mentioned earlier, the reason you have been unable to conceive is due to the demon residing within you. The priest asserts seriously. I have borrowed the holy light from God. Shortly, I will infuse it into your body. Have faith that it will banish the demon. I am truly grateful to you. The woman expresses with heartfelt appreciation. Undress. The priest instructs. Blushing, the woman begins to unbutton her clothing, shedding each garment. The darkness of dawn envelopes the universe like a colossal curtain. Unbeknownst to anyone, above the church, a circular spacecraft slowly descends. It halts 100 meters above the ground, suspended in the air. A beam of rainbow-like light shoots forth from the craft and touches the earth. As the beam dissipates, it reveals two beings that can barely be described as humanoid. Is the original stone here? Inquires a slender creature, reminiscent of both Voldemort and Squidward. Beside it stands a towering figure, its jaw adorned with either sharp horns or fangs. Wielding a weapon resembling a hammer. It cannot be mistaken. A voice resonates in Squidward's mind, confirming what had been previously detected. This planet harbors 4 original stones. Father should have come to witness this himself, Squidward states. The guardians of the original stones are formidable, which is why Father sent us ahead to prepare the way. The third being interjects. Let us proceed, Squidward beckons, leading the large figure toward the church. Inside, the exorcism ceremony has reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, the priest begins to levitate. Father, is this part of the exorcism? The woman gasps in astonishment. What is happening? The priest was bewildered. He was fully aware of his lack of divine powers. So how could such a situation arise? Could it be that God, recognizing his efforts in exorcism, had bestowed upon him supernatural abilities? However, he soon noticed the cane at the head of the bed had also begun to levitate. Panic set in as he realized he possessed no divine strength and knew the woman was devoid of any demonic presence. Yet this staff he had inadvertently acquired seemed to wield some extraordinary capability. It was solely through this that he had convinced these women to credulously believe in his ability to exorcise their demons, ultimately expressing profound gratitude for his supposed benevolence. Stop! My treasure! Where are you going? The priest shouted. Suddenly, the door to the inner chamber was flung open, and the octopus man entered. Ah, who are you? The woman exclaimed, covering herself in shock. The octopus man nonchalantly grasped the floating staff, examining it with keen interest before casually handing it over to the imposing figure behind him, then turned his attention back to the terrified pair. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your activities. Please continue, he said, gesturing with his fingers, causing the priest to descend back to the ground. The priest had anticipated fleeing in terror or begging for mercy, yet he found himself unable to act of his own volition. His body seemed to respond uncontrollably to the octopus man's words. As the octopus man urged them to proceed, he could do nothing but comply. A satisfied smile spread across the octopus man's face as he turned to leave but paused, seemingly recalling something as he addressed the priest and the woman. Do not stop. The dawn is approaching. As dawn broke, the faithful congregants arrived at the church for their morning service. Typically by this hour, the priest would have already opened the doors to greet them. Yet today, the sun was high in the sky and the church remained locked. The congregants exchanged puzzled glances but did not delve deeper into the matter, assuming the priest might have been preoccupied with an urgent matter. Life in the town continued as usual undisturbed. Only the mayor's daughter-in-law had mysteriously vanished for an entire day, not returning by nightfall. As midnight approached, another woman arrived to knock on the church's grand door. She had arranged with the priest a couple of days prior to partake in the exorcism ritual, but after knocking until her hands ached, she left in disappointment when no one answered. Another day passed. The mayor's daughter-in-law was still missing, and the church remained closed. The dim-witted townsfolk finally began to connect the two incidents. Speculation arose as to whether the priest had eloped with the mayor's daughter-in-law. The mayor's son slammed his fist down in outrage, declaring, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The priest is like a godfather to me. How could he do such a thing?" Ultimately, the mayor, risking blasphemy against God, forced open the church doors. Chapter 38. The unlocking of infinite warfare within the inner chamber of the church. A sickening stench of blood permeated the air. The priest and the mayor's daughter-in-law lay naked upon the bed, their bodies grotesquely entwined. This did not resemble a typical death scene. However, there were no cameras around the church, and no evidence of a perpetrator was found at the scene. The case was ultimately filed away in the archives of S.H.I.L.D. Yet the true mastermind remains at large upon this earth. After unlocking the 8th branch of linguistic power, Lu Huai also unlocked a weak supply of tranquilizer darts, a routine he has grown accustomed to. Throughout this week, his underground empire has been seamlessly handed over, completely supplanting Jin Bing. Under the responsible management of the Black Cat, the Maria Church has been operating with remarkable efficiency, having already absorbed 4 new girls within a mere week. Indeed, those who lack the ability to lead a team are destined to toil endlessly, while those who possess such skills can revel in leisure. Following the establishment of a partnership with Magneto, Lu Huai proposed a visionary path for the creation of a mutant nation. This nation would only accept individuals with mutant genes, providing a sanctuary for the unfortunate mutants while uniting the more powerful ones against their common foes. Though the endeavor is formidable, it has been accomplished within the pages of comics, which even bestowed upon this nation the name Krakoa. As for the geographical location, Lu Huai guided Magneto to the coordinates depicted in the comics, and recently, Magneto has dispatched individuals to the Antarctic in search of that very place. Lu Huai, meanwhile, awaits positive news at home, having offered his most valuable asset, information, as a partner. He can now justifiably tap into the resources of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Much like his previous collaboration with S.H.I.L.D. Though it was also a partnership, Lu Huai's agreement was specifically between the Magia and S.H.I.L.D. Recently, he has appointed the Distinguished Blue Suit as his liaison with S.H.I.L.D. As evening approached, Lu Huai reclined within the swiftly moving Maybach, driven by Pietro, who was showcasing his driving prowess. The massive sun hung on the horizon, casting its golden rays across the world. Lu Huai unfurled a scroll in his mind, silently invoking the unlocking incantation. Ink-black characters gradually emerged. Warning: the world-destroying overlord is about to descend. The great event of infinite war has been passively triggered. Lu Huai, another special event? And Thanos? He felt momentarily bewildered. It seemed rather premature. The characters on the scroll shifted. Mission: protect your world until the invaders cease their incursions. You may choose whether to accept this mission. Without hesitation, Lu Huai chose to accept. If Thanos were indeed invading, he had no option but to comply. Perhaps acceptance would yield strategies from the system to counteract the threat. Mission accepted. Once accepted, it cannot be altered. Completing the mission will reward you with a Nibelungen Hell's Kitchen. What? As a fervent admirer of dragon lore, Lu Huai is well aware of what this entails. It is a fictional space created through alchemy, with an internally folded structure and suspended time. Yet this space exists tangibly, modified from the real world. Similar to the Zero Overpass and the Bronze City of the Three Gorges Reservoir in the original narrative, both are manifestations of Nibelungen. Thus, does this imply that upon completion of the task, he shall acquire his own Nibelungen, modeled after Hell's Kitchen? As Lu Huai pondered, the characters on the scroll once again transformed. The host's courage is commendable. Congratulations on unlocking the item, Odin's mask. A faint smile crept onto Lu Huai's lips as he extended his hands, and a mask materialized before him. Judging by its appearance and texture, it seemed to be an inconspicuous wooden mask, yet Lu Huai could sense the latent power emanating from it. Special item, Odin's mask effect, upon wearing. Transform into the Dragon King Odin, possessing a complete strength of 70. Note: This item is consumable. Each use will cause cracks to appear until the mask shatters, rendering it completely ineffective. Odin. Lu Huai silently repeated the name. The original text had already unveiled Odin's true identity as the king of sky and wind among the four great monarchs, a figure of terrifying might. However, it remained uncertain whether the form depicted in the original text was indeed his complete manifestation. Cradling the ancient mask, Lu Huai felt elated, yearning to don it immediately to test its powers. Yet, he restrained his curiosity, recognizing that this item was consumable and should be reserved for a more critical moment. With a mere thought, he retracted the mask into the system space, his spirits soaring even higher. One reason for his elation was the acquisition of Odin's mask. The other was the triggering of a monumental event, the Infinite War, heralding the arrival of the world-destroying sovereign. Though Lu Huai had yet to encounter him in person and was uncertain whether this universe's version leaned more towards the cinematic or comic interpretation, he eagerly anticipated the prospect of personally obliterating him. That would undoubtedly be an exhilarating affair. "Boss, what are you laughing at?" Pietro inquired curiously, glancing at the rearview mirror. "Nothing, just recalling something amusing," Lu Huai replied, suppressing a smile as he noticed Pietro had parked the vehicle. "Are we there?" "Yes," Pietro nodded. "Should I come down?" "Just wait for me in the car," Lu Huai instructed as he opened the door and alighted, approaching the entrance of the seaside villa, preparing to ring the doorbell. "Welcome, Mr. Lu." Jarvis's voice resonated as the high-tech security door automatically opened. "Good evening, Jarvis." Lu Huai greeted the camera. "Good evening, Mr. Lu," Jarvis responded. "Mr. Stark has placed you on the white list, allowing you to come and go from this villa at your convenience. That old Tony, still so courteous." Lu Huai mused as he entered, making his way with familiarity to Tony Stark's private laboratory. "Everyone outside is speculating whether you've been kidnapped again," he remarked. Tony had returned over half a month ago, yet had remained secluded in the laboratory, scarcely making an appearance. "You finally made it. I can hardly wait to show you my new achievements," a scruffy Tony Stark exclaimed, grasping Lu Huai's hand and pulling him inside the lab. Lu Huai's gaze immediately fell upon Tony's chest, where the arc reactor had transformed into an inverted triangle. "They're quite swift in their actions," he noted. "Lu, you've saved my life once again." Tony expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Spare me the thanks. I want to see the armor," Lu Huai replied. Tony had invited him today, specifically to showcase the Mark III. Heeding Lu Huai's advice, Tony equipped the Mark III with a landing system and a heating system, and further enhanced it with brainwave control. Much akin to the Mark 42 in the film, this version allows for the use of a wireless device resembling headphones, enabling remote operation of the armor through brainwaves. Compared to the Mark II from just a few days prior, this was a monumental upgrade. "This is yours," Tony declared, handing Lu Huai a device. "I've created an independent system. It will fully belong to you once authenticated." "How is the authentication done?" Lu Huai inquired. "Through brainwave authentication. Each individual's brainwaves are unique, serving as your singular password." Chapter 39. State of mind. Following Tony Stark's instructions, Lu Huai authenticated his brainwaves, and a holographic image resembling an attribute panel materialized before him. "Good evening, Mr. Lu," Friday greeted him. Lu Huai glanced at Tony, surprised that he had given Friday to him, hoping that he would no longer need to change systems, and wishing for a long-lasting partnership with Jarvis. "Friday, show me my armor," Lu Huai commanded. Suddenly, the floor cracked open, and the pristine armor ascended like a newly born star. Its obsidian base adorned with golden patterns resembled the regal armor of ancient mysteries, appearing both slender and agile, its surface not as smooth as Tony's but rather rugged, reminiscent of dragon scales. The arc reactor at its chest shone brightly, like a radiant moon or a blazing sun, harboring energy beyond its time. Although Lu Huai had designed the blueprints himself, the finished product still dazzled him. "It was all custom-built according to your designs." Tony Stark beamed with pride. "Thank you, Tony. I am thoroughly impressed," Lu Huai replied sincerely. "Shall we take a drive and attend a soiree?" Tony proposed. "A soiree?" Lu Huai echoed. "A charity gala organized by the elite. On the surface, it appears to be philanthropic, yet it is merely a venue for indulgence," Tony elucidated. "I hadn't planned on attending, but now I find myself eager to unwind. Would you like to join me?" "Absolutely. I am curious to see how the elite indulge themselves." Lu Huai accepted the invitation eagerly. His previous encounters with the affluent had been limited to assassination. Even now, as an underground emperor and a shareholder in Stark Industries, he had yet to fully adapt to such a life of opulence. Tony Stark quickly tidied himself, donning a flamboyant and exquisitely tailored suit, still the charming and illustrious genius billionaire. Jarvis, Tony exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the entire world. Countless metallic components swarmed towards him, connecting with his body in a seamless moment as mechanical joints interlinked. In just a few breaths, Tony Stark was enveloped in steel. Lu Huai, not wishing to draw as much attention, similarly extended his arms. The armor gracefully detached and adhered to him, enveloping him entirely. After a brief darkness, the internal systems of the armor activated, and Lu Huai gazed clearly at the outside world through the metallic visor. The intelligent panel materialized before Lu Huai, assisting him in analyzing everything within his gaze. In the corner of the panel, an image of the battle armor rotated, presenting its health status to Lu Huai. Outside the seaside villa, Pietro was idly playing on his phone when he suddenly heard a sound resembling something piercing the air at high speed. Pietro leaned out of the car window and looked up, witnessing two meteors streaking across the night sky, soaring into the distance. Simultaneously, a message from his boss popped up on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered an address, Osborne Building. Was this evening's gathering hosted by the Osborne Group? Clad in his iron armor, Lu Huai soared through the sky, gazing down upon the city's nocturnal splendor while conversing with Tony. They were the masterminds behind the event, with Stark Industries occasionally taking part. Tony replied, "It's for gilding." "How refreshingly honest," Lu Huai chuckled. "I used to enjoy these things too. Ever since I left that cave, I've come to understand certain truths," Tony remarked, "or perhaps I have found the meaning of life." "Congratulations," Lu Huai replied, aware as a traveler that Tony had discovered a profound purpose. The cave represented a pivotal phase for Tony Stark. Emerging from it, he was no longer a mere playboy. Although he might still outwardly present himself as an arrogant, self-serving, womanizing billionaire, Lu Huai recognized the tender heart beneath. With few friends since arriving in this world, Lu Huai had either deceived, killed, or remained aloof with others. Yet, he felt a desire to befriend Tony Stark, not merely for the shares in Stark Industries or the custom-made armor, but because, whether in films or this reality, he sensed a kindred spirit within Tony. Loneliness, a seemingly affluent yet utterly desolate solitude. As Thanos once stated in the film, Tony Stark was a man cursed by knowledge. This so-called curse was not merely the rumored gem embedded in his mind, but rather their grasp of knowledge that eluded the comprehension of others. Bound and tormented by this knowledge, they were compelled to undertake actions that others could not fathom, even at the risk of universal enmity. Undoubtedly, Lu Huai's loneliness was akin to theirs, yet not entirely the same. Besides the sorrow of bloodshed, his overwhelming propensity for violence marked him as an anomaly in this world. In his previous life, he was a veterinarian specializing in beasts, yet he himself was a beast clad in human skin. After all, only monsters can confront monsters, and only monsters can slay them. Lu Huai found himself lost in thought, the excitement he had intended to suppress bubbling forth as he defied the pull of gravity and soared higher. Damn it! He had once believed his self-control to be well-honed. Yet at a critical moment, he could not resist. "Sir, your heart rate is skyrocketing. Do you require a medical examination?" The voice echoed within the armor. "No need." Lu Huai took a deep breath. "It is the Mad Titan that has arrived. He is destined to obliterate half of the universe's life. Perhaps this universe's Thanos intends to annihilate all existence. Undoubtedly, his arrival will herald a cataclysm. A disaster is imminent." Yet, Lu Huai is filled with exhilaration. Something is amiss. It is extraordinarily unsettling. Lu Huai inhaled deeply, employing the breathing techniques he had developed in his previous life, gradually restoring himself to a state of normalcy, his heart rate descending. Recently, he had speculated that the elevation of the world's combat power hierarchy had also heightened his threshold for desire. It seems imperative to release these pent-up desires soon, lest he succumb to madness. Manhattan, Oscorp Tower. A deluge of luxury cars converge here, with elites from various fields impeccably dressed, descending with their companions to enter the edifice. In the sky, two meteors descended into the alley behind the tower. Moments later, clad in tailored suits, Lu Huai and Tony Stark emerged, poised to enter the building. Tony, still adorned in his armor, but not yet officially the Iron Man. And Lu Huai, a socially anxious individual who preferred to kill discreetly, tacitly agreed to avoid a grand entrance in their battlesuits. This charity gala, spearheaded by Oscorp, attracted not only tycoons from the business realm, but also numerous renowned celebrities, with a throng of reporters gathered outside. As Tony stepped out, he was immediately besieged by frenzied journalists. Thanks to the ghostly whispers, no one seemed to notice Lu Huai, the striking figure among them, allowing Tony to enter first. Lu Huai lingered at the entrance, awaiting Pietro. During this time, he spotted a familiar face among the reporters. Peter Parker? Chapter 40. The Secret of Peter Parker. Peter Parker? Lu Huai recognized a familiar silhouette amidst the throng of reporters, who evidently noticed him as well. Just then, a notable movie star arrived, causing the reporters to swarm like flies. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Huai approached Peter. "It seems we meet again." Peter furrowed his brow, staring intently at Lu Huai. "What do you want? Don't be alarmed. I'm merely here to attend the gala tonight." Lu Huai smiled. "And you? Just here for work?" Peter glanced at the camera in his hands, clearly indicating his purpose. "By the way, you should still be in high school, right?" Lu Huai scrutinized Peter Parker. "I dropped out," Peter replied cautiously. "Relax, the previous incident is behind us. After all, neither of us suffered any loss," Lu Huai reassured him. "If you intend to pilfer anything from these socialites tonight, or even from within this tower, we could collaborate." "Collaborate?" Peter questioned. "I'll 1T report you, and you can share half of whatever you steal with me." "Quite fair, wouldn't you agree?" "Alas, I fear I must disappoint you. I am merely here to work today," Peter Parker remarked with a feigned air of nonchalance. "What? Has the plan changed? Are we not taking action tonight?" Venom's voice resonated. Peter Parker. In the distance, the sound of a roaring engine approached, culminating in a flawless parallel parking maneuver as a Maybach came to a halt by the roadside. "Pietro has arrived." Lu Huai cast a meaningful glance at Peter, a smile gracing his lips as he patted Peter's shoulder, wishing him a pleasant workday before departing to join Pietro at the soiree. "Boss, this place is hardly within the reach of ordinary folk like us." Pietro exclaimed in awe, then inquired, "Is there a special task today?" "No task, merely a gathering to indulge in food and drink," Lu Huai replied casually. "After the soiree, we must commence preparations for Thanos' impending arrival. It involves dual preparations, self-enhancement, and assembling allies." Though his bloodlust urged him to embark on a solo killing spree to satiate his desires, much like a gourmet meal fresh from the oven, which a famished Epicurean ought not to share, his reason cautioned against self-destructive tendencies. He had already contemplated potential allies in his mind, the foremost being the Ancient One. If all went smoothly, securing her assistance would suffice. As he had previously mused, when the sky falls, it is wise to shelter beneath the shoulders of a giant. He merely wished to lurk in the shadows of those more formidable. After all, he was averse to social interaction. The venue was situated on the first floor of the Osborne Tower, and upon entering, the gala had yet to commence. Esteemed guests mingled, wine glasses in hand, while a violinist filled the air with melodious strains from a corner. Lu Huai swiftly spotted Tony Stark, who was encircled by a throng of glamorous cover girls. Upon noticing Lu Huai's entrance, Tony eagerly gestured him over. "Allow me to introduce this exceptionally talented and dashing young man, the youngest shareholder of Stark Industries." Tony generously lavished praise upon Lu Huai in front of the starlets. "So young, could he be your illegitimate son?" One jested. "I doubt it. This young gentleman appears even more handsome than Mr. Stark." "Young gentleman." One of the beauties provocatively slipped her fingers into her decolletage, producing a business card. "This is my number. Feel free to reach out if you're seeking some amusement." "Global reach?" Lu Huai raised an eyebrow. None comprehended Lu Huai's sardonic retort, and the other women, witnessing this exchange, eagerly presented themselves to him. Among them were two whom Lu Huai had seen on television, proudly upholding the persona of fiercely independent women who shunned reliance on men. How ironic. Lu Huai dismissed them with disdain. Any member from his Maria church would eclipse these starlets in prowess. As he coolly observed the starlets flaunting their charms, the hall suddenly fell silent. The violinist ceased playing, and the chatter subsided as the guests turned their attention towards the grand staircase at the center of the hall. Lu Huai turned his head to see a middle-aged man descending the grand staircase, eventually standing on the second tier, raising a wine glass and surveying the crowd. "Welcome, everyone," the man began, omitting self-introduction as all present were well aware of his identity. Norman Osborn. Yet, Lu Huai favored his other moniker, the Green Goblin. One could only wonder if he was currently grappling with schizophrenia. After concluding his customary expressions of gratitude, Norman raised his glass to toast with the guests. Once again, thank you all for your support of the scientific community. This was a fundraising gala for science. The ensuing segment was both anxious and exhilarating, with Norman Osborn leading the charge by donating to 10 modest goals under both the Osborn Group and his personal name. Tony Stark, not to be outdone, also contributed 10. The crowd erupted with cheers as money flowed like water, the destination of which remained a mystery. Many contributors were indifferent, merely believing that their financial generosity would enhance their social standing, and so they willingly parted with their wealth. Lu Huai had no intention of donating. He had merely come to witness the world of the elite, and it appeared that the food was the only redeeming aspect. Thus, amidst the affluent lavishly spending and the ladies flaunting their charms, Lu Huai silently indulged in his meal. Despite his efforts to blend in, he found himself unable to do so. He could laugh heartily with the crowd, express sympathy, and feign astonishment, yet all of it was mere pretense. This assembly, which largely encompassed the upper echelons of New York society, paled in comparison to the intrigue of that little reporter outside. The spirit of the word, the scythe, the serpent of the lexicon. Invisible spirits of wind and serpents were unleashed from Lu Huai's mind, gliding through the sweltering air to scout their surroundings. In an instant, the entire building lay within Lu Huai's dominion. Throughout this process, Lu Huai connected with the armored suit hidden in an alley using his linguistic serpents. Unlike Tony Stark, even without the wireless device, he could remotely control the armor through his linguistic abilities, though limited by their range. In a corner unnoticed, the young reporter Peter Parker scaled the Osborn building with the aid of Venom, evading surveillance and infrared beams, traversing corridors to infiltrate the heavy security doors, only to inadvertently trigger the alarm. The blaring siren echoed throughout the banquet hall. Everyone looked up in shock. Lu Huai observed as someone hurried over to whisper a few words in Norman Osborn's ear. Calmly, Norman reassured the crowd. There's no need to panic. It's merely a mouse. Please continue. A classic and clitch response. Lu Huai, akin to an audience member witnessing the entire spectacle, sat in the corner, observing the myriad of lives unfolding. Peter Parker, after all, was merely an ungraduated high school student who, through a chance encounter with a symbiote, had acquired extraordinary abilities. Lacking any real experience in crime, his last theft had ended in his capture by Lu Huai, yielding nothing, and now this secretive intrusion had triggered the alarm, forcing him to retreat empty-handed, a misfortune akin to that of a hapless bear. Nonetheless, Lu Huai found himself intrigued by Peter Parker's motives for infiltrating the Osborn Tower. The serpent and the wind demon effortlessly breached the room Peter attempted to access, a space meticulously guarded by the Osborn Group's advanced security system, impenetrable and fortified. Yet, it could not withstand the forces of electricity and wind. Chapter 41. Cross-species genetics. Lu Huai listened to the world through the scythe weasel and observed it through the vacuum serpent. From the serpent's perspective, the world appeared to be composed of countless intertwining pipes, revealing the scene within the confines. It seemed to be a laboratory, as Lu Huai deduced from the shapes, filled with numerous experimental apparatuses accompanied by the sounds of mechanical devices in motion. The serpent navigated the laboratory, delving deeper into its depths. At the end stood a steel security door, the mechanical sounds emanating from within, mingled with the rustling of living creatures, akin to some sort of reptile traversing along the wires. Lu Huai surmised what it might be, as depicted in the extraordinary Spider-Man saga. Peter Parker's father had pioneered research in cross-species genetics, yet the Osborn Group sought to usurp his findings for illicit purposes. Although the sinister plot failed with the tragic demise of Peter's parents in a plane crash, Osborn had not relinquished its pursuit of the research over the years. The mutated spiders, altered in their genetic sequences, were likely housed within. Only Peter Parker's DNA could achieve perfect symbiosis with them. The serpent effortlessly slipped through the security door, unveiling the scene inside the grand hall on the first floor. Lu Huai gradually opened his eyes, revealing a smile filled with intrigue. To his astonishment, it was not spiders that awaited him, but lizards. The infinite possibilities of the multiverse have resurfaced. There exists no mandate that Richard Parker must exclusively study spiders. After all, this universe already harbors a spider totem. The introduction of a lizard hero is hardly a cause for astonishment. However, should Peter Parker indeed possess the formula bequeathed by his father, it might prove beneficial to himself. Peter Lu Huai turned to the chicken leg gnawing Pietro. Let's go. Not eating anymore? Pietro, with greasy corners of his mouth, was engrossed in his meal. Are you not full yet? I'm full, but I still want to eat a bit more, Pietro replied earnestly. Eat less, or you won't be able to run if you get too heavy. Lu Huai bid farewell to Tony and led Pietro away from the Osborn Tower. Just ahead, Peter Parker had not escaped far, currently hiding in the grass alongside Venom. Gasping for breath. Are you all right? Peter wiped the sweat from his brow. Venom is quite robust. Venom's voice resonated deeply. Isn't this the moment you were terrified by the alarm? Peter rolled his eyes. Venom dislikes noise. Someone's coming. Venom suddenly exclaimed, enveloping Peter Parker. Simultaneously, a flash of silver light erupted. Before Venom could react, Peter was already ensnared by a coil of rope. Is this what aliens are like? Too slow. Quicksilver clapped his hands and flashed in front of Venom, who was embodying Peter Parker as Lu Huai approached from behind. You again, Venom snarled, revealing Peter Parker's face with his gaping maw. Do not be alarmed. I'm here to assist you, Lu Huai said in a leisurely tone. Assist me with what? Peter Parker questioned with a cold demeanor. Lu Huai gestured toward the Osborn Tower not far away. To help you gain entry into that room. Peter Parker was taken aback. How do you know that? I have keen hearing. I overheard it, Lu Huai replied candidly. However, Peter Parker clearly did not believe him, casting a contemptuous glance that insulted Lu Huai's noble character. Lu Huai sighed. I am a fortune teller. With a simple calculation, I discerned it. The skepticism in Peter Parker's eyes diminished significantly, and he even nodded in acknowledgement, as if on the verge of exclaiming, so that's how it is. In this day and age, truth seems to be met with disbelief, while lies are often embraced. Enough of these meaningless queries, Lu Huai said, fixing his gaze on Peter Parker. Let us set aside our misunderstandings and discuss collaboration. Collaboration? Peter Parker echoed. I will help you enter that room, and in return, you will provide me with the research documents left by your father. By the way, you are here because of the dossier your father bequeathed to you, are you not? Although Lu Huai had his suspicions, he needed confirmation. Peter Parker neither affirmed nor denied, tacitly agreeing. Then there is no issue, Lu Huai smiled. What say you? Shall we collaborate? I could enter without you, Peter Parker retorted stubbornly. Oh, are you currently on a break, then? Lu Huai replied sarcastically. It was an accident, Peter Parker said, lacking conviction. An accident, Venom asserted boldly. Well, perhaps you could manage to enter on your own after all, without encountering me. But unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me, and if you refuse, I will impede your progress. Peter Parker was rendered speechless. Is this collaboration or coercion? Both, I suppose. Lu Huai smiled with a tilt of his head. Peter Parker fell silent, as if pondering Lu Huai's words deeply. After a long pause, he finally seemed to reach a resolution, looking up to say, I can agree to your terms, but I wish to know what you intend to do with it. I will inform you once I have seen it, Lu Huai replied, turning to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, he raised his arm, and the manhole covers on the ground seemed to be summoned, spinning like frisbees to land at their feet. 3 manhole covers settled beneath the trio. Let's depart, Lu Huai said, gazing up at the towering edifice. Now, we have only just stirred the waters, Peter Parker exclaimed, bewildered. Thus, this is the opportune moment, Lu Huai asserted, stepping onto a manhole cover, with Quicksilver mimicking his actions. Seeing this, Peter Parker hesitated no longer and stepped up as well. Steady yourself, Lu Huai advised as he unleashed his Word Spirit Sword and Word Spirit Shadow. The realm of shadow expanded under his control, enveloping the 3 of them in the manhole covers as they ascended towards the upper levels of Osborn Tower. The security personnel were diligently searching for the diminutive mouse that had triggered the alarm, unaware that the creature was hovering just outside the window, observing them. How do we get in? Pietro whispered, once the guards had passed. Haven't you mastered resonance yet? Lu Huai glanced at Pietro, who lowered his head, feeling guilty. Lu Huai refrained from pressing further and merely suggested that Pietro practice resonating through walls. However, deep down, Lu Huai himself was uncertain whether Pietro possessed such potential. Fixating on the glass window before him, Lu Huai slowly raised his hand, dark red energy swirling around his arm. as high temperatures and flames coalesced and ignited at his fingertips. "Oh, Shedder, he can conjure fire," Venom exclaimed. "Peter, it's fortunate you didn't engage him in combat. Otherwise, we would both be doomed." "Shoo!" Lu Huai shot a glare at Venom, knowing that while shadow could render them invisible, it could not silence them. The intense heat quickly melted the glass, and Lu Huai stepped into the building first, traversing the space as if it were an uninhabited realm, heading towards the laboratory. A few security guards brushed past them, yet none detected their presence, even though Shadow was not entirely invisible. Upon reaching the laboratory entrance, they saw the guards locking the security door after completing their checks. Lu Huai, Peter, and Pietro stood nearby, waiting for the guards to secure the lock and depart. Venom even playfully controlled Peter's hand to scratch his backside. "Can this also melt?" Venom inquired, intrigued by the excitement of this fire-wielding individual. "It's quite challenging. Unless we blast it open," Lu Huai remarked boldly. "That would certainly draw the attention of the entire world." Pietro mused, feeling exhilarated at the thought. "However, there exists something known as a key," Lu Huai stated, lifting a security card he had discreetly acquired while passing the guards. Although under Shadow's protection, Lu Huai possessed an additional ability known as Ghost. The trio proceeded into the laboratory. The scene was much like what Lu Huai had observed with his vacuum snake, albeit adorned with more colors. Outside lay only some experimental apparatus, with the true treasure hidden within the inner chamber, fortunately devoid of additional locks. Through the green glowing glass, Lu Huai witnessed the small lizards firsthand. "Thank you. I will ensure you receive the items afterward." Peter Parker expressed his gratitude to Lu Huai, and then turned to Venom. "Just as we agreed before. No resistance. No targeting." Peter took a deep breath and extended his arm into the glass container, allowing the lizard to bite down upon him. Chapter 42. Lizard Man Peter Parker. The lizard clamped down on the back of Peter Parker's hand. The young man furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Pietro, however, let out a sound of concern. "That must hurt a bit." Lu Huai quietly observed the entire process until the lizard, refusing to release its grip, gradually lost vitality and collapsed to the ground. Finally, Lu Huai spoke. "So this was your true intention." Peter Parker retracted his arm, watching as the wound rapidly swelled and reddened. "I'm uncertain how much you comprehend about these matters, but they're the fruits of my father's research. What they remain oblivious to is that only my father's bloodline can seamlessly integrate with the genes of these lizards. I unearthed this information among my father's belongings, which is why I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Are you not concerned that your father's information might be erroneous? Perhaps after all these years, the genetic sequences within these lizards have altered from what your father initially studied," Lu Huai inquired. "There is indeed a considerable possibility of that. Yet I am left with no alternatives. All my relatives have passed away, and my desire to grow stronger compels me to take this risk," Peter Parker replied. "Moreover, I possess venom. Should anything go awry, it can neutralize the toxins within me." However, Peter harbored unspoken reservations about Venom's vulnerabilities, sound waves, and fire, and the fact that, once detached from its host, its powers would dissipate. Lu Huai discerned Peter's unvoiced thoughts and, in this regard, found himself in agreement with him. A bulletproof vest or a superpower that offers physical protection. What a splendid choice. "I wish you success," Lu Huai said dismissively before steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. "Your objectives have been achieved. Now it is my turn." Peter cast a glance at Lu Huai. "I will now take you to my home." The three of them, along with the liquid, retraced their steps away from Oscorp Tower. As they departed, Lu Huai managed to discreetly collect a lizard. They boarded a Maybach, with Lu Huai remotely controlling the armored suit that followed them through the air, all proceeding towards Peter Parker's residence. "It is raining," Pietro suddenly remarked, fixating on the raindrops cascading down the car window. "A rainy night in a Maybach." Lu Huai turned to Peter. "Is it unnecessary to take the elevated highway to your home?" "No, it is not." "That is reassuring," Lu Huai responded, though he could not quite decipher what he felt reassured about. Yet after this fleeting comfort, a twinge of regret emerged. "By the way," Lu Huai's gaze swept over Peter Parker. "Are you all right? Do you need me to render you unconscious?" At that moment, Peter, slumped in the back seat alongside Lu Huai, appeared pale and drenched in cold sweat. His expression was one of agony, brow furrowed as if he were straining against some internal turmoil. "No need, I'm fine," Peter Parker gasped. "Do not hesitate. It would merely be a trivial act, Lu Huai remarked, his eyes fixed on the faintly visible blue scales beneath Peter's skin. Although Pietro's driving skills were somewhat unsteady, they made swift progress, reaching their destination in a matter of minutes, during which Peter refrained from any reckless actions. Upon pushing open the door, Peter stumbled into the house, casually tossing his coat onto the sofa, his shirt already drenched in sweat. Lu Huai surveyed his surroundings. This must be the home of his uncle and aunt, modest in size and lacking in tidiness, likely a reflection of Peter's descent into despair following their demise. "Could you do me a favor?" Peter inquired. "Would you like me to call an ambulance? If I lose control, please assist in ending my life." With a casual disposition, Lu Huai readily agreed. Shortly thereafter, Peter tossed a file bag to Lu Huai before retreating into his bedroom. Lu Huai settled onto the sofa in the living room, unfastened the bag, and commenced perusing its contents. A plethora of obscure and intricate formulas unfolded before his eyes. Oh, indeed. After a minute, Lu Huai closed the file, utterly bewildered. The handwriting was commendable, however. Truly, such specialized tasks are best left to the experts. He retrieved his phone, capturing each page in a photograph to send to Dr. Sarah. Since her employment commenced, Lu Huai had entrusted her with a particularly challenging project. Though Sarah had made considerable strides in developing a clone of Wolverine, the research he assigned her had yet to yield any progress. Perhaps this material could assist her. Ultimately, it served Lu Huai's interest as well. The night had deepened, and the rain intensified, pattering against the windows. Pietro drowsily leaned against a corner of the sofa. From the bedroom, anguished groans and the sound of objects being thrown began to emerge. Was he mutating? Pietro instantly perked up. Perhaps. Lu Huai mused that if Peter truly transformed into a lizard creature, it would provide an excellent opportunity for experimentation. Although he had vowed to eliminate him, he never specified when. Dying on the operating table is still death. An hour later, silence enveloped the bedroom. "Has he finished?" Pietro inquired with curiosity. "Go check," Lu Huai replied. Thus, Pietro approached to open the door. Yet before his hand could reach the doorknob, the door swung open from within. Peter Parker emerged, his body drenched in sweat. He glanced at Pietro and then at Lu Huai, offering a simple, "Thank you." "Did you succeed?" Lu Huai remained seated on the sofa, unmoving. Peter Parker, bare from the waist up, raised his hand, and in an instant his mutation manifested. Delicate azure scales emerged, enveloping his entire form, while his nails fell away, replaced by 10 curved claws. A row of spines sprouted along his back, extending from his tailbone to the nape of his neck. However, he had not developed a tail, and his physique had not undergone any significant alteration. His face had not morphed into an unsightly lizard head. A remarkable equilibrium between human and lizard genes had been achieved. Once there were humans and spiders. Now there are humans and lizards. One cannot deny the Marvel Universe's enchanting nature. "Peter, we must depart," Lu Huai declared as he stood. "We're even now, correct?" Peter Parker cast a glance at the documents on the table. "Of course, we owe each other nothing," Lu Huai asserted with an air of certainty. He then turned to observe a pair of glasses resting on the nearby cabinet, inquiring, "Your academic performance remains commendable?" "First place," Peter Parker remarked in a nonchalant tone, "always the first. It's all just a facade. What boy at this age isn't putting on a show? To not pretend would be a waste of youth." Lu Huai nodded. It seemed that this universe's Peter Parker, though not Spider-Man, still possessed his genius attributes. "Aren't you curious about what I intend to do with your father's research materials?" Lu Huai suddenly inquired. "What for?" Peter Parker asked, genuinely intrigued. "I'll take you to see for yourself," Lu Huai replied with a subtle smile. Amidst the torrential rain, the trio once again embarked on their journey in the Maybach. The night thundered with storms, lightning intertwining in the sky, as if a vain deity were exhibiting the intricate web of its own nerves to the world. Pietro gripped the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator as they ascended the elevated highway. Chapter 43. Ambition on the rain-soaked elevated highway. Their journey was safe. Once off the bridge, the Maybach continued to navigate through the downpour, ultimately arriving at Jean Bing and Lu Huai's private laboratory. Although it was late at night, the lights within were still aglow. Upon receiving the materials sent by Lu Huai, Dr. Sarah had rushed over to work late. When they arrived, she was engrossed in studying the research findings. Peter Parker observed the array of experimental equipment, but noted the absence of the small, white mice typically used for experiments. Are you interested in this sort of thing too? Peter Parker attempted to decipher Lu Huai's intentions. Something like that. Lu Huai responded as he approached Dr. Sarah. Any inspiration yet? The author of this document is simply a genius, Dr. Sarah exclaimed, adjusting her glasses with excitement. May I meet him? He passed away over a decade ago. Lu Huai shattered her fantasy. Let's get to the point. Is this material useful for our research? Uncertain, Dr. Sarah replied despondently. Uncertain? Lu Huai expressed his frustration. I went through great lengths to acquire these materials and sent them to you, only to hear that they are uncertain. The samples you provided are rather peculiar. For human genes, they act as brutal invaders, forcibly merging together, which can only lead to one outcome, Dr. Sarah stated. Destruction. Which is precisely why we need experiments and research, is it not? Lu Huai countered. I understand, Dr. Sarah said, looking up. I will begin the simulation experiments immediately. Lu Huai turned to Peter Parker. If you don't mind, would you like to participate? Peter Parker replied, is that your true intention? Not only do you want my father's research materials, but you also wish for my assistance in the research, and perhaps even my blood? You are indeed very astute. Lu Huai smiled, and that reassures me. Don't be too relieved. I have an unsettling premonition. Peter Parker felt as if he had unwittingly stepped into a trap. Don't be anxious. I am not a villain, Lu Huai said earnestly. Moreover, this is your father's work. You have a right to know what it will be used for. Peter Parker scrutinized Lu Huai with a sense of skepticism. Was this a collaboration or coercion? Undoubtedly, it was collaboration. How could there be any notion of coercion? Lu Huai displayed an expression of bewilderment. At the very least, could you enlighten me on your intentions? Peter pondered thoughtfully. You shall know shortly, Lu Huai replied with a smile, then turned to Dr. Sarah and instructed, let us forego the simulations and commence with the human trials directly. A few minutes later, 2 individuals, one male and one female, were brought into the inner chamber of a laboratory, bound tightly to gurneys. They're not volunteers, are they? Peter inquired. They're all death row inmates, Lu Huai explained. This statement was half true. They were not genuine death row inmates, but rather members of the underworld who refused to yield to Lu Huai following a shift in power. Their hands were stained with blood. In this light, Lu Huai considered his actions a form of divine justice. Reflecting on this, he felt quite the exemplary citizen. Dr. Sarah retrieved several items from the cold storage. Peter's gaze fixated on 2 small glass vials, one containing a blue liquid and the other a black one. Is that petroleum? He asked, pointing at the black vial. Shoo, do not speak carelessly. You might attract the military, Lu Huai quickly cautioned him. Peter could deduce the nature of the blue vial, the super soldier serum, the very item he had initially sought to pilfer at the auction. The blue one is a time-sensitive replica of the super serum, Lu Huai explained. Under Dr. Sarah's leadership, several scientists had replicated the super serum obtained from the auction. But given the limited time frame, they had only managed to produce this version. Upon injection, it would enhance physical capabilities to the human limit for a brief period, with negligible side effects and applicability to nearly everyone. And the black one? Peter asked, his curiosity piqued. Blood, Lu Huai stated succinctly. Black blood? Peter's intrigue deepened. Dragon's blood, Lu Huai continued, maintaining his brevity. Peter looked at him in astonishment. Dragons? Do they truly exist? If a creature like you, a lizard man, can exist, then a dragon should not be so surprising, Lu Huai retorted with a sidelong glance. Peter recoiled slightly, pondering aloud, but why would dragon's blood be black? I always imagined it to be golden. In truth, it is a deep, profound red, but having been outside the body for too long, it has gradually turned black. Lu Huai clarified, yet its potency remains undiminished. Its genes are immensely powerful, as if capable of devouring everything. Dr. Sarah remarked from the side, it is akin to a divine creation. So, you slayed a dragon? Given Peter's understanding, this was the only conclusion he could draw. No, I merely seized an opportunity, Lu Huai responded, weaving an air of mystery. For him, obtaining dragon's blood was a trivial task. A mere cut on his own skin would suffice. Let us begin, Lu Huai declared as he stepped out of the laboratory. As the experiment commenced, Peter Parker ultimately donned the research attire, remaining in a laboratory to engage in scholarly discourse with Dr. Sarah. Shortly after Pietro had dined, hunger struck him once more, prompting him to venture out for a late-night snack. Meanwhile, Lu Huai sat alone on a corridor bench. peering through the transparent glass window to observe the happenings within the laboratory. What Lu Huai yearned to achieve was rather straightforward. He sought to transcend his humanity. Bearing royal blood, his lineage had surpassed the critical threshold of 50%, yet it remained less than 100. The original text had stated that hybrids could never evolve into pure blood dragons, for their essence consisted of a duality of human and dragon genes. In comparison to the dragon lineage, human genes were pathetically weak. While dragon genes could obliterate human ones, they could not eradicate them entirely, for in the final moments, human genes would exhibit an unprecedented tenacity of resistance. Typically, such beings would ultimately become forsaken by both humans and dragons alike. Nevertheless, within the dragon race existed a path to divinity. In the perception of certain hybrids, the blood-violent technique represented a pathway to divinity, albeit an incomplete one. This technique could refine one's lineage, enhancing the dominance of dragon genes by diminishing human will, thereby increasing the purity of the bloodline. Lu Huai had discreetly experimented with this technique, finding it equally effective for himself. It could further refine his lineage beyond the critical threshold, ultimately leading him to a terrifying state of clarity. Yet, he remained unable to breach that barrier. The second path to divinity was the Nibelungen project. Through alchemical matrices and serums, it could elevate one's lineage above the critical threshold while maintaining consciousness. Anger had once proclaimed that this project could create beings worthy of being called hybrid kings, perhaps rivaling the four great kings, or even surpassing them. However, the secret society had, over the years, managed to slay a few dragon kings, though these were either juvenile or subadult forms. They had never even encountered a fully mature dragon king, let alone a super-evolved one. Furthermore, the Nibelungen project had only managed to elevate Lu Mingfei, who lacked any extraordinary enhancements, raising suspicions regarding its efficacy. No matter how formidable the hybrid, they remained merely a hybrid. In contrast, Herzog's path to divinity, which involved the usurpation of divine rights, had progressed rather smoothly. The dilemma lay in the fact that Lu Huai was an anomaly in this world, lacking the materials to replicate Herzog's path. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to harness his royal blood alongside the technological advancements of this world to actively forge a new path to divinity. He would transcend his humanity. He intended to ascend step by step on his own journey, becoming a pure blood, evolving into a secondary species, then a primary species, and ultimately, to become zero. Thus, the project known as the Path to Divinity quietly commenced, originating from this modest laboratory. Lu Huai was not concerned about anyone using his royal blood to cause trouble, not merely because he had brainwashed everyone here with Senluo, but because through his recent self-study he had discovered his own uniqueness. His spirit transcended his corporeal form. His dragon blood was intricately linked to his psyche, even obedient to his command. Thus, the grand undertaking known as the Path to Deification encompassed several subprojects. 1. Artificial hybrid beings. 2. Death servants. 3. Immortals. 4. Empires. A rumbling sound echoed from outside the corridor window. Lu Huai opened his eyes. Raindrops seeped through the cracks of the window. Dawn had arrived, and the experiment was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 44, the experiment, as it were, was divided into 3 stages. First, the subject was injected with serum to maintain them at the pinnacle of human capability. Second, a transformation agent was administered to protect the cells and achieve mutual neutralization. Third, dragon blood was injected, and the results awaited. Though it appeared simple, the process was quite complex. Prior to this, more than a dozen subjects had perished on the experimental table. Today, despite having acquired Richard Parker's cross-species genetic research data, Dr. Sarah had already provided Lu Huai with a precautionary warning. So while he was hopeful for success, he remained prepared for failure. Suddenly, he noticed Dr. Sarah smiling through the glass. He stood up and approached the window, witnessing that the subjects on the experimental table were not deteriorating as they had before. After a familiar struggle filled with agony, the subjects gradually calmed, seemingly lifeless. Yet the instruments indicated their hearts were still beating, steady and strong. Both had survived. As the door to the experiment opened, Lu Huai stepped inside. Success had finally been achieved. Dr. Sarah exclaimed joyfully, thanks to this data and Mr. Parker's assistance. Lu Huai graciously expressed his gratitude to Peter Parker. Although the subjects had been pre-injected with super serum and the dragon blood had filtered out much of the original toxicity, and despite the implanted gene ratio being only 10%, at least this first step could be deemed a success. The future held promise. When will they awaken? Lu Huai inquired. It is expected to take another 10 minutes, Dr. Sarah replied as she checked the subject's physical conditions. Lu Huai gazed down at the naked male and female subjects on the table. Their bodies exhibited varying degrees of deterioration, yet after the successful injection of dragon blood, even when the effects of the super serum faded, their physical constitutions would be permanently enhanced. Strengthening and decay manifested simultaneously within them. 10 minutes later, dawn broke. However, due to the overcast weather, the outside remained dim and murky, as if the entire city were enveloped in a thick layer of vapor. One by one, the subjects began to awaken. They opened their eyes, resembling newborns peering into the world. They surveyed the laboratory, their gazes sweeping over Dr. Sarah, Peter Parker, and the experimental apparatus that had just been activated upon them. Ultimately, their focus settled on Lu Huai. Their initially bewildered expressions gradually transformed into determined clarity as they looked up at Lu Huai, opening their mouths in unison. "Daddy," Peter Parker exclaimed. "Daddy?" Dr. Sarah echoed, "Daddy?" Pietro, returning from a late-night snack, chimed in, "Daddy, are you all echo machines?" Lu Huai was speechless. This situation, while unexpected, seemed almost inevitable. His essence transcended mere flesh. As these two individuals bore the blood of dragons, signifying that a fragment of his genetic lineage resided within them, marking them as Lu Huai's descendants. "Daddy, Daddy, 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 Daddy." The two naked subjects collapsed to their knees at Lu Huai's feet, clutching his legs like 3- or 4-year-old children, incessantly calling out for their father. Their voices crescendoed, the pace quickening, becoming increasingly grating, as if blades were scraping their throats. The originally warm scene of recognition suddenly morphed into something eerie. Everyone's expressions turned grave. "Doctor," Sarah suddenly shouted, "the dragon blood is out of control." The instruments nearby displayed the life attributes of the two subjects, and suddenly one value began to soar. 10, 20, 40, 50. It peaked at 63. This ratio represented the dragon blood gene within them, not the traditional pure blood dragon gene, but rather the imperial blood gene refined from Lu Huai's violent blood. As the gene ratio surged, the appearances of the two subjects also began to change. Their hair rapidly fell away. Fine scales erupted from beneath their skin. Their bones creaked ominously, and bone spurs pierced through their skin, all transforming in a distinctly inhuman direction. Finally, they raised their heads, their dark golden pupils glimmering like exquisite jewels, like machines, like puppets. As the dust settled, the data on the instruments stabilized once more, yet had lost all significance. Lu Huai's spirit was now intricately linked with his progeny, resembling a puppeteer commanding marionettes, holding their strings. It was accomplished. Deadpool. Thus, by a twist of fate, it was completed. "Stand up," Lu Huai commanded. The two humanoid Deadpools obediently rose to their feet. Peter Parker gazed in shock at the scene, pondering what kind of monstrosities had been created. Dr. Sarah appeared quite exhilarated. After all, it was her creation that seemed to please the boss. "Boss, should we continue observing the subjects?" Dr. Sarah inquired. "Let them remain here for now," Lu Huai replied, and after affirming, he proceeded to the next step. Once the arrangements were made, Lu Huai departed from the laboratory. The dawn has broken, signaling the time for dinner. Thus, Lu Huai purchased a nearby breakfast shop and joined Peter, Pietro, and Dr. Sarah for a morning meal. After placing their orders, Lu Huai withdrew from the throng. There was a matter he needed to attend to after a night had passed. Although that individual might have known for some time, it was prudent to inform him nonetheless. Lu Huai scratched his rear and retrieved a weighty object from his pocket, a hovering ring. It had been tossed to him by Ancient One upon his departure from Kamartaj. Understanding the implication, Lu Huai activated the portal and made his way to the mountains. He mused that the old fellow seemed quite confident in him, as if he were a magical prodigy who required no practice, able to open a portal with a mere gesture. "Shall I give it a try?" Curiosity piqued. Lu Huai focused on the hovering ring, just as a brilliant light flashed before him, effortlessly sketching a perfect circle and unveiling a portal. "What? I haven't even put on yet." As Lu Huai pondered his potential genius, a man clad in coarse garments emerged from the other side of the portal. "Mister," Lu? The man inquired. Who are you? Lu Huai scrutinized him and confirmed that the portal had indeed been opened by this stranger. I am Caecilius, a student of the Ancient One. The man introduced himself. Lu Huai recalled the name, remembering this individual as a loyal follower of the villain Dormammu from the movie Doctor Strange, and that within the vast multiverse, there existed a variant named Hannibal. The Ancient One sent you? Lu Huai asked, feigning ignorance, as the answer was evident. My master is currently in seclusion, working to maintain the balance of the universe. Caecilius replied. He sent me to assist you. You? Lu Huai expressed skepticism. And to deliver something to you. Caecilius extended his hand, producing an object that emanated a greenish glow, illuminating the area above Lu Huai's head. Chapter 45. The stone is stolen. Love is a light, so wondrous. Lu Huai gazed at the glowing stone in Caecilius's hand, a melody resonating within his mind. He shook his head and asked, what did he say? My master mentioned that this stone is from his homeland and hopes it will aid you, Caecilius conveyed. He also mentioned that there exists another stone identical to this one, though it is not in his possession. Lu Huai accepted the vibrant green stone, realizing its significance. It was one of the infinity stones, the time stone from the universe of the Ancient One. Could this raw stone be utilized across different universes? It seemed plausible. After all, Ultron nearly breached the universe. The same raw stone, in the hands of Ancient One, Doctor Strange, Thanos, and Ultron, wielded varying degrees of power. Ultimately, it depended on the potential that could be harnessed. Is that all? Lu Huai recalled a magical tome concerning time featured in the film. That is all, Caecilius answered honestly. Lu Huai grasped the raw stone, and upon mere tactile inspection, it appeared unremarkable. Some raw stones require specific commands for utilization. Despite the S-H-I-E-L-D, having studied the Tesseract for many years without mastering the technology of spatial traversal, Loki could effortlessly breach spatial barriers. Loki's divine power is indeed a command. As for the more intricate and profound time stone, that ancient grimoire serves as a simplistic user manual. The teacher also mentioned that, being a product of his homeland, certain matters here may not affect it. Caecilius recalled another remark. What else did your teacher say? Lu Huai inquired. Nothing more, he replied. It seemed this was the sole wisdom the ancient sage wished to impart. This universe may possess that tome, yet it holds no utility for the raw stones of another realm. Just as the raw stone pulverizer from the anime could not affect Ultron's stone. Do you grasp the meaning of this statement? Lu Huai asked Caecilius, eager to gauge his understanding. The latter shook his head, remarking that his teacher was an enigma, and he was accustomed to it, even admitting he was uncertain of the stone's nature. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Huai decided to stow the raw stone away. With matters as they stand, let us dine first. He ushered Caecilius into a private room, adding an extra pair of chopsticks for their shared meal. This universe's Caecilius had yet to succumb to darkness and had not endured the tragic experiences of his cinematic counterpart. He bore a visage reminiscent of Uncle Ben, yet appeared rather naïve. It was unfortunate, as Lu Huai had hoped they might engage in a delightful discussion about culinary techniques. Following their meal, they parted ways. Are you certain you do not wish to stay and undertake a proper job with me? Lu Huai extended an olive branch to the prodigious Peter Parker, offering a rather generous salary. As expected, Peter politely declined, stating, No, I have other matters to attend to. Is it crime fighting? Or perhaps continuing to seek materials to enhance your extraordinary powers? Lu Huai probed. Enhancing extraordinary powers is no simple task, Peter quipped, though he did not refute the latter inquiry. Indeed, despite no longer being Spider-Man and lacking his once altruistic spirit, Peter chose a similar path. Observing Peter's departing figure, Lu Huai's gaze shifted to Pietro, who was indulging in grilled sausages, and the upright Caecilius. An idea began to crystallize in his mind. He no longer wished to join the Avengers. In this timeline, the Avengers were merely a plan. The heroes had yet to convene, which implied the existence of Peter Parker. Peter, Lu Huai suddenly called out, prompting him to turn back, confusion evident in his eyes. Lu Huai spoke clearly, I wish to discuss something with you. He then turned towards those beside him. I wish to discuss it with all of you. As his gaze fell upon Dr. Sarah, he added, You may sit this one out. Focus on shining in your chosen field. What is it? Peter Parker inquired. Curiosity peeked alongside that of Pietro and Caecilius. Under their attentive stares, Lu Huai calmly declared, The Avengers Initiative. Isaaki elade. Nick Fury sneezed 4 times in quick succession. Caught a cold? Hill inquired. Not sure what's going on. Nick replied while rubbing his nose. Where were we? The Tesseract has been stolen, Hill continued. Preliminary assessment indicates the loss occurred yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, and only now is it being reported? Nick Fury's bald head gleamed with intensity. The peculiar aspect lies here. Hill handed over a tablet, playing a video within. The footage revealed researchers conducting experiments on the Tesseract, which emitted a blue glow. Everything appears normal. Is there anything amiss? Nick scrutinized the video but found nothing wrong. It all seems perfectly fine, Hill asserted, but therein lies the greatest anomaly. Nick cast a glance at Hill, pondering her implications. The surveillance footage has been tampered with. As Hill explained, she switched to another video, one captured by our agents after detecting anomalies. The footage displayed the same laboratory, yet the position originally occupied by the Tesseract was now filled with a durian. Manipulating surveillance footage is relatively simple, but convincing so many individuals to mistake a durian for a Tesseract is no ordinary feat. Nick Fury's expression darkened with gravity. Could it be mutants? Hill speculated. It might also be another superpowered individual, Nick replied. However, the critical point is that even within SHIELD, few are aware of the Tesseract's presence here. How did the thief gain that knowledge? For reasons unknown, Nick suddenly recalled that young, powerful individual from the East, a mysterious figure seemingly privy to much information. Just then, Hill's private phone rang. She pulled out her phone, glanced at it, then turned it over for the director to see. It was him. Answer it. Upon connecting, Lu Huai's voice came through. Long time no see, Agent Hill. We haven't seen each other, Hill replied. Is your superior beside you? Lu Huai inquired. Hill activated the speakerphone. Nick Fury interjected. What can I do for you, Mr. Herzog? I would like to meet. There are some important matters I wish to confirm. Nick exchanged glances with Hill, arranging a time and place. In 2 hours. As the evening sun cast its golden rays, Nick Fury and Lu Huai met at a CAF. Given the timing of Lu Huai's call, it was difficult for Nick not to suspect a connection to the Tesseract's disappearance. Yet this time, Nick was mistaken. Lu Huai indeed sought information regarding the Tesseract, but merely aimed to ascertain whether it was an SHIELD's possession. He had conducted inquiries through Tony Stark about some of Howard's affairs, forming suspicions that prompted him to summon Nick Fury for confirmation. His method of verification was straightforward. The Tesseract is with you, isn't it? Lu Huai asked directly. Nick Fury stared at Lu Huai in silence for a moment before finally nodding. Indeed, it was. Lu Huai, it turns out that just moments ago, I received news that it has been stolen, presumably taken yesterday morning. Nick Fury stated earnestly, fixating on Lu Huai's expression, attempting to glean some insight from that handsome visage, perhaps pride, cunning, or schadenfreude, but found none. Lu Huai's countenance was rather grave. A step too late. According to Nick Fury, the Space Stone had been pilfered long before the system assigned him his mission. This implies that Thanos has secretly arrived on Earth to gather the Infinity Stones? This is not characteristic of him. Are there any leads regarding the thief? Lu Huai inquired. Nick Fury shook his head, indicating that the perpetrator is likely a superhuman who has exerted control over all the guards of the Tesseract. Lu Huai lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment. It appears he must prepare for the worst. He glanced at Nick Fury again, hesitating for a fraction of a second on whether to disclose Thanos' impending invasion, but ultimately decided against it. There was no point in unnecessary verbosity. I understand. Lu Huai rose, preparing to depart. Leaving already? Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback. Is there anything else, Mr. Fury? Lu Huai shot him a glance. You don't suspect that I am the one who stole the Tesseract, do you? How did you know it was with us? Nick Fury queried. I am friends with Tony Stark, Lu Huai replied with what seemed like a non sequitur. Having said that, he turned to leave. Have you given any thought to what I mentioned last time? Nick Fury asked again. The Avengers? Not interested. Lu Huai pushed open the door and walked away. A Maybach awaited him in the parking lot. Once inside, the other three turned to him in unison. Let us go to London and try our luck. Lu Huai made his decision. Taking that, Pietro expressed astonishment. The Maybach is fast, but traveling from New York to London in it would indeed be quite a challenge. No, we'll take a plane instead. Chapter 46, Avengers Assemble. The private jet soared through the skies, swiftly arriving in London. According to cinematic lore, the ether was discovered here. However, It remains uncertain whether the ether is indeed on Earth, or if a cosmic convergence phenomenon has opened a portal to the realm of the ether here. While on the plane, Lu Huai had already requested Tony Stark to utilize his satellites to investigate any anomalous energy fluctuations on Earth. The result: energy anomalies were abundant. After all, this is the Marvel Universe. Yet, the magnitude of those fluctuations was relatively minor. They seemed unrelated to the Infinity Stones, likely only detectable when the stones release energy. Upon landing, Lu Huai disembarked from the aircraft alongside the original Avengers of this universe. Can magic discern any abnormalities in this city? Lu Huai turned to look at Caecilius. The latter firmly shook his head. I don't know. My teacher didn't instruct me on that. Lu Huai inquired. How long have you been at Kamartaj? Half a year, Caecilius replied. Lu Huai nodded, acknowledging that it was reasonable. Even Strange struggled to stabilize the most fundamental magical circle after 6 months of practice. However, a sudden thought struck Lu Huai, and he regarded Caecilius with a peculiar gaze. Surely, you can open a portal directly from New York to here, can't you? Indeed, Caecilius affirmed. Then why haven't you done so? Lu Huai raised an eyebrow. You didn't instruct me to, Caecilius responded leisurely. The teacher advised me to follow your lead upon descending the mountain, stating that your decisions must hold some rationale. I should not question them, just comply. Lu Huai was at a loss for words, thinking, I indeed have a reason, though I simply forgot. All right, let us go. Lu Huai lifted his foot to depart. Where to? Pietro asked. Lu Huai glanced at the sky. The rain in New York had ceased, while London was shrouded in gray, emanating a sense of impending storm. To the city center. Caecilius lacked a means to assess the environment, but Lu Huai possessed such capability. Friday, Lu Huai called out. From the aircraft emerged a black and gold armored suit, descending before Lu Huai and encircling him. That is so cool, Pietro exclaimed. Peter Parker pondered inwardly. Just how many tricks does he have up his sleeve? Caecilius cast an admiring glance. Assist me in marking the central point of London. Lu Huai instructed Friday. In no time, Friday presented a three-dimensional map of London before Lu Huai, pinpointing a red dot. Trafalgar Square. Lu Huai queried Caecilius. Have you been there? Upon receiving a nod, Lu Huai gestured forward. Open the portal. We shall go there. Trafalgar Square was erected by the British to commemorate a specific naval battle, dominated by a towering column over 50 meters high, crowned with a bronze statue of a naval commander. At the junction of the statue and the column was a massive, star-shaped base. In that moment, a standard electrical spark portal unfolded upon the cold, windy base. Ironclad Lu Huai, Peter Parker, Pietro, and Caecilius emerged. If it thunders and rains later, we won't be struck by lightning, will we? Pietro asked, tightening his clothing against the chill. Lu Huai stood at the edge of the building, gazing down 50 meters to the ground. Perhaps due to the overcast sky, the tourist attraction was devoid of many visitors today. A drop of rain fell through the gathering clouds, landing on the cold surface of the armor. Lu Huai remained in place, unleashing the void serpent of the word spirit. His steel armor was equipped with a function akin to an amplifying coil, and combined with the rainy weather, it maximized the range of the void serpent. A surging tide of serpents erupted in Lu Huai's mind, spreading wildly in all directions from this center. The entire square, the entire area, the whole of London, all succumbed to the influx of serpents invading Lu Huai's consciousness. Meanwhile, the spirit blade of the Kamaitachi unfurled to its utmost extent. Although its range paled in comparison to the augmented serpent, it bestowed upon him an exhilarating sense of peering down upon the myriad beings from the lofty heavens. Coupled with his battle armor, his vision extended farther and clearer. He could hear, he could see, he could feel every flower and tree, every blade of grass and leaf. Life, architecture, steel, raindrops, the world. Lu Huai's senses embraced the entirety of existence. However, after an extensive search, he found no signs of phenomena reminiscent of those in Thor, the Dark World. Was it all in vain? Though he had mentally prepared for a fruitless endeavor, a tinge of disappointment lingered. Just as he was about to deactivate the spirit blade, he suddenly noticed something entering his realm. Upon confirming that these entities were approaching him, Lu Huai felt a surge of excitement instead of concern, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His journey was not in vain. With bait in hand, he had indeed caught a fish. Yet, these beings did not seem to be extraterrestrial visitors, but rather natives. In the distance, a nimble fighter jet sped through the sky, its target the Trafalgar Square. Inside the cockpit were 4 armed passengers, clad in specially designed combat suits, their gazes unwavering, like formidable machines receiving their final command, advancing resolutely towards their objective. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life with a man's voice. "Hello, hello. If you hear this, please respond." Lu Huai stood atop the memorial column, gazing at the approaching aircraft, yet received no reply. Just as he was about to say something to ascertain their identity, he noticed through the remote observation feature of his battle armor that something was dropping from the jet, akin to an egg suddenly laid. Indeed, it was an egg, a missile. Alarm! Alarm! A missile is being launched towards the square. Alarm! Alarm! The alert tone of Friday resonated in his ears, and the helmet illuminated with red lights, indicating that Friday was genuinely frightened. "Cassius," Lu Huai called out, "open a portal and send it back." Cassius focused intently, fixated on the ever-approaching, increasingly large dark spot. Raising the suspended ring, "I'm not certain I can accurately direct the portal to the missile's trajectory," Cassius expressed his concern. "Have no fear, it will work. Just open the portal," Lu Huai assured, his gaze fixed on the unstoppable missile as he silently activated the Spirit Blade's enchantment. In his spiritual vision, it was as if concentric circles of lines floated in the cosmos. Lu Huai manipulated these lines to ensnare the missile, subtly adjusting its trajectory so that it accurately entered the circle drawn by Cassius. On the other side of the portal, behind a fighter jet, the occupants of the aircraft watched in horror as the missile vanished, only to be astonished as it reappeared directly behind them. Fortunately, the pilot's skills were exemplary. In the nick of time, he maneuvered the aircraft, narrowly evading the missile. With a thunderous roar, Lu Huai blinked as missiles erupted in the sky. A colossal shock wave shattered the edifices below, affecting the unsuspecting bystanders. The debris from the explosion gradually succumbed to the torrential rain, which pattered relentlessly against the ground. Hovering in the air, the fighter jet confronted the Avenger standing upon the memorial column. There were 4 targets in total. One donned mechanical armor, leaving their biological status uncertain, while another, clad in simple garb, possessed the ability to open portals. The others remained enigmatic. Within the aircraft, the intruders observed their adversaries through a large screen. The leader, a robust man in a fitted black suit, turned to the pilot, contemplating whether to initiate negotiations. After a brief silence, the man conveyed a straightforward message through sign language. "Let us take him down." Through Lu Huai's helmet view, the canopy of the fighter jet opened, and a man slowly ascended from within the cockpit. He stood steadily atop the jet, locking eyes with Lu Huai amidst the tempest 100 meters away. Friday was scanning the opponent's face through the armor's optics. Though it was unnecessary, Lu Huai could identify him solely by his distinctive attire. The form-fitting black suit enveloping his muscular frame and the forked antennae emanating a soft glow were unmistakable symbols of his unique identity. It was him. Indeed, it was him. He was the formidable king of banter, Black Cadbert. He was also known as the Black Bat King. Lu Huai found himself puzzled as to why this individual would launch an attack against them. Yet this was hardly the time for such thoughts. The moment that missile was fired from the fighter jet, the outcome had already been sealed. A tumultuous blend of madness and ecstasy began to swell within Lu Huai. Despite a certain film portraying the Black Bat King as a bumbling yet confident fool, his undeniable prowess in the presence of speech was formidable. His sonic waves could unleash devastation akin to a nuclear explosion. Furthermore, he was a superhero of significant stature. Vanquishing such a being would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Beneath the torrential downpour, atop the towering column, the sky darkened as Lu Huai found himself encased in his black and gold armor. The steel exoskeleton glistened with an air of sophistication as the rain cascaded down, while the arc reactor radiated a pristine white light, illuminating the raindrops before him. The propulsion system allowed Lu Huai to hover effortlessly amidst the storm. He raised a hand gently, and 12 Edmund alloy throwing knives rose from his back, spiraling in a staircase formation around him. Boom! The roar of thunder reverberated through the heavens. Lightning flashed, illuminating their faces. Cassilius raised his hands, conjuring 2 radiant golden magic rings. Peter Parker summoned Venom, whose fusion with Peter's genetic essence transformed them into a colossal black humanoid lizard. equipped with razor-sharp claws and a powerful tail. Pietro donned his goggles, adopting a stance of readiness to sprint. The spirit blade silently enveloped the entire fighter jet. The Avenger, Lu Huai, tilted his head and mischievously uttered the command, "Assemble." Chapter 47. The Avengers, Total Annihilation. Thunderous roars and clattering sounds filled the air. The door to the mayor's office in London was flung open, and the secretary rushed in. The silver-haired mayor furrowed his brow, a frown akin to the East African rift, as he looked at the secretary, turning his computer screen towards him. "If you intend to discuss this matter, I'm already aware," he said. The screen displayed the fierce battle occurring in Trafalgar Square, the memorial column shattered by sonic waves. Fighter jets reduced to scrap by mysterious forces, and the bodies of bystanders caught in the chaos. This was a catastrophe, a calamity that could cost him his position. "It's the Inhumans," the secretary exclaimed. "Their leader, Black Bat King, is leading the charge." "I am aware," the mayor replied, rubbing his forehead. "What concerns me more is, who exactly are the opposing forces?" Unclear at the moment, the secretary grimaced, shaking his head. "But they refer to themselves as the Avengers?" In the office of the director of S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury gazed incredulously at Agent Hill. "Indeed, they call themselves the Avengers Alliance." "Damn it." Fury's scowl darkened further. "What a world we live in. Even names are being stolen." Agent Hill pulled up a grainy video. The last footage recorded before the nearby surveillance was destroyed. After viewing the video and correlating it with various angles of footage, Fury could ascertain the composition of both sides. The Avengers comprised 4 individuals: a sorcerer, an Iron Man, a speedster, and a lizard man. Quite a complex assembly. In contrast, the opposing side consisted solely of royal members from the Inhumans. Aside from their leader, Black Bat King, the names and abilities of the other 3 had been documented by S.H.I.L.D. Gorgong was a muscular powerhouse, possessing extraordinary physical prowess, particularly in his legs, which had transformed into hooves upon contact with the Terrigen mist, enabling him to create seismic waves through stomping the ground. Karl Nack was a martial arts master. Although he had not encountered the Terrigen mist, his inhuman genes endowed him with abilities far beyond those of ordinary humans. The 4th individual belonged to a group known as Eliza, not of royal lineage but still recorded by S.H.I.L.D., possessing the ability to create duplicates. Thus, the video suggested that the Inhumans were outnumbering their foes. "Should we intervene?" Agent Hill inquired. "Black Bat King is one of the most dangerous individuals in our files. If we do not stop him, it could spell disaster for all of London." "I understand," Fury said, furrowing his brow. "The question is, can we truly halt him by intervening? His behavior is quite uncharacteristic. He has never actively attacked humans before." Nick Fury pondered. "Observe the manner of his assaults in the video. They wreak havoc without any consideration for the consequences, as if he is under some form of control." London, particularly Trafalgar Square, had been reduced to ruins. The memorial column lay shattered into 3 pieces, and the statue of the sea god was flung hundreds of meters away, its head buried in the ground, rear end in the air. Lu Huai floated in his iron armor, surveying the battlefield from above. It was almost certain that these individuals were under some form of manipulation. They resembled machines with forcibly implanted directives for slaughter, ruthlessly unleashing chaos. Lu Huai was uncertain of the means of controlling them. It could be psychological manipulation or some form of sorcery. Eliza unleashed dozens of avatars, each armed with firearms and similar weapons, engaging in ranged attacks, as if one person constituted an entire army. Moreover, these avatars possessed remarkable marksmanship. Most charged forward, while a few lingered behind as snipers. Lu Huai observed that the sniper rifles appeared to be specially modified, emitting not ordinary bullets, but rather some kind of azure energy blasts. Even if Venom Peter were struck, he would be sent flying several meters away. Coupled with the close-quarters combat restrictions imposed by Gorgon and Karl, these Inhumans displayed some tactical acumen, yet it was ultimately futile. To speak plainly, the Inhumans' only formidable fighter was Black Bolt. From his elevated vantage point, Lu Huai watched as Black Bolt shattered Caecilius' magical ring with a single punch, sending him hurtling through the air. Although Black Bolt possessed physical strength rivaling that of the Hulk in his normal state, it must be said that the melee mages trained by Kamar Taj were utterly inept. Aside from the Sorcerer Supreme, the remainder were difficult to evaluate in terms of their melee or magical prowess. Even Caecilius, who was considered a magical prodigy, found himself facing the dark version of Black Bolt. Liu Huai shook his head in disappointment and turned to observe another scene. Peter Parker, transformed into a lizard-like Venom, appeared fierce and indeed was formidable, deftly evading snipers while single-handedly contending with Gorgon and Carl. However, after a piercing shout from Black Bolt, he was sent crashing away. As for Pietro, though he avoided the sonic blast, Gorgon simultaneously triggered a minor earthquake with his hooves, causing the ground to fracture. Focused entirely on Black Bolt, and hindered by the darkened sky and heavy rain obscuring his vision, Pietro inadvertently stepped into a void, twisting his ankle and rolling 10 meters away. Suddenly, the flames beneath the feet of the armored suit intensified, creating an arc as it dove downwards. Simultaneously, the iron panels on the suit's shoulders opened, launching dozens of B-shaped missiles. The already ravaged ground erupted once more in explosions, engulfing the desolate square in flames and smoke. Eliza, her true form concealed hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, observed the unfolding chaos, marking the maximum distance at which she could separate from her avatars. Her avatars possess independent consciousness and the ability to act, yet their thoughts align perfectly with her own, as long as her original self remains unharmed. The demise in Avatar has no detrimental effect on her. She can continue to divide. In a certain sense, her abilities are indeed formidable, especially in the context of laboring in a factory, where a monthly salary of 3,000 is not merely a dream. At this moment, Eliza was observing the battlefield through the perspective of her avatar. She witnessed a sorcerer being sent flying by a single punch. She saw a colossal lizard revert to human form with a mighty roar. She noted the speedster inexplicably hurtling out of the fray. Moreover, she observed the Iron Man, after launching missiles, being seized by the Black Bat King, who then delivered a devastating blow that pierced Iron Man's abdomen. Thus, this group, self-proclaimed as Avengers, had met their utter annihilation. However, this did not overly concern Eliza. A sense of pride swelled within her. Yet, she soon became aware of an unsettling presence. There were footsteps. Amid the torrential rain, footsteps approached her. Even without superpowers, she was a trained warrior. She swiftly drew her firearm and turned to face the long street behind her. Indeed, a tall and slender figure was advancing, showing no intent to conceal himself. The individual held an umbrella, donned a meticulously tailored suit, and his handsome visage appeared somewhat pale in the night. A small braid adorned his head, and it seemed he bore a knife on his back. "Halt!" Eliza gripped the handle of her gun tightly, shouting for him to stop. Yet simultaneously, she squeezed the trigger. The copper-hued bullet pierced through the curtain of rain, racing forward. Eliza held great confidence in her marksmanship. The instant she pulled the trigger, she instinctively knew whether the bullet would find its mark. Just as now, her hand was steady and the distance to her target was minimal. Unless he possessed a body of steel or extraordinary regenerative abilities, his demise was all but certain. But suddenly an anomaly occurred. Eliza experienced an eerie spectacle. Time seemed to dissolve for a moment, as if the entire world had transformed. The man who had been 10 meters away in the previous instant now stood before her. His posture remained unchanged, still holding the umbrella and carrying the knife. Wearing a smile, his eyes seemingly ablaze with golden fire. Eliza's stance was also unaltered. She continued to aim her gun, her finger poised on the trigger, the barrel directed at the man's heart. If he leaned forward just a fraction, the muzzle would press against his exquisite suit. One more shot. This shot was a guaranteed hit. Her index finger applied slight pressure, akin to a withered branch breaking, flesh and bones severing. With a splat, it fell into the puddle at her feet. What? What just happened? She glanced down at her palm, her pupils dilating in that instant. Her raincoat, her shirt, every finger, every inch of skin, every morsel of flesh, all began to disassemble and crumble. Like dumplings, they plummeted into the water with a crackling sound. Why? She opened her mouth to speak, and her jaw fell away in response. In the end, even those two astonished eyes diverted their gaze, flowing along the rainwater into the drainage. Alyssa remained oblivious to what transpired in that fleeting half-second until her last breath. Liu Huai fixed his gaze on Alyssa's physical manifestation, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Drawing a deep breath, he held up his umbrella and turned to face the ruins of the square 100 meters away. Amidst his musings, a surge of dragon blood coursed through him. Lu Huai retrieved a resplendent golden hourglass from his pocket, placing it steadily beneath a tree. The countdown had commenced. Whistling a cheerful tune, he vanished from his spot. Chapter 48. The human dragon in the rain-soaked ruins of the square. The Black Bat King stood atop a fractured stone pillar, gripping the Iron Man's neck with one hand while delivering a devastating blow to its abdomen. The Iron Man continued to struggle fiercely, unleashing its hand cannons and chest artillery simultaneously. At such close range, the searing energy beams struck the Black Bat King without hindrance. A grunt escaped the Black Bat King's lips as a violent wave of sonic energy spilled from the corners of his mouth, instantly obliterating the Iron Man. The energy wave radiated outward in a fan-like pattern, shattering the buildings behind the Iron Man. My word, one must admit, the destructive power of this creature is indeed formidable. If only this essence could be transformed into a Deadpool. A grin crept further across Lu Huai's face. From his vantage point amidst the ruins, the Black Bat King glanced down at his chest, where his combat suit had been struck by the full-force energy blast, leaving it charred and his body marked by a crimson streak of blood. Yet that was all. His defensive capabilities were astonishingly high, though his mental resilience seemed somewhat lacking. The Black Bat King seized the metal arm he had torn from the Iron Man, peering into the fracture to find only sparking wires and metallic components within. Empty? The Black Bat King furrowed his brow, realizing he had been battling merely a hollow shell of steel. He lifted his gaze once more. Billions of raindrops cascading from the sky, cleansing his form. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the sound of rain. At some point, the gunfire from Alyssa had ceased. And what of Golgoth and Karnaic? Where had they vanished? Lightning snaked across the clouded sky, illuminating the rain-drenched night. With a brief flash, the Black Bat King discerned a figure nearby, likely Golgoth. The Black Bat King leapt towards the silhouette, and through the downpour, recognized it to be Golgoth, who stood with his back turned, motionless. Approaching from behind, the Black Bat King reached out, gently touching his shoulder, only for Golgoth to disintegrate into countless pieces, crashing into the puddles like a broken stack of blocks. The Black Bat King was taken aback, yet even in his shock, he found himself unable to utter a sound, unable to even call out his subordinate's name. Suddenly, amidst the rain, a faint cry echoed. The Black Bat King whirled around, spotting another subordinate, Karnaic, standing amidst the ruins. Reaching out to him, his mouth slightly parted as if attempting to convey something. As his movements intensified, he too fell apart like gore. The Black Bat King's pupils trembled. He struggled to contain his emotions, his mind a chaotic tumult, with incessant voices urging him. Kill them. Reclaim the original stone. Kill them. Reclaim the original stone. The Black Bat King's expression was one of agony, his visage contorted, his eyes filled with conflict. Yet, he soon regained his composure, his glazed eyes bloodshot. Blake card. Someone called his name from behind, prompting him to turn and see a handsome young man of Easter descent, holding an umbrella and gazing at him intently. The Black Bat King approached, gesturing emphatically. Lu Huai raised an eyebrow. No need to exert yourself. I do not comprehend sign language. In the next moment, the Black Bat King opened his mouth, the original stone. A violent wave of energy surged forth, shattering the ground beneath them. However, Lu Huai had already appeared on the Black Bat King's left side, feigning to cover his nose. What a strong odor! Hand over the original stone. The Black Bat King unleashed an even more formidable sound wave, causing all structures within 100 meters to collapse into ruins. This fellow was a veritable architect of destruction. Are you searching for this? Lu Huai unveiled his palm, revealing the green luminous original stone nestled within. Give it to me, the Black Bat King roared, inevitably unleashing further chaos. The armed forces of Great Britain had arrived, yet they dared not advance. In such circumstances, they were as fragile as insects, easily shattered by a mere breath from the Black Bat King. Only Lu Huai remained unfazed. The Black Bat King's astonishing destructive force felt to him like a punch landing on cotton. Even as the Black Bat King saw Lu Huai standing within the soundwave's radius, the ground behind him was pulverized, while Lu Huai remained unscathed. It was as if this world were a colossal game, and Lu Huai had activated an unbeatable cheat. The Black Bat King began to feel the pressure. As the leader of the mutant race and one of Earth's 10 most formidable superhumans, he found himself unable to even graze the hem of this young man's garment. Lu Huai continued to smile cheerfully, pocketing the original stone and snapping his fingers. Instantly, all metallic objects within the domain levitated. They coalesced above him like a massive torrent of steel. With another snap, this wave of steel, imbued with the properties of tetanus, surged toward the Black Bat King. "Get lost!" The Black Bat King bellowed, instantly shattering the steel torrent. But when he looked down again, he discovered that the young man had inexplicably vanished. From behind, someone whispered in his ear. The Black Bat King spun around abruptly, only to be met with a heavy elbow strike. The dragon-like force propelled the Black Bat King away. An energy spilled from his mouth, shattering yet another skyscraper. The sound of the building's collapse echoed in the ears of the mayor of London, who watched in horror via live stream as his city suffered grievous damage, as though it were not the buildings that were crumbling, but rather his very heart. The mayor's position is now untenable. The residents are gripped by fear for their very lives, while he is preoccupied with his own future. Has the Black Bat King lost his sanity? What is his true intention? The mayor slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "Is there a clearer image? Bring it to me." Neither the military nor the reporters dared approach the battlefield. Fortunately, the scientists of this era have developed numerous remarkable technologies. Some journalists, perched in helicopters several kilometers from the fray, utilized advanced cameras to broadcast live, capturing the grim reality of the battlefield through the pouring rain and the cloak of night. The mayor, the director, and the London City Council were all informed. Director of SHIELD office. The secretary and Agent Hill reported. The Black Bat King is being beaten. What? Not only the director of SHIELD and the London mayor, but all leaders who received this news were utterly astonished. The Black Bat King is being beaten? Such an obscure phrase. Who is doing this? It appears to be a new character. What? It seems like a dragon clad in a suit. The power of the divine spirit eight-headed serpent manifests upon Lu Huai. Terrifyingly fierce, scales envelop his original skin, subtly opening and closing as if breathing. His form has grown tall, with golden eyes gleaming menacingly, and a significant portion of his handsome visage obscured by dragon scales. At this moment, the draconic features are vividly on display. An undeniable humanoid dragon. Ha ha! Kill me. Kill me. Too slow. Just like that. Aim for me. The dragon murmurs. The dragon cackles. The dragon descends from the heavens. Wrathful and fearsome. Amidst the tempest, lightning strikes, the city is collapsing, and swirling clouds form a massive vortex. It is elemental chaos. Chapter 49, The Hybrid Monarch. The howling winds roar, and the thunder rumbles. The torrential rain transforms into solid ice, pummeling down. The very elements of the battlefield are in disarray, seemingly shrieking and rejoicing as if they have finally welcomed their master. Lu Huai, his entire being cloaked in pitch-black dragon scales, possesses a striking skull that is half human, half beast. His entire physique is undergoing draconic metamorphosis. He relinquished the lofty method of time zero, wielding one hand with a spider silk blade, continuously weaving transparent threads on the battlefield. In his other hand, he clutched a dark red knife forged from slaughter. With dual blades in hand, he strikes. Royal blood, eight-headed serpent, coupled with the enhanced attributes of the symbiotic slaughter. Even without employing time zero, Lu Huai's speed is astonishing. He charges through the downpour, laughter ringing in the ears of the Black Bat King. The Black Bat King wiped the mud and blood from his face, focusing intently to sharpen his vision. Laughter echoed incessantly in his ears. Yet all he could see were fleeting shadows. Madman, the Black Bat King was utterly convinced. His adversary was indeed a lunatic. Stop! 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 After enduring a few merciless strikes, the Black Bat King unleashed a cacophony of sound waves indiscriminately around him. The earth trembled and fissured. Ice shattered into fragments. Everything was repelled by the force of the energy waves. Even the onlookers thousands of meters away were not spared, their bodies crushed under the sheer might. This was a calamity, the apocalyptic end for the people of London. As the dust settled, the Black Bat King found himself ensconced in a vast chasm, at the center of which stood an irregular stone pillar, his solitary refuge untouched by the chaos. Was it over? In the face of such devastation, no living being should remain in the vicinity. Yet, suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him, questioning if this was truly all there was. This was somewhat disheartening. The Black Bat King spun around, catching a fleeting silhouette before another voice rang out from behind. Blake card. He turned once more to behold his adversary, suspended high above. Pray to me. The dragon transformed Lu Huai, still clad in a suit, unfurled enormous membranous wings from his back, resembling a sacred cross, hovering mid-air, surrounded by bloodthirsty winds. He had yet to unlock the realm of dustlessness, yet raindrops and hailstones descended around him. Blood surged thrice. His draconic genes possibly exceeded 80, perhaps even 90. If the hybrid monarch spoken of by Anger truly existed, that would be Lu Huai's current state. He possessed a formidable dragon physique, capable of manifesting multiple linguistic spirits simultaneously while maintaining a lucid mind. At least, Lu Huai believed his mind was exceptionally clear, feeling more awake than ever before. This was his true self. This was why Lu Huai, after activating the eight-headed serpent, chose to unleash his bloodline forcefully. In the depths of his emotions, he yearned to encounter his authentic self. In other words, to flaunt. His golden pupils shone like the brightest mirrors in the cosmos, reflecting the world around him. In a distant corner of the world stood the Black Bat King. The man deemed one of Earth's 10 most dangerous individuals by S.H.I.E.L.D. now appeared so insignificant. Blake card. Lu Huai invoked the name of the Black Bat King, akin to a deity summoning a mortal. Pray to me, pray for me to take your life. Lu Huai loomed above, his golden eyes lazily glancing down, surveying the diminutive figure below. Yet, Lu Huai's words were not exaggerated. It was indeed true that the Black Bat King was being manipulated, and it was also true that he had unleashed a massacre in London Square. According to the laws of Earth, he was beyond redemption. At this moment, for the Black Bat King, death would be a release. Contemplating this, Lu Huai felt he was far from a mere harbinger of death. He resembled a benevolent bodhisattva. Lu Huai gazed down upon the Black Bat King, extending a hand, palm facing downward, as if grasping the authority of the entire world. At this juncture, the assertion of royal power felt most fitting. Although the original narrative establishes that the royal power only affects the bloodline of the dragon kin, Lu Huai remains convinced it will adapt to the overarching worldview. As Lu Huai clenches his fist, the Black Bat King is suddenly ensnared by forces converging from all directions. Countless threads intertwine in the ether, traversing the heavens and the earth, resembling a spider's prison. The Black Bat King finds his hands and feet tightly bound, unable even to communicate through sign language, fixated instead on the monstrous entity above. Their gazes lock, the golden pupils radiating with the intensity of a searing sun on a stormy night. An invisible power flows forth through those eyes. The soul of the Black Bat King trembles. At that moment, his alien lineage feels as insignificant as dust. Blake card. Beseech me. The divine voice, descending from the heavens, resounds heavily against the eardrums of the Black Bat King. His features contort once more, arching his neck in agony. Veins bulging, pupils blood-red. In the haze, it feels as if a sharp blade cleaves through his mind. His memories flicker. Kill them. Retrieve the original stone. Kill them. Retrieve the original stone. Another voice reverberates incessantly. Silence, roars the Black Bat King. Silence, silence, silence. He bellows to the heavens, causing the rain to surge back and the dark clouds to disperse. Countless images flash through the Black Bat King's mind. The celestial visitor whispering in his ear, missiles detonating above the bustling city, collapsing buildings, panicked pedestrians, blood-curdling screams, cackles, the shattered bodies of Gorkin and Karniak. Kill me. The Black Bat King cries out. I beg you, kill me. This desperate plea, predictably, unleashes a cataclysmic wave of energy akin to a tranquil sea suddenly roiling with tumultuous waves. Yet, as the waves reach Lu Huai, they abruptly halt. It is as though the entire world has been pressed to a standstill. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern that the world is not truly frozen. Time continues to flow, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace. The massive wings flutter gently as Lu Huai descends from the sky, landing behind the Black Bat King. Everything within the domain seems nearly suspended. Yet Lu Huai moves with ease, turning to gaze at the Black Bat King's back, casually snapping his fingers. Snap. As you wish. Time resumes its normal passage. and the surging wave of energy is unleashed as anticipated, causing the very earth to tremble. Yet the Black Bat King himself collapses heavily to the ground. A gaping wound has been opened in his body, from his back to his chest, the space where his heart should reside now hollow. In Lu Huai's hand, he holds the still beating organ, instinctively licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. The scroll in his mind flutters open of its own accord, revealing shimmering pale golden text. You have new words of power awaiting to be unlocked. Almost forgot, today's unlocking has yet to occur. It seems this is akin to last time, triggered by the blood consumption. Last time, it unlocked the word spirit yada. What will be revealed this time? Lu Huai did not rush to unlock the seal. Instead, he stood atop the stone pillar, surveying his surroundings. Caecilius and his companions had already departed through the portal, and thanks to the Dark Bat King's blessing, it seemed that no living beings remained in the vicinity. When celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. On this night, humanity was once again reminded of the dread imposed by the extraordinary. Lu Huai silently elevated his lineage, unleashing a fourth surge of blood. Both his physical fortitude and the realm of his word spirits were once again enhanced. He leapt into the air, soaring towards the edge of the battlefield's ruins. At such a moment, there were still fearless reporters and agents from various organizations observing from afar, attempting to glean insights into the conflict. Dragon transformed Lu Huai manifested before them, with his word spirit, a blood-sucking scythe, swirling around him like a loyal servant, shattering the reporters' cameras at his command. As a token of their first encounter, he bestowed upon them a gift of greeting, enveloping all in a shroud of mysterious domain. The word spirit of myriad realms advanced into a swirling world. Chapter 50. The King of Sky and Wind combined madness. Utter madness. Everyone was driven to insanity. All onlookers had succumbed to frenzy. In the office of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill continued her report to Nick Fury, as usual. The computer screen replayed a blurry, shaky video clip lasting mere seconds, showcasing the winged monstrosity from an upward angle, revealing the very being that had slain the Dark Bat King. A full night had elapsed since the London Square incident, and as dawn broke, the rain cleared, and the entire world became aware of the event. Even within the realm of the extraordinary, this occurrence was remarkably exceptional. When did such a figure emerge on Earth? Nick Fury scratched his large, dark forehead, feeling quite troubled. This was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s first observation of such a creature, which appeared both demonic and angelic. Its inaugural appearance resulted in the death of the Inhuman leader and plunged much of London into nightmarish visions. Just moments ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed in London reported that nearly 70% of the city's populace experienced the same dream last night. In truth, Nick Fury would have been aware of this without the agent's reports, as it had already spread across the internet, including tourists, international students, and locals. Over half of those residing in London the previous night endured a shared nightmare. Social media users posted the entirety of their dream experiences, and without exception, they all traversed an endless elevated bridge in vehicles, a bridge that seemed never-ending. The path was shrouded in darkness, occasionally punctuated by chilling laughter and fleeting shadows glimpsed through the car windows. None could recall the duration of their journey, only the final image before waking. A figure riding an 8-legged steed, surrounded by flickering lightning and snowflakes, brandishing a spear aimed directly at them. An endless elevated bridge. Eerie shadows with sinister laughter and a pointed spear. Undoubtedly, this can be deemed a nightmare. Yet, some individuals on the internet take pride in it, believing themselves to be the fortunate chosen ones. In this digital realm teeming with deluded souls, public opinion serves as the most potent weapon. Some vehemently denounce all superhumans, including Lu Huai and the Black Bat King, demanding regulation over these extraordinary beings, while others have become fervent disciples of Lu Huai, even bestowing upon him the title, King of Sky and Wind, abbreviated as Wind King. This appellation, of course, stems from Lu Huai's manipulation of public sentiment on the platform last Friday. The imagery of him floating majestically amidst the tempestuous skies in his video seems to justify such a moniker. By noon on the following day, Lu Huai lay languidly on the sofa of his villa, one hand clutching a luminous piece of raw stone, while he watched reports about himself on television. Just a moment prior, Tony Stark had called him, although Tony was unaware of the Wind King's identity. He had glimpsed the iron armor he had gifted Lu Huai through fragmented videos, leading him to worry for Lu Huai's safety at the scene. Lu Huai did not deny his presence there. Instead, he reassured Tony by citing his remote control of the armor. Tony refrained from inquiring about the details of the battle, and once he confirmed Lu Huai's well-being, ended the call, citing the need for modifications to the armor. Shortly thereafter, a call from Hill came through, accompanied by her superior, Nick Fury. "So, you're a subordinate of the Wind King?" Nick Fury boldly speculated. Having assisted Tony with the new element, Nick was aware of Tony's endeavors in developing the iron armor. This was hardly a secret, given Tony's character. The world would eventually learn of his identity as Iron Man. Thus, upon seeing the armor on the battlefield, Nick approached Tony. Initially, Tony ignored him, but after confirming Lu Huai's safety and receiving tacit approval, he admitted to Nick that the owner of that armor was indeed Lu Huai. Everything began to connect. Lu Huai was present, and so was the Wind King. Lu Huai was formidable, but the Wind King was even more powerful. Therefore, the truth remains singular. Admit it, you are a subordinate of the Wind King. Nick Fury wore an expression of triumph. Although Lu Huai could not see his face, the air of self-satisfaction was unmistakable. After a moment of silence, Lu Huai chuckled helplessly, realizing that nothing could escape your scrutiny. "Truly, you are a seasoned intelligence officer. What is your objective? Or rather, what is your boss's aim?" Nick Fury inquired. "I recall stating that it is for world peace," Lu Huai replied effortlessly. "As of now, 957 individuals have perished in that catastrophe." Nick Fury bit out, "Is this also for world peace? Are you an imbecile?" Lu Huai scoffed. "The price of peace is sacrifice." Nick Fury fell silent, for he found himself in agreement with Lu Huai's words. Lu Huai continued, "Moreover, the Inhumans are the true culprits. If you truly comprehend the antecedents and consequences, you would realize that it was King Blackbat who first attacked us, after which our boss emerged to eliminate him. Why not tally how many of those 900 perished due to the sonic waves unleashed by King Blackbat? Let me venture a guess. Over 500? 800? Or perhaps all of them?" Nick Fury fell silent. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke again. "I am merely seeking to understand the reasons behind all of this. I have a suggestion. Inquire with the other members of the Inhuman race," Lu Huai replied nonchalantly. "The individuals we dispatched to Adelan were met with closed doors." Nick Fury recounted candidly. "It seems that as the party involved, I am indeed quite lenient," Lu Huai quipped. "I apologize for my previous skepticism and demeanor," Nick Fury conceded. "If you genuinely wish to apologize, you might as well divulge the location of Adelan," Lu Huai remarked. "Adelan is the stronghold of the Inhumans and a mobile city, currently shrouded in secrecy. King Blackbat and several other deceased royal members were under the thrall of some mysterious force." Lu Huai continued, "If the entire Inhuman race is indeed under control," he did not elaborate further. He was not truly concerned about the Inhumans being manipulated. Though King Blackbat was now dead, he was merely a pawn. Perhaps the true puppeteer lay hidden within Adelan. Furthermore, there is a second reason. Lu Huai had slain their leader, and even if they were not controlled, they would undoubtedly harbor resentment. It would be prudent to strike preemptively, quashing any chance of retaliation before it could take root. "Your concerns are valid," Nick Fury acknowledged. "We can go together." The two parties arranged a time, and Lu Huai ended the call. The news broadcast on the television had completed its cycle and was now repeating. Lu Huai casually tossed his phone onto the sofa and opened the scroll in his mind, his gaze fixating on the newly unlocked incantation from the previous night. Incantation. Rhine serial number. 112 bloodline origin. King Nidhogg, danger level. World annihilation description. The caster creates an immense domain centered around themselves. Through meditation and chanting, they activate the 4 elemental forces, earth, water, wind, and fire, within the domain, causing intense pressure to build among the elements. When the pressure approaches that of a stellar surface, it will unleash a cataclysmic explosion, exhausting all elements within the domain. Note 1. The preparation time for this incantation correlates with the caster's lineage and abilities. Some require days while others may take months. For the creator, King Black, it takes merely a few breaths. Note 2. The domain of this incantation is perpetually centered on the caster. During the preparation phase, the area surrounding the caster will be filled with violent elemental turbulence. During the release phase, The temperature at the explosion's epicenter nears that of a stellar core. Yet the caster remains unaffected. The initial details were consistent with what Lu Huai had previously known, but the emphasis lay in the final statement. The caster remains unaffected. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, this was a skill that led to mutual destruction. This may very well be a subtle alteration made to adapt to the worldview. Lu Huai has yet to determine how long it takes to unleash the power of the language spirit, Rhine. After all, once activated, he will transform into a humanoid nuclear bomb, capable of exploding at any moment. The location for the experiment must be chosen with great care. This particular unlocking was also a result of tasting the blood of an enemy. More accurately, it involved absorbing the opponent's genes. Such phenomena are not uncommon among dragons. The four great monarchs can evolve by devouring each other's remains. Some extraordinary beings can even facilitate evolution through the gift of blood. Reflecting on the previous encounters with the Spider Ogre, the Wolverine clone, and the leader of the Inhumans, their most striking feature is their genetic divergence, which can even categorize them into three distinct biological types. Yet, why was the blood of the Quake ineffective? She is also an Inhuman. Lu Huai seems to have grasped some patterns, though it appears he is still missing something crucial. Further verification is required. Overall, this experience can be deemed quite fruitful. He has unlocked Rhine, gained a handful of followers, and acquired the Black Bat King, whose corpse has already been dispatched to the laboratory. Lu Huai stowed away the time stone, turned off the television, and descended the stairs. This place was once the estate of Hammerhead, but it now serves as the headquarters of the Maria Church. As Lu Huai reached the bottom of the stairs, he chanced upon their return from training, led by Black Cat, with 6 vibrant young maidens trailing behind her. "Boss, are you leaving?" Black Cat inquired. Since Lu Huai's return from London, he had remained here, with only 3 veteran members aware of his presence. He cast a brief glance at the girls before departing the villa. "Take care, boss. Goodbye." Black Cat warmly greeted Lu Huai. The girls behind her watched him leave with a variety of expressions. "Is this the boss?" The adolescent girls displayed bashful expressions. "So handsome." Indeed, unexpectedly charming. Some girls discreetly licked their lips, unsure why they felt so invigorated at that moment. "I could run another 10 kilometers. Lu Huai returned to his apartment in Queen's District, where the Avengers he had recruited were gathered. "Kid, your performance in this task has been rather lackluster." Lu Huai tossed a bottle of cola to Pietro. "Sorry," Pietro mumbled, his head lowered, somewhat embarrassed. He had initially thought that protecting Lu Huai would be a straightforward task, and having grown accustomed to being a driver during this time, he had indeed become overly complacent. "I'll be heading out this evening." Lu Huai laid down a list. "In the meantime, expand our team." Peter Parker picked up the list and read the first name. "Tony Stark? No need for that. He is already considered one of our allies." Lu Huai waved his hand dismissively. "Just focus on the subsequent names." "Aren't there any addresses for them on this list?" Peter Parker asked. "If I knew their exact locations, would I need to send you to contact them?" Lu Huai replied with a forced smile. After giving his account, Lu Huai returned to his room for a brief slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that they had departed, leaving him alone in the desolate house. Outside the window, a grand sunset was descending, governed by the rules of the world. Lu Huai took a shower and stood before the mirror in his nakedness, setting aside his handsome visage. He suddenly felt that his physique had improved compared to before, as if his fundamental physical attributes had seen a slight enhancement. He clenched his fist, as if grasping his own future. At that moment, a call came from Nick Fury. Dressing swiftly, Lu Huai descended the stairs, where a car awaited by the roadside. Inside sat Hill, Quake, and Black Egg. The quartet set off towards Atlantean territory. As Lu Huai entered the vehicle, he immediately felt the intensity of 3 piercing gazes upon him. "I know you have many questions, but refrain from asking. Even if you do, I will not divulge anything." Lu Huai preemptively silenced them. "Is it true that the King of Skies and Winds defeated the Black Bat King?" Daisy Johnson, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired. "Is he from Earth? Are you truly his subordinate?" Lu Huai rolled his eyes and gestured for silence. The SHIELD had established a ranking system for known superhumans based on their threat level. Previously, the Black Bat King was ranked 9th, and now your boss holds the same position. Nick Fury elaborated, noting the agency's intrigue regarding this individual who had only briefly appeared before the public, yet ascended into the top ranks. "Only 9th? Lu Huai shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with this ranking. Observing Lu Huai's reluctance to discuss the matter further, Nick Fury shifted the topic. Let us discuss the Avengers. This was your suggestion to your boss, correct? I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Lu Huai casually picked up a peach and began to eat. Fury's audacious behavior rendered him momentarily speechless. The vehicle continued its journey to a vast expanse of grassland, where they disembarked to board a plane, soaring towards the ocean. Is Atlantean located at sea? Lu Huai peered through the window, gazing down at the endless ocean below. An island in the Atlantic, Nick Fury replied. Few have the ability to locate it. Shortly thereafter, Lu Huai caught sight of the island. It was not large, shrouded in a thick layer of mist, obscuring its true form from the naked eye. The plane landed gracefully at the island's periphery, perfectly afloat on the sea surface. Is it an amphibious aircraft? Lu Huai raised an eyebrow. It is a tri-service aircraft, Nick Fury clarified. Are we not landing on the island? Lu Huai inquired. Without permission, we would encounter the island's defense system. We have already entered their surveillance range. It is evident they do not wish to entertain visitors, Nick Fury replied, casting a glance at Lu Huai. At present, I am merely playing the role of agent, Lu Huai smiled, adjusting his suit, conveying a clear message. Do not use me as a pawn. With no other option, Nick Fury turned his attention to Daisy Johnson, contemplating more forceful measures to compel them to reveal themselves. Daisy Johnson rolled up her sleeves, preparing to unleash a shockwave, when suddenly the thick fog parted to reveal an armed convoy approaching before them. Chapter 51. Medusa, congratulations, you have unlocked the linguistic vortex. Serial number 88, bloodline source, king of oceans and waters, danger level. High description, control water flow, forming a spherical vortex wall that envelopes one's self, with water explosively released from the vortex, possessing formidable penetrating power. Prior to arriving on the island, Lu Huai utilized today's unlocking opportunities to unveil a water-based linguistic ability, his very first of such kind. His current repertoire of linguistic powers includes linguistic powers, Ghost, Sword Mastery, Scythe Wind, Nether Radiance, Deep Blood, Zero Time, Monarch Flame, Serpent. Forest Creation, Eight-Headed Serpent, Rhine Vortex. Seizing a moment of distraction, Lu Huai subtly manipulated the seawater, quietly coalescing a small vortex beneath the surface before casually dissipating it. The phenomenon observed through spirit vision manifested as several curved conduits within the domain, allowing water to flow through these pathways. Your Majesty, please enter. The armored vehicle came to a halt at the island's edge, and several fully armed attendants disembarked. The queen referred to must be Medusa, the wife of the Black Bat King. This was hardly a welcoming demeanor, as the Shockwave woman remarked. Let us first meet with Medusa. The four of them entered one of the vehicles, following the convoy at a leisurely pace. Contrary to expectations, the interior of the island bore no fog. Instead, dense jungles lined the roadside as the armored convoy wove its way through the greenery. The front of the vehicle, the trees by the roadside, and even the soldiers' arms were adorned with white cloth, suggesting they were preparing for a funeral. They soon arrived at a predominantly white palace, where everyone outside was clad in black suits, their expressions somber. After disembarking, the attendants guided them into a spacious reception hall. After a prolonged wait, the queen, as referred to by the soldiers, finally entered to meet them. Medusa, wife of the Black Bat King and a member of the otherworldly royal family, possessed the ability to manipulate her crimson hair. Yet, she now donned mourning attire, her face devoid of makeup, with her thick red locks wrapped in white cloth. Your Majesty, we are deeply saddened by the news of Blake Cad's passing. Nick Fury spoke first. If you have come to mourn, we welcome you. However, if you harbor other intentions, please finish your tea and take your leave. Medusa's demeanor was laden with hostility, a sentiment that was understandable given the recent loss of her husband. Your Majesty, we merely wish to inquire. Nick Fury was abruptly interrupted by Medusa. So, what is your purpose for visiting? I need to use the restroom. Lu Huai suddenly interjected. What? Medusa was taken aback, as were the three agents from S.H.O.D. May I please use the restroom first? Lu Huai's expression was awkward, portraying him as a bumbling, emotionally inept junior employee. With a resigned sigh, Medusa waved her hand dismissively at a servant, motioning for him to escort Lu Huai. He swiftly exited the oppressive reception room, following the attendant through the corridors of the palace. At the forefront of today's significant occasion in Adelan, A servant cautioned Lu Huai to remain focused and avoid wandering. Yet, upon turning back, he was taken aback to find Lu Huai had vanished without a trace. Where had he gone? The royal palace of the Inhumans was situated at the heart of the island, shaped like a triangle, with its apex offering a majestic view over the entire land. At this moment, Lu Huai stood atop, unleashing serpents and weasels that enveloped the entire city of Inhumans. With most citizens attending the king's funeral, it provided a perfect opportunity for reconnaissance. The serpents and weasels slithered through the crowd, roaming the deserted forest, as the breaths of all living beings on the island were vividly returned by the weasels. Suddenly, Lu Huai turned his gaze westward. To the naked eye, the expanse above the jungle appeared empty, yet the weasels encountered an obstruction, as if some colossal entity hovered there, disrupting the flow of the winds. Lu Huai intended to soar over using an Edmund alloy flying knife to investigate further. However, at that moment, a sound like tearing wind reached his ears. His hands and feet became ensnared, and looking down, he found himself entangled in long strands of crimson hair. Medusa, who should have been conversing with Nick Fury in the reception room, had inexplicably emerged and stood below, fixated on Lu Huai. Lu Huai's gaze swept across Medusa's exquisite visage, and he spoke, "I killed your husband." Medusa's eyes widened in fury, her body trembling as her expression contorted in apparent agony. Yet in the next instant, she reverted to her previous state, staring at Lu Huai with a mechanical rigidity, her hair tightening as if imbued with life. Lu Huai took a breath, as anticipated. He was correct. He flicked his wrist, sending forth 2 flying knives that severed Medusa's hair. Though Medusa attempted to lash out at Lu Huai again, a third blade had already soared toward her, piercing through her neck. Blood gushed forth as the beautiful serpent clutched her throat, wide-eyed and staring at Lu Huai. Her body involuntarily leaning back. Standing precariously at the edge of the floor, she fell backward. With the force of gravity and velocity, Medusa crashed to the ground, shattering upon impact. This scene was witnessed by the trio of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents exiting the reception room. Nick Fury, disregarding composure, shouted at Lu Huai. "What are you doing?" Lu Huai hovered above on his flying knife, casting a disdainful glance downward. The Inhuman guards rushed in, weapons drawn, surrounding the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who found themselves restrained. As Lu Huai uttered a dismissive remark and turned to depart toward the western part of the island, a sudden burst of flame erupted, blocking his path. He looked up to see a girl clad in mourning attire levitating, one hand cradling a fireball and the other holding debris, glaring at him with fury. The little princess of the Inhuman clan, Crystal, possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate the 4 elements: earth, wind, water, and fire. Her expression was vividly animated, betraying no signs of being controlled. "I will kill you in vengeance for Medusa." Crystal seethed, hurling flames and debris towards Lu Huai with ferocity. The Edmund throwing knives danced like ethereal butterflies, shattering the stones. As for the flames, Lu Huai effortlessly evaded them. "Get away," Lu Huai commanded. "I told you, you must pay for Medusa's life today." Crystal's fury was palpable. It seemed that she had only witnessed Lu Huai slay Medusa and had not heard his admission of having killed the Black Bat King. "Fool, your brother, sister-in-law, and those guards below have all been manipulated by outsiders," Lu Huai remarked, gazing towards the west. "What do you mean?" Crystal furrowed her brow. "Otherwise, why do you think your brother is rampaging through London like a mad dog?" Lu Huai raised an eyebrow. Crystal was rendered speechless. Truth be told, she too sensed something amiss, yet she had seen the man before her kill Medusa with her own eyes, while other matters were open to doubt. This was an indisputable fact. "Then you should not have attacked my sister-in-law at my brother's funeral." Crystal gritted her teeth, conjuring countless blades of wind to strike at Lu Huai. Indeed, reason was lost on her. Lu Huai had initially intended to spare a life from the royal family of the Inhumans. As the wind blades approached, 10 Edmund alloy throwing knives shot forth. Tangible and intangible blades. The Edmund knives pierced Crystal's body, transforming her slender form into a sieve. As she lost consciousness and fell to the ground, Lu Huai swiftly extended a dark red tendril from within himself to catch her, preventing her from crashing into a puddle of flesh. This body would prove useful to him. Lu Huai glanced back at the throng of superpowered Inhumans below, a bold idea suddenly forming in his mind. But for now, The immediate priority was to resolve the situation in the west. He soared towards the west atop the flying knives, encountering no further obstacles. As he drew closer, the Ling Jian's sword began to sense the invisible object suspended in the sky. There was no doubt its material was metallic. It took the form of a vast ring, resembling a colossal donut, likely employing some form of cloaking technology, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. The circular aircraft must be theirs, Lu Huai thought with excitement. In his vision, thousands of magnetic lines converged upon the ring-shaped aircraft, and the once invisible vessel became tangible within Lu Huai's perception. Ling Jian's sword, the magnetic lines enveloped the aircraft, attempting to hurl it to the ground. Yet in the next moment, the aircraft deactivated its cloaking mechanism, revealing itself before Lu Huai. The enormous steel donut hovered in the sky, suddenly activating. The inner ring of the aircraft flickered with blue light, rotating violently as it ascended, resisting the power of the Ling Jian sword. Both sides stood in confrontation. Long before, Spider-Man was known for pulling trains and Captain America for lifting helicopters, and now, Lu Huai has taken on the challenge of restraining an extraterrestrial spacecraft. At long last, the craft appeared to relent, succumbing to Lu Huai's formidable strength and crashing heavily into the jungle, uprooting a multitude of trees. As the doors of the spacecraft swung open, a robust chain shot forth from within, its end affixed to an irregularly shaped massive iron block, hurtling towards Lu Huai with the ferocity of a battering ram. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Huai halted the iron block mid-air, while at the other end of the chain, a hulking monster emerged from the spacecraft. Grasping the iron handle, it was none other than Black Dwarf, one of the Black Order. Finally, the main antagonist had made his appearance. Following closely behind Black Dwarf was a second member of the Black Order, tall and slender, draped in a gray-white cloak, with skin that bore a striking resemblance to that of the Nausicaa from Avatar. This was Supergiant. Though she had not appeared in the films, she was indeed a legitimate member of the Black Order, wielding the ability of mind control. One could only surmise that both Black Bolt and the royal family of the Inhumans were her creations. Is it just the two of you? Lu Huai floated gracefully onto a sturdy branch, surveying the scene from above, straining to listen. No sounds of life emanated from the spacecraft. Kill him. Supergiant wasted no time, issuing a direct command to Black Dwarf. Gripping the chain with both hands, Black Dwarf retracted the iron block, merging it with the iron handle to form a colossal hammer. Lu Huai unsheathed his spider blade with a single hand, commanding a flurry of adamantium, throwing knives to orbit around him. The edges of his black suit fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of a devoted employee diligently at work. He exhaled a scorching breath, activating both Dragon Bone State and Blood Rage simultaneously. After all, his adversary was a ruthless being who had accompanied Thanos in the slaughter of countless planets. Lu Huai had no intention of underestimating him. The Blood Rage only provided a slight enhancement to his physique and linguistic abilities, leaving his appearance unchanged. He remained poised and striking, wielding the spider blade with flair. Even Supergiant, not of the same species, could not suppress her admiration, lamenting the wasted potential. It seemed she had already envisioned victory, turning to re-enter the spacecraft, when suddenly a searing heat surged from behind her. The flames of the linguistic sovereign were unleashed. The violent fire elements expanded and exploded in an instant. The intense heat and shockwave incinerated all surrounding trees into charred remnants. The scorching winds rushed toward her. The flames illuminated the vision of both Supergiant and Black Dwarf. As visibility returned, Black Dwarf emitted a low growl, 12 adamantium knives piercing through his form. Even with his tough exterior, he could not withstand the might of the hardest metal on Earth. Yet, being an extraterrestrial life form, he merely glanced down at the wounds that had penetrated him, his fury igniting as he raised the iron hammer. Boom! The hammer struck the ground, creating a deep crater and sending clouds of dust soaring. Life is more exhilarating when it's at stake, Lu Huai whispered as he materialized behind Black Dwarf. The Black Dwarf star was taken aback, turning to swing its hammer. Yet, Lu Huai vanished once more, reappearing 10 meters away. It felt as though time had been severed by a colossal pair of scissors. The observing superstar sensed something amiss, slowly narrowing her eyes. But in the next moment, the device on her wrist began to flicker ominously. The superstar abruptly raised her gaze, glaring at Lu Huai, and shouted to the Black Dwarf star, "Wait. He possesses a raw stone. Only now do you realize? Your internet speed appears to be rather sluggish, Lu Huai remarked, speculating that the device in the superstar's grasp could only detect the energy of the raw stone, yet failed to identify its originating universe. So it was you who destroyed my toy, the superstar said, her brow furrowed as she fixated on Lu Huai. Perhaps we can strike a deal. You surrender the raw stone to me, and I shall spare your life. A fair bargain, Lu Huai nodded. However, we might need to revise the terms. You hand over the raw stones you possess, and I shall grant you mercy. The blue-faced superstar's expression darkened. You seem rather well-informed about us. One could say so. Lu Huai did not conceal his intent, directly provoking her with a question. Has Thanos arrived on Earth as well? If so, I would prefer to speak with him directly. The superstar's gaze swept over Lu Huai. Believe me, when he descends upon this planet, it will spell your doom. What a melodramatic warning. Lu Huai felt no trace of fear. Instead, he eagerly licked his lips. If you can reach him, do inform him that I have been awaiting his arrival on Earth. Who are you? The superstar bellowed. Who am I? Lu Huai slowly lifted his spider blade. Why not venture into my mind and discover for yourself? This was a provocation, an unmistakable challenge, a bold and reckless defiance. The superstar's countenance turned frigid and pale, yet she refrained from invading Lu Huai as consciousness. Instead, she once again commanded the black dwarf star, kill him, retrieve the raw stone from him. With a roar, the black dwarf star lunged at Lu Huai, brandishing its hammer like an overgrown gorilla. Lu Huai brandished his sword, previously employing the web of time to ensnare the black dwarf star securely in its center. Useless. Lu Huai swung his blade again, the edge imbued with a bloodthirsty intent, tearing through the black dwarf star's flesh. Though he appeared formidable, he was in fact the weakest among the 5 dark generals. Time Zero was unleashed once more. Lu Huai stepped forward, instantaneously appearing behind the black dwarf star, as if he momentarily penetrated its very being. Dozens, if not hundreds, of wounds erupted simultaneously, and blood gushed forth like a dam bursting. Boom! The massive form of the black dwarf star collapsed into a pool of its own blood. Caught off guard, without a hint of warning, the superstar's mind was taut with tension. She boldly surmised that the raw stone before Lu Huai was none other than time itself, and he had just wielded its power. The supernova guessed only half of the truth, as the power of the word spirit, Time Zero, was unleashed once more. A domain centered around Lu Huai enveloped the entire forest, where time became viscous, almost brought to a standstill. With an elegant stride, Lu Huai raised his weapon, the spider cutter, like a seasoned conductor. He swiftly approached the motionless supernova, his gaze sweeping over the specialized firearm she had just lifted. Before raising his blade and piercing through her arm from below, a piercing scream escaped the supernova's lips as azure blood splattered onto the ground. In a hushed moment, Lu Huai appeared before her, their proximity akin to that of lovers in a passionate embrace. Leaning close to the supernova's ear, he whispered, "Come, try to read my heart." Chapter 53, Commonalities with Thanos. Come, try to read my heart. The masculine voice seeped into the supernova's mind through her eyes, momentarily leaving her dazed before she quickly regained her senses. This fellow can control the mind too. The supernova glared at Lu Huai in agony. Not only was he physically robust and agile, but he also wielded mental attacks. Such a combination defied the laws of the universe. Among the 5 of Black Radiance, both she and Ebony Maw were control-type entities, both vulnerable. Who exactly are you? She questioned Lu Huai, suppressing the pain in her arm. The supernova now harbored doubts about whether this seemingly amiable being was even from Earth. After all, he possessed a physique unlike any terrestrial life, was familiar with Thanos, understood their intentions, and even knew the nature of her abilities. It was all very peculiar. Curious? Come and see for yourself. Lu Huai warmly invited her to launch a mental assault. Drawing from previous experiences, he knew that his greatest strength was not his lineage or the word spirit, but rather the art of mental rebound. Of course, had Lu Huai genuinely wished for the supernova to invade his mind, he would not have been so straightforward. The current situation was so glaringly suspicious that even a dog could discern it. His intention was to instill doubt in her, to make her question the existence of a conspiracy. After all, as one of the 5 of Black Radiance, the supernova possessed no other abilities worth mentioning aside from mental control. To utilize her powers would lead to a trap, while refraining would result in brutal annihilation. Despite the pain, the supernova extricated her arm from the spider cutter and turned, attempting to escape into her ship for negotiations. Yet, the sudden and sharp sound of slicing air rang in her ears. Immediately afterward, excruciating pain surged through her limbs as 12 Edmund alloy, throwing knives pierced through them. The supernova felt as though she had encountered a demon, even though she was the intruder at this moment, while the man behind her stood as the guardian of the territory. The suited hero approached above her, his feet planted firmly on either side of her waist, raising his blade high before plunging it in her back as if slicing vegetables. Come on, don't hold back. Read my heart. Pawn to my spirit. Invade me. Control me. Kill me. Lu Huai, akin to a fragmented psyche, uttered words that starkly contradicted his persona, each utterance piercing like a dagger. Blood splattered, staining Lu Huai's pristine shirt and half of his face. Madman, you are a madman. The superstar felt as if an unknown entity had transformed him into a frenzied beast, repetitively delivering mechanical phrases that relentlessly stabbed into her body from above. Piercing. Withdrawal. Piercing. Withdrawal. Piercing. Such madness. Just 10 minutes prior, this man had acted with a purpose. But now his slaughter was devoid of logic or reason, killing for the sake of killing, a sheer, unadulterated intent to murder. Even without invading Lu Huai's mind, the superstar could sense this overwhelming murderous aura. This was not the essence of humanity. Within this man lay a hidden devil, or perhaps he was the devil incarnate. The screams reverberated through the jungle. The superstar was nearly engulfed by her own blood. She had never fathomed that so much blood resided within her body. Helpless, with no escape, yet the superstar remained alive. Her formidable mental strength bestowed upon her a vitality surpassing that of earthly beings. Even as her body succumbed to ruin, her spirit remained vibrantly alive. Only one path lay ahead. Only one choice remained. As Lu Huai desired, the superstar concentrated her mental energy to its zenith, resembling a colossal sword capable of cleaving the cosmos, pouring all her will into Lu Huai's mental realm. Silence, as if the voice of an omnipotent deity had eradicated sound from existence. The superstar sat up from the water, her expression akin to that of a ghostly encounter. All around her was the sea, the setting sun staining the evening clouds crimson, fiery clouds suspended far in the sky, mirrored by the sea, indistinguishable from one another. The heavens and the sea merged as one. Was this the madman's mental world? The superstar could scarcely believe it. The state of the mental realm is inextricably linked to that of its host. The man outside had gone berserk, yet his mind remained disturbingly tranquil. This was profoundly bizarre. The superstar shifted her perspective, focusing all her attention on the towering pillar that pierced the heavens and the sea. It resembled a gilded bronze column, inscribed with ancient and enigmatic patterns, seemingly endless. Yet, the superstar felt as if she could hear sounds emanating from above the column. At times, it resembled a whispering crowd. At others, it felt like a solitary soul reciting poetry in solitude. What on earth was happening? The superstar felt bewildered. What are you? An overwhelming curiosity eclipsed her fear. She attempted to ascend the copper pillar with her spirit. Inch by inch, foot by foot. Throughout, the heavens and the sea remained consistently serene, devoid of wind and waves. At last, she arrived at the end of the copper pillar. She beheld the view from the pinnacle of the column, yet it was exceedingly blurred. She could only discern some indistinct shadows. These shadows varied in size and demeanor, some frolicking while others sat stoically like sentinels. Gradually, however, the shadows began to coalesce. Countless silhouettes overlapping until only one remained, seated alone upon the throne. The supernova could still not clearly see the figure's face, but she could vaguely identify its movements. The entity on the throne gestured towards her, beckoning her closer. It seemed to utter something, yet its words were drowned out by a deafening roar. In reality, the supernova's every orifice began to bleed, and she felt herself on the brink of collapse, a true collapse, as her skin peeled away and her bones decayed. On the copper pillar, the supernova exerted every ounce of her strength to discern the voice from the throne. As she gradually depleted her last vestiges of mental energy, she finally comprehended what was being said. Nothing particularly special. The one on the throne spoke the same words as the madman outside. Kill me. The only distinction was that the voice from the throne bore a tone of pleading, seemingly earnest in its desire for the supernova to end its existence. Once again, the scene blurred, and a shadow recongealed into countless forms, some weeping, others laughing, each expressing a multitude of emotions, all exclaiming, kill me, ha ha ha, kill me woo woo, alas, kill me, I am dying. Quickly, the voices surged from all directions, echoing across the expanse of sky and sea. The supernova's spirit dissipated like wind amidst the incessant cries of kill me. Gradually, the world fell silent once more. Countless shadows reformed into one, resting its head upon its hands, languidly seated upon the throne, sighing, boring. The supernova's body had completely rotted away. Lu Huai finally ceased his efforts. Panting heavily as he clutched the spider blade, he reflected upon himself, realizing he had become somewhat overzealous. Regulating his breathing, he endeavored to calm his mind. His gaze swept over the supernova and the black dwarf, and amidst his desolation, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Was this all that the black stars had to offer? He extracted the spider blade from the remnants of the supernova's body and entered the spacecraft in search of the stolen spatial gem. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing. Could it be that the cosmic cube was not stolen by them? Or had it been relocated? Stepping out of the spacecraft, Lu Huai suddenly froze, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Nick Fury, the Scarlet Witch, Agent Hill, and other members of the Inhumans, even various creatures. All the life forms on the island had converged here. They appeared dazed, like robots programmed to follow directives, surrounding Lu Huai. He glanced down at the utterly lifeless supernova and managed a bitter smile. Truly, even in death, it bestowed upon me such a grand gift. Chapter 54, Thanos. All the creatures of the island encircled Lu Huai, converging upon the western jungle. A translucent, glass-like energy shield silently unfurled, taking on a semicircular form that enveloped the entire island. This was the protective mechanism of the Inhumans, originally designed to fend off external assaults, now repurposed for confinement. Lu Huai began to develop a certain admiration for the superstar. The mental control exerted by others resembled a puppeteer manipulating marionettes. Regardless of the sophistication of the technique, the puppets would break free upon the puppeteer's demise. Yet the superstar functioned more like a programmer, having preemptively inscribed commands within the minds of her marionettes. Even in death, her directives persisted. Before her passing, the superstar endured immense agony while commanding the inhabitants of the island. One cannot deny her formidable strength. Alas, Lu Huai, as a time traveler, was inherently a nemesis to those who wielded mental manipulation. The crowd thickened around him, encircling Lu Huai like a throng of mindless zombies. Armed with the spider cutter, he stood amidst the sea of humanity, appearing isolated yet actually ravenous for confrontation. This was not my fault. It was your wavering will that led you astray, succumbing to the machinations of the wicked. You sought to take my life, leaving me no choice but to retaliate. This was self-defense, not my wrongdoing. The serpents and sickles spread outward, countless heartbeats and silhouettes resonating within Lu Huai's mind. He could not ascertain the number. Perhaps it was 1,000 or even 10,000. His blood surged and his spirit soared. The fourth level of blood rage activated. Dragon blood corroding his flesh, yet obeying his will. He could attempt to unleash Rhine here, but Rhine would obliterate the very things he wished to extract from the island. Thus, he merely gripped the spider cutter, liberating all other incantations. He advanced toward the crowd. It was night, New Jersey. As a portal of sparks materialized in an uninhabited alley, the Avengers team stepped through. Mr. Stark, are you certain he is here? Pietro inquired through his wireless earpiece. Lu Huai had instructed them to locate an individual. Although these 3 fledgling recruits lacked the means to find someone, clever minds possess their own methods. Since Lu Huai indicated that Tony Stark was their ally, there was no reason not to seek his assistance. However, Tony Stark was not an expert in intelligence gathering. He could only ascertain that the person they sought had last been seen here, via Jarvis. That individual was adept at concealment, and Jarvis's information dated back 24 hours. Yet, judging by his attire, he was likely employed here. Of course, it was also possible he had just resigned and fled with the boss lady. Who could say for certain? Tony Stark's voice emanated from the earpiece. He had not accompanied them, leaving only the trio to recruit. As the 3 emerged from the alley, Caecilius looked up, and his gaze fell upon a soda production factory. The individual they sought was presumably employed there, but the workday had concluded, prompting them to head directly to his residence. Don't you sorcerers possess such abilities? Draw a symbol, inscribe a name, and let the symbol guide us to the person, Pietro queried Caecilius. The latter shrugged. What you describe sounds more like the practices of Taoist priests from Huaxia, doesn't it? Peter Parker retrieved his mobile phone, which displayed a photograph sent by Tony Stark. The image was somewhat blurred, yet discernible enough to reveal the features of an individual and the surrounding environment. It was evident that this person resided not far from the factory. Peter handed the phone to Pietro, entrusting him with the task. Pietro accepted the device, imprinting the image in his mind, before transforming into a streak of silver light and vanishing from sight. Wow, he is incredibly fast, Venom exclaimed within Peter. Almost instantly, Pietro returned. Family, I believe I have located him. A mere 15 minutes later, they found themselves standing before a dilapidated rental house near the factory. The trio exchanged glances. Perhaps we should wait until dawn when he wakes to speak with him, Pietro suggested. I fear he might be grumpy upon awakening. Peter glanced at Caecilius, who nodded in agreement, as they had all seen the man's furious transformation on the news. Hey everyone, whatever your plans may be, please expedite them. Tony Stark suddenly interjected with a grave tone. What's wrong? Have we been discovered? Pietro exclaimed. No, it's not your end that's in peril. It's mine. Stark replied. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Tony stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the colossal spaceship looming over the city with a stern expression. He has arrived, he declared, caught off guard. Above the city, through the ship's glass, a formidable figure clad in golden armor surveyed the world below. Father, the signal from the supernova has vanished. The octopus Vodego reported respectfully, following closely behind the imposing figure. She sacrificed herself, the giant stated, but her death was not in vain. He raised his left hand, adorned with a gauntlet embedded with 3 differently colored infinity stones, yellow, blue, and purple. Earlier, Octopus Vodego had already presented 2 stones acquired from Earth to his father. The supernova had mentioned that this planet held 2 more stones. The giant examined his gauntlet. Indeed, but during our investigations, we discovered that the energy source of one of the stones has abruptly vanished, Ebony Maw reported with utmost reverence. Currently, we can only detect one. Go retrieve it, the giant commanded, his gaze sweeping over the towering edifices below, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. And ensure this place is cleansed. For countless years, this had been his existence, searching for the stones while also seeking planets teeming with life. Pillage and slaughter were his daily routine. The selection of planets had initially been entirely random, akin to a brutal interstellar voyage, exterminating any life encountered without bias toward any race. However, it was only recently that the supernova detected multiple sources of Infinity Stone energy on this planet, leading to a simplified plan. Thus, Earth's inclusion in this cosmic army's selection was not random, but rather a deliberate choice. An innocent man suffers for possessing something valuable. Very well, Father. The ebony-throated creature nodded, clearly feeling hunger as well. It turned and approached a couple, recalling the coordinates sent to us by the superstar before their sacrifice. The 3rd original stone is located there. Go and retrieve it for your father. The couple exchanged glances, obediently turning to depart. Shortly thereafter, a donut-shaped spacecraft detached from the mountainous mothership, soaring towards the ocean. Not only Tony Stark, but also others who had been up late engaging in cultivation noticed the colossal, flying vessel suspended in the sky, swiftly recording videos and disseminating them online. The footage spread at the speed of contemporary information, multiplying exponentially across the network. A phone call roused the mayor of New York from his slumber. Upon learning of the situation, he felt as though the sky had fallen. Just yesterday, he had relished in the misfortunes of London, only to find that today, such calamity had befallen him. Truly absurd. The esteemed members of Congress were also unsettled, hastily reaching out to SHIELD, only to receive news of the director's disappearance. They quickly contacted Xavier's Academy and Baxter Building. The night darkened as if the heavens themselves had turned black. Suddenly, the massive warship erupted in a display of fireworks, countless rainbows cascading downwards, resembling shooting stars as they were projected across various locales. Not only North America, but also South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and Oceania, wherever there were signs of life. Towering flying vessels descended. As the brilliance faded and the towering hatches opened, what was exposed to humanity were the creature's pets, its army, the vanguard. With that blue gem, it dispatched its forces around the world. These entities varied in type, broadly categorized into two groups. One bore sharp teeth and claws, with 4 arms, entirely black and eyeless, resembling trained wild dogs howling at the sky, impatient to rush forth. They were known as the Vanguard Sentinels. The other group exhibited a semblance of intelligence, at least capable of utilizing tools. They donned armor and wielded weapons akin to firearms, with flying fish gliding through the air. The Chitauri Legion. They roared and bellowed, intent on transforming Earth into a wasteland. Chapter 55. Infinite War, Part 1. Oh yes. Darling, you are magnificent. In the early hours of the morning, Delilah was stirred awake by a cacophony of applause. Here we go again. Delilah felt exasperated. This had been the case for an entire week. Ever since her roommate had brought her boyfriend home, Delilah had been subjected to torment. She had initially opted to share the apartment for affordability, deliberately choosing a roommate with ample assets. However, as time passed, they found themselves quite compatible, even confiding in each other during a drunken night of vulnerability. Little did Delilah expect that her roommate had a boyfriend. What did that make her? The other woman? A best friend? Or merely a companion for jogging? Daisy's mind was in utter turmoil, especially with her roommate recently bringing her boyfriend to their shared apartment, claiming he would be staying for a while. Her mood had plummeted further. It had been a full week. Damn it, why didn't they ask if I wanted to join? Daisy lay on her bed, feeling as though it were swaying beneath her. Enough is enough. She covered her ears, yet the noise from next door suddenly escalated several decibels. With a jolt, Daisy sat up in bed, her brow furrowed in anger. No matter what, she had to confront them. She slipped into a nightgown and donned her slippers, heading to knock on her roommate's bedroom door. However, as she approached the door, Daisy hesitated, her hand poised in midair, unable to strike. Help! Save me! The screams from within only deepened her confusion. What new game were they playing? It sounded thrilling. Curiously, she tapped her hand against the door. But before she could even touch the surface, the door swung open from the inside. A terrified face appeared before her. It was her roommate, disheveled, completely nude, and covered in blood. Before Daisy could utter a word, her roommate was yanked backward with immense force. Immediately, Daisy glimpsed what lurked behind her roommate. A monstrous creature with 4 arms was feeding behind her. In an instant, her roommate was seized by another beast and devoured whole. Shock, fear, confusion, despair. A torrent of emotions surged within Daisy's mind, yet she displayed no outward signs of agitation. She stood frozen, her pupils dilated, her mouth twitching, legs trembling uncontrollably, devoid of the courage to flee. A foul liquid spilled from her, and with all her strength, Daisy finally managed to scream. Help! But without any hindrance. She became the monster's next meal. Help! Sheriff George awoke to the cacophony of screams, mingled with explosions filtering through his window. True to his reputation as an experienced sheriff, George instantly sprang into action, his senses heightened. He retrieved his firearm from the bedside drawer. Cautiously, he raised the gun, pulling back a corner of the curtain to peer outside, and was left astounded. Above and below, the world was teeming with creatures beyond his comprehension, some sprinting, others riding flying motorcycles, and in the distance a colossal steel flying fish crashed into a building, reducing it to rubble. What in the world? As he dialed a number on his phone, he roused his wife. She was equally startled by the scene, but George quickly covered her mouth to stifle her impending scream, urging her to dress and wake the children. He was uncertain whether the monsters possessed extraordinary hearing and feared drawing attention. The couple hastily awakened their 2 sons, and before they could call for their daughter, they saw her already emerging. Gwen was even the first to awaken, roused by her spider sense. Upon witnessing the scene outside, she initially intended to assist, yet a concern gnawed at her. What if her parents awoke and found her missing? Furthermore, if peril truly loomed, her family required protection. Thus, she donned her battle attire beneath her clothing and emerged to reunite with her loved ones. "Was that?" Gwen inquired with a grave expression. No one responded. Her mother was clinging to her 2 younger brothers, praying and weeping, while her father was on the phone with colleagues at the police department. Gwen cast her gaze toward the door, suddenly recalling the man across the way. Surely, he must have noticed as well. She retrieved her phone and sent a message to her neighbor. "Did you see outside?" No immediate reply came. At that moment, her father, George, finished his call and approached. What is happening? Her mother, Helen, asked. Are those aliens outside? Gwen's brother queried. George did not conceal the truth. It seems so. We don't yet know their intentions, but it is certain that they were brought here by a vessel from the sky. Gwen looked out the window and faintly discerned a colossal object illuminating the distant night sky. The police station had also fallen. It was reported that the Fantastic Four and the Avengers had been dispatched, yet there were simply too many of them. For now, we must rely on ourselves. George leaned against the window, observing. It remained uncertain how many of those entities there were, and staying put felt safer than fleeing. He secured the doors and windows, retrieving 2 baseball bats. Although he doubted their efficacy, he took them out, finding at least some psychological comfort in their presence. Have you contacted that fellow across the way? George suddenly asked Gwen. She looked up and nodded, but he had not responded to her. Protect your mother and brothers, George instructed, placing a baseball bat into Gwen's hands. I'll be back shortly. Where are you going? Gwen questioned. That guy's identity is intriguing, George replied, suspecting that Lu Huai might be affiliated with SHIELD. Having him on board could provide some safety. With that, George swiftly exited. Anxiety surged within Gwen, causing her to unconsciously grip the baseball bat tightly, leaving an imprint in her palm. In Manhattan's Upper District, the military had arrived. Fortunately, the creature's defenses were not insurmountable. Firearms could indeed inflict damage upon them. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and they charged forward heedlessly, embracing the bullets. The well-equipped soldiers were merely a minor inconvenience to the monsters. The renowned Fantastic Four had commenced their confrontation with the beasts. Additionally, the Avengers had been summoned. In truth, the politicians need not have called for their assistance. For mere minutes after the call ended, Professor Xavier's Academy and Mr. Fantastic's Baxter Building were also besieged by the creatures. They invaded like a swarm of locusts. This was a catastrophe, a calamity. Near the village of Kamar Taj, a towering aircraft descended, accompanied by a brilliant blue light. As the hatch opened, a horde of grotesque creatures surged forth like a tsunami, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. At that moment, the mages from the mountain had descended to vanquish the malevolent beings. Among them was a tall, slender man with an elongated face, clad in a coarse wizardess robe, gripping a golden energy rope tightly as he yanked a monster away from an elderly figure. To his dismay, the creature pivoted and charged at him. In a moment of peril, the elongated-faced man stumbled back, losing his footing and falling to the ground, causing the energy rope to dissipate. As the monster leaped high, poised to pounce upon him, a portal unexpectedly materialized between them, whisking the creature away to the desert. Once the portal closed, the mage Modu extended his hand to help the elongated-faced man to his feet. Is the supreme mage not to intervene in such a dire moment? The elongated-faced man inquired, surveying the devastation around him. Trust me, my master is contending with threats 1,000 times more terrifying than this, Modu replied, tightening his grip on the staff of life and plunging into battle. Very well, we shall handle these weaker foes, the elongated-faced man declared, raising his scarred hands to conjure 2 luminous rings, reassuring himself, we can manage, we can manage. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Queens, 10 minutes later, George returned alone, empty-handed. I pried open his door, but he was not home, he said before Gwen could ask. Gwen glanced down at her phone, still devoid of a response, then looked at the necklace around her neck. This necklace, a gift from Lu Huai, was said to possess a locating function, and she had worn it since that fateful night. Yet, Lu Huai had never worn one. Thus, Gwen remained unaware of his whereabouts. Anxiety gnawed at her. She feared humanity would not withstand this calamity, worried for her family's safety, and concerned for the boy next door. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to call him, at the very least to ascertain his safety. Gwen retrieved the number Lu Huai had given her and dialed. Artilon. The phone vibrated, its sound echoing through a pool of blood. The ringing emanated from beneath a heap of putrid flesh and dismembered limbs. The phone's owner was nowhere nearby, and no one answered. Surrounding the grotesque remnants were more decaying pieces of flesh, mingled with the metallic scent of blood. Buildings had collapsed, trees were charred, and even the protective shield was smeared with fragments of flesh. The scene before her resembled a hellscape. The donut spacecraft hovered above the island, where General Deathblade and the Knight Nebula couple gazed down at the desolate landscape, exchanging a glance filled with complexity. Is the raw stone guarded by the demons here? Knight Nebula queried, gripping her spear. It seems the creatures of this planet hold the raw stone in high regard. Let us proceed, General Deathblade replied. And Knight Nebula promptly hurled her spear into the fray. The long spear slipped from his grasp, instantly transforming into 3 dark rays that shattered the energy shield of the alien race. As the rays returned to the hands of the Dark Knight Neighbor Star, they morphed back into the peculiar form of a spear. The donut-shaped spaceship projected a beam of light from above, allowing the couple to descend onto the island. General Deathblade lifted his foot, surveying the carnage beneath, his expression tinged with disdain. There was scarcely any ground left to stand upon. It was akin to a pool of blood and a forest of flesh. Upon emerging from the jungle, their vision broadened, yet their brows furrowed tightly. Outside the expansive jungle, a heap of dismembered corpses had accumulated into a small mountain. Atop this mound of cadavers stood a towering figure. Chapter 56, Infinite Warfare, Part 2. Atop this mountain of corpses stood a formidable being. General Deathblade and the Dark Knight Neighbor Star were oblivious to its true nature, but it was undoubtedly not a native of this planet. It stood approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, with membranous wings sprouting from its back. Its physique was grotesque and menacing, drenched in blood, with thick, viscous liquid concealing black scales beneath. Dark crimson muscle tissue protruded like the roots of a colossal tree, intertwining with its form, becoming one with it. 9 red tentacles swayed gently beneath its membranous wings, resembling serpents poised to strike. Most terrifying of all was the head atop its shoulders. It bore both red and black hues, its tentacles and black scales merging, adorned with sharp teeth and menacing horns, while a pair of golden eyes shone brighter than the blazing sun, as if ready to ignite the night. Simultaneously, fiery serpents and bloodthirsty weasels swirled around it, exuding intense heat. This was no human. What manner of creature was this? The Dark Knight Neighbor Star gazed up at the being on the pile of corpses, her heart filled with wonder. Having fought alongside Thanos for many years, she had seen much, yet the moment her eyes met those golden orbs, a flicker of fear surged within her. It was he who had slain the supergiant and the Black Dwarf. General Deathblade raised his black golden longsword, cautioning against underestimating their foe. As he approached, intending to converse with the creature atop the mountain, it abruptly turned its head towards them. The golden eyes brimmed with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The couple simultaneously raised their long-handled weapons, preparing to assume a defensive stance, when the creature on the corpse mound managed to force a semblance of a smile before vanishing. Where had it gone? The Dark Knight Neighbor Star gasped in inquiry, while General Deathblade suddenly let out a cry of anguish. A dark red spike pierced through his chest from behind. The assailant was none other than the creature from the mound of corpses. Upon witnessing this, the Dark Knight Neighbor Star swiftly raised her spear to strike at the creature. Yet, just as the spear's tip was about to make contact, it vanished from their sight once more. Along with it, the spike that had penetrated General Deathblade also disappeared. He looked down at the wound, which was visibly healing at an astonishing speed, his face contorted with rage. As the foremost warrior under Thanos, he had claimed countless lives, yet today he found himself utterly chilled to the bone without even engaging in a skirmish. Pierced by the monstrous being before him, a veritable mountain of corpses, had it not been for the peculiar nature of his existence, he would have met his demise at that very moment. Frustrated, he raised his formidable blade, capable of cleaving atoms, intent on dismembering the creature, yet found himself at a loss for how to proceed. The monstrous entity seemed to vanish as if into thin air. The general of the blade, possessing an extraordinary sense of smell, wrinkled his nose, detecting only the pungent scent of blood. "This is the demon's prison. Perhaps we should not confront it here," remarked the Star of the Dark Knight. Turning to his wife, the general was about to admonish her for undermining his authority, but his expression shifted dramatically as he raised his knife and lunged toward her backside. Dark, inky traces dissolved like watercolor, revealing the imposing figure of the mountain of corpses standing silently behind the Star of the Dark Knight. No one knew how or when it had appeared there, and had it not been for a fortunate glance, these seasoned interstellar warriors might have never perceived the lurking monstrosity. The black and gold blade sliced through the air, aimed at the creature. With a sharp sound, the golden edge pierced through the black-scaled armor, embedding itself within the body of the mountain creature. The general of the blade chuckled, thinking perhaps this foe was not as formidable as it seemed, merely a victim of a surprise attack. The mountain creature grinned, opening its mouth to utter, "Got you." Before the words could fully escape, it seized the hilt of a long knife, its smile sinister and terrifying. The general gasped in horror. "You know this secret? How could you possibly know?" "You can only guess." The mountain creature stood menacingly, gripping the hilt with one hand like a colossal iron claw. The protracted process of slaughter resembled a frenzied celebration as the mountain creature advanced relentlessly. Now, it had achieved its ultimate form, sevenfold bloodlust, with a dragon gene index soaring to 9,999. It was infinitely close to being a pure blood dragon. Though it had yet to cross that insurmountable divide, there was no doubt that it was now the rightful hybrid king. Upon witnessing this, the Star of the Dark Knight swiftly spun her spear, preparing to strike at the mountain creature. However, a brilliant arc of electricity erupted from behind the creature, resembling a white serpent forged entirely of lightning, crashing into the star's chest. The essence of the spirit of the Void Snake was one of sensitivity to electric fields. Upon advancement, it could twist faint currents into a tangible strand, transforming into the King Snake. Its advanced form was akin to that of the Scythe Weasel and Bloodsucking Scythe, evolving from pure reconnaissance spirits into offensive spirits. Yet, once it became the King Snake, it lost its ability to probe and could only conjure and manipulate a small white serpent. While the small serpent did not inflict any substantial harm upon the Star of the Dark Knight, it rendered her momentarily paralyzed. In that fleeting instant, from the monstrous corpse mountain emerged a multitude of dark crimson tentacles, coalescing into blades that severed the arms of the General of the Deathblade and wrested his weapon from him, grasping the long handle of the weapon with both hands. He raised his knee and forcefully snapped the blade in half. No! The Dark Knight of the neighboring star reached out in a futile attempt to intervene. Yet the remaining tentacles pierced through her body, lifting her into the air. Seizing the moment, she hurled her spear, transforming it into 3 streams of black rays aimed at the corpse mountain creature. The creature did not evade. It allowed the rays to penetrate its form, only for the wounds to heal almost instantaneously. High attack, high defense, and magical strikes. Despair enveloped the Dark Knight of the neighboring star as she witnessed the weapon's destruction, leaving her husband's body slumped on the ground, trembling uncontrollably like a rag doll. This was the greatest secret of the General of the Deathblade. His soul resided within the weapon, and, as long as it remained intact, he would never perish. This was his lifeline, his very essence. In all the world, only the Dark Knight of the neighboring star and Thanos were privy to this secret. Yet this creature, encountered for the first time, was also aware of it. Furthermore, her spear, crafted by Thanos himself, emitted black rays that could lock onto targets, inflicting lethal damage upon most beings in the universe. How could this fiend endure such an attack unscathed? What manner of being are you? A profound dread enveloped the Dark Knight of the neighboring star. Yet, she did not succumb to despair. Wielding the black rays, she severed the tentacles that had impaled her and unleashed a fervent assault on the corpse mountain creature. 3 streams of black rays pierced the creature from different angles, only to return and strike again and again. The Dark Knight of the neighboring star fled, fully aware that she was no match for this beast. Her sole objective now was to relay the message to her father. In her panic-stricken flight, her feet slipped in the blood-soaked ground, and she tumbled into a pool of crimson. The donut-shaped spaceship projected a beam of light. Stepping into it would transport her into the ship's interior. Now, that beam was merely a meter away from her, and in a frantic scramble, she rose, reaching for the light, only to have someone else grasp her other arm. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The Dark Knight of the neighboring star froze, her pupils trembling as she forced herself to look back at the creature that held her arm. The monster's body was riddled with wounds, yet it was regenerating itself. The spear that could transform into black rays lay shattered in 3 pieces, forlornly scattered across the bloodied ground. No. The Dark Knight of the neighboring star was consumed by terror. She struggled. She raged. Yet ultimately, she was engulfed by the black flames. The island returned to a serene calm. The waters outside the island rippled with the wind, and the sea breeze caressed gently. The corpse-mounting creature gradually shed its fearsome dragon-like form, transforming back into a tall, handsome man. He gazed at the light before him, a smile creeping across his face. Chapter 57, Infinite War, Part 3. The monster roared. The populace fled. The buildings have collapsed, and rivers of blood flow. This is the end of humanity. Battleships resembling mountains hover high above, their lights illuminating the vast expanse of the sky. Thanos stands by the window of his warship, surveying the planet engulfed in the flames of war. He relishes this sensation, a pervasive aura of death. His dark-tongued strategist stands behind him, akin to a loyal steed. Have you not yet showcased your prowess on this planet? Thanos suddenly turns, fixing his gaze upon Ebony Maw. The latter nods respectfully. Of course, my esteemed father, I am about to demonstrate it to you. With that, he strides to the control room, grasping a device resembling a microphone and bringing it close to his lips. A torrent of obscure alien language begins to resonate through the aircraft, transmitted via the communication devices on the Chitauri Army's armor, spreading across Earth. At Xavier's school, Wolverine extends his claws. Cyclops unleashes a beam of laser. Iceman glides down an icy slide, unleashing a frigid gale upon the monstrous intruders. The entire faculty and students are engaged in battling these unexpected foes. On the second floor of a nearby building, Professor Charles Xavier sits in his wheelchair, as usual, one hand pressed against his temple, the other pointing at the creatures below through the window. An invisible mental force, like countless tendrils, reaches out from Charles' mind, attempting to penetrate the minds of the monsters to control them, aiming to swiftly conclude the conflict. But suddenly, an ancient, mysterious language echoes. Charles furrows his brow, his entire body stiffening and convulsing. Professor? Shadowcat beside him is taken aback. The convulsive episode is brief. When Charles opens his eyes again, he appears to have received some directive, turning to Shadowcat with a strange smile. Near the Baxter building, soldiers wielding machine guns fire relentlessly at the monsters. One soldier gazes up at the soaring Human Torch and the elongated Mr. Fantastic, envy glinting in his eyes. If only I had superpowers too, he remarks during a magazine change. Boom! Flames rain down from above as the Human Torch lands before the soldier. Startled, the soldier nearly raises his weapon to fire. But upon recognizing his hero, excitement spreads across his face. He is indeed a fan of the Fantastic Four. Human Torch, it's an honor to fight alongside you. The soldier greets. The Human Torch, engulfed in flames, extends his hand, piercing through the soldier's heart. Oh no, his comrades stand bewildered. Panic etched on their faces as they stare at the Human Torch, utterly confused by this turn of events. Alien language blankets the city, and fear permeates the buildings. The malevolent seeds sown by Ebony Maw a week prior begin to take root on this planet. On the island of Atlantis, Namor splashes seawater on his face, gazing at his reflection in the water, striving to regain his composure. He turns to behold the entirety of the island's life, which has already been ruthlessly slaughtered. The entirety of an island's vitality, a grand buffet of an entire city, provided Lu Huai with a sumptuous feast. In this battle, he realized the ultimate form he could achieve without reliance on external objects. A hybrid monarch with over 99 dragon lineage. Though not a true dragon, he possessed a dragon's physique, and with the enhancement from Yada and the symbiotic entity, his physical attributes were remarkably impressive. In a stroke of good fortune, under the relentless advance of bloodshed, the symbiotic entity's slaughter was no longer merely a battle attire. It had fused with dragon blood, becoming indistinguishable from one another. This was no mere coincidence. Aside from the genetic erosion characteristics of dragon blood, the symbiotic entity inherently possessed the potential for genetic fusion. In the comics, it completely merged with its host, Cletus's blood, rendering separation impossible. The savage dragon blood and the frenzied symbiotic entity, united as one, were absolutely commanded by Lu Huai's will to slaughter. Lu Huai embodied slaughter, and slaughter was Lu Huai. He extended his hand, revealing several dark red tendrils emerging from his smooth palm. Even without activating the Yada of the spoken spirit, Lu Huai himself possessed a regenerative ability rivaling that of Wolverine and a physical strength comparable to the Hulk in his normal state. He could pursue high-speed bullets even without engaging time zero. Moreover, he exhibited extraordinary stamina and defensive capabilities, though he had recently been breached by General Deathblade. That black gold battle blade could effortlessly pierce even vibranium, which was another matter entirely. Furthermore, due to the unique physiological structure of the symbiotic entity, Lu Huai now possessed exceptional magical resistance. While these abilities could previously be manifested to some extent through slaughter, they were merely a battle attire. Now, they had directly become an intrinsic part of Lu Huai's capabilities. The symbiotic entity inherently possessed the capacity for transformation and proliferation, with great potential for strength enhancement. After merging with Dragon Blood, it had become significantly more powerful and agile than in its previous battle attire state. Lu Huai clenched his fist, the tendrils delving into his body, and then he turned to the city to don a clean dress shirt. He inserted several Edmund alloy throwing knives at his waist, strapped a spider cleaver and half a black gold battle blade on his back, and boarded the donut-shaped spacecraft. Outside the island, chaos reigned on the battlefield. Initially, it was merely monsters attacking humans, but soon certain superheroes began to assault their fellow kind. They turned on one another. The orchestrator of this turmoil watched from a position of power. Charles Xavier, a high-level telepath, Reed Richards, the leader of Super Team, acclaimed as the smartest person on this planet. On the warship, the strategist Black Tongue recounted his heroic feats before Thanos. The Professor and the entire Fantastic Four had unknowingly become the hidden energy source behind Black Tongue. Language control. This was one of Black Tongue's abilities, and he excelled at crafting linguistic traps. The stronger the mind, the easier it was to fall prey. As one of the vanguard forces that had arrived on Earth ahead of time, Black Tongue's role was undeniably significant. He aided Thanos in acquiring the Soul and Space Stones. And while the superstars were stationed in Atlantis, he insidiously took action against several prominent heroes on Earth. It would not be an exaggeration to say so. Thanos gazed down with satisfaction, reveling in the passage of time. Ebony Maw glanced at the main control screen of the warship and remarked, "The ship of the Black Order is returning. I trust the stones are now in our possession." Thanos raised his gauntlet, clenching his fist. As the three stones emanated a spectrum of vibrant hues, a smile gracing his lips as if victory was assured. On the ground, Tony Stark, clad in his golden red armor, had just rescued an individual from the jaws of a monster when he witnessed a torrent of flames erupting from the hands of a lightning man directed at the crowd, leaving him momentarily stunned. What on earth? Tony hovered in midair, flames igniting beneath his feet, utilizing his communicator to converse with the Avengers. Has anyone noticed the Fantastic Four's betrayal? Am I dreaming? What? The Fantastic Four? They are attacking humanity? Good heavens, they are my idols. Pietro's voice responded to Tony. And what of the individual you intended to recruit? He could serve as a formidable asset for us. Unexpectedly, an unexpected twist occurred. Pietro exclaimed breathlessly. That guy just lifted a building to hurl it at me. Thankfully, I was quick on my feet. What? A deafening roar reverberated through the streets. Buildings exploded and collapsed as a green giant emerged from the flames, his eyes deep black, his entire being infused with fury and rage. This was the very individual they had originally planned to recruit, Bruce Banner. Of course, he was to be called Hulk now? Not long ago. 3 Avengers stood at the entrance of Bruce Banner's hideout, where he was evading pursuit and working incognito when a towering structure descended, unleashing a horde of monsters. Ultimately, they awakened Bruce Banner and the giant within him. Initially, Hulk merely tore his clothes and grew larger, delivering devastating blows to the monsters. Yet, upon hearing a string of mysterious incantations emanating from the tower, Hulk began to lose control. He became frenzied, indiscriminately attacking, hurling a car at Peter Parker. Reconnaissance. Sabotage. This Thanos was not merely a purveyor of violent aggression. Even the timing of his arrival on Earth was meticulously calculated. The flames of war spread. The sounds of gunfire erupted, intertwined with the anguished cries of humanity. In Queens, at an apartment, George Stacy inquired, "Have we not made contact yet?" Gwen shook her head, fixated on her phone. "They are coming." George peered out the window. The monsters had already infiltrated the apartment building and would soon ascend. Screams pierced the air within the apartment. At such a moment, no one could escape unscathed. Venturing outside meant certain death, and evasion offered no guarantee of survival. All that ordinary individuals could do was pray for the favor of fortune to be upon them. Gwen listened to the anguished cries emanating from downstairs, her heart in torment. She possessed extraordinary powers, yet here she was confined within the walls of her home. She understood that a true hero would undoubtedly charge forth to confront the monsters, even at the cost of their own life. However, her fear was not of the creatures themselves, but rather of the danger that might befall her family should she leave. Faced with such a formidable horde of monsters, her strength felt woefully inadequate. She could only safeguard her own small household, unable to protect the greater community. What would he do in this situation? Gwen recalled the moment when Lu Huai encountered the monsters, a shiver running down her spine. He would undoubtedly rush out without a second thought, laughing maniacally as he charged toward the throng of beasts. That boy was utterly uncanny. When they first met, he had been polite and courteous, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. Yet at times, he transformed into a madman, instilling fear in those who beheld him. This duality rendered Lu Huai a paradox, both cold and fervent, with such traits intertwined that it was impossible to discern which was authentic. His mysterious identity, enigmatic aura, an inscrutable character perhaps explained why Gwen could not shake thoughts of him. While she was lost in contemplation, George Stacy suddenly rose and declared, "This won't work. They will inevitably climb up here. You all stay hidden while I draw them away." Gwen seized her father's arm, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? There are far too many of them. You cannot divert them." George Stacy fell silent. Yet, Gwen continued, "If anyone must go, it should be me." Indeed, someone needed to confront them head-on, but not to lure them, rather to obliterate them. "What did you say?" Everyone was taken aback. Gwen refrained from elaborating, instead raising a baseball bat and bending it effortlessly. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words. Upon witnessing this, her family stared in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion, unsure of how to respond. "I will explain later, but you must listen to me now. There are too many of those things outside. Venturing out will surely draw their attention. Yet this place is not safe either. While I cannot divert them, I believe I can hold them off, at least for a little while." Without waiting for her family's objections, she unleashed strands of web from her wrists, weaving layer upon layer of silk to seal the doors and windows. The screams and roars grew ever closer, and her spider sense alerted her that danger was imminent. With that, Gwen disregarded her family's attempts to stop her and turned to leave. However, upon opening the door, everything had vanished. The cries, the roars, all had dissipated into thin air. No monsters climbed the stairs. Only the remnants of corpses clung to the walls and stairs, and a large door across the way stood ajar. Suddenly, Gwen was struck by an idea and rushed into the adjacent room, which was entirely deserted. An empty box lay neatly positioned on the sofa, and the pristine white curtains billowed gently in the breeze. Gwen approached the window and gazed through the open frame, witnessing a colossal circular spacecraft gradually retreating above the mountainous warship. Thanos continued to revel in the spectacle of death, oblivious to the fact that a circular craft was hurtling towards the flagship. It was Yuwood who first discerned the anomaly, his sycophantic smile fading as he remarked, "The Reapers have returned. They must have brought back something of great value." His voice trailed off abruptly, his expression freezing in horror as he realized that the vessel piloted by the Reapers showed no signs of deceleration. "No, it cannot be them." Yuwood swiftly assessed the situation, activating the flagship's defense systems with remarkable agility. A radiant blue energy shield sprang to life just as the donut-shaped craft collided with it. An explosion erupted, illuminating the night sky with a conflagration of fire and sound. Thanos, observing the explosion unfold before him, remained utterly unfazed, standing resolute as a mountain. As the flames dissipated, shattered metal debris rained down. Through the veil of night, Thanos beheld a figure hovering in midair. The person resembled an enormous cross, imbued with an aura of both sanctity and the uncanny, bearing a sword on his back and holding a mask-like object, locking eyes with Thanos. In Chapter 58 of the Infinite War, Thanos exchanged glances with the levitating figure of Lu Huai, the echoes of the explosion and lingering flames gradually fading from the atmosphere. Yuwood recognized Lu Huai, a realization striking him. It was he. He was the one who had slain the supergiant. Perhaps the Reapers had met a similar fate. Thanos' countenance darkened as he pondered the demise of so many planets at the hands of his Black Order, only to stumble on this insignificant Earth. Had the entirety of the Black Order perished at the hands of this individual? Eliminate him, Thanos commanded imperiously. The cannons of the entire warship realigned, targeting Lu Huai. The creatures on the ground sensed something amiss, halting their movements to gaze skyward. What was happening? Tony Stark followed the creature's gaze upwards. In the vast expanse of the night sky, a figure donned a mask. Almost simultaneously, the ship's cannons trembled and unleashed a barrage towards that silhouette. A rainbow-hued beam of laser light illuminated the heavens, converging upon the man. For a full minute, even a mountain would have been flattened. However, as the laser barrage ceased, both Thanos and those on the ground were left astonished. Where the laser had struck, a sphere emerged, a massive orb seemingly composed of some crystalline substance. The word Spirit Luminous City, the upper echelons of the dustless realm, with formidable defensive capabilities. The sphere gradually began to crack, pale electricity oozing from the fissures, as if something was about to break free amidst thunder and lightning. Elements within the area began to surge. Chaotic winds disrupted the climate, ominous gales howled, and storms cloaked the entire nation in a shroud of mist. The fissures widened, and the surging electric sparks grew increasingly fierce, resembling robust tentacles brazenly exploring this world. To this realm, he was a newborn, the newly crowned sovereign. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the deafening whinny of a horse. Startled, the creatures began to tremble. Their heads bowed, torn between the urge to gaze and the fear that held them captive, their terror palpable. The eggshell shattered completely, enveloping a dense shadow in the mist. Again, the sky echoed with raucous cawing as two ravens emerged from nowhere, spiraling around the shadow. Thanos observed this scene, his expression grave. In an instant, the whinny resounded once more, and the electric light tore through the mist. They saw it. Thanos saw it. Tony Stark saw it too. Everyone on the ground, gazing upwards, bore witness. The mist was ripped apart, revealing a magnificent steed standing amidst the blinding light, its pale mane adorned with a sacred luminescence. Supported by 8 powerful legs, its dark golden hooves striking the divine pathway, forged of metal. The figure atop the horse was shrouded in shadow, yet in the next moment, the sky ablaze with electric light illuminated him. He, or rather, clad in dark golden armor and draped in a deep blue cloak, wielding a curved spear that crackled with electricity and flames. A mask resembling withered wood adorned its face. From a singular eye socket flowed a golden radiance. The king's authority unfolded before it, unlocking the elemental powers of the winds. In that moment, it bore 2 titles, the King of Sky and Wind, and Odin. Torrential rain poured down, yet upon contact with the armor, it evaporated into vapor. It gazed down, its head lowered, observing Thanos from a lofty position. The battleship towered like a mountain, alongside the celestial steed, the harbinger of destruction and the god of fury. Dark clouds churned as one raven perched upon its right shoulder, while another fluttered before Thanos, flapping its wings, uttering human words. You have finally arrived. You have finally arrived. You have finally arrived. You have finally arrived. Thanos furrowed his brow, exchanging a puzzled glance with Corvus Glaive. Both wore expressions of confusion. A creature from a world never before visited had been waiting for him. This sensation was undeniably bizarre. Thanos endeavored to recall this being through his memories and experiences. Dark golden armor, deep blue cloak, 8-legged steed, singular eye, raven. Wait. Corvus Glaive suddenly recalled the significance of this attire and approached Thanos, hastily saying, that figure clearly stated that Odin had fallen into slumber. How dare he? No, he did not deceive me, Thanos replied. I can discern his ambition. He seeks to become the king of Asgard. Thus there is no reason for him to lie to me. Now, Corvus Glaive turned his gaze forward, speechless. Yet, he certainly required an explanation. Thanos clenched his fist, the raw stone on his gauntlet radiating brilliance. The violet gemstone radiated a luminous glow, while outside the warship, a raven exploded into nothingness, its black blood splattering against the vessel's glass. A blue light ignited, and a swirling azure vortex materialized before Thanos. He raised his foot and, utilizing the space stone, stepped outside the warship, standing upon the luminous blue light, locking eyes with the creature ahead. Odin Thanos confidently pronounced his name, expressing surprise that one would await him here. Beneath the gnarled wooden mask, Lu Huai fixed a cold gaze upon Thanos, his attention shifting to the 3 gemstones without uttering a word. He had not come for idle chatter. He brandished his spear, akin to a seasoned javelin thrower, and hurled it with great force. Gungnir, the spear of destiny, was destined to strike true, and upon being thrown, it would unerringly pierce its target before returning to its master. Lu Huai's attack was lethal from the onset, for he had discerned the 3 stones in Thanos' possession, identifying them by color as power, space, and mind. Eager to engage Thanos and eager to vanquish him, he dared not underestimate the confrontation. Gungnir streaked through the night sky like a meteor, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Simultaneously, the zero-time of word spirits activated, an intangible domain unfurled. Within this realm, the speed of all things was decelerated, save for Lu Huai and the exempt spear. Thanos raised his fist, his movements excruciatingly slow, yet the spear's velocity was swift, traversing the distance to Thanos in less than a second. Though it faced some resistance, it steadily pierced through Thanos' skin. Thanos' physical resilience surpassed that of a mere human, easily withstanding blades, bullets, and cannon fire. Yet even he could not endure this spear of fate. Far more smoothly than anticipated, the spearhead embedded itself in Thanos' chest, penetrating through and emerging on the other side, ultimately returning to Lu Huai's grasp. However, no signs of triumph adorned Lu Huai's masked visage, for upon the revocation of zero time, Thanos, pierced by Gungnir, did not collapse. He merely cast a downward glance at his chest and sighed. If given the choice, I would willingly enter the realm of death before anyone else, but alas, you cannot kill me. The wound from the spear did not heal due to Thanos' formidable regenerative powers. Instead, a layer of carbonization formed, hindering recovery. Yet, this was the extent of it. Throughout, Gungnir had only left a black hole in Thanos' torso. Upon hearing Thanos' words, an unsettling suspicion arose within Lu Huai. The reason behind this Thanos' slaughter of cosmic beings was likely not one of balance. Chapter 59, Infinite War v. Ancient Authority and Rhine. You cannot kill me. Thanos bellowed at Lu Huai. What do you think my conquest of the universe is for? Domination? No, it is merely to catch a glimpse of her. Yet she has cursed me vehemently. Thanos roared. Eternal life, that is my curse. Indeed, this Thanos' motive for the massacre of cosmic beings was anything but noble. He was willing to sacrifice half the universe, all for a fleeting glance from the goddess of death. Such is the narrative of the comics. Bah, a lovesick fool. Listen, Odin, if you can take my life, I would be immensely grateful. Thanos continued with a grim expression. If you cannot, then your demise will be most dreadful. No sooner had Thanos spoken than a brilliant light ignited within his deep-set eyes, and in the next instant, a golden beam of energy erupted forth. Well, if this were a comic book setting, his laser vision would indeed be flawless. A bit troublesome, yet I find it exhilarating. Lu Huai excitedly raised both arms, one clutching a long spear and the other wielding a heavy sword, crossing them in a cruciform to deflect Thanos' assault. Subsequently, 12 blades, crackling with electric energy, danced through the air like nimble butterflies, blinking and shimmering as they encircled Thanos. Thanos assumed a defensive posture, raising his gloved arm, and the space stone radiated with brilliance, its azure beams halting the blades in their tracks. The 12 blades were sent hurtling away. In the next moment, Lu Huai charged forward with spear and sword. The flames of battle erupted. Thunder cleaved through the air. A tempest enveloped the two combatants. Those on the ground could scarcely discern the aerial spectacle, only witnessing flashes of white lightning intermittently piercing the ominous clouds, accompanied by the thunderous roars and explosions, along with the heavy whinnies of steeds. What a darkening sky! Could it be the Wind King? A voice among the beleaguered crowd suddenly speculated. It is the Wind King. Surely, the Wind King has come to our rescue. In the face of calamity, some beseeched the divine, others implored their own strength, while many called upon the new god. The true deity had long forsaken them. It was this new god who fought valiantly. The thunder pierced eardrums as the sovereigns of the clouds clashed ferociously. They battled from the heavens to the very top of the warship, tearing through its metallic hull and into the ship's interior. Steam billowed and swirled as Lu Huai, mounted upon an 8-legged steed, faced Thanos down a long corridor. Just moments ago, a surge of violet energy had rent asunder half of Lu Huai's armor and his entire shoulder, but now the regenerative power of his symbiotic entity was manifesting. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Huai's arm rapidly regenerated, returning to its former state. Thanos bore an immortal curse, while Lu Huai possessed super regeneration. Throughout their clash, death had not once hovered over them. They were merely engaged in a brutal melee, employing the most frenzied and violent means of combat. The metal within the warship shattered and disintegrated as pilots and mechanics erupted from the steam, initially fleeing in terror. Ebony Throat concealed himself in a corner, peering furtively at the battle, trembling with fear. Lu Huai laughed maniacally, and amidst the chaos of slaughter, Thanos revealed a long-forgotten admiration, breaking into laughter as well. It had been far too long since he had encountered such a mad adversary. He had faced foes with regenerative abilities before, yet they ultimately succumbed to despair and self-destruction. But this one was different. He held no regard for his own life. He viewed death and pain as mere amusement. He seemed to retain a hidden trump card, yet refrained from employing it in the pursuit of sheer carnage. Strangely, Thanos recalled his own past. He remembered the time he was initially cursed by death, desperately seeking a way to break the curse, only to succumb to despair and embrace slaughter when all efforts proved futile. He madly invaded every tribe, yearning to confront death and engage in battle with formidable warriors. In each skirmish, he held nothing back. He never defended, only knew how to attack with his very life on the line. In battle, he felt closest to death, as if it were watching him intently, observing his fervor and unwavering loyalty. Perhaps one day, death would relent and accept him. Yet it never did. Years have passed, and he had never laid eyes on death again. Now, commanding an army of millions, he could annihilate an entire planet without lifting a finger. Yet, upon facing that horse-riding madman, he found himself nostalgic for those earlier times. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Thanos, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet in one hand and wielding a dual-edged sword in the other, felt an exhilarating rush as golden light emanated from his eyes. Lu Huai, clad in Odin's armor, sprouted 4 dark red arms, each grasping replicas of the golden staff, spider cutter, a half-black gold battle blade, and the spearhead of the Dark Knight neighbor star. His golden pupils radiated blinding brilliance, while the air crackled with wind and lightning. Each breath of the Pegasus beneath him sparked with electricity. The eyes of the Wind King, the incantation Indra, the instant incantation. All incantations of the Wind King lineage had been unlocked for him. Unlike the elegance of Time Zero, Lu Huai preferred the madness of the moment. His body and spirit were wholly immersed in a state of divine speed. He could scarcely perceive his own movements, but it mattered not. All that mattered was the onslaught, the slashing, the slaughter. Ha 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 ha. How could such joy exist in this world? It was exhilarating. It was intoxicating. Lu Huai plunged his spear into Thanos' heart. Yet Thanos surged forward, ripping open the chest of the Pegasus and extracting its heart, covered in azure scales. Lu Huai raised his other hand and struck down with his heavy sword upon Thanos' shoulder. Boom! Thanos clenched his fist, unleashing the energy of the Power Stone. Purple flames erupted. Meanwhile, outside the battleship, a furious storm tore through the sky, dark clouds roiling, rain flowing upwards, forming a colossal vortex above the ship, akin to an eye in the heavens. Lightning emerged like a dragon, swirling toward the center of the vortex, pale electric light illuminating the night in an instant, as if the entire world had entered a state of day. When Lu Huai donned his mask, he briefly acquired the powers of the King of Sky and Wind. Though limited to 70, the title of King of the Sky was not merely for show. Theoretically speaking, at the moment the mask is donned, the entire sky becomes his dominion. Amidst the celestial phenomena, the monsters on the ground emit anguished howls, while the vanguard warriors, like defeated hounds, bow in submission. The flight-capable Chitauri Legion encounters a tempest of lightning in mid-air, retreating in disarray as if struck by the divine whip of the King of the Heavens. It is unfathomable. Even when confronting a foe like Thanos, Lu Huai still possesses the capacity for multitasking. On the boundless ocean, ripples rise upon the surface, and at the pinnacle of the towering copper pillar, countless figures are laughing maniacally. Some resemble seasoned conductors, gesturing with their arms at the edge of the pillar, while others feign actions with a single hand, as if dedicated actors performing an invisible play. Some stand proudly with hands on hips, reciting verses aloud. Yet, The shadow seated upon the throne merely laughs, a genuine, hearty laughter emanating from deep within. In the vast expanse of the sky, a whirlpool looms large enough to devour the world, with thousands of bolts of lightning and gales intertwining. Ultimately, a towering column of thunder descends, akin to a divine retribution from the heavens, or the blades of lightning cast down by the gods. The fierce, luminous electric blades pierce the sky, crashing down upon the mountainous warships. This is the exclusive power of the dragon king Odin. The ancient word spirit of Indra's wrath is triggered alongside the word spirit of Rhine. Chapter 60, Infinite War 6, the moment Thanos' defense breaks, dawn breaks. At the moment when all elements violently compress and explode, a blinding white light illuminates the sky, gradually consuming everything, even sound itself. The onlookers on the ground witness the sky erupting, yet hear not a single sound. Standing atop the building, Tony Stark leans against the window, while Gwen Stacy rests beside him. This night, the dazzling white light brightens the faces of all living beings. The shock wave spreads from above, forming a hurricane that shatters the glass of skyscrapers. This distance saved the city. JARVIS. What transpired up there? Tony Stark inquires, raising his arm to shield his face. Sir, it appears there has been a nuclear explosion in the sky. JARVIS responds with a hint of mechanical detachment in Tony's ear. A nuclear explosion? Tony lowers his arm from his eyes, gazing up. The blinding white light and the cataclysmic thunder have dissipated, and the night sky returns to its original hue, resembling a vast black curtain. Wait, what is that? Tony Stark suddenly exclaims. Countless sparks appear on the curtain, cascading down to the ground like a meteor shower, resembling a torrential red rain. That is molten iron. The mountainous warships have been transformed into molten iron by the wrath of Rhine and Indra. With a thunderous crash, heavy objects strike the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, followed closely by the molten iron, cascading down at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, creating a fiery inferno in the forest. Amidst the surging flames, a towering figure clad in purple rose from the ground. You're not Odin, are you? Thanos tore away the tattered remnants of his garments and fixed his gaze upon the prostrate Lu Huai nearby, stating, I have perused the intelligence on Odin. Although he once ruled the 9 realms through violence in his youth, you are not akin to him. You are far more unhinged than the Odin depicted in the reports. A sovereign of the 9 realms should not be a lunatic. Who are you? Why are you masquerading as Odin? Thanos inquired. Does it truly matter? Lu Huai, his armor extensively damaged and his blue cloak reduced to tatters, appeared unfazed by the impending danger as he peered down. His golden staff and the metallic greatsword lay shattered in two, and Gungnir had vanished without a trace, leaving only the spider cutter by his side. I should express my gratitude. It has been long since I have experienced such exhilaration. I have traversed numerous planets, where they either fawned over me, groveled, or were simply too feeble. Yet you, Thanos advanced toward Lu Huai, each step leaving heavy imprints upon the ground, the flames illuminating his face, casting a sinister and terrifying countenance. He continued, You are formidable. You deserve a name here. A name? Lu Huai remained sprawled upon the searing terrain, seemingly oblivious to the looming peril, and replied, You may call me Alarsis. Thanos abruptly halted, his face twitching in agitation. Alarsis. This was the name of Thanos' father. Who exactly are you? Thanos' expression darkened further. He comprehended that Lu Huai was toying with him, yet he could not fathom how Lu Huai knew that name. To pronounce it with such familiarity, who could he possibly be? Fear not. I am a man, not a ghost. Lu Huai swayed unsteadily to his feet, lifted his hand to grasp his mask, and removed it, revealing a pallid visage. You. Thanos' pupils constricted as he gasped, confronting that face, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Who on earth are you? I am Lu Huai, he said, lowering the arm that held the mask and gradually raising the other, declaring, I am the mandate of heaven. Thanos was taken aback, hastily raising his gauntlet only to find it utterly devoid of the Infinity Stones. Somehow, all three had made their way to Lu Huai. The symbiote urged the stones to coalesce upon Lu Huai's hand, for stones radiating their distinct brilliance. Yellow, purple, blue, green. The luminescence surged through Lu Huai's right hand and coursed into his very being. If only you had seized the time stone first, Lu Huai grinned malevolently. licking the blood that had splattered at the corner of his mouth before donning the mask once more. The scroll in his mind had long since unfurled, vibrating violently. Yet the Lu Huai above paid it no heed. He clenched his fist, surrounded by crackling electricity and flames, and advanced step by step toward Thanos. Boom! Thanos was sent hurtling backward by a single punch, the earth trembling beneath him. In the interim, Thanos unleashed waves of golden cosmic energy from his eyes. Yet Lu Huai did not flinch, allowing the beams to ravage his form, only to swiftly regenerate thereafter. Thanos lay on the ground, gazing up at Lu Huai, a bitter smile of resignation gracing his lips. It is futile. You cannot kill me. At first, I hoped you would succeed in ending my existence. But now I realize you are incapable of doing so. Only the Infinity Stones can fulfill my desires. Indeed, I cannot bring about your demise, Lu Huai conceded. If Thanos is cursed with eternal life by the goddess of death, then with my current strength, I am indeed unable to vanquish him. However, my mission is not to slay Thanos, but to prevent his invasions. Therefore, let us engage in a negotiation, Lu Huai suggested as he crouched beside Thanos. What kind of deal? Thanos inquired. Your true desire has never been death or the annihilation of all living beings in the universe, Lu Huai asserted. These are merely means to win the heart of the goddess of death. Upon hearing this, Thanos furrowed his brow. He had never mentioned the goddess of death. Who are you? He demanded sternly. The king of the New York Underground Mafia, the leader of the Maria Church, the founder of the Avengers, the god who wields thunder and tempest, the prophet who comprehends both the future and the past, Odin, the destined one, the king of the skies and winds, Alaric. Lu Huai looked down at Thanos, indifferent to the titles. Thanos stared at Lu Huai, momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Huai continued, You must understand. The information I possess far exceeds your imagination. Would you like to know how I perceive your previous actions? Thanos lifted his head, awaiting the response. Childish and puerile attempts at courtship, Lu Huai stated bluntly. Even if you offered the entirety of the universe's life to her, she would not regard you with the slightest favor. In fact, she might find you an annoying sycophant. Thanos glared at Lu Huai, as if preparing to unleash a laser at any moment. Lu Huai rose to his full height, his imposing frame resembling a small mountain, and declared, Admit it, to her. You are merely a somewhat useful tool. No, you do not understand her at all. Thanos, filled with rage, rose from the ground, roaring amidst the flames. You have no right to say that. Come now, stop deceiving yourself. Lu Huai shrugged. If I were truly mistaken, why would you be so angry? Shut your mouth. Thanos bellowed, golden beams of energy erupting from his eyes. Lu Huai vanished and reappeared behind Thanos, observing him coldly. The fierce energy beams shot past Lu Huai's previous position, striking another mountaintop nearby. Thousands of stones were dislodged and exploded. Lu Huai sighed, clenched his right fist, and once more sent Thanos crashing down. Thanos, it is truly unimaginable how you have lost control for the sake of a woman. Lu Huai approached Thanos, his tone condescending. You have greatly disappointed me. You understand nothing. The fearsome conqueror who instilled terror in countless star systems now resembled a heartbroken child. When I was born, my mother wished to kill me, for she saw destruction within me. Thanos began to recount his past with his head bowed. Lu Huai gazed at Thanos, thinking to himself, Thanos' mother certainly has an uncanny insight into character. Ultimately, it was my father who intervened, wishing to grant me an opportunity. Thanos continued, Yet on Titan, I was an outcast, burdened with purple skin and an unseemly appearance. The children of my age mocked me as a monster. The elders, too, regarded me with disdain, perhaps longing to eliminate me, a creature that could bring devastation to Titan, just as my mother had foreseen. On one occasion, they compelled me to dissect the corpse of an innocent civilian. Overwhelmed by horror, I fled. It was then that I encountered her, the one who engaged me in conversation, offered guidance, and bestowed upon me the strength to fiercely retaliate against those who ridiculed me. She was like a beacon of light, illuminating my existence. How sentimental. Lu Huai interjected with disdain, incredulous that the two who had once fought fiercely were now discussing matters of love amidst the flames. You've shared so much, yet failed to address the crux of the matter. Lu Huai fixed his gaze on Thanos. Are you content to remain a discarded tool? Or do you wish to possess her? Thanos abruptly lifted his head, his fierce ambition practically etched upon his face. Very well, you need not respond. I am aware of your choice. Lu Huai stared into Thanos' eyes, employing his linguistic prowess to its fullest extent. Let us strike a bargain. I shall teach you how to claim her. You. Thanos glared at Lu Huai, skepticism evident in his expression. Lu Huai raised his right hand. Adorned with 4 precious stones, just me. Thanos was rendered speechless. Regardless of his doubts, he could not deny that he had just been bested by Lu Huai. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Thanos lifted his head once more and inquired, "What is your plan?" Lu Huai lowered his hand, smiling as he replied, "Complete betrayal." Chapter 61. The conclusion of infinite war. The alchemy awakens. Dawn broke. This time, it was truly bright. The wildfire continued to rage. If left unchecked, it would likely burn for 7 days and nights. The people on the mountain had vanished. Those two who had once fought fiercely and then engaged in intimate conversation had disappeared completely, as though they had never existed. From the onset of the alien invasion to its conclusion, scarcely a night had passed, a mere fleeting moment. The clouds dispersed, and the morning sun illuminated the city, now in ruins with shattered buildings and rising smoke, the ground a desolate wasteland. With the mothership obliterated by the wrath of Rain and Indra, the Chitauri army fell lifeless, as if severed from power. Yet the vanguard still thrived, relentlessly attacking humanity, which finally mustered the courage to unleash heavy firepower. However, this was of little concern to one individual, for he had never sought to save society. His mission was complete. In the kitchen of hell, Lu Huai tread upon the ashen ground, walking along the long street, where the surrounding structures, sky, and trees mirrored the reality of the world, indistinguishable from one another. Following the completion of the Infinite War mission, Lu Huai was justly rewarded with the Nibelungen kitchen of hell, a fictional realm constructed by alchemy, meticulously replicating the architectural essence of Hell's Kitchen. Lu Huai paused, surveying the edifices around him, and gently raised a hand. Suddenly, a tempest erupted, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, the sky darkening as sand and stones ascended into the air. Lacking the Odin mask, he could not wield the authority of the Wind King. The only plausible explanation was that he was the sovereign of this domain. With a snap of his fingers, the storm dissipated and the heavens regained their luminescence. The imposing figure of the giant, clad in purple, trailed behind Lu Huai, his expression grave as he contemplated the spectacle. Merely 2 hours prior, Lu Huai had engaged in a verbal duel while subtly influencing Thanos' psyche with the power of word spirits, ultimately culminating in an alliance. Thanos ceased his invasion, and Lu Huai proposed that he reclaim the goddess of death, suggesting that Thanos reside here for the time being. After all, we are confronting the goddess of death. We must deliberate carefully. I shall draft a plan for you within the next few days, Lu Huai articulated, glancing back at Thanos, who surveyed the surroundings before nodding in agreement. Lu Huai turned back, suddenly vanishing from the street to appear atop a building. He gazed down at the expanse beneath him, contemplating the potential of such a vast space. It must not go to waste. Ignoring Thanos below, he settled on a ledge, relishing the cool breeze, and began to assess his recent acquisitions. Besides the Nibelungen, he had unlocked several additional rewards. Within his mind, a scroll unfurled, golden letters flashing wildly. You have new word spirits to unlock. You have new categories to unlock. Unlock. Lu Huai intoned aloud. His voice dissipated with the wind. It had stirred a tempest within his consciousness, reverberating like a resounding bell, as subtitles cascaded from the scroll. Congratulations. You have unlocked the word spirit. I, the Wind King. Congratulations. You have unlocked the word spirit. Indra. Congratulations. You have unlocked the word spirit. Bronze Throne. Congratulations. You have unlocked the word spirit. Blazing Sun. Congratulations. You have unlocked the category alchemy. Congratulations. You have unlocked the concept of alchemical armament. Congratulations. You have unlocked the concept of time reversal in alchemy. Congratulations. You have unlocked the concept of spatial development in alchemy. Congratulations. You have unlocked the concept of life creation in alchemy. Goodness gracious. Even though Lu Huai had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. Was it akin to the festive season? Was Brother Tong planning to retire after this venture? However, he quickly reassured himself that these rewards were well-deserved, setting aside the fact that he single-handedly thwarted the invasion. The numerous anesthetic darts he had previously obtained justified these new acquisitions. Lu Huai began to scrutinize the details of each reward, starting with the word spirits. He recognized these spirits well. The Eye of the Wind King could conjure tornadoes and harness the power of the winds for flight. Indra served as a subordinate spirit of Indra's fury, their relationship akin to that of Zhu Long and Jun Yan. Upon release of Indra, the body of the liberator becomes suffused with blinding lightning, which is wielded as a weapon against adversaries. These two are manifestations of Odin's lineage of linguistic power, and their unlocking is likely attributed to his inaugural donning of the Odin mask. As for the other two linguistic powers, Lu Huai speculates they were unlocked after he ingested Thanos' blood. The Bronze Throne and the Blazing Sun are both linguistic powers associated with the lineage of the Bronze and Fire Kings. The former enhances physical attributes, including but not limited to strength, explosive power, and defense. Following its activation, the skin surface adopts a lustrous bronze-like metallic sheen. Furthermore, the enhancement from the Bronze Throne is cumulative, building upon his current physical prowess. If his defense is presently rated at 1, activating this linguistic power would elevate it to an impressive 112. The Blazing Sun, on the other hand, can summon fire elements within its domain, creating a dazzling radiance that rivals that of the sun. However, it is more for show than practical use, as the extreme heat it generates merely induces a feeling of warmth. Thus, in combat, its primary utility lies in its ability to dazzle and obscure vision. Beyond the battlefield, it can swiftly eradicate all viruses and bacteria within its vicinity, making it exceptionally suitable for medical endeavors. Additionally, upon unlocking the Blazing Sun, Lu Huai also acquired a unique vision that allows him to see clearly in intense light. This linguistic power bears a serial number of merely 28, which does not render it particularly formidable. Lu Huai believes its unlocking was also a result of ingesting Thanos' blood, as the Blazing Sun can evolve into the linguistic power known as Blazing Eyes. A mere stroke of addition transforms its capabilities and prestige dramatically. Linguistic power, Blazing Eyes serial number, 93 bloodline source, Bronze and Fire King danger level. High description. The Liberator typically possesses a distinguished lineage, with pupils that differ from the ordinary, granting immunity to both extreme heat and blinding light. Upon activation, the Liberator's pupils establish a scientifically unfathomable connection with the fire elements, creating a conduit that releases rays imbued with intense heat, light, and shock waves. Historical accounts speak of those with dragon-like gazes so potent that mere mortals could not bear to look directly, with the consequence of direct eye contact resulting in fatal incineration. This legend may well have originated from this linguistic power. With a robust physique and laser-like vision, Thanos embodies both traits. Lu Huai sat quietly on the edge of the building, introspectively absorbing the essence of these four newly acquired linguistic powers, before directing his focus to the realm of alchemy below. According to legend, the Draconic alchemy is celebrated for its 7 monumental achievements, referred to as the 7 kingdoms. The powers he has just unlocked comprise 4 of these: conceptual armament 10, temporal reversal 10, spatial expansion 10, life creation 10. Each title is accompanied by a numerical value, representing the extent of Lu Huai's mastery over alchemical knowledge. If the 7 kingdoms are likened to subjects such as mathematics or languages, he currently stands at the threshold of elementary understanding. Yet, even this nascent knowledge appears vast and profound to Lu Huai, akin to an expansive river. The Gao Yinjian family, as chronicled in the original text, has devoted millennia to the study of alchemy, yet they have only grasped a modicum of knowledge. Lu Huai, with his eyes firmly shut, gradually absorbed and comprehended this vast reservoir of wisdom. After a full day and night, he opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. The principles of language magic and alchemy are quite similar. Language magic primarily involves manipulation of the 5 elements in oneself, while alchemy encompasses a more ethereal realm of manipulation. Time, space, life, and concepts all fall within the dominion of alchemy. Truly, the power system post-reboot is astonishingly formidable. Lu Huai stretched languidly and rose at a leisurely pace. With but a single thought, he exited Nibelungen and found himself atop Stark Tower. The creation of space. He recalled that the utilization of such abilities in the original narrative demanded a considerable cost, even for someone as mighty as the Dragon King. Yet, He seemed able to wield them effortlessly and without any apparent sacrifice. No, it seems he must have already paid a price. With the completion of the Infinite War mission, the Infinity Stones he had seized from Thanos had vanished. Initially, Lu Huai suspected an issue with his body had caused him to absorb the stones. He even resorted to cutting his arm and opening his abdomen, but ultimately found nothing. Now it appears he was compelled to sacrifice them. One of the tenets of alchemy is that in gaining, one must also lose. Nevertheless, Lu Huai perceived this more as a transformation. The Space Stone transformed into the creation of space. The Time Stone morphed into a reversal of time. The Power Stone became a manifestation of concepts. The Mind Stone evolved into the creation of life, from external objects to internal essence. He hoped that once his proficiency in alchemical abilities reached 100, it would rival that of the Infinity Stones. Otherwise, it would be a grave loss. Gazing into the distance, Lu Huai noted that after a full day and night, the monsters summoned by Thanos still roamed unvanquished. With a shift in thought, his body began to undergo a transformation. His attire morphed, exuding a dark red aura. In an instant, he donned a black and blue ensemble adorned with martial sleeves, his visage obscured by a fearsome red mask and crowned with a conical hat. Resembling an enigmatic hero from ancient China. Conceptual armament. It allows one to extract weaponry from imagination or concepts, provided that the concept is widely recognized by a significant populace. This attire was drawn from Lu Huai's own memories. Though unfamiliar in this universe, it held considerable renown in others. Beneath the mask, Lu Huai smirked, and with a mere wave, he opened a spatial passage, finding himself in front of a narrow alley. Gunfire erupted within, as soldiers engaged in combat with the vanguard. Let us test this new skill on them, Lu Huai thought, drawing forth the spider cutter, its mirror-like blade transforming into a deep black, its length extending 2- or 3-fold. Before suddenly igniting in black flames, Lu Huai grasped the obsidian blade, a surge of delight coursing through him. Indeed, he had succeeded. The infernal executioner's blade from the original text had truly been crafted by his hands. As Lu Huai entered the alley, the soldiers, intensely pulling their triggers, were taken aback by the sight. Who goes there? Children, your father has returned. With both hands firmly clutching the sword, Lu Huai swept it through the air. The jet-black light of the blade stretched from the ground to the heavens, tearing through the very fabric of space. A week later, the world gradually returned to a semblance of calm. The majority of the monsters had been vanquished, with a few captured by certain organizations and transported to laboratories. The city remained in a state of reconstruction. In New York, Stark Enterprises and Osborne Industries, in collaboration with the government's damage control department, formed a disaster recovery company tasked with the rebuilding efforts. Yet, discussion surrounding that fateful night persisted, giving rise to numerous new crises. People could only recall that night, when Earth faced an alien onslaught. Those who were meant to protect them, the superheroes, not only failed in their duty, but were also subjugated by the enemy, participating in the slaughter of humanity. A wave of fear swept over mankind regarding these super beings. What if such an incident were to occur again? If all superheroes were to fall under control, how could humanity's safety be ensured? Not only superheroes, but all anomalous beings, including mutants, were cast into opposition. Spontaneously, crowds formed, parading through the streets, brandishing banners demanding regulation of superhumans. Meanwhile, one superhuman remained revered. No, in the hearts of mortals, that being was no longer considered human. The king of sky and wind, the sole hero of this world. On that night, he descended with thunder and hope, shattering the alien mothership and saving the populace from despair. Such a being was akin to a deity, though the Wind King had not appeared since that night. The legends surrounding him only intensified. Even he was unaware that within a mere week, his origin story had spawned dozens of versions. Some claimed he hailed from a distant planet, sent to Earth as a child, later adopted by a pair of farmers, growing up as an ordinary person, yet wielding immense power. Others suggested he was merely a child, unwittingly chosen by a sorcerer, thereby acquiring the powers of the Norse gods, such as Odin's one eye and Thor's lightning. Critics dismissed these notions, exclaiming that such ideas were absurd. The Wind King was, in fact, the earthly embodiment of Odin. Whenever disaster struck, he would transform, bathed in light. Amidst the comments section, one user proclaimed, "The Wind King is actually my third uncle. He drops by my live stream at night, taking time out of his busy schedule to bring benefits to the family. Another, channeling Conan, deduced that the Wind King was merely a guise, the king of sky and wind. Why couldn't he be called the Sky King? With this line of thought, even Andy Lau was not an impossibility. In summary, the tales grew increasingly outlandish, but without a doubt, alongside these absurd rumors, the Wind King's fame soared ever higher. In the community, a peculiar organization known as the Wind King Society has emerged, claiming to be a church founded by the Wind King himself. Members are promised not only the chance to meet the Wind King, but also the bestowal of thunderous powers. The most astonishing aspect is that the membership fee is merely $99. At Stark Tower, Pietro chuckled at a post on his phone advertising the membership fee of $99, bemused by the talent of those who would believe in such nonsense. I ought to tag them. When I grow old, I can sell them health products. Seated at the round table were two others, Peter Parker and Caecilius. The Avengers base had ultimately been established atop Stark Tower, and today, a meeting of the Avengers was set to commence. The door swung open, and two middle-aged men entered. One was Tony Stark, casually holding a cup of hot chocolate, while the other appeared somewhat uneasy. He looked at Pietro and the others, an apologetic glint in his eyes. Raising his arm, he greeted them. "It's good to see you again. I apologize for what happened last time. We all know it isn't your fault. If blame is to be assigned, it should go to that hulking green fellow inside you." The trio accepted his apology with good cheer. His identity was already evident, the new member of the Avengers. Bruce Banner. "Still no news on Lou?" Tony inquired once they were seated. Though all members of the Avengers had gathered, their creator remained mysteriously absent. After that fateful night, Liu Huai had vanished without a trace. Phone calls went unanswered, and Jarvis could not locate him. Pietro had visited both his sisters and Liu Huai's apartments, but there was no sign of him. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. Seeing the others shake their heads, Tony's expression darkened, but he quickly rallied his spirits. He must have had pressing matters to attend to. Yet the Avengers were his creation, and they could not become disjointed in his absence. They then proceeded to engage in a formal meeting regarding various recent affairs and future developments. Meanwhile, atop another renowned skyscraper in Manhattan, the Baxter Building, the Fantastic Four, previously under the control of Black Bolt, were convening as well. Aside from the Fantastic Four, two outsiders also participated: Professor Charles Xavier and the original Ant-Man, Dr. Hank Pym. These two elder statesmen had also fallen prey to Black Bolt's manipulation and now gathered to atone for their misdeeds. Let us be frank. We are all sinners at this juncture, and we must take action to redeem ourselves for our past actions. Mr. Fantastic spoke first. That is precisely why we are here. Is it not? Dr. Pym remarked, glancing at the professor. You mentioned in your correspondence that you have a plan. Please, do share, the professor urged, directing his gaze toward Mr. Fantastic. Please do not rush, Mr. Fantastic replied, standing. I trust you have all witnessed the public outcry. To be candid, they are justified. Had the Wind King not appeared out of nowhere during the recent incident, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Transhuman beings require regulation. It should not be governed by the state. Mr. Fantastic continued, expressing his skepticism towards the government, particularly that of this nation. I have been contemplating that transhuman entities are akin to a cache of superweapons. Thus, those who manage such armaments must be just, dependable, and devoid of personal bias, impervious to emotional influence. When confronted with dilemmas, they must possess the capacity for unerring judgment. Mr. Reed, I must interject. The professor raised his head and proclaimed, I can assure you with my abilities, such individuals do not exist in this world. Indeed, such roles should not be entrusted to humanity. No one is fit for it. Mr. Fantastic smiled gently, lowering his gaze. You mean Dr. Pym? He inquired, his mind stirring with speculation. Humans cannot, but it can, Mr. Fantastic declared. I have summoned two individuals for the very purpose of creating it. Now allow me to formally introduce my initiative called Ultron. The Infinite War arc comes to a temporary conclusion, ushering in the Ultron Crisis, Chapter 62. The Immortals, it has been over a month since the alien invasion. And while discussions surrounding that fateful night remain fervent, life has resumed its usual rhythm. In Queens, New York, a group of terrorists forcefully kicked open the bank doors. 6 or 7 masked individuals brandishing firearms stormed inside. The lead terrorist threw a bag at the teller, demanding she fill it with cash. The trembling teller began to comply when suddenly a voice interrupted her. Friends, robbing a bank is quite impolite. Both the teller and the terrorists looked up to see their friendly neighborhood Spider-Gwen clinging to the ceiling. "It's Ghost Spider," one of the terrorists shouted, his tone laced with admiration, reminiscent of a fan encountering their idol. "What the hell are you shouting about?" The leader of the robbers barked, immediately pulling the trigger. Gunfire erupted, bullets flying like sparks. In a flash, Ghost Spider's masked eyes narrowed. She twirled and leaped through the hall, effortlessly evading the gunfire while shooting webs, entangling the assailants together. In less than 3 minutes, Ghost Spider subdued the armed terrorists. Cheers erupted from bystanders and bank staff who cautiously emerged, applauding the hero's swift action. Gwen Stacy surveyed her surroundings, feeling a swell of pride as she shot out a web and leapt through the window, gliding between buildings until she landed atop one of the skyscrapers. The weather was perfect, with the sunset casting a warm glow over the city. Gwen removed her hood, revealing her golden locks and striking features. No makeup was needed. Her face radiated a healthy flush. Sitting at the edge of the building, she gazed at the descending sun, basking in a light that seemed to envelop her in a radiant glow. Since the onset of summer vacation, Gwen has devoted herself entirely to the life of a superhero. Initially, her family sought to dissuade her, fearing for her safety, but Gwen's unwavering resolve ultimately earned their respect for her choices. She has since honed her skills, not only apprehending thieves and robbers, but also vanquishing a supervillain who claimed to be Vulture just a few days ago. She has garnered a modicum of fame among the populace. All seem to be improving, akin to a withered tree blossoming anew in spring. However, matters of the heart remain unresolved. Since that fateful night, Gwen has not seen Lu Huai. During this time, Lu Huai's friends have sought her out to inquire about his whereabouts, causing Gwen considerable distress. After that night, an invading alien warship exploded, and Lu Huai vanished without a trace. A sense of dread envelopes Gwen. She fears that Lu Huai may have perished alongside the enemy, sacrificing himself for the peace of this world. Gwen pulls out a necklace, a gift from Lu Huai at an auction, said to facilitate communication across the cosmos. Yet, despite calling out his name into the necklace on multiple occasions, she has received no response. The only glimmer of hope lies in the fact that Lu Huai's body has yet to be discovered. At the Maria Church, the superpowered nuns are engaged in morning prayers. This church was once abandoned, its clergy reportedly slain by a powerful, malevolent spirit. Since then, the church and the surrounding area had fallen into desolation, with residents fleeing the vicinity. A month ago, a group of nuns arrived, cleaned the premises, and made it their home, even adorning the rooftop with the name of Maria. Black Cat Felicia, clad in a loose black robe, stands nearby, supervising the church members as they meditate. This is a requirement from the leader, in addition to physical training. There is also an hour of meditation each day. The church has now expanded to over 20 members, primarily led by the original trio of founding members. The leader occasionally visits, but only meets with the 3 founders. Felicia gazes out of the church window, sunlight streaming through the stained glass and casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon her, as if draping her in a vibrant cloak. Will the leader come today? Felicia ponders silently. In Nibelungen's Hell's Kitchen, amidst an explosion, Lu Huai emerges, cloaked in darkness, exclaiming, "I have become." As the smoke dissipates, several figures materialize before him. From left to right stand the deceased Pulsar, the fallen aged Shield, the late Crystal, the perished Medusa, and the expired faux Black Egg. The true nature of that individual is revealed. Indeed, a Skrull. It is hardly surprising that this notorious figure, with safe houses scattered across the globe, would resort to such actions. However, this has sparked a flicker of inspiration within Lu Huai. During this time, Lu Huai has been conducting research through alchemy, and these individuals, returned from death, are the fruits of his life-creating endeavors. Unfortunately, they are not truly resurrected. They exist as fragments of their former selves, yet remain distinctly themselves. If one were to employ a metaphor, one might liken their bodies to a certain vessel, with the soul residing within it like water. Upon their demise, this signifies that the water has all but flowed away. However, as they have only recently departed, a few droplets of water remain within the vessel, representing the remnants of their souls. These remnants, which would naturally evaporate over time, are instead reconstituted by Lu Huai, who has constructed an alchemical matrix within their bodies, gradually transforming them into the individuals they are now. For each resurrection, Lu Huai has utilized a drop of his own blood. Those who have been resurrected retain a certain subconscious awareness and some foundational memories, the extent of which varies. Yet, without exception, they now regard Lu Huai as their father, much like the two deceased mercenaries before them. Strictly speaking, the current iterations of Quake also belong to the realm of mercenaries, albeit of a more advanced kind. Rather than being merely mercenaries, they could be termed immortals, much like the individuals pursued by Long Wu within the protagonist group, for they still retain their original abilities. Lu Huai brushed off the dust from his attire and turned to survey his surroundings. Within the factory, there existed hundreds of advanced mercenaries, most of whom Lu Huai had brought over from Odin, alongside some former subordinates of Thanos, such as the wrapped-in burial cloth Dark Knight Proxima, Black Dwarf, and General Deathblade. The supergiant's body had completely collapsed and disintegrated, rendering it devoid of any utility. Only one Black Obsidian commander remained unaccounted for. Lu Huai had not located his body. Perhaps he perished in the flames, or perhaps he had not yet met his end, employing some means to vanish without a trace. After completing the last batch of mercenaries, Lu Huai stretched lazily and retrieved the Odin mask, which now bore a deep crack. Based on the trajectory of this fissure, Lu Huai surmised that the mask could only be utilized 2 more times. Contemplating this, a grave expression crossed his face. After battling Thanos, he awakened to his most formidable state, symbiotic fusion, 7-fold blood rage, the 4 grand alchemies. Moreover, with over 20 incantations unlocked in the past month, he now stood as the unequivocal hybrid monarch, fully aware that transcending the shackles of his bloodline would yield a qualitative change in his strength. Yet he found himself unable to break through, limited to elevating his dragon blood to a mere 99. With his mastery of alchemy and prior experience, he could effortlessly create mercenaries and even immortals, yet he remained incapable of an immediate breakthrough. Thus, he could only wait. Fortunately, with his current power, even without the Odin mask, he ranked among the foremost extraordinary beings on Earth. He had the luxury of time to wait. After departing the factory, Lu Huai sought out Thanos. A month had elapsed. Upon seeing Lu Huai, Thanos remarked, "Neither warm nor cold. Thank you for still considering my existence." To which Lu Huai casually replied, "Of course, I have been thinking about you all along." Thanos fixed his gaze upon Lu Huai and stated, "I could certainly have the capability to ensnare you here, couldn't I?" Lu Huai approached Thanos and fixed his gaze upon him, stating, "But I have not, for I am a man of my word." Thanos scoffed, yet Lu Huai remained unfazed. With a smile, he turned and said, "Let us depart. It is time to leave." Chapter 63. The request from Ancient One, the boss, is back. Pietro exclaimed, having just returned from a mission. He and Peter Parker ascended the elevator to the top floor of Stark Tower, where they were greeted by the sight of Lu Huai seated on the sofa, engaged in lively conversation with Tony and Banner. Beside them sat a formidable figure, a monstrous being sipping coffee. "Who is this? Allow me to introduce our new member, Thanos," Lu Huai said, rising, the instigator of the alien invasion. At the mention of the latter, Pietro, who had initially intended to extend a handshake to Thanos, immediately adopted a defensive stance, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. "Rest assured, he has reformed. From this moment forth, he shall no longer take lives, correct, Thanos?" Thanos cast a sidelong glance at Lu Huai, asserting, "Murder has never been my desire." Lu Huai surveyed the group and declared, "He is here to atone for his past. I believe he will be an excellent ally from now on." Turning his attention to Caecilius, he instructed, "Kindly show Thanos around the headquarters." Once the two had departed, Banner, with a grave expression, addressed Lu Huai. "Can we truly trust him?" "Not entirely, but for the time being, our objectives align." Lu Huai offered reassurance, "Do not worry. I have taken precautions against him." Having concluded his directives, Lu Huai prepared to leave. Suddenly, Peter Parker called out, "There is one more thing." He placed a newspaper before the group, prominently featuring an article detailing the recent human protests against superpowered individuals. The announcement stated that all superpowered beings, including mutants of level 2 and above, were required to register officially within a month. Failure to comply would result in their classification as illegal entities. Illegal entities? Lu Huai raised an eyebrow, bemused by the antics of these powerful figures. "Are we to register?" Pietro inquired. "What do you all suggest?" Lu Huai countered. "My recommendation is a firm no." Pietro declared. I have heard that once registered, superpowered individuals will be forced to wear some form of tracking device. How is that different from imprisonment? I share your sentiment, Peter Parker concurred. In fact, just a couple of days ago, officials approached me, requesting I relinquish ownership of my armor for their shared use. Tony interjected. I responded with a resounding no. That is my stance. At this moment, Tony Stark had yet to experience the events of the New York battle or the Sokovia incident, making his opposition quite understandable. Lu Huai turned to the previously silent doctor. Banner and inquired, Dr. Banner, what are your thoughts? Banner raised his head and hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. To be honest, I believe we should be restrained. Extraordinary abilities necessitate regulation. Otherwise, as evidenced by the recent catastrophe, the extraordinary can bring both hope and destruction. A truth I have deeply felt. A silence fell over the crowd. Lu Huai smiled and asked, Would you like to hear my suggestion? The assembly turned their gaze toward Lu Huai as he continued. I recommend we file a record. But not just yet. Tony, suspecting Lu Huai's intentions, inquired, Do you have a perfect solution? Perfect is a stretch. It's simply one to be too disastrous. Lu Huai replied with rare humility. You just said not now, what do you mean? Banner asked. Well, Lu Huai nodded. There's still a month left. We can file the record the day before the deadline. That would suffice. With that, Lu Huai brushed off his trousers and took the elevator down from Stark Tower alone. As he stepped out of the building, Lu Huai heard someone calling from behind. Turning around, he saw Cassius approaching. The master wishes to speak with you, Cassius relayed. Lu Huai did not decline and followed Cassius through a portal to Kamartaj. Cassius led Lu Huai across the training courtyard, where they encountered a long-faced man. Strange. This is the master's guest. Cassius introduced Lu Huai to the man. Lu Huai exchanged glances with Strange, who gestured, Come with me. You're a newcomer, I presume? Lu Huai engaged in casual conversation with Strange along the way. I've been here for just over 2 months, Strange replied. Just over 2 months, Lu Huai pondered. Realizing it was around the time he declined to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Evidently, his suggestion had reached Ancient One's ears. Soon, Strange brought Lu Huai to a door. The master is inside. You may enter, he said. Lu Huai pushed the door open, revealing a dimly lit room with only a faint glow at the far end. Closing the door behind him, Lu Huai walked in, lifting a white cloth curtain to discover Ancient One. Lu Huai furrowed his brow. Although it had only been a little over 2 months since their last meeting, Ancient One appeared decades older. His already graying hair was disheveled and unkempt, and he was enveloped in a loose robe, looking gaunt and emaciated. What has happened? Lu Huai asked as he stood before Ancient One. Please have a seat. Ancient One replied, lifting his gaze with bright eyes that met Lu Huai's, offering a faint smile as he gestured toward a chair. Cassius mentioned you have been in seclusion. Lu Huai speculated based on his memories from his previous life. In truth, you are battling something, aren't you? Ancient One nodded with a smile, evidently unperturbed by Lu Huai's deduction. That entity is a demon, an ancient god. It is known as Shumagarath. Shumagarath. Lu Huai recalled the name from his memories, associating it with a certain Lovecraftian essence. This being was indeed a lord of dimensions, claiming dominion over countless realms, devouring the souls that scream throughout the universe. If it is indeed this entity, then it is certainly a formidable adversary. In a vague sense, Lu Huai had already surmised the purpose of Ancient One's summons. When I first arrived in this world, its essence was intricately linked with mine, yearning to manifest through me. Ancient One recounted. Initially, I could withstand its influence, sealing it within the confines of my consciousness. However, it grew increasingly potent until 2 months ago. I sensed its desire to enter this realm becoming ever more urgent, and I am nearing the limits of my control. Thus, you summoned me for a reason? Lu Huai gazed intently into Ancient One's luminous eyes, eager to hear the words directly from his lips. I implore you, Ancient One spoke gravely, articulating each word with deliberation. In my life. Indeed, this aligned perfectly with the narrative of the comics. Noting Lu Huai's silence, Ancient One continued. It has implanted an anchor within me. My current vessel serves as its beacon and will become its future corporeal form. By killing me, you can sever its connection to this world. But that merely addresses the symptoms, does it not? Lu Huai pointed out, articulating the crux of the matter. If the Eye Demon is truly so eager to enter this realm, even in Ancient One's demise, it would undoubtedly seek alternative means of arrival. It is merely a matter of time. This is the only solution I can conceive of, Ancient One stated. Delaying time is the sole recourse. And what follows after the delay? Lu Huai had already anticipated the answer, yet he feigned ignorance. After a brief silence, Ancient One added, I wish to beseech you for a second favor. Chapter 64. The Trials of the Vishanti. I implore you to become the Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One revealed his long-held aspiration. Lu Huai remained unfazed, as though he had anticipated this declaration from Ancient One. Have you not already found strange? He possesses considerable potential, does he not? Lu Huai remarked with subtlety. Indeed, he is quite promising, yet he pales in comparison to you. Ancient One sighed. Moreover, he shifted the conversation. You have encountered him, have you not? Regardless of your perception of him, in this universe, he is undoubtedly different from your understanding. How so? Lu Huai was cognizant of the infinite possibilities within the multiverse, yet the specificities of this universe's potential remained a mystery, which only added to its allure. That boy harbors an obsession, Ancient One disclosed. He possesses the potential to become the Supreme Sorcerer, but he also harbors the capacity to become a cosmic calamity. Both possibilities coexist within him. His girlfriend perished? Lu Huai inquired bluntly. Ancient One nodded in affirmation. I understand, Lu Huai mused. Previously, Ancient One had proposed that Lu Huai assume the mantle of Supreme Sorcerer and recounted tales of otherworldly travelers. On that occasion, Lu Huai had declined Ancient One's request, reluctant to bear the inexplicable burden of safeguarding the world, especially considering the cost tied to the Marvel magic system. Yet now his stance had shifted. I agree to your request, Lu Huai whispered softly. He now stood as one of Earth's foremost superhumans, having established his own influence. A significant transformation from the inexperienced newcomer who had first entered this world. Moreover, certain actions he is about to undertake will be greatly facilitated by his identity as the Supreme Sorcerer. Upon hearing Lu Huai's words, Gu Yi lowered her head with a sense of relief and retrieved a small booklet from the ample folds of her sleeve. Now I have no regrets. I have documented all matters pertaining to the Supreme Sorcerer within this tome. After my demise, the entire Camartage will stand as your support. Proceed. Gu Yi closed her eyes. Before we begin, I have one question to pose. Lu Huai leaned forward, gazing intently at Gu Yi. You are fully aware of the kind of person I am, yet you insist on my ascension to the Supreme Sorcerer. Do you not fear that this title may become tarnished in my hands? Gu Yi paused, slightly taken aback, then raised her head with a resigned smile. I have stated before that you will outlive them all. Do you know why? Is it because I am shameless? Lu Huai replied, exhibiting a clear self-awareness. That is related, but not solely the reason, Gu Yi clarified. You are remarkably pure. In this world, there are those who embody pure goodness, and those who embody pure evil, yet few possess a naturally untainted will for slaughter that is neither bent on malevolence nor altruism. This is a rarity. Moreover, I believe you may harbor some misconceptions regarding the title of Supreme Sorcerer. Gu Yi smiled, saying, no one has ever demanded that a Supreme Sorcerer must be a virtuous person. I understand, Lu Huai nodded slightly, addressing Gu Yi. Then perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Farewell. Gu Yi looked at Lu Huai with mild surprise, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us proceed. 10 minutes later, Lu Huai emerged from the chamber to find the courtyard filled with sorcerers, all gazing up at him and bowing in respect. Clearly, Gu Yi had already briefed them. Just follow the established order. Lu Huai had no inclination to manage the ranks. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted the administration of his factions to others after their establishment. Afterward, Lu Huai summoned several elder sorcerers of Camartage to a brief meeting in the hall. Once concluded, he alone opened the Supreme Sorcerer's accelerated manual left to him by Gu Yi. The first page read, to cultivate divine skills. Lu Huai frowned, suppressing the impulse to tear the manual apart, and turned to the second page. No need for self-castration. This old fellow can still joke at such a time. Continuing to flip through the pages, Lu Huai discovered that the contents were indeed comprehensive, covering not only the daily affairs of the Supreme Sorcerer and personnel management within Camartage, but also the uses of various spellbooks and magical artifacts. After a cursory glance, he arrived at the section he was most concerned about. It elaborated on the essence of magic in this world, the principle of equivalent exchange. In this realm, there are 4 principal avenues for utilizing magic. The first is the most fundamental, involving the cultivation of one's mind and spiritual power, manifesting in forms such as astral projection or forcefully expelling another's spirit. The second involves manipulating the energies within the cosmic environment, condensing them, exemplified by the golden magical ropes conjured by the Sorcerer Supreme in films. The third method entails the use of magical artifacts, such as rings and cloaks, which require only a modicum of talent to wield. The fourth method involves entering into a pact with a dimensional demon to acquire magical powers. Such an avenue often entails a significant cost. Typically, the greater the borrowed power, the steeper the price. Furthermore, once a contract is forged with a dimensional demon, it signifies that the signatory's soul is forever bound to it. However, one can exploit this system, for instance, by simultaneously signing contracts with multiple demons. One can incite competition among them upon one's demise. Alternatively, akin to the character Gu-E from the comics, one might align with an eternal deity, returning to the embrace of eternity after death. Who would dare demand repayment in such a case? Nevertheless, not every method can be circumvented. Gu-E's manual records numerous strategies to evade costs, yet some minor sacrifices must be borne by the spellcaster themselves, such as enduring a week-long headache or temporarily losing one's senses of taste, hearing, or sight. It is ironic that one must pay a price for the noble act of safeguarding the world and endure these tribulations in silence. This was precisely why Lu Huai previously resisted the notion of becoming a supreme mage. He was willing to extend kindness when within his means, but to assume the role of a saint was simply beyond his capabilities. After a considerable time, Lu Huai quietly closed the manual. He had indeed contemplated several methods of evading costs prior to accepting the role of supreme mage, and it was now essential to find a moment to experiment with them. As he pondered, a sudden, urgent knocking reverberated from outside. Upon opening the door, he found Caecilius, his expression fraught with concern. "You must come and see this," he urged. Following Caecilius to the training plaza, Lu Huai noted that nearly all the mages had congregated there. Upon his arrival, the mages parted to allow him passage. The training plaza was situated on a precipice, and at that moment, all eyes were fixated on a massive stone adjacent to the cliff. Lu Huai glanced over and observed a series of inscriptions adorning the stone, having appeared rather abruptly. Caecilius leaned in to whisper in Lu Huai's ear, "This is a divine phenomenon, a true miracle." An elder mage was seen prostrating on the ground. Lu Huai, however, merely smiled at the inscription on the stone, which conveyed a singular message: the supreme mage has fallen. The mages listed below may proceed to Pro Island in 7 days to participate in the trials of the Veshan Emperor, vying for the position of the new supreme mage. Below this announcement, several names were inscribed. Lu Huai was aware of the selection criteria for the supreme mage from Gu-E's manual. Typically, the previous supreme mage chooses a successor. If the former mage fails to select a successor before their death, or if their chosen candidate is deemed unsatisfactory, candidates will be selected personally from above to participate in the trials. The mage who successfully passes the trials will ascend as the new supreme mage. "It appears that the Trinity God is somewhat dissatisfied with me," Lu Huai mused, as his gaze shifted to find his own name etched upon the stone. Presumably, the higher powers believed he was the choice of the previous supreme mage and granted him this opportunity. Remembering the Veshan Emperor's trials, Lu Huai allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he touched the rebellious hair at the back of his head. "If you do not wish for me to ascend, then I shall make it my destiny to do so." Chapter 65. The Magical Way Station in Truth. One is not necessarily obliged to participate in the trials. Upon returning from the training square, Caecilius approached Lu Huai and said, "The Ancient One has entrusted the sanctum to you. You are the leader here, and no one can alter that." "I understand, so there is no need for you to worry about me." Lu Huai patted Caecilius on the shoulder and made his way alone to the library of the sanctum. Ancient One had remarked on his talent, and he had secretly experimented with the sling ring given to him by Ancient One, successfully opening a portal on his first attempt. This demonstrated that Ancient One indeed possessed a discerning eye. Crossing the threshold of the library and greeting the librarian, Old Wong, Lu Huai delved into the towering shelves. Ancient One had marked several beginner-friendly magical tomes in the manual, indicating their locations on the shelves. Lu Huai first sought out books focused on cultivating the mind and spirit, sitting down wherever he could to peruse them. After finishing those, he sought out tomes concerning the harnessing of cosmic energy, progressing further in his studies. Given Lu Huai's extraordinary constitution, he required no sustenance, allowing him to immerse himself in the library for 6 consecutive days, displaying a dedication surpassing that of his final exams. It was only on the 7th day that he emerged from the library. "Are we ready to depart?" Cassius was fully prepared to accompany Lu Huai. Alongside Cassius were Strange, Wang, and several other sorcerers, both elders and apprentices. "What is the purpose of this gathering?" "It is not a vacation," Lu Huai pondered, somewhat perplexed. "You might not be aware," an elder sorcerer from the east explained, "that this journey to Pro Island entails not only trials, but also an international sorcerer symposium." Lu Huai cast a glance at Cassius, who promptly clarified, "You receive this news the day after you enter the library. The symposium convenes every few years, and, coincidentally, it occurs at Pro Island this time, aligning with the Supreme Sorcerer's trials." "Coincidental." Indeed, Lu Huai mused, more inclined to believe this was a deliberate arrangement by the Ancient One, though the motive eluded him for the moment. Perhaps it was merely for convenience, thinking that since they were all in one place, it would be best to conduct both events simultaneously. "Go ahead without me. I still need to fetch a few friends." Lu Huai declined to travel with the assembly of sorcerers from the sanctum, as he had mentioned needing to collect several individuals to accompany him. After bidding farewell to the sorcerers, Lu Huai donned the sling ring. At that moment, Strange approached him, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, and said, "I apologize." His name was also listed among the candidates for the trials. One was chosen by the former Supreme Sorcerer, while the other was selected by the sorcerer's higher-ups. It was akin to a department head expressing confidence in a subordinate, indicating that he hoped Lu Huai would succeed him, garnering the support of the rest of the department. At that moment, the typically reclusive senior leader of the company suddenly remarked, "I believe the young man Strange possesses considerable potential. You should compete together." The crux of the matter was that Strange had only recently joined the ranks, having been there for just over 2 months, and was likely to face ostracism from his peers. It was evident that he had endured quite a bit of disdain from other mages in recent days. "Apologies?" Lu Huai glanced at Strange with unexpected curiosity. To be honest, he had not cared much for the situation. "I'm sorry, but I do not wish to abandon the trial. I have my own ambitions to fulfill," Strange declared, clenching his fists. "Do as you wish. I am not one to act petty," Lu Huai replied with a tilt of his head and a smile, then gestured with his suspended ring, creating a golden circular portal. The nearby elder mages exchanged glances, well aware that the man before them had been a novice just 7 days prior, having merely read a few books. Yet he could now wield the suspended ring. It was undeniable. He was indeed chosen by the Supreme Mage, showing undeniable talent. However, they were unaware that this was only Lu Huai's second use of the suspended ring, specifically at Maria Cathedral. Meanwhile, Wanda anxiously awaited her turn. Days earlier, she had experienced a dream in which someone proclaimed her selection as a candidate for the Supreme Mage. The following morning, she discovered an invitation resting on her bedside. With no one to rely on, Wanda eagerly shared the news with her close friends and subsequently informed her employer. Her boss explained the significance of the Supreme Mage and the trials of the Veshan Empire. After some deliberation, her boss decided to accompany her to the island. Joining them were her dear friends, Felicia and Laura. Thud! Black Cat Felicia dropped several heavy bags onto the ground, stating, "Our stay may last several days. These supplies should suffice." Laura approached, expressionless, shouldering the heaviest backpack. "You're quite perceptive, Sister Shah," Felicia remarked, looking at her younger sister with satisfaction. Laura remained silent, as she was not one for many words, preferring action. Suddenly, a spark flickered through the air as Lu Huai emerged from the portal. "Have you prepared, girls? It's time for us to depart." "All set, boss," Felicia replied with enthusiasm. Laura nodded silently in agreement. Lu Huai turned to Wanda, who stood resolutely, declaring, "I am ready." Although Wanda felt little excitement about becoming the Supreme Mage, upon learning that her name was on the candidate list, she understood what lay ahead. Lu Huai nodded in approval, turning to open the portal once more. The four stepped through, greeted by the cool, damp sea breeze. The electric spark of the portal closed behind them as they arrived at Pro Island. This island, situated in the Pacific Ocean, was reputed to have hosted past gatherings of mages. The island was adorned with towering vegetation and enjoyed a climate reminiscent of spring and autumn. As they ventured inland, they soon encountered signs of human habitation. A grand estate loomed ahead, or perhaps it could be referred to as the Enchanted Way Station. "How grand!" Felicia could not help but exclaim. This is even larger than our church. I wonder if there are any treasures within. Ahem. Lu Huai cast a glance at Felicia and admonished. You are no longer that thief you once were. You must be mindful of your words and actions, as thievery is hardly a commendable habit. Boss, it was merely jesting, Felicia murmured. However, if it is something discarded by the other party, then it does not count as theft. Before Felicia could respond, Lu Huai added this remark. The black cat Felicia immediately grasped the implication. I understand. What are you all talking about? Wanda inquired, puzzled. The boss once mentioned that items left behind are typically those unwanted by others. Felicia explained to Wanda. The latter nodded earnestly. Now I comprehend. Let us proceed inside. Lu Huai, uncharacteristically feeling somewhat embarrassed, swiftly changed the subject and moved toward the manor. The grand gates of the estate stood wide open, unguarded. Yet a few crows perched nearby. As Lu Huai and his companions approached the entrance, one of the crows surprisingly spoke. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? We are magicians here to attend the exchange conference and to observe the election ceremony of the newly appointed supreme mage, Lu Huai tentatively replied. Cow, 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 cow. The crow emitted a harsh caw. A magician's exchange conference and the election of the new supreme mage. What a delightful convergence of events. A double blessing. Everyone has come for these two purposes. Lu Huai silently contemplated. It seems that some have arrived early, and everyone believes they can witness the trials for the position of supreme mage. Presumably, compared to the exchange, the latter piques greater interest, for the love of spectacle is a universal trait among all beings. Moreover, according to the ancient manual, the so-called exchange is not particularly amicable. The imagined scenario of a magician's exchange, everyone seated in a circle, sharing their magical insights from recent years. The reality of the exchange. My magic is superior to yours. You are nothing but a worthless fool. For instance, when Gu Yi first became the supreme mage of this universe, many were unconvinced, and he literally subdued them with his fists. Terrifying indeed. May we enter? Lu Huai halted his wandering thoughts and inquired of the crow. Follow me. Follow me. The crow took flight, leading the way into the manor. Lu Huai and his companions followed, stepping through the grand entrance. The moment they crossed the threshold, an involuntary shiver ran through them. The temperature plummeted. Nightfall enveloped them in an instant. Lu Huai turned to look back, only to find the path they had taken obscured, engulfed in mist. Is this a trap? Felicia gasped, and the three girls heightened their vigilance. It should not be, but Lu Huai turned back, gazing at the manor's remarkably retro decor and the brightly lit villa ahead, and remarked, I fear we are no longer on Earth. Chapter 66. The black silk sword and the golden-haired girl, a dark crow, circled ominously before the four, cawing with delight, seemingly reveling in their disarray. Lu Huai inquired, if I am not mistaken, this should be the fabled astral realm. You are aware of the astral realm. The crow cackled. It appears you possess some knowledge. However, you are mistaken. Caw, caw, caw. Lu Huai retorted, this is not the astral realm. The crow proclaimed, this is Avalon. Avalon! Avalon! The crow's cries were discordant and jarring, akin to a tone-deaf individual belting out an unpleasant melody. Lu Huai subtly nodded, reflecting on why he initially believed this place to be the astral realm, which traced back to ancient times. According to Lu Huai's understanding, ancient deities existed, including the god of the underworld, Zysorn, and the goddess of light, Ashit, one of the three deities of the Trinitarian god, Vishandi. Subsequently, turmoil engulfed the earth, prompting these ancient gods to leave, either voluntarily or by compulsion, constructing their own dimensions beyond the terrestrial sphere. Collectively, these dimensions were referred to as the inner planes, closely intertwined with Earth. The more renowned dimensions included Zysorn's flickering domain, the serpent sea of the serpent god set, Gaia's Avalon, and Ashit's astral realm. The Trinitarian god Vishandi comprised Ashit, Horgas, and Agamotto. Thus, Lu Huai naturally presumed that the trials of Vishandi would take place in the astral realm, only to discover it was in Gaia's Avalon. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed that Ashit and Gaia shared a cordial, sisterly bond, making it plausible for the trials to be conducted on a sister-s territory. Guided by the crow, the four traversed a manner reminiscent of a medieval style, while Lu Huai discreetly activated his scythe weasel domain, capturing every sound within the estate. He discerned no unusual noises within the manor, yet from the obscured exterior shrouded in night and mist he faintly perceived the breath of some creature, albeit too subtle to ascertain clearly. Nonetheless, Lu Huai was convinced that the being emitting such breath must be formidable in size. Reflecting on Avalon, Lu Huai recalled from his past life that this dimensional space resembled Earth's environment from over a millennium ago, inhabited by various beings such as elves and trolls. The crow led Lu Huai and his companions to the exterior of the largest structure, pausing to urge, "Enter, enter, enter." Lu Huai cast a glance at the black cat, who, amidst the crow's clamor, pushed open the grand doors. A wave of warmth rushed forth, accompanied by an even louder cacophony. It resembled a vast hotel lobby, teeming with individuals clad in eclectic attire. "Are these all magicians from Earth?" Wanda expressed her astonishment. "I too did not anticipate such a multitude of mages on Earth." Lu Huai admitted, genuinely taken aback, realizing these were not even the sorcerers of Kamartaj. Truly, the shallow waters abound with turtles, and the place was rife with brothers. "Hey there, little ones." As night falls, a heavy snowstorm is expected. To avoid succumbing to the cold, it is best not to venture outside after dark. An elderly man, his beard as white as snow, bellowed from behind the counter. Otherwise, tomorrow's exchange conference may very well transform into a memorial service. Lu Huai approached him and requested, "Could we have a larger room, please?" The old man lifted his gaze to Lu Huai and inquired, "Is this your first visit?" "Indeed." Lu Huai replied with a warm smile. On the path to enhancing one's abilities, there are typically three types of individuals: ants, allies, and mentors. Clearly, this man before him belonged to the latter category. The elder cast a brief glance at the three young women behind Lu Huai and asked, "You all appear unfamiliar. Are you sorcerers?" Lu Huai turned to look at Wanda, who raised her hand and stated, "I have come to participate in the trials." The old man scrutinized Wanda for a moment longer before smiling and wishing her good luck. "Thank you," Wanda responded, confirming that only one room was required. The elder's gaze shifted back to Lu Huai, who, with a hint of suspicion, cautioned, "You will need to rise early tomorrow. I advise against overexerting yourselves tonight." "One room is sufficient," Lu Huai assured him. There was no need for payment. The elder provided Lu Huai with a room number and instructed him to find it himself. The room, nestled in a corner on the third floor, was indeed quite spacious, furnished with 3 single beds and 2 sofas, evidently prepared for travelers. Lu Huai approached the window and peered outside, but all he could discern was a veil of misty darkness. As he opened the window, a chilly breeze rushed in, confirming that the temperature was indeed dropping. "You all tidy up. I shall step out for a moment," Lu Huai remarked before exiting the room. The sound of a scythe echoed through the inn as Lu Huai ascended the stairs and knocked on one of the doors on the 4th floor. The door swung open to reveal Caecilius, accompanied by several sorcerers from Kamartaj. "Master Michel," Lu Huai entered and inquired of a senior sorcerer. "Have the previous exchange conferences always been held here?" "Indeed," Master Michel nodded. "Typically, we stay here for a night, and the formal exchange commences the following day, lasting for 7 days. What are the topics of discussion?" Lu Huai pressed further. The ancient tome provided no exhaustive details on this aspect, so he resorted to direct questioning. "Exchanges among sorcerers naturally involve contests of magic," Master Michel replied with a smile. "However, these contests are divided into 2 categories. One is the duel between sorcerers, and the other." Master Michel glanced out the window. Here in Avalon, some magical creatures dwell beyond the estate. In due course, sorcerers will have the opportunity to engage with those creatures. Traditionally, will the trials of the Vishani commence after the exchange conference concludes, or? Lu Huai tentatively inquired. Master Michel shook his head. "I cannot say. I have never witnessed the trials of the Vishani. Within all of Kamartaj, perhaps only Master Agamotto possesses such experience." Lu Huai realized that his questions were futile, particularly as Master Agamotto had not mentioned this matter in the tome at all. However, he sensed a shift in Master Michel's tone as he cautioned Lu Huai, "You must exercise caution. It is possible that the trials commenced long before the candidates arrived." "I understand," Lu Huai replied. Lu Huai bid farewell to Michel, leaving the room and preparing to descend the stairs. Just as he reached the stairway, he happened to glimpse a girl entering the inn's hall from above. The girl, with golden hair and blue eyes, possessed a fair complexion. She wore a short-sleeved garment of dark brown and black, and her legs were encased in torn black stockings. Her right arm was crafted from a metallic material, gripping a large sword that emanated a radiant blue light, resting upon her shoulder. In her other hand, she cradled a massive gray wolf, entering with remarkable flair, while an unusual creature resembling a diminutive western dragon perched on her opposite shoulder. Upon seeing this girl, Lu Huai felt a spark of intrigue. She was yet another candidate, designated by the Emperor of Vashandi, apart from himself, Wanda, and Strange. Chapter 67. The Royal Authority, the Secret Guest, Ileana Rasputin. Lu Huai recognized this girl from his past life as cinematic and comic narratives. Only days prior, he had also seen her name inscribed upon a stone in Kamartaj, one of the candidates for the Supreme Sorcerer. She was undeniably ostentatious. Lu Huai's gaze shifted to the giant wolf she was holding, clearly a trophy from her hunts beyond the mists. He recalled the names of the other candidates etched upon the stone and couldn't help but chuckle. This was quite intriguing. Upon returning to the room, the three girls had completed their preparations. Not long after, a fierce blizzard began to swirl outside. The howling wind echoed, reminiscent of some wild beast roaring beyond the window. In such weather, in this environment, and with this atmosphere, slumber was undoubtedly elusive. Thus, Felicia retrieved a set of mahjong from her heavy luggage to alleviate the tedium. Lu Huai couldn't help but regard her with newfound admiration. This young lady certainly had a flair for entertainment. After imparting a few simple instructions to Wanda and Laura, the four commenced their game. Meanwhile, Lu Huai remained vigilant, using his serpents and weasels to survey the surroundings. As night deepened, the sounds in the hall gradually faded, and the wizards began to retire for the evening. An elderly man emerged from behind the counter, smiling as he glanced up the stairs, before turning to unlock the inn's door. The frigid wind and biting snow rushed into the inn, a chilling frost creeping indoors as the old man vanished into the night. Achoo! Felicia sneezed. Why is it suddenly so cold? Lu Huai paused, recalling Michelle's words. Perhaps the trials had indeed commenced. Pushing open the door to the room, he found others emerging one by one, their faces marked with astonishment and confusion. It appeared they too were encountering this phenomenon for the first time. Could it be that the trials of Vashandi had intertwined with a magical exchange event, resulting in a shift in format? Indeed, two crows flew in from the open doorway. Cawing as they soared, the trials have begun. The exchange conference has commenced. The trials have begun. The exchange conference has commenced. The trials were divided into 4 segments. And now the winter trials had begun. Other wizards and candidates were to participate in the trials. The trial conference permitted slaying. The goddess of death would oversee the trials, and those who perished would be revived post-conference. Thus, there was no need for fear. Attention, all sorcerers. Attention, attention. The opportunity to become the new candidate arises from the demise of a current one. The trials commence. The assembly begins. 2 crows cawed and took flight, leaving behind a perplexed gathering of sorcerers. Lu Huai began to comprehend why the Emperor of Vishan had intertwined the trials with the Sorcerer's Assembly. That cunning old man intended to instigate chaos. However, one piece of news brought Lu Huai joy. From this moment forth, slaying is permitted. He stood in a corner, his gaze flitting across the faces of each sorcerer. How delightful! It seems this journey is truly worthwhile. The announcement of the trials signifies that all anticipated sorcerers have arrived. Lu Huai estimated that there were over 500 individuals in the entire station. He wondered how many could be swiftly eliminated with a single strike of the Rhine. While pondering, he was suddenly startled by a series of beastly roars emanating from outside the station. Lu Huai dispatched the serpent from his mind to scout, quickly discerning that creatures were encroaching upon the station. It appeared that this haven was no longer safe. The ensuing battleground would be the entirety of Avalon. Elves, magical beasts, and perhaps even dragons. The thought exhilarated Lu Huai. He pondered whether the dragons of this realm shared a lineage with his own bloodline. Comrades, now is not the time for infighting. A voice cried out from the crowd, alerting others to the impending threat approaching from outside. Until that moment, many had remained oblivious to the identity of the other candidates. Most only knew a few names akin to the disciples of Kamite, including Lu Huai. There were a total of 9 names concealed among these sorcerers. As Lu Huai's gaze traversed the crowd, it landed on the enigmatic Eliana, the most prominent among the candidates, whose identity was likely already known to many. Yet, this bore little relevance to Lu Huai, for he had 3 objectives in this trial: to ascend as the supreme sorcerer, to seek out dragons in hopes of exploiting them to enhance his lineage, and to indulge in his desires. The beastly roars grew increasingly nearer, as they had completely surrounded the station and were beginning to enter, one by one, into the hall. A pack of dark silver-furred dire wolves emerged, their massive forms exuding an intimidating ferocity, each larger than an off-road vehicle. Lu Huai retreated to his chamber and peered through the window, observing the thick fog outside gradually dissipating. If the station had once been shrouded in some mysterious protection, that force was now waning. "Do you recall what the elderly man at the front desk had told us?" Amidst the crowd, a voice echoed, warning that if one wished to avoid freezing to death, venturing outside at night was ill-advised. I surmised that this was a message from the great deity, reminding us of our current mission, to safeguard this in from the relentless grip of winter and malevolent creatures. Many resonated with his words, fervently gesturing incantations, preparing to confront the ferocious wolves. "Boss, everything is packed." In a corner room, Felicia slung a few makeshift bundles over her shoulder. "Let's depart," Lu Huai commanded. With the sanctuary of this place now compromised, there was no reason to linger. As for the front desk elderess warnings, he had already fled, rendering his words dubious. As the quartet descended the stairs, someone from above cautioned, "Hey, did you not hear? It is perilous to venture out now." Lu Huai disregarded the warning, continuing his descent and entering the hall, where he stood face to face with the massive wolf. "Boss, allow me to handle this." Felicia began to transform into a symbiotic entity, but Lu Huai halted her. "There is no need to squander time on such matters. Let me take charge." He lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with golden light, and declared, "Kneel." During his month-long seclusion, he had unlocked numerous anesthetic projectiles, alongside new incantations. Among them was the high-risk incantation of the White King, Sequence 92. Upon release, it amplified the gravitational field within its domain, compelling foes to endure gravity's dozens, even hundreds, of times greater than normal. The caster remained unaffected and could choose to absolve others within the field from this burden, adjusting the gravity at will. In that fleeting moment of incantation, the enemy's blood rushed to their lower limbs, forcing them to kneel instinctively. Instantaneously, the wolves were overwhelmed by the oppressive weight, bowing before Lu Huai in submission. The mages above were left in awe. No incantation, no ritual. Merely a single command was sufficient to compel the wolves to kneel. What unparalleled magical prowess he possessed. Thus, Lu Huai escorted the three young women past the subdued wolves and out of the inn. The thick fog outside had mostly dissipated, yet visibility remained low under the night sky. The biting cold wind, laden with sharp ice crystals, lashed against their skin as if intent on tearing them apart. With a snap of his fingers, he invoked the incantation of the blazing sun, summoning 4 brilliant orbs of light that hovered above the 4 figures, dispersed in the cardinal directions, illuminating their path like miniature suns while bestowing a semblance of warmth upon them. Lu Huai released both the serpent and the weasel, channeling the sounds of the environment within a radius of several hundred miles into his ears, with the inn as his focal point. Lacking a map of Avalon, his first task was to find a local guide. Chapter 68. Serpents and Guides, finally released from the confines of the dark room. We set sail once more. In hushed tones, Lu Huai whispered to Wanda, who approached the colossal wolves, now subdued by gravity. A crimson light emanated from her fingertips, penetrating the minds of the great beasts. The red glow flickered, and the wolves became devoted followers of the witch. Lu Huai dispelled the spirit words from the backs of the giant wolves, and, alongside the 3 girls, mounted their formidable steeds, setting off towards the distant relay station. Regarding the choice of a guide, Lu Huai had already formulated a plan. Certainly, it did not involve these colossal wolves, who were merely simple-minded, brutish creatures. The snake and weasel forged ahead, illuminated by the blazing sun, as the quartet traversed the snowy landscape atop the wolves. "Boss, where are we headed?" the black cat inquired. "To seek out more sentient beings," Lu Huai replied. Traditionally, the gatherings of sorcerers were convened at fixed locations, and thus, Kamathiji and the others lacked a comprehensive map of Avalon. It was for this reason that Lu Huai sought to engage a local to guide them. While on the wolf's back, Laura suddenly wrinkled her nose and glanced back towards the direction of the relay station. A conflagration soared into the sky, accompanied by the roars of beasts and the cries of birds, a chaotic aura emanating from that vicinity. Lu Huai also turned to observe, his expression composed. As if he had anticipated this very scene, he casually formed a magical gesture and placed it to his ear, communicating with Caecilius. Having studied magic for merely 7 days, it was impossible for him, no matter how gifted, to master every spell in the library. Thus, he had opted for a selection of simpler, more practical spells, one of which was the finger telephone enchantment. Caecilius's voice echoed in Lu Huai's ear. As you predicted, just after your departure, a horde of giant bears and gargoyles appeared. Fortunately, we heeded your advice and remained vigilant, activating a portal to leave the relay station in advance. Lu Huai had indeed foreseen this outcome. With the trials commenced and the relay station devoid of sanctuary, it had become akin to a beacon in the night, attracting swarms of creatures. Increasingly mysterious beings would be drawn to that location, rendering any need for a guard obsolete. Are you certain you will not join us? Caecilius's voice resonated once more. Kamathiji holds a certain renown within the earthly magical realm. Our gathering would provide some measure of security. Thank you, but no, Lu Huai declined Caecilius's kind offer. Stay in touch, and keep an eye on the movements of those creatures. After concluding the call, Lu Huai withdrew his gaze, and alongside the 3 girls and their 7 wolves, they vanished into the snowy night. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more intense the blizzard became. With no moon in the sky, they relied solely on the sun's illumination. The occasional roars of beasts echoed through the woods, lending an air of terror to the atmosphere. However, despite their lack of intellect, the sheer size of these wolves, larger than a jeep, instilled a sense of intimidation. Ordinary creatures dared not approach a pack of wolves on the prowl. Lu Huai commanded the wolves to halt, as the snow had risen to a level that impeded their movement. The 3 girls were also rendered disheveled by the snowflakes swirling in the tempest. It seemed imperative to find a place to rest. Lu Huai closed his eyes, carefully probing his surroundings for several moments, before designating a direction for the wolves to proceed. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a cave. Let us rest here for the night, Lu Huai declared. There is something within. Laura gazed cautiously at the seemingly bottomless cavern. Even without her warning, the moment they approached the edge of the abyss, the colossal wolves had already reacted, howling into the darkness with a frenzied restlessness. Lu Huai beckoned the 3 girls to dismount from the wolves, then commanded Wanda to drive the giant beasts into the cave. Soon, the cavern echoed with the sounds of gnashing and roaring. Minutes later, the howls of the wolves faded, leaving only the rustling of something scraping against the ground. The wolf pack had met their defeat. Wanda opened her eyes and spoke. The sleek black cat, Felicia, glanced at Lu Huai before donning her symbiotic howl. Her already statuesque figure was tightly encased, and she strode forth with long, elegant legs, the yellow tendrils at the back of her head writhing in anticipation of combat. The little wolf girl, Laura, extended her sharp claws, although the dank, bloody scent emanating from the cave was swiftly whisked away by the cold wind outside. It did not escape her keen nose. Lu Huai raised his hand, sending a glowing orb to probe above the cavern. Clad in a loose black robe, his face was shrouded in the hood's shadow, rendering his expression inscrutable, giving him an air of mystery befitting a true wizard. It's coming out, Felicia alerted. A golden sphere slowly emerged from the cave, but soon they realized it was no ordinary orb, as it was accompanied by a darkness deeper than night itself. It was a serpent, a one-eyed giant snake with black scales and golden eyes. Blood and wolf fur stained its jaws, and its sharp fangs resembled 2 bloodied, curved blades. One vertical pupil scrutinizing the gathered individuals. The 3 girls exchanged glances, and in an instant, they sprang into action. Felicia and the little wolf girl closed in, their witchcraft working in perfect harmony, a testament to their rigorous training. Lu Huai felt a sense of satisfaction. He refrained from intervening, instead retreating about 50 meters, where he gestured to weave a magical array. In his view, this place was already theirs. Adding a layer of enchantment would prevent disturbances during the night. As the battle raged behind him, Lu Huai completed the array and turned back to find the conflict still ongoing. The one-eyed giant snake showed no fear of the cold. Its scales were as tough as iron, continuously spewing venom, while its single eye silently emanated psychic energy, seemingly disrupting the senses of those around. Lu Huai observed as Laura and Felicia's attacks consistently missed their mark, glancing harmlessly past the serpent. Wanda had yet to develop the ability to alter reality, resorting only to attempting to bind the giant snake with a crimson orb of light. As a dispassionate observer and yearning for rest, Lu Huai ultimately decided to intervene. With a casual flick of his wide sleeve, 12 Edmund flying knives shot forth, intertwining in the air to form a vast net of blades, descending upon the giant serpent. The flying knives carved through the air, leaving trails of crimson in their wake. The colossal serpent reared its head and roared. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Huai once again waved his long sleeves and summoned a spear, which pierced the serpent's single eye like a shooting star. The eyeball burst. The giant serpent fell heavily to the ground, thrashing and rolling, its tail flailing wildly in a fit of rage. Felicia conjured a massive yellow blade from her hair. Leaping high into the air, and with a swift motion, she cleaved the serpent in two. Observing this, Lu Huai deftly controlled the flying daggers and spear with his sword, returning them to his side. Perhaps due to the sacrifice of the spatial gem, Lu Huai's ability to manipulate space extended beyond mere transportation across spatial barriers. He could also execute other spatial commands. For instance, he created a personal storage space akin to a spatial ring. All the weapons and immortals that could not fit into his system backpack were carried with him. Thus, while Lu Huai appeared to be a solitary figure, he was, in fact, accompanied by an army of extraordinary capabilities. Chapter 69. The Lexicon of Spirits in the Frigid Cave. Lu Huai ignited a fire with Jun Yan and roasted the serpent, sharing the feast among the four of them. Is it really not poisonous? Felicia asked, her mouth smeared with grease as she brandished a large piece of snake meat. I don't know. It should be fine, Lu Huai replied, sprinkling some cumin. He had anticipated the possibility of outdoor cooking, so he had brought spices along. In hindsight, it proved to be a wise decision. It's all right. I'm immune to toxins, Lu Huai stated. With the activation of his spirit blood, he had become the deadliest of poisons. I am immune too, the usually silent Laura noted, revealing a commonality with her master. The boss once said my chaos magic is formidable, so I should be immune as well, Wanda added uncertainly. What? Felicia elongated her voice, feigning distress. Is this entire operation merely for this moment? Is this a conspiracy? Boss, you will lose your only loyal subject. Symbiotes can also digest toxins, Lu Huai replied calmly. Felicia's theatrical antics abruptly ceased, and she naturally draped her slender arms over Lu Huai's shoulders. Boss, I have an idea. Since the three of us can resist toxins, why not employ poison against other mages? A commendable suggestion, Lu Huai responded with a stoic expression. But if you smear any more grease on my clothes, I will have to sever your hand. I was wrong, boss. Please punish me by allowing me to warm your bed. Felicia was the most vivacious among the three girls, and with her presence, the trial was rendered far less tedious. The night stretched on, and the four of them gathered around the fire, chatting until they gradually succumbed to sleep. In the dead of night, Lu Huai suddenly opened his eyes and turned to gaze outside the cave. Something was approaching, and those entities had crossed the magical array he had previously set, now silently encircling the cave's entrance. This night was indeed restless. It could spell doom for many. Have you all rested well, ladies? Lu Huai turned back, and the three maidens awoke. Let's venture outside and see. The four individuals approached the entrance of the cave, where Lu Huai raised his hand and summoned a glowing orb with the incantation of the blazing sun. Its light, reminiscent of the moon's ethereal glow, illuminated the creatures lurking near the cavern. They were humanoid, with pointed ears, white hair, and skin akin to that of blue-skinned sprites, wielding longbows and adorned with curved daggers at their waists. Lu Huai recognized them by the names assigned to them in the realms of otherworldly animation. Frost Hunters? Felicia enveloped herself in the symbiotic howl, revealing only her striking visage, her hands morphing into blades, guarding Lu Huai as she queried, Boss, do you think they seek to rob us of wealth or desire? If it's desire, I'll offer you as a sacrifice. Lu Huai stepped forward, his voice cold as he commanded, Kneel. The authority descends. The blood within the Frost Hunters surged toward their lower limbs, compelling them to obey the king's decree. Collapsing into the icy expanse, Lu Huai's golden eyes gleamed with ferocity as he approached the tallest of the Frost Hunters, grasping his chin to force him to look up and proclaim, Incantation of the Forest Spirits, release. The leader of the Frost Hunters contorted in agony, his expression a mask of torment as he seemed to struggle against an invasion of his mind. Truly, beings from a world of magic possessed a degree of mental resistance. Lu Huai was momentarily astonished, his finger twitching slightly as a blade of Edmund alloy shot forth from his storage space, embedding itself into the thigh of the Frost Hunter leader. Ugh! The leader emitted a muffled grunt. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Huai invaded his mind, commanding, proclaim. The Frost Hunter leader lifted his head once more, his demeanor vacant as he shouted in the universal tongue of the Marvel cosmos, Father! Lu Huai chuckled. No matter the time or place, that word always resonated sweetly to his ears. The rest of the night passed peacefully, and by dawn, the heavy snowfall had ceased, revealing a landscape draped in silvery splendor, as if one were adrift in a boundless ocean of white. Lu Huai exited the cave, surveying the Frost Hunter squad that had safeguarded them throughout the night, and approached the leader, gesturing, lead the way. Last night, Lu Huai had conversed with his newly acquired companion, and it was clear that the lineage of dragons indeed existed in this realm. He now wished to investigate further and collect some experimental samples, hoping that upon returning to Earth, he could enhance his draconic bloodline. As for the Supreme Mage trial, the situation had become quite apparent. Communication, trials, the outcomes were all the same, merely a means to select the mightiest mage. How could one discern the strongest among over 500 mages? The answer eluded him. Lu Huai's thirst for the spider's cut was insatiable. After leaving the cave, he managed to acquire several dire wolves, and the quartet mounted their backs, flanked by the Frost Hunter guards, resembling a general on a campaign. It was once again time to unlock the incantations, thanks to the prolonged effects of the tranquilizers. Lu Huai no longer felt the fervor he had upon first arriving in this world. Unlock, he murmured absently as he sat atop the wolf. Congratulations on unlocking the word Spirit Commandments, serial number, 106 Bloodline Source, Black King Nyagod Danger Level, low discovered and named by, Nicholas Flamel Introduction. The Liberator creates a domain centered around themselves, within which all extraordinary abilities, including but not limited to supernatural powers, mutations, spiritual energies, and magic, are suppressed. For ordinary extraordinary beings, it can reduce them to mere mortals, while for more advanced extraordinary beings, it may not entirely suppress their powers, but will still significantly weaken them. The practicality of this word spirit is immense, though the duration and range of maintaining this domain are limited. Note, the duration and extent of this word spirit can be enhanced through alchemy. Finally, something good has emerged, and it is quite timely. Lu Huai was unexpectedly pleased. Most magicians possess fragile physiques. Even the so-called melee mages from Kamartaj are merely well-trained ordinary individuals when stripped of their magic. In such circumstances, wielding the word Spirit Commandments feels akin to having an unfair advantage. You truly are reliable, Brother Zongzi. Lu Huai's expression shifted instantly. Boss, look over there, Wanda suddenly exclaimed. Pointing in a certain direction, Lu Huai collected his thoughts and followed Wanda's finger, spotting a corpse half buried in the snow, dressed in a dark blue mage robe, with sunken cheeks and dry, ashen skin, appearing as if it had been drained of life. Many must have perished last night, Lu Huai said expressionlessly. Someone is approaching, Laura suddenly whispered urgently. Lu Huai also heard it. The figure was moving swiftly, sprinting across the snow. They're coming. A loud explosion erupted from the snow-covered pine forest not far away, followed by the emergence of a disheveled blonde girl. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the protagonist's murderous tendencies will be diminished. We ask for the reader's understanding. Chapter 70. Speak on your knees. Lu Huai looked up to see a disheveled blonde girl emerging from the snowy pine forest, soon followed by a group of cloaked figures riding broomsticks, their faces almost bearing the inscription of villainy. They hovered behind the blonde girl, cackling madly, occasionally waving their wands to unleash surging fireballs that exploded beside her, playfully toying with her as a cat would with a mouse. Are there really such magicians on Earth? Lu Huai felt a sense of astonishment. At first glance, he thought they had stepped out from the neighboring Hogwarts. A group of grown men bullying a woman. How shameless. Felicia remarked cynically. Do not judge by gender. Lu Huai glanced back at her, adding, and those are not men. As they spoke, the blonde girl had already dashed toward them, tumbling in the snow and collapsing at the feet of an ice hunter. Desperately looking up at Lu Huai atop the giant wolf, pleading, "Please, save me." The blonde girl had also been at the inn last night and witnessed Lu Huai leaving with the 3 girls atop the giant wolf. She was uncertain whether they were benevolent or malevolent, yet given the present circumstances, her only recourse was to seek assistance from them. It was those individuals from last night. The group clad in black cloaks halted before Lu Huai and his entourage, their loose garments concealing the faces of several women. Their complexions were pallid, adorned with heavy makeup, and the dark eyeliner beneath their eyes was so pronounced that it nearly resembled dark circles, as if they were eager for others to recognize them as a coven of dark sorceresses. Were they the Ice Hunters? One of the women, marked with the Arabic numeral 3 on her cloak, gazed in astonishment at Lu Huai's party. It was said that they were particularly ruthless, relishing in the dismemberment of their prey. How could they possibly yield to those mere humans? This woman must possess some form of controlling magic. The woman cloaked in the numeral 1 fixated on Wanda, evidently having witnessed her prowess the previous night. We are merely 12 in number, and they outnumber us. With their abilities shrouded in mystery, the woman in the cloak marked with the numeral 2 assessed, if we engage directly, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. I understand. The woman in the numeral 1 cloak, clearly the spokesperson among the 12, slightly lowered her broomstick to gain a vantage point over Lu Huai and his companions, declaring, "We have no desire to engage in conflict, so please depart." "Boss." Felicia cast a questioning glance at Lu Huai. "Let us go," Lu Huai replied, continuing to traverse the snowy terrain on his massive wolf, leaving a trail of footprints behind. "No, please, save me." The blonde girl, witnessing her last hope slipping away, desperately attempted to rush towards Lu Huai, only to be obstructed by the ice hunters stationed around her. Yet, she persisted in her cries. "They are dark sorceresses who can absorb life. They have already slain my teacher and my brother. I beg you to save me. I am willing to pay any price. Does dying here not mean you will be revived after the trial concludes?" Wanda inquired, sensing the blonde girl's reaction was remarkably intense. Did she not comprehend this rule? "No," the blonde girl exclaimed. "In the case of normal death, one indeed revives after the trial, but once life energy has been absorbed, there is no return." Ah, it became clear to Lu Huai. No wonder the blonde girl was in such a state of panic. She was genuinely terrified of death. "What is your name?" Lu Huai asked as he approached the blonde girl on his wolf. "Tandy Bowen," the blonde girl replied, as if seizing a glimmer of hope. "My teacher's name is Campella, my brother's name is Talon Johnson, and my companions are called—" "Enough," Lu Huai sighed, interrupting her. He had already discerned the identity of this blonde girl, and asked, "Why do you and your brother not share a surname?" "My brother and I are not blood-related. We were both raised by our teacher," the blonde girl panted in response. Lu Huai nodded thoughtfully. This Tandy Bowen, as she was named, was a character from the comics known by the codename Dagger. She and Talon Johnson were a couple, having activated their latent superpowers due to an unforeseen incident. However, here, they had become siblings in the art of magic. Lu Huai understood that this was the outcome of the infinite possibilities within the multiverse. He reassessed the blonde girl kneeling in the snow. She was tall with a healthy physique. Her face, marred by sweat and dirt beneath her golden locks, still revealed the classic beauty of a Western visage. Lu Huai glanced back at the 3 girls, suggesting that she should join the Maria Church. "Very well." Wanda, closest to the blonde girl, guided her giant wolf towards her and extended a friendly hand, stating, "The boss has agreed to save you. Are you willing to join the Maria Church?" The blonde girl, evidently unfamiliar with the organization, nodded without hesitation. "I agree." All she desired was to extricate herself from her current predicament. "And we shall be family." Wanda smiled. "Come forth." Above the snow, 12 cloaked women observed as their prey mounted Wanda's wolf. The first cloaked woman directly blocked Lu Huai and his companions on her broomstick, exclaiming, "I apologize if I was unclear earlier. What I meant was, you may leave, but she must stay. She is our prey." Lu Huai looked up and briefly surveyed the broom-riding witches, noting their attractiveness, and casually inquired, "Would you like to join the Maria Church as well?" "What is that?" The witches had not heard of the Maria Church, but realized that Lu Huai was clearly opposing them. The first cloaked woman exchanged glances with the others, and they all maneuvered their broomsticks to encircle Lu Huai and his party. "Since he refused to abide by the rules, do not blame us for being impolite," she shouted, brandishing her wand, and the other cloaked women followed suit, pointing their wands at Lu Huai and his companions like clock hands at 12 o'clock. The frost hunters in the group readied their bows with ice arrows, loyal to their master. As the battle loomed, Lu Huai remained unperturbed atop the wolf, calmly gazing at the witches and uttering, "Descend. The decree of spoken magic is unleashed." A spherical domain expanded from Lu Huai, within which the use of magic was forbidden. The witches' broomsticks, as if suddenly deprived of power, plummeted from the air to the snow below, leaving them startled. What is happening? I can't use magic? What kind of ability is this? The witches were taken aback, looking at Lu Huai as though he were a monster. The rules, Lu Huai softly intoned. When speaking to someone, you must dismount your broom. When speaking to me, you must kneel. The authority was released. The witches attempting to rise from the snow all fell heavily to their knees, their heads buried deep in the snow, unable to lift them. Let us eliminate them first, Lu Huai remarked casually, continuing forward atop the giant wolf. The frost hunters drew their short blades from their waists, extending them towards the throats of the witches. Blood stained the silvery snow as Lu Huai and his companions gradually moved away. "Thank you." Tandy expressed her gratitude with a lingering trepidation while seated behind Wanda. "No need for thanks. Have you not already promised to join the Maria Church? From now on, we are family," Wanda reassured Tandy. "What exactly is the Maria Church?" Tandy inquired. "It is a sanctuary established by our boss, dedicated to sheltering girls like us who have nowhere to go," Wanda praised sincerely. "Not only is the boss handsome, but he is also a truly good person." Tandy's gaze drifted over Wanda's shoulder, observing Lu Huai's silhouette with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Unbeknownst to Lu Huai, the girls behind him were lost in their thoughts as he continued on his path. After a short while, they arrived at a valley, and, at the frost hunter's signal, Lu Huai recognized they had reached their destination. The territory of the dragon. Chapter 71. The Emperor of Words seated atop the back of a giant wolf. Lu Huai looked ahead into the snow-laden valley. According to the frost hunter leader, this was indeed the dragon's domain. He pondered whether the gene of the dragon in this dimension could enhance his lineage. Let us proceed. The group gradually entered the snowy valley, where no living beings were in sight. Yet, Lu Huai was aware that the dragon was indeed present, for he could hear its heart beating heavily like a war drum through the weasel spirit. Truly, the weasel spirit was the most potent of word spirits. Let us halt here. After traversing the valley, Lu Huai spotted a cave concealed beneath the thick snow. He could distinctly hear the heartbeats owner residing within. "I can enter alone. You all wait for me here." Lu Huai leapt down from the back of the giant wolf, stepping onto the white snow as he approached the cave. What lies within? Tandy stared anxiously at the dark, seemingly monstrous entrance of the cave, feeling a sense of unease. "A dragon," Felicia responded. "The boss is in search of a dragon." "A dragon?" Tandy recalled her teacher mentioning the existence of many extraordinary races on this continent, with dragons being the mightiest. It was said that they were colossal, their wings capable of blotting out the sun, and their fiery breath could incinerate an entire city. Tandy reevaluated Lu Huai as he entered the cave, which was only about 2 stories high at its entrance. However, the mountain towering above the cave reached into the clouds, being the tallest she had ever seen in this region. No one knew what breathtaking sights lay within the cave's depths. What does he seek from the dragon? My teacher warned that dragons are among the most perilous creatures on this continent. Even the mere sight of one would send people fleeing without hesitation. Tandy expressed her apprehension. To come into close proximity with a dragon could spell doom. No sooner had she spoken than Laura, beside her, extended her steel claws towards her, coldly admonishing. "Do not curse the boss." "I apologize, that was not my intention." Tandy quickly realized her misstep, her face reflecting newfound contrition. Only then did the young wolf girl retract her claws. Felicia intervened, assuring everyone that the boss's prowess exceeded their imagination. Even dragons would bow before him. Meanwhile, after entering the cavern, Lu Huai walked for 5 or 6 minutes through the pitch-black tunnel before finally encountering a source of light. Following the illumination, he emerged on the other side of the cave. It was as though he had entered an entirely different realm, free from the howling wind and snow outside. Lush greenery flourished around him, and the trees were adorned with blossoms, creating a vibrant tableau of spring. However, there was no sign of the so-called dragon. As Lu Huai took a few steps forward, a confident smile spread across his face. In the next moment, he abruptly looked up to see a massive winged creature descending upon him. Outside the cave, Tandy Bowen was suddenly jolted by a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, stirring up fierce winds that echoed outward, nearly shattering her eardrums. Was that the roar of a dragon? Could there truly be a dragon within? Tandy gazed in astonishment at the cave entrance and the towering mountain, her thoughts drifting to Lu Huai. Was he battling it? The thought was terrifying. The dragon's roar resonated from the valley, reaching the ears of numerous nearby sorcerers. Those unfamiliar with the sound were simply taken aback, while those with a bit of knowledge displayed expressions of panic and fear. A group of sorcerers halted in the snowy landscape upon hearing the noise. Caecilius instinctively inquired, "What creature emits such a sound?" Sorceress Michelle, looking towards the direction of the noise, appeared tense. "It's a dragon. It sounds as though someone has angered it. We must quicken our pace to avoid being caught in its wrath." Elsewhere, a golden-haired girl wielding a lightsaber also heard the roars. Her small fire dragon, perched on her shoulder, seemed alarmed, baring its teeth towards the source of the sound. Drawing her lightsaber from an orc's chest, she pondered for a moment before hastening towards the direction of the noise. In another area, a figure cloaked in green and wearing a silver mask also hurried towards the sound. Meanwhile, within the cavern, Lu Huai stood unscathed, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Before him lay a dragon of Western design, its size comparable to an aircraft carrier, coiled at his feet. During his month in Nibelungen, Lu Huai had not only unlocked tranquilizing darts, but also some linguistic spirits, such as those of kings and emperors. Linguistic spirit, Emperor serial number, 01 bloodline source. Black King Nidhogg danger level, none discoverer and namer. Nicholas Flamel description, the inception of all linguistic spirits. The first on the list. It possesses no tangible effect, but induces absolute psychological shock in dragons and hybrids within its domain. It can be viewed as a summoning of lineage or as an overwhelmingly amplified dragon-esque majesty, capable of subduing opponents solely through its authority. Note, ineffective against pure-blood humans. Evidently, in this world, there exists a conceptual ability that exerts dominance over all draconic beings. It can subdue the colossal dragon before me, as well as the divine dragon of Taro Village. The human form of Lu Huai appears minuscule, akin to a grain of sand when juxtaposed against the dragon's massive head. Yet, it is precisely this incongruity that renders the sight of the towering dragon bowing before the diminutive human profoundly striking. Thus, the task of collecting dragon blood becomes rather straightforward. Lu Huai deftly conjures the Edmund flying dagger, piercing the unscaled portion of the dragon's body, and subsequently retrieves a sealed glass vial, capturing a sample of pure dragon blood. With this accomplished, his focus now shifts to vying for the position of Supreme Mage. The rules once stated that by eliminating other candidates, one could usurp their place. In other words, if I eliminate all 7 remaining candidates, I shall ascend to the role of Supreme Mage. Moreover, by dealing with the other mages, Kamathai will secure victory in this exchange conference. Lu Huai carefully stores the dragon blood, observing as the minor wound on the dragon's body gradually heals before turning to depart. At that moment, however, the dragon emits a soft murmur. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Lu Huai discerns its intent. The dragon gently nods before him, resembling an obedient little kitten. "Very well. You may prove useful for future experiments." The Eye of the Wind King releases its power, gently lifting Lu Huai's form until he alights upon the dragon's neck. The dragon then unfurls its wings, summoning a tempest as it takes to the skies. "Let us proceed, little one. We shall expedite the conclusion of this trial." At Lu Huai's command, the dragon ascends into the air. Chapter 72. The Doctor of Destruction within the Snowstorm Valley. Another roar from the dragon reverberates through the cavern, followed by the silhouette of a colossal dragon sweeping over the mountains, descending with wings that stir a hurricane. The girls awaiting in the valley are startled, instinctively adopting defensive stances, only to behold their employer standing upon the dragon's neck. Felicia, Wanda, and Laura exchange knowing smiles, as if the sight of their boss in such a position were entirely natural, while Tandy is left in stunned disbelief, nearly unable to close her mouth. He has tamed a dragon, although he had gleaned an understanding of his employer's prowess through the words of the 3 girls. Tandy Bowen cannot suppress her astonishment at this moment. The necessary tasks have been completed. Lu Huai gazes down upon the girls from his lofty perch. Only one thing remains: to eliminate all the mages. "Understood, boss," Felicia exclaims, filled with determination. Just then, a pitch-black crow flits across the sky, chattering in a parrot-like fashion, announcing the first round of trials has concluded, with 273 participants remaining. The second round of trials, Autumn, is about to commence. The crow caws as it gradually flies away. Simultaneously, the surroundings begin to alter. The heavy snow melts rapidly, and the withered branches sprout yellowed leaves. Autumn has arrived. The Supreme Mage's 4 trials symbolize the 4 seasons. To one's astonishment, merely a day and a night had passed, yet half of the participants had already been eliminated. Lu Huai commanded the dragon to lower its massive form, beckoning, "Come forth, let's engage in battle." Not only 4 young women, but also a few ice hunters ascended onto the dragon's back, their archery skills commendable enough to contribute to the cause. "What abilities do you possess?" Lu Huai inquired, glancing down at Tandy Bowen. Although he recognized her, he had momentarily forgotten her specific talents. In response, Tandy extended her palm, revealing a layer of white light that coalesced into a dagger of luminescence, which she grasped firmly. "Is this all?" Lu Huai expressed his disdain. "Can you mass-produce such weapons?" Tandy paused, momentarily taken aback, then summoned another white light dagger with her other hand. "To some extent, yes. Somewhat useful, but hardly sufficient," Lu Huai sighed. "Nevertheless, I have prepared weapons for you." At that moment, the dragon soared into the skies, carrying the group away from the valley. The heavy snow of Avalon had melted, transforming from a silvery hue into a desolate, withered yellow. Standing atop the dragon's back, Lu Huai released the spell of Dustless Domain to shield his companions from the gusts of wind that threatened to topple them. He simultaneously activated the Scythe Weasel and the Vacuum Serpent to track the movements of those below. Over there, Lu Huai suddenly opened his eyes, directing the dragon toward a specific location. The dragon swiftly adjusted its course, and moments later, figures clad in mage robes emerged on the ground. The mages, upon hearing the commotion above, looked up in astonishment to see a dragon soaring toward them, just as they contemplated evasion to avoid the dragon's notice. A black-red fireball was hurled down from the dragon's back. "There's someone up there." The mages gasped in horror and hastily conjured defensive spells. Yet in the next instant, a barrage of attacks rained down from the dragon's back. A hail of ice arrows, metallic throwing knives, crimson magical orbs, lightning strikes, and bullets from the Gatling gun conjured by Lu Huai's conceptual armament. It was as though they faced not a dragon, but a flying warship. In less than 10 seconds, the mages on the ground met their demise. On the dragon's back, Felicia, wielding the Gatling gun, laughed heartily. "What a splendid aerial assault. Truly remarkable, boss. Enough flattery. We must move to the next location." Lu Huai reinstated the Dustless Domain to envelop his allies and steered the dragon in search of the next unfortunate souls. "Seek, confirm the targets, and initiate the airstrike." The process was seamless. In just a short span, Lu Huai calculated that nearly 200 more had been eliminated. Yet, according to his expectations, the pace was somewhat sluggish. The vastness of Avalon was overwhelming. Despite the dragon's swift flight, many areas remained unexplored. Only about 100 more remained before the conclusion of the trials. Lu Huai sat cross-legged on the back of the colossal dragon, retrieving food from his storage space to share with the girls around him. Suddenly, a living creature intruded into the domain formed by the weasel and the serpent. Moving at an astonishing speed, soaring through the air and approaching them rapidly, Lu Huai turned his head, and soon a green figure came into view, charging towards them with great fervor. Cloaked in green, adorned with a silver mask, and seemingly clad in iron armor. Could it be that individual? Lu Huai pondered, as the figure descended upon them, riding the jet of flames beneath. Recognizing the distinctive attire, Lu Huai swiftly deduced the identity of the intruder, Victor Von Doom, alternatively known as Dr. Doom. In the comics, he is the leader of the Eastern European nation of Latveria, possessing an iron suit rivaling Iron Man's and magical prowess akin to Doctor Strange. A formidable opponent indeed, or perhaps not so difficult to manage. Lu Huai rose from the dragon's back, locking eyes with the hovering figure, and deliberately spoke. "I trust you are well. Victor, do you know me?" Victor's voice emerged from the cold confines of his metallic mask, laced with incredulity. "Of course, I also know that you are one of the candidates for the Supreme Mage." Lu Huai continued to probe, as such a character would hardly come to Avalon merely for idle amusement. Unsurprisingly, Victor's voice grew more astonished. "Who exactly are you?" Victor scrutinized Lu Huai's face, attempting to glean something from it, but he was certain he had never encountered this individual before. Nor did he have any recollection of the girls behind him. Listen carefully. Lu Huai called out to Victor. My name is Werner von Doom. Victor's face contorted beneath his mask. He understood that this individual could not possibly bear that name, for it was the name of his own father. You seek death. Victor, disinterested in further conversation, had come solely to eliminate these people and seize the dragon beneath them. With a swift motion, Victor raised his hand, pale lightning erupting from his armored gauntlet. Unfazed, Lu Huai unleashed the word spirit times 0. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had come to a standstill. The dragon's outstretched wings froze in the sky, resembling an epic painting. The girl's hair was caught in the wind, suspended in midair, unable to fall. The sky and wind, the earth and sea. At that moment, in Lu Huai's perception, everything was halted, as if he alone was the sole liberator in this realm. Gazing intently at Victor, Lu Huai extended a hand, palm outward. The word Spirit Commandment and the word Spirit Sword Guardian were simultaneously unleashed. Chapter 73. The word Spirit Candle Dragon word Spirit times 0 was revoked. The word Spirit Commandment and the word Spirit Sword Guardian were released in unison. Victor felt a sudden breathlessness. The magical current in his palm dissipated, and the iron armor surrounding him emitted a sound of compression and distortion. The metal began to warp, resembling a vacuum-sealed bag that tightly enveloped Victor, leaving him gasping for breath. How could this happen? What have you done to me? Victor's voice betrayed his astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had encountered his nemesis. It was akin to a mouse facing a cat, or a snake confronting an eagle. The man before him exuded an overwhelming sense of threat. Indeed, he was a true adversary. The Doctor of Destruction had two formidable weapons, magic and mecha, both of which were countered by Lu Huai's linguistic powers. My dear son, it is perilous here. You should leave at once. A smile graced Lu Huai's lips as he gradually compressed the steel armor and Victor within it using his linguistic abilities. Is that all? Lu Huai retracted his linguistic power, watching as Victor's lifeless body plummeted to the ground. This universe's Doctor of Destruction is rather feeble. Turning his gaze forward once more, Lu Huai stood upon the back of a dragon and commanded the great beast with his linguistic authority. Continue your flight. Slay any who cross your path. The dragon flapped its wings, and Lu Huai and his companions resumed their aerial assault. However, as their numbers dwindled, so too did the targets available for them to pursue. As night fell, they had only managed to eliminate 30 or 40 individuals. Yet, the others likely suffered losses as well. It remained uncertain how many remained. That night, a few individuals ignited a fire in a secluded valley, preparing a meal. The ice hunter kept watch on the perimeter while the dragon succumbed to slumber. After an entire day of flight, even it could not withstand the fatigue. In the dead of night, the dragon suddenly let out a mournful cry, awakening all. A gust of wind. Lu Huai swiftly sensed the impending danger through his weasel familiar. A series of tornadoes surged forth, resembling gigantic serpents dancing between heaven and earth, uprooting towering trees and sweeping away everything in their path. A calamity of wind. A natural disaster? No, it must be a characteristic of the autumn trials. Much like the harsh cold of the winter trials, the autumn trials bring forth the autumn winds, albeit of an exaggerated intensity. What is happening? On Earth, people call me the Wind King. As Lu Huai gauged the strength of the winds, he immediately issued a command to the others. Take cover. A disaster of such magnitude would not be easily managed. Merely relying on wind-based linguistic powers would prove to be quite taxing. Wearing the Odin mask would grant him complete dominion over the skies and winds, perhaps even allowing him to directly quell the tempest. However, the Odin mask could only be donned twice more. It was unnecessary to squander it on such matters. In the distance, the tempest approached, and the valley echoed with a howling reminiscent of wailing spirits, while the nearby mountains seemed to tremble. What should we do? Tandy felt a surge of anxiety. Regretting her decision to attend this so-called exchange conference, she had long wished she had not come, and now she merely hoped for a safe escape. Boss, you must have a contingency plan, right? Felicia, too focused to engage in idle chatter, regarded Lu Huai with a serious expression, remaining vigilant amidst the tremors. Perhaps, Lu Huai replied, stepping forward into the center of the group, placing his hand upon the ground. Conceptual armament. A colossal metallic shield materialized, resembling formidable walls driven into the ground, encircling them entirely. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With the hurricane imminent, Lu Huai's eyes shimmered with a golden hue as his body began to undergo draconic transformation. Sevenfold blood rage. The words of power, the glorious lapis lazuli city, were unleashed. This was the high-tier word of power from the dustless realm, boasting superior defensive capabilities. Gradually, spherical white crystals emerged around them, enveloping their group bit by bit. In the original narrative, Castle Academy had employed this very tactic to withstand the onslaught of divine retribution weapons. Of course, it was also due to the Academy's alchemical matrix amplifying the might of the lapis lazuli city. Presently, Lu Huai lacked the alchemical matrix, but he possessed the Scarlet Witch. "Wanda, it's your turn," Lu Huai addressed her. "What should I do?" Wanda appeared unaware of the extraordinary potential of her chaos magic. "If the barrier I establish fails, it will be your responsibility to safeguard us." Lu Huai spoke with ease, yet Wanda felt a heavy sense of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. "I will protect everyone," she declared, stepping beside Lu Huai, her fingers swirling with a crimson glow. As the tempest approached, a whirlwind danced with the ferocity of dragons and serpents, uprooting the boulders upon the mountains and tearing the vegetation from the ground, as if the very earth was being stripped bare. The massive shield was soon swept away by the winds, yet the lapis lazuli city held firm, the white crystals coalescing into a formidable wall that shielded them from the gales and the debris caught in the tumultuous currents. Dawn broke. Throughout the night, Lu Huai had withstood the second trial using the powers of the lapis lazuli city. Wanda had prepared extensively, yet her efforts were scarcely called upon. The Wind King was simply too formidable. Tandibo, when it spent a night gripped with trepidation, feeling successive whirlwinds pass overhead, as though the apocalypse were nigh. Yet, astonishingly, it was this man who had shielded them. Not only the few of them, but even the ice hunters and the great dragon had been protected by him. This instilled in Tandibo a sense that, even if the world were to end, this man could rescue one from calamity, provided one believed in him. Tandibo began to understand why the other girls had placed such trust in him. As the rain ceased and the skies cleared, the land lay in ruins. Stripped bare by the tempest of the previous night, a crow soared through the sky, uttering human words. The second trial has concluded, leaving only 27 candidates. The third trial shall commence, and the positions of the candidates will be revealed. No sooner had the crow departed than two striking beams of red light descended from the heavens, akin to spotlights illuminating a stage, focusing on Lu Huai and Wanda. As Lu Huai sensed the beams upon him, he felt no discomfort. They were merely markers. Exiting the valley, he glimpsed several more red pillars connecting heaven and earth. 1, 2, 3. Only 6 candidates remain. Lu Huai lifted his head and beheld an array of colossal fireballs emerging in the sky, akin to suns. 10 suns hung in the heavens. This was a trial of summer. The surrounding temperature gradually escalated, and the ground became scorching. When Lu Huai turned to look back, he found the ice hunters resembling robots with depleted batteries, leaning against walls as they moved, with vapor constantly evaporating from their bodies, gradually diminishing in stature. The dragon, with its rugged skin and thick flesh, remained largely unaffected. "Boss, did you bring sunscreen? With so many suns, won't we get sunburned?" Felicia, sheltered in the shadows, felt beads of sweat begin to form on her cheeks. The other girls also appeared to be in poor condition. Yet, Lu Huai understood that the 10 suns suspended above were not genuine. Otherwise, the heat would be far more intense. The so-called trial merely served to impose obstacles upon the candidates, with the ultimate aim of selecting the supreme mage. Lu Huai positioned himself beneath the sunlight, feeling the oppressive heat. Even his hybrid body could not withstand prolonged exposure. The air raid tactic was no longer viable. Ascending to higher altitudes would only intensify the heat. Just as Lu Huai pondered whether to endure the trial in this valley, he was surprised to find that his unlocking time for the word spirit had reset. To his astonishment, the spirit unlocked today was indeed a serious one. Not only was it a legitimate spirit, but it was also an extraordinary one, perfectly suited to the occasion. Congratulations! You have unlocked Word Spirit Candle Dragon. Chapter 74. The final candidates for the Supreme Mage, perhaps sensing the temperature of the 10 suns. Or perhaps the system had finally shown some humanity, or perhaps Lu Huai was simply fortunate. Following yesterday's unlocking of the word spirit commandment, today he had astonishingly unlocked a world-ending level word spirit on par with Rhine, the Candle Dragon. Word spirit Candle Dragon serial number 114 bloodline source, King of Bronze and Fire danger level, world-ending discoverer and namer. Nicholas Flamel description, a world-ending word spirit of the King of Bronze and Fire, requiring the wielder to engage in prolonged meditation and chanting to ignite all fire elements in the surrounding environment. This represents the ultimate mastery over fire elements, inevitably triggering a vast elemental storm, resulting in catastrophic disaster. Lu Huai gazed up at the suns in the sky and could not help but laugh. He could hardly imagine the magnitude of power that would be unleashed by the Candle Dragon under the grandeur of the 10 suns. Felicia, using her hand as a fan to cool herself in the shadows, remarked, "Boss, have you gone daft from the sun? Perhaps the boss has devised a countermeasure." Tandy commented from beside her. Felicia cast a surprised glance at Tandy, then shared a knowing smile, realizing that ultimately, everyone would be captivated by the boss's charisma. "Girls," Wayne said, standing in the sunlight and turning back, "let's South rest in place." With that, Lu Huai returned to the shade. "Aren't we going to hunt?" Wanda inquired. "With the two of us as beacons, others will surely seek us out." Lu Huai approached a rugged cliff, extending 2 fingers forward. The solid stone face rapidly crumbled away, revealing a cavern in a mere span of seconds. This was the invocation of the Spirit of Words, an ability he had unlocked over the past month. Aligned with the essence of the King of Earth and Mountains, designated as Sequence 48. Its danger level was relatively low, serving as a supportive skill for tunneling through walls. "Let us take a moment's respite here." Lu Huai beckoned the young women inside, subsequently employing his spirit to condense water elements for cooling. At the same time, he began to gather fire elements above, preparing to release the Candle Dragon. Unlike the Rhine, the Candle Dragon possessed the advantage of selectively targeting its release, granting clemency to those in proximity from harm. In contrast, the Rhine indiscriminately unleashed devastation upon everything in its vicinity, a perilous act even in its system-enhanced form. In the original narrative, the wielder would also face demise. As time trickled by, despite taking precautions, the oppressive heat caused the girls to perspire profusely, their delicate garments clinging to their forms. Felicia, unabashed, stripped off her clothing entirely, eliciting blushes from the nearby girls, though she appeared indifferent. "We are all women. Let them gaze," she seemed to convey. As for the master, he would willingly grant access to everything he possessed. Yet Lu Huai was not in a frame of mind for such distractions. His eyes remained shut, engrossed in meditation and silent incantation. The longer he prepared, the more formidable the Candle Dragon would become. He, too, remained unaffected by the fire elements, ensuring the girls would share in this immunity. Otherwise, the heat would have been unbearable. As moments slipped away, Lu Huai suddenly opened his eyes. "Put your garments back on." Someone approaches. The Spirit of Words, Weasel, detected the sound of a dragon's wings. An hour prior, he had dispatched the dragon to draw attention. Now it was returning to the valley, accompanied by several individuals. 1, 2, 3, 32, approaching from various directions. Rising from the ground, Lu Huai exited the cave and moved to the valley's edge, spotting several figures from afar. "Surely, it is just us left?" called a golden-haired girl, her shoulder bearing a small fire dragon. Noticing the radiance emanating from some individuals, Lu Huai realized the candidates had indeed arrived. It appeared they were eager to conclude the trial and escape this cursed place. Surprisingly, Stephen Strange had not been eliminated, though he no longer had the mages of Comartage at his back. The last 17 from Avalon gathered in the towering valley, preparing for their final confrontation. An elder in a grayish-white mage robe remarked, "Since this is a conflict among candidates, we shall refrain from intervening and observe from the sidelines. Should you wish to avoid the fray, then kindly distance yourself." Lu Huai responded bluntly, as it was evident that the old fool intended to reap the benefits from others' efforts. "Well said." The enigmatic figure brandished a lightsaber and proclaimed, "Since this is a war among candidates, let us first eliminate those who are extraneous." I concurred. A black man, equally adorned in crimson light, nodded in agreement. Strange remained silent. Finally, the last candidate, draped in a green robe, raised his hand, expressing his accord as well. "Then I shall not hold back." A subtle smile graced the lips of the enigmatic figure, who then swung the lightsaber towards the mages devoid of red light. You lack the demeanor of a supreme mage. An elder conjured a protective magical shield, an Edmund alloy dagger pierced through his body. Thus, the once competitive supreme mages collaborated seamlessly to eliminate the mages who were not candidates. The enigmatic figure moved swiftly. Upon noticing that the nearby mages had been dispatched, he directed the blade toward Felicia and her companions. Felicia had already enveloped her exquisite form with a symbiotic entity, wishing to remain unseen by other men. Clang! A spider blade appeared in Lu Huai's hand, blocking the enigmatic figure's lightsaber. There's no need for your concern. It will not affect our competition. What? Are these girls part of your harem? The enigmatic figure teased, swinging the lightsaber toward Lu Huai's head. Lu Huai refrained from attempting to manipulate the enigmatic figure's sword with the word spirit blade, for he understood that this weapon was born of the soul and not a controllable metallic object. He stepped sideways, invoking the royal authority of the word spirit. The enigmatic figure's body faltered abruptly, yet unlike the others, he did not collapse immediately. Instead, he propped himself up with the lightsaber. It appeared that this universe's enigmatic figure was far more formidable than those in the films. However, Lu Huai was no weakling. On the contrary, he was remarkably versatile. Unleashing the laws of the word spirit, a domain expanded from Lu Huai, enveloping all present. The lightsaber in the enigmatic figure's grasp began to flicker, becoming unstable. Strain's recently conjured magical shield vanished entirely, the source of magic no longer detectable. All mages present sensed a peculiar anomaly. Some felt their magic significantly diminished, while others could sense no magic at all. What kind of magic is this? The black mage's expression shifted drastically. A skill capable of weakening or even stripping away magical abilities could be deemed extraordinary, if not divine. To be honest, I expected you to be considerably stronger than mere ordinary mages. Under the dual domains of the royal authority of the word spirit and the laws of the word spirit, the magical and physical capacities of these supreme mage candidates were oppressed. Indeed, their abilities surpassed those of ordinary mages, yet they remained limited. Even without a complete loss of magical capability, they retained less than 10%, with all their strength devoted to maintaining their physical forms. It should be noted that such meager prowess was hardly sufficient, even for the Candle Dragon. Preparation was still necessary. Lu Huai turned his gaze towards the sorcerer clad in a green robe, recognizing the formidable stature of this individual, significantly surpassing the others in rank. Suddenly, the black candidate collapsed to the ground, supporting himself with one arm while producing a bone flute, which he played with urgency. From the pockets at his waist, countless serpents and monstrous birds emerged, assailing Lu Huai amidst the sweltering heat. Yet, with a mere glance from his golden eyes, the creatures fled in terror, as if confronted by an apex predator. How could this be? The black candidate hurled 2 vials, releasing a noxious green mist into the air. Poison. Lu Huai activated his deep blood language, retrieving the vials and inhaling the fumes deeply before exhaling them without the slightest harm. Observing the black man with disdain, was this all he could muster? Dr. Voodoo. Lu Huai deduced the identity of his opponent from his appearance and skills. In the comics, Dr. Voodoo is portrayed as a powerful sorcerer and healer. Following Doctor Strange's demise in the comics, he assumed the mantle of the new Supreme Sorcerer. Regrettably, in this universe, Doctor Strange is merely a novice in magic, and Dr. Voodoo's powers are not as formidable as depicted in the comics. Only Lu Huai, an unparalleled figure, stands above them all. Dr. Voodoo regarded Lu Huai, suddenly revealing a look of relief, as if to say, with a creature like you as the Supreme Sorcerer, I can rest easy. Lu Huai then unleashed another spell, Sword Control, directing an Edmund alloy flying knife that pierced through Dr. Voodoo's body, eliminating him from the contest. As for the future Doctor Strange, he had barely studied magic for 6 months. Despite any extraordinary talent, reaching this stage was already a remarkable feat, and he would not participate further in the ensuing battles. Do not waste your effort. What you aim to accomplish is too perilous. However, since you hail from Kamartaj, perhaps I shall assist you when the opportunity arises. After making this simple promise, Lu Huai dismissed him as well. The number of individuals in the valley dwindled once more, leaving only 7, 4 of whom were aligned with Lu Huai. Lu Huai turned to the Secret Keeper, launching 2 Edmund alloy flying knives with a flick of his hand. The secret keeper struggled to maintain her composure, barely deflecting the two knives with her light sword. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Huai appeared behind her, piercing through her body with a swift strike. In this universe, the secret keeper was likely the queen of the Hell's Border, invincible within its confines. Alas, outside of it, her powers significantly waned. Now, only the man in the green robe remained, who had not yet intervened. Lu Huai's authority could not compel him to bow. He merely stood at a distance, observing the unfolding drama with an air of detachment. I begin to understand why the Ancient One chose you as the next supreme sorcerer. The man mused, his long black curls framing a smile as he regarded Lu Huai. He slightly turned his eyes, casting a fleeting glance at the girls behind Lu Huai. After lingering on Wanda for a moment, he spoke. What a pity. I had originally chosen you. Lu Huai furrowed his brow slightly, pondering his status as the chosen one. Wanda Maximoff, I can offer you a chance, the man in the green robe declared. Now, the only true candidates left are the two of you. Kill him, and you shall become the next supreme sorcerer. Wanda met Lu Huai's gaze with unwavering determination. No, I have no interest in becoming the supreme sorcerer. I am here solely to clear obstacles for my boss. Very well, the man in the green robe shrugged, turning his attention back to Lu Huai. Then it seems it is just the two of us remaining. As he finished his sentence, the girls behind Lu Huai vanished into silence, as if they had never been there at all. Lu Huai's expression turned serious, yet excitement coursed through him. He could sense the strength of this adversary, perhaps even surpassing that of all sorcerers combined. The prospect of defeating him promised to be exhilarating. Oh, by the way, perhaps I should introduce myself. The man in green said, spreading his arms wide. Without the need for any incantations or gestures, he soared into the sky, his back to the sun, looking down upon Lu Huai. I am Agamotto. Show me what you have. Chapter 75. The First Supreme Sorcerer, Agamotto. Upon hearing this name, Lu Huai comprehended everything. The progenitor of white magic, Vishanti, is a trinity of deities composed of the omnipotent Ashtar, the all-seeing Agamotto, and the ancient Hogarth. Simultaneously, Agamotto is recognized as the first supreme sorcerer on Earth. The candidate list inscribed on the stone walls of Kamartaj could not possibly include Agamotto, for he himself is a trial, a final trial. Come, let me see what kind of being ancient one is chosen. Let me see if you are worthy of the word spell Candle Dragon. Before Agamotto could finish his words, Lu Huai detonated the Candle Dragon. In an instant, from the heavens to the earth, a vast sea of flames surged forth, as if a colossal candle dragon truly materialized, engulfing Agamotto, who hung suspended in mid-air. Lu Huai understood the magnitude of his opponent's strength. To secure victory, he must strike first. He now found himself amidst an ocean of flames, with no other elements visible, only an endless expanse of fire. Within the blazing inferno, Lu Huai's scythe and serpent momentarily faltered, yet he had preemptively elevated his blood fury to the 7th level. His bones emitted a thunderous roar, his body covered in layer upon layer scales, and his golden eyes shone brilliantly. As the flames gradually subsided, the earth lay charred. A voice resonated from the sky. I am beginning to appreciate you. You survived? Though mentally prepared, Lu Huai could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Looking up, he found that the curly-haired man in the green robe had vanished, replaced by a cerulean humanoid light. Evidently, the candle dragon obliterated his corporeal form, yet failed to extinguish his spiritual essence. The final trial can now commence. As Agamotto spoke, the heavens suddenly unleashed a downpour. Soft raindrops cascaded to the earth, accompanied by rumbling thunder from the brooding clouds. As the rain fell upon the land, life began to stir once more with the ground, having endured snow, hurricanes, and fiery destruction, sprouting vibrant green shoots at an astonishing pace, transforming Avalon into a verdant oasis in less than 5 minutes. The trial of spring has begun. Lu Huai did not seek shelter from the rain, allowing it to drench him, and he experienced an indescribable sensation. It seemed as though this torrential rain was purifying his soul and cleansing his body, bestowing upon him a feeling of lightness and mental clarity. The bloodlust you carry is overwhelming. May this spring rain wash away the stains of your past. Agamotto's humanoid light form gradually descended before Lu Huai, inquiring, Are you prepared? If so, we may commence the final trial. I believe we had already begun, Lu Huai replied, raising his golden-hued eyes to gaze up at Agamotto. The latter offered no further response, hovering in midair, radiating a blue luminescence, and slowly lifted his arms. Instantly, the flora below seemed to awaken, launching an assault upon Lu Huai. Word Spirit, the realm of purity. Lu Huai unleashed a protective incantation to thwart the onslaught. The primary duty of a supreme mage is to safeguard the earth. Now, were I to treat you as an invader threatening our world, what would you do? Agamotto contemplated as he looked down upon Lu Huai. Lu Huai remained silent, his eyes gleaming with a fierce golden light. Rhine. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted on the island, infused with magical elements. The recently sprouted vegetation was once again annihilated, reduced to nothingness under the force of the nuclear blast. After a prolonged silence, as the dust settled, Agamotto continued to hover above, albeit with his radiance flickering. Lu Huai felt a sense of resignation. Despite his formidable strength on Earth, he still felt inadequate when confronting such formidable beings. If one were to categorize the combat prowess within the Marvel Universe, it could be delineated into several tiers: planetary level, celestial level, single universe level, multiverse level, hyperuniverse level, and omniversal level. Agamotto, as a component of the Vishanti, undoubtedly possessed the might of at least a single universe caliber. A formidable adversary indeed. Is this truly all you possess? Such power hardly befits the title of Supreme Mage, Agamotto taunted, his voice sharp as he raised one arm, palm directed toward Lu Huai, unleashing a beam of blue energy that surged towards him, lacking any magical finesse. This was a pure energy assault, yet it seemed imbued with the potential to annihilate worlds. Lu Huai had already activated the Word Spirit's decree to diminish Agamotto's magical capabilities. Yet the attack still bore such formidable might. One could scarcely imagine the true strength of the Vishanti. Perhaps they resided within the multiverse level? There was no time for contemplation, as the beam was already upon him. He could not withstand it head-on. He could only evade. Word Spirit instant. Lu Huai's body exhibited a frenzied speed, evading the onslaught of the light beam, while simultaneously launching a barrage of 12 Edmund alloy, throwing knives directed towards Agamotto. As the knives were unleashed, Lu Huai's spider cutter transformed into an obsidian hue, extending its blade with a fiery brilliance, igniting black flames that vaporized the spring rain into wisps of white mist. Conceptual armament. Mingsha Flame Demon Blade. The fusion of Lu Huai's draconic essence and his slaughterous symbiote manifested a form of brutal ferocity. With muscles taut and gripping the great blade, he soared skyward. The eye of the Wind King and the flame of the Spirit Monarch were unleashed in unison. A fiery whirlwind enveloped Lu Huai, lifting him into the air and incinerating the branches and vines that had sprouted from the ground, attempting to obstruct his path. Agamotto gazed down upon the approaching aberration, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "What a monster!" From his vantage point, the knives moved at an excruciatingly slow pace, and with his omniscient vision, he could discern the trajectory of each attack. Therefore, all of Lu Huai's assaults missed their target. Even his great blade was effortlessly seized by Agamotto with a single hand. In all the abilities you have wielded, not a single one bears the hallmark of the white magic of the Vishanti lineage. Do you truly disdain it? It was not disdain, merely a lack of opportunity to learn. Lu Huai replied with calm composure, simultaneously unleashing another incantation. Rhine. The second Rhine detonated. A second mushroom cloud blossomed. Agamotto's azure-armored limbs swayed amidst the elemental explosion, yet suffered minimal damage. Truly, there are no more options. Lu Huai could not vanquish Agamotto, but could Agamotto eliminate him? Gritting his teeth, Lu Huai advanced, gripping the hilt of his blade, as countless dark crimson tendrils erupted from his body, sprawling like serpents, ensnaring Agamotto. Are you attempting to devour me? Agamotto chuckled. Yet as a sorcerer, your corporeal form is unprecedentedly formidable. Suddenly, Agamotto's body erupted with brilliance, an intense wave of energy expanding outward. Lu Huai's form was torn asunder, yet he rapidly restored himself, his golden eyes shining brightly and the tendrils multiplying, wrapping tighter around Agamotto. Like clouds of night, they gradually obscured the moonlight. Spirit manipulation, dance of the ethereal world. Lu Huai endeavored to forcibly inscribe his consciousness into Agamotto's mind, but faltered. In the next moment, Agamotto burst into laughter. Is this your final gambit? Mental manipulation? Let me share a secret. I excel at this craft far more than you. Accompanied by a resounding roar, Agamotto entered Lu Huai's mental realm. Lu Huai smirked, finally having lured him in. Chapter 76. The Supreme Mage returns to Earth. Agamotto opened his eyes to find himself amidst an endless expanse of the sea. The sunset painted the horizon in hues of crimson, akin to blood seeping forth. The surface of the ocean lay tranquil and flat, save for a colossal pillar rising from the center, piercing through heaven and earth. Is this his mental realm? Agamotto stood at sea level, somewhat taken aback. His magical prowess was not particularly formidable among the Vishanti, yet his mental acuity surpassed that of both Oshit and Hogarth. If Oshit embodied omnipotence, then Agamotto was the epitome of omniscience. He possessed the all-seeing eye, capable of perceiving the past and future of individuals, as well as discerning their innermost thoughts. However, there was one man, named Lu Huai, whom he could not fathom. The Ancient One had chosen him as the next Sorcerer Supreme, a decision Oshit also endorsed. Yet Agamotto, accustomed to knowing everything, found it unsettling that someone he could not penetrate would inherit his position. Thus, he meticulously selected several candidates to conduct this trial of worthiness. To his astonishment, the one who remained was still him. Agamotto recalled Oshit's earlier words. Some things are destined and cannot be altered. Agamotto understood this principle well. He could support that individual in succeeding as Sorcerer Supreme, but he was determined to unearth all the secrets that lay within him. There were certain arcane arts within him that did not belong to the realm of magic, albeit of limited power. His physique was considerably stronger than that of an ordinary sorcerer, even possessing an extraordinary form of immortality. What, then, might be concealed within his mental realm? To Agamotto's surprise, the landscape of Lu Huai's mental world was unlike anything he had ever encountered. He scrutinized the golden pillar before him, adorned with bizarre runes that even he, the foremost master of mystic arts on earth, found unfamiliar. Lifting his gaze to the pinnacle of the pillar, he faintly perceived a figure locking eyes with him. What could it be? The all-knowing Agamotto was fervently eager to comprehend everything within this celestial domain. He began to ascend the pillar, step by step, his magic proving ineffective here. It seemed as though certain rules had been imposed. To reach the top, one could only ascend with sincere devotion. Time became nebulous in this realm, perhaps having passed eons or merely a fleeting moment. Eventually, Agamotto reached the summit of the pillar. Indeed, a figure sat enthroned there, languidly observing him, golden eyes radiating brilliantly amidst the surrounding mist. It is you. Agamotto was rendered speechless, his essence beginning to dissipate, both in the mental realm and the physical world, gradually fading away. Yet, he soon found himself laughing, a genuine laughter emerging from the depths of his being. It was the sound of a seeker finally encountering the truth. So it was you. No, it cannot be you. How could you possibly be here? Agamotto's demeanor turned frantic as he shouted madly at the figure upon the throne, but the other remained unresponsive, merely gazing at him with the tranquility of one observing a jester. Ultimately, Agamotto's form completely disintegrated, his impotent roars fading into the celestial expanse. From beginning to end, the figure on the throne lightly uttered two words, foolish. Lu Huai opened his eyes to find himself lying on the damp earth beneath the trees, the gentle patter of rain soaking through the remnants of his clothes. The ordinary katana-shaped spider blade lay beside him, while 12 Edmund flying daggers were scattered around. Lu Huai rose from the ground, noticing that not a single creature remained. Even the colossal dragon had fled at the onset of battle when he had called for its escape. Had he won? A smile crept across Lu Huai's face, indeed. His ultimate trump card was his unparalleled intellect. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, growing alert. He observed that the raindrops falling from the sky now hung suspended in midair. Leaves blown askew by the wind remained frozen in place, and even the breeze had come to a halt. The entire world, save for him, had succumbed to a state of stasis. Congratulations, you have become the supreme mage of this era. A voice resonated from behind him. Lu Huai turned to see a woman, or rather a goddess. She donned a robe of purest white, her form more graceful and perfect than the finest sculpture. Her face radiated tranquility, capable of inspiring even the most malevolent of souls to abandon their darkness and bow at her feet. A faint, holy light emanated from her, illuminating the world. The rain ceased, and a magnificent rainbow emerged from the clouds, as if all shadows were compelled to yield to her presence. The goddess of light, Ashit. Lu Huai discerned her identity. Agamotto, he began, feigning hesitation. If memory served him correctly, Agamotto was not merely a member of the Vishanti, but also a child of Ashit, conceived from a single tear of hers long ago. He has suffered grave injuries and will require a significant period of recuperation, Ashit stated. Surprisingly, he has not perished completely? What a pity. However, do not feel remorse. It is all that he deserves. Ashit approached Lu Huai, gazing at him intently. Rest assured, I feel no remorse, Lu Huai replied calmly. Ashit smiled and extended a hand. As pure as jade. Upon forming this contract, you shall receive the blessings of the Vishanti, and the powers of white magic will be fully bestowed upon you. Lu Huai regarded Ashit's hand, recalling the supreme mage manual left by the Ancient One, which specified that the contracts of the Vishanti in this universe bore little cost. The sole stipulation was to protect the dimension one inhabited and to combat the forces of darkness. Lu Huai reached out, clasping Ashit's hand. In that instant, he was enveloped by a dazzling white light, and a cacophony of voices echoed in his mind. Concept armament proficiency increased to 30. Time reversal proficiency increased to 30. Space creation proficiency increased to 30. Life creation proficiency increased to 30. Congratulations. You have unlocked the word spirit, prophet. Word spirit, prophet, serial number, 100 bloodline source. Black King Nidhogg, danger level, low. Effect. This word spirit manifests in two forms. 1. Upon release, it can foresee all events occurring within 7 seconds around the wielder. 2. It can randomly predict certain future events, though the time constraints and types of events remain uncertain. Is this word spirit unlocked due to my battle with Agamotto? As for the enhancement in alchemy, is it because I officially became a supreme mage and signed a contract with Ashit? Lu Huai's thoughts drifted, the sounds around him transitioning from void to indistinct, then from indistinct to clear. Boss, you're awake? Felicia's voice reached his ears. Lu Huai opened his eyes to find 4 girls gazing at him with concern. And behind them loomed the great dragon. Am I back on Pro Island? Lu Huai rose to his feet, realizing he had returned to that small island in the Pacific Ocean. Congratulations, boss. You are now a supreme mage, Felicia explained. All those who perished were transported back to this island. We don't know why we were suddenly brought back, but then a voice announced that the title of supreme mage has been conferred, and upon hearing your name, I knew you would succeed. Have the others left? The vast island now only held the 5 of them and the dragon. It was that announcement, the one that proclaimed you as supreme mage, that transported everyone else away. This dragon is said to be your reward, Wanda replied to Lu Huai. It seems that Vishanti sent away the other mages to prevent further conflict. Otherwise, there would surely have been a boxing match once the time concluded. Lu Huai stood on the ground, gazing at the distant sea, quietly sensing the changes within his body. The gains from this expedition to Avalon were indeed substantial. Not only had he unlocked several advanced word spirits, but his alchemy had also seen enhancement. And after basking in that spring rain, Lu Huai felt as though both his spirit and physical prowess had undergone a certain transcendence. Let us return to Kamartaj, Lu Huai said, donning the previously ineffective levitating ring from Avalon. He waved his arm to open a portal, and the 5 of them along with the dragon arrived at Kamartaj. Chapter 77. The Invisible Woman's Child in Ultron Himalayas, Kamartaj. A colossal electric spark portal opened, from which emerged a creature that should not exist in this world, a giant dragon. The dragon unfurled its wings, casting a shadow over Kamartaj as it circled above. What is this? Are more extraterrestrial beings attacking? It appeared to be an entity from another dimension. Had the sanctuary of the temple failed? Upon witnessing the colossal shadow of the dragon, the sorcerers were taken aback, instinctively preparing their weapons for confrontation. However, their anxiety swiftly dissipated as they beheld Lu Huai emerging from the portal. Caecilius hastened towards him, exclaiming for all to remain calm, for the supreme sorcerer had returned. The elder sorcerers of Kamartaj, drawn by the commotion, also stepped out from their abodes. If Ancient One had appointed Lu Huai as the supreme sorcerer, it could be seen as a foregone conclusion. Yet now, Lu Huai had unequivocally solidified his position through his own diligence. With Lu Huai's ascension to the rank of supreme sorcerer, Kamartaj had also triumphed at this magical exchange conference, marking him as an invaluable asset to their cause. Under the adoring gaze of his fellow sorcerers, Lu Huai whistled, prompting the dragon to respond with a roar before gracefully landing upon the rooftop, inciting a chorus of awe among the spectators. Whispers floated through the air. Is this the current supreme sorcerer? Is that dragon his pet? To keep a dragon as a companion seems far more ostentatious than Ancient One. I wonder whose magic is superior? I suspect it is his, for despite my time here, I have yet to encounter Ancient One. Yet his prestige is palpable, and that girl following him. Could she be his direct disciple? The sorcerers appeared more vibrant and lively than those in the cinematic universe. In contrast to the admiration surrounding her, Felicia displayed an air of confidence, greeting onlookers as if she were gracing a red carpet. Conversely, the stoic Laura, embodying the demeanor of a stern bodyguard, followed closely behind Lu Huai, her expression unwavering. Wanda and Tandy exhibited a blend of enthusiasm and reticence, caught in a web of social anxiety. After exchanging pleasantries with the elder sorcerers, Lu Huai instructed Caecilius to escort the girls to rest while he conferred with the elders regarding the forthcoming affairs of the Supreme Sorcerer. There was little deviation from the norm. Ancient One had meticulously outlined the duties of the Supreme Sorcerer in a manual long ago. For centuries, Ancient One had ensured that Kamartaj was managed with exceptional order, with the Supreme Sorcerer akin to a venerable elder in a cultivation tale, primarily overseeing affairs, intervening only when faced with formidable threats. This allowed Lu Huai the leisure to cultivate and enhance his own prowess. After their discussion, night had fallen. Following a modest dinner, Lu Huai determined the girls' next steps. Wanda and Tandy would remain at Kamartaj to study magic, while Felicia and Laura would return to New York to manage the Maria Church. Lu Huai himself chose to stay at Kamartaj to delve into new magical studies. With the signing of a contract with Oster, the range of magic he could learn had expanded significantly. In the ensuing week, Lu Huai sequestered himself in the library, diligently perusing tomes to further his education and training. He focused primarily on spells he had previously encountered in the cinematic universe, such as the Thunder of Balthazar, Mirror Dimension, Telekinesis, and the Seven Rings of Ragador. Meanwhile, in New York, atop the Baxter Building, the remarkable Mr. Fantastic, Professor, and Dr. Pym are engaged in research. Mr. Fantastic boasts of possessing the most brilliant mind in the world. However, approximately 2 months ago, his intellect was commandeered by extraterrestrial adversaries, leading him to err grievously. In an effort to rectify his missteps, he convened the Professor and Dr. Pym, who had also faltered, to unveil a project known as Ultron. This initiative has now been successfully implemented, resulting in the creation of an artificial intelligence specifically designed to regulate superhumans, safeguard Earth, and prevent tragedies akin to the previous calamity. They have equipped it with a metallic body. At this moment, the trio sits before Ultron, engaging in dialogue and testing. Mr. Fantastic, your name. Ultron. Dr. Pym, your mission. To manage superhumans, protect humanity, and defend Earth. Professor, what measures do you intend to undertake to fulfill your mission? Ultron will initially gather and organize data on supernatural occurrences worldwide, monitor superhuman targets, establish priority objectives, and strictly regulate superhumans. However, such regulation will be limited to their extraordinary abilities, while all other rights should be equally afforded to both superhumans and humans. Dr. Pym, not everyone will comply with regulation. How will you handle dissenters? The regulation of superpowers is aimed at peace. Thus, in the face of dissent, Ultron will employ coercive containment and provide counsel. Should resistance persist, Ultron shall detain them for the sake of peace. After several minutes, the trio emerges from the laboratory. Mr. Fantastic cradles a cup of coffee, acknowledging that extensive testing is still required before Ultron can be deployed. However, the committee has only 10 days left for registration. Dr. Pym massages his brow. Following the Infinite War, several nations united to form the Superhuman Management Committee, necessitating that all superhumans engaged in external activities register. At that time, the committee will categorize superhumans based on the strength of their powers for regulation. They hope that Ultron will surprise them positively. Mr. Fantastic raises his coffee cup, joining the others in a toast. Just then, the elevator arrives with a chime. A woman in loungewear steps out. I must take my leave and not disturb you any further, she says, smiling as the professor gently pushes his wheelchair. Dr. Pym stands behind the professor, assisting him. I will accompany you. After the two depart, Mr. Fantastic, weary, embraces his wife. After a tender moment, he inquires, "What brings you here?" Invisible woman Susan gazes at Reed with a smile and replies, "I have something I believe you should see." Mr. Fantastic, "What is it?" Susan mysteriously retrieves a small item from her pocket and hands it to Reed Richards. It is a pregnancy test displaying 2 red lines. Reed's eyes widen in astonishment, and a smile spreads across his face. "Oh my goodness, you're pregnant?" Susan rested her hands gently upon Reed's neck, offering a subtle nod. The two began to kiss, cherishing the moment for the sake of their child. "Perhaps we should return home early today to celebrate, and invite Jonathan and Ben as well," Reed suggested. "I was thinking the same," Susan replied, entwined in Reed's embrace as they descended the elevator together. The laboratory had been plunged into darkness, the lights extinguished. However, suddenly a computer screen illuminated, flashing lines of code, some of which were easily comprehensible in English. Ultron requests to connect to the network. Connection failed. Connection failed. Connection successful. Chapter 78. The day I return to this world, all traitors shall perish. 2 years prior, in the Arctic region, a plane that had been encased in ice for over 70 years was dislodged from its frozen prison due to the collision of glaciers. This phenomenon was swiftly discovered by local workers, who reported it to the authorities. Shortly thereafter, a team claiming to represent the government arrived on the scene. Amidst swirling snow and biting cold, this team brought specialized equipment, using lasers to slice open the top of the aircraft before descending into the cabin via ropes. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and they activated tactical flashlights to begin their search. Moments later, a voice rang out, "Guys, you need to see this." The surrounding individuals gathered around to witness a man crouched down, brushing away ice from an object, revealing a star-shaped emblem. It was a circular shield. Beside the shield lay the frozen form of a man. Presently, at the Siberian Hydra base, Dr. Faust stood as the overseer. "Release him," he commanded. In a vast underground chamber, Faust observed through bulletproof glass as Hydra soldiers opened the cryogenic chamber. A frigid mist escaped, revealing a muscular man, bare from the waist up, lying within. "Awaken him," Faust ordered. The soldier secured the man to a metallic chair and injected him with a mysterious liquid. Holding a black leather book embossed with the Hydra insignia, Faust spoke through the glass, uttering a series of words. "Steel, ballet, 9, war, Wednesday, wanderer." With each word, the man on the chair exhibited slight reactions, as if struggling, in anguish, contorting in pain. Upon completing the final word, Faust emphatically closed the book, and the man's gaze transformed into one of determination. As if responding to Faust's previous utterances, he proclaimed, "Hail Hydra, welcome back to the family," Faust said with a smile. Another week passed. In Nibelungen's Hell's Kitchen, Lu Huai had relocated his private laboratory here, leading a dedicated team of researchers headed by Dr. Sarah, who toiled day and night. Today, Lu Huai concluded his meditative practice and arrived at the laboratory to inspect the results of their endeavors. Upon their first encounter, Dr. Sarah presented Lu Huai with a vial of blue serum, a super soldier serum with permanent efficacy and devoid of side effects, capable of mass production. Unlike the previous serums, which had a limited duration, this one promised eternal potency. Undoubtedly, this was a fortuitous revelation. However, Lu Huai had not come for this. He was eager to inquire about the other matter. After a brief hesitation, Dr. Sarah produced a second vial containing a golden serum. "Following your instructions, we have successfully performed a cross-species fusion of the dragon blood, the eternal blood, and the super soldier serum. Through numerous fusion comparisons, we have finally developed this serum. Although human trials have yet to be conducted, the Eternals are an extraordinary species created by the Celestials on Earth eons ago, possessing the traits of immortality. Thanos is one of the Eternals, albeit a mutated form. Even without the presence of the goddess of death, his constitution remains formidable. Thus Lu Huai had procured a sample of his blood for research purposes. While the Marvel Universe lacks a comprehensive dragon lineage, it is home to various powerful species, and Lu Huai aims to further his evolution by leveraging the genes of these beings. "No need for trials. Let us proceed directly," Lu Huai declared after a moment of contemplation. He alone was the unique super hybrid in this world, rendering anyone else incapable of serving as a subject for human experimentation. "Are you truly prepared for this?" Dr. Sarah inquired, a hint of concern lacing her voice. Bring it on. I'm not so easily perished, Lu Huai replied, reclining on a laboratory bed and casting a glance at Dr. Sarah. Now, hand me that serum and leave the room. Very well, but please ensure your safety, Doctor. Sarah cautioned before departing with her assistants. Lu Huai secured the door with a spell and, taking a deep breath, without the slightest hesitation, injected the golden serum into his body. Void. Solitude. When Lu Huai reopened his eyes, he found himself standing upon an endless expanse of ocean. Before him stood a solitary, golden bronze pillar. Was this spiritual vision? He had never encountered such a sight, yet an inexplicable sorrow washed over him. Amidst the vastness of the ocean, only this pillar remained, suggesting that the figure atop it must feel profoundly isolated. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Huai's mind. He instinctively sensed that there should be a person at the pinnacle of the bronze column. Was there truly someone? He desired to ascend the pillar and glimpse the summit. But suddenly, the myriad of runes inscribed upon the column began to glow, akin to heated steel. This is... Lu Huai gazed upon the arcane runes, feeling a surge of agony pierce through his mind, as if a colossal hand were tearing apart his skull, forcing fragmented visions into his consciousness. A golden statue with 4 faces, a cosmic giant seated cross-legged, a bird-beaked deity, a man adorned with golden horns, and a multitude of giants clad in vibrant armor. Lu Huai knelt in anguish at sea level, surrounded by tumultuous waves. While the sky was stained crimson, thunder crackled, and blood-red rain fell. He clutched his head in torment, uttering unfamiliar words. On the day I return to this world, all traitors shall perish. In reality, within the confines of the laboratory, Lu Huai's body had detached from the metallic bed, suspended in midair with eyes shut as flickering lights illuminated the space. Several genes ravaged his form, causing his appearance to transform incessantly. His muscles swelled, tearing through his clothing, as he involuntarily activated a state of heightened bloodlust. Black scales enveloped his body, with menacing spines protruding, a pair of membranous wings unfurled from his back, while countless crimson tendrils erupted from his form, piercing the walls. His physique continued to expand, growing from 5 meters to 10, then 20 and 30 meters, ultimately shattering the structure of the laboratory, yet still spreading. Doctor. Sarah had hastily made her way to the streets, and upon witnessing Lu Huai's current visage, she was rendered speechless, uncertain whether this was a triumph or a failure. Such a being, surely, bore no resemblance to humanity. The dragon genes and the dragon blood within Lu Huai did not harmonize. Rather, they acted as invaders, akin to a lion encroaching upon another lion's territory. The genes of the Eternal Clan wreaked havoc within him, attempting to alter his genetic sequence while igniting the brutality and insatiable nature of Lu Huai's own genes. The dragon blood consumed the entirety of the power contained within the golden serum and began to flourish and spread. Both Lu Huai's body and spirit were subjected to immense strain. Simultaneously, within his mental realm, the once serene sea had morphed into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Towering waves surged across the pitch-black surface, and tornadoes twisted like colossal serpents, dancing amidst the celestial ocean. Lightning descended from the heavens, evaporating the rising tides, while the setting sun appeared to crack open, spilling forth molten lava. Lu Huai knelt before a towering bronze pillar, his eyes brimming with blood and tears, as he clutched his head and howled in madness, resembling a frenzied lunatic. On the day I return to this world, all traitors shall perish. On the day I return to this world, all traitors shall perish. On the day I return to this world, all traitors shall perish. He mechanically repeated this phrase, akin to a vow or a curse. Reaching the pinnacle of endurance, a frenzied persona took root in his heart, spreading unchecked. To become the true Dragon King, 2 elements were required: dragon's blood and dragon's heart. The former symbolized strength, while the latter represented power. When both power and authority are wielded by a single individual, the unparalleled dominion of the Dragon King would rest in their grasp. Crack! It seemed as if some shackle was being released in the void. A scroll within his mind trembled and unfurled. Congratulations. You have been promoted to the progenitor, mature form. Chapter 79. The sale of super soldier serum in the realm of the mind. The tides gradually receded, the rain ceased, and the world was restored to tranquility. Lu Huai gradually emerged from his frenzied state, yet he remained haunted, breathing heavily. He had just caught fleeting glimpses of fragmented images, featuring some familiar figures: the Egyptian god Khonsu, the Sentinel, Eternity, and a multitude of vibrant celestial deities. They had pinned Lu Huai to a golden bronze pillar, seemingly intent on utilizing all their divine powers to bring about his demise. Lu Huai lifted his gaze, observing the towering column before him, which gradually aligned with the pillar in his visions where he had been impaled. Was this a portent of events yet to unfold? Lu Huai speculated that the oracular prophet had foreseen these scenes. But why? What merit did he possess that warranted such a concerted effort to end his life? A throbbing headache ensued. He could not fathom it. Rising from the sea's surface, Lu Huai once again directed his eyes toward the pinnacle of the column, driven by an urge to investigate further. However, in the next instant, everything around him began to dissolve into nothingness. When Lu Huai opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his nebulon. He was now suspended in the very center of the heavens and the earth, colossal in size, with wings unfurled, casting shadows across the sun, while eerie tendrils pierced the ground, resembling the intricate roots of a vast banyan tree. Situated between heaven and earth, Lu Huai felt as though he himself were a deity. At that moment, he noticed a scroll unfurling in his mind. Congratulations! You have ascended to primordial seed, mature form. Success! A wave of joy surged within Lu Huai. Pure blood dragons were categorized into ranks, with the most formidable being the Black King, the progenitor, followed by the primordial seed, the next generation, and continuing through to the 6th generation. The dragon twins were classified as primordial seeds, yet within the entire tome, there had yet to be a single mature primordial seed. Summerme was merely a juvenile, and even the illustrious Odin was but a submature form. Ever since the battle between Avalon and Agamotto, Lu Huai had become acutely aware of his own inadequacies in power, and during this period, he had been relentlessly seeking various methods to enhance his strength. Magic, physical prowess, oratory, alchemy, alongside the elevation of his bloodline. Lu Huai's proficiency in the 4 disciplines of alchemy had also ascended to 50. 3 additional alchemical arts remained to be unlocked. He needed to procure a few more infinity stones and see if he could unlock the rest as well. Once Lu Huai regained his composure, he controlled his form, gradually shrinking to the appearance and size of a normal human. Then, with a wave of his hand, he restored the shattered structures to their former glory. Doctor. Sarah approached him. Lu Huai offered her some words of praise, commending her excellent work. Yet, Dr. Sarah looked at Lu Huai with a hint of trepidation. It was no wonder, as it was difficult for anyone to associate the monstrous being from moments ago with a handsome man before her now. Continue producing the super soldier serum, and let me know if you need materials, Lu Huai instructed before departing from Nebulon, arriving in the real-world version of Hell's Kitchen. After becoming a fully realized progenitor, Lu Huai's physique has undoubtedly been enhanced. However, the permissions of the spoken spirits remain partially unactivated, limited to those previously unlocked, requiring daily revelations. Although he now possesses the dragon-like constitution of a progenitor, whom shall he wield authority over? The Wind King? The Fire King? The Sea King? Or perhaps the White King? Lu Huai retrieved the Odin mask, still usable 2 more times. With the elevation of his bloodline, the mask's efficacy has transformed. What was once a source of 70 units of Odin's power upon wearing has now evolved into a conduit for the powers of a super-evolved entity. The classification of dragons encompasses juvenile, subadult, adult, and super-evolved stages. It remains a tool for enhancement. Yet, he is uncertain of the extent of his current prowess and feels compelled to test it by vanquishing some foes. However, before that, he has matters to attend to. Only 3 days remain until the deadline set by the Superhuman Management Committee for filing records. Recently, members of the Avengers inquired whether he intended to file. Now, nearly a month has passed, and they await his response. Lu Huai entered a bar in Hell's Kitchen, where the atmosphere was rife with vibrant lights and intoxicating revelry. Multicolored beams danced within the dimly lit space, while a diverse array of patrons showcased their exuberant movements on the dance floor. The air thick with the scent of alcohol and overpowering perfume. As Lu Huai stepped into the bar, his handsome visage immediately captured the attention of numerous women. Handsome, would you like me to buy you a drink? A bold woman with golden hair and blue eyes, clad in little more than a bra and a miniskirt, pressed against him. Lu Huai cast a cold glance her way, and she suddenly felt a chill race down her neck, a wave of fear washing over her, prompting her to retreat hastily. Approaching the bar, he was soon approached by several more women seeking his attention. It must be said at times, possessing an exquisite physique can be quite troublesome. Bring your boss out, Lu Huai instructed the unfamiliar bartender. May I inquire what your business is? The bartender asked politely. Bring him out, Lu Huai reiterated, raising his gaze. The bartender trembled slightly. Yes, please wait a moment. Before long, a man clad in a blue suit emerged from the back, rushing towards Lu Huai with the eagerness of a sycophant. Boss, you finally arrived. I missed you terribly. Enough, Lu Huai interjected, halting the man's obsequiousness. How have the tasks I assigned you progressed? The man in the blue suit responded obsequiously. There were a few complications, but I managed to arrange it. I will send you the time and place shortly. How has business been of late? Lu Huai inquired. Ever since he ascended to power within the underworld of America, he had not managed a single day's affairs, delegating all responsibilities to the man in the blue suit and his associates. Recently, the commotion surrounding superhumans has instilled a sense of unease among the populace. Consequently, no one has been paying attention to our business, so on the surface, things appear smoother than before, the blue-suited man replied vaguely. On the surface? Lu Huai detected the implications in his words. Speak plainly. I have no patience for circumlocution. It was you who initially prohibited us from trafficking in narcotics, and we have adhered strictly to your directives. Consequently, our profits have been significantly diminished. Are you blaming me? Lu Huai raised an eyebrow. Not at all. The man in the blue suit nearly knelt down, stating, Boss, your actions must surely have a purpose. The reduction in revenue is our responsibility. Please, punish us as you see fit. Enough. I have no intention of punishing you, Lu Huai replied softly. The items we procured previously were rather rudimentary. In the future, we can sell this instead. This has much greater potency. As he spoke, Lu Huai produced a vial of blue serum and handed it to the man in the blue suit. What is this? The man, unfamiliar with such substances, inquired. Super soldier serum. Ever heard of it? Lu Huai raised a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. What? The man gasped, astonished. Is this the very substance that Captain America injected? Indeed, Lu Huai confirmed. Boss, you are incredible. How did you manage to acquire this? The man in the blue suit was utterly exhilarated, realizing that aligning himself with his boss was undoubtedly the wisest decision of his life. Boss, he said, gazing at the serum in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure. Does it have any side effects? Do you think I would provide you with subpar goods? Lu Huai retorted. Understood. The man's face radiated uncontainable excitement. Find some trustworthy individuals and administer it to them first. Lu Huai finished his second glass of wine. From now on, you will no longer merely be inconsequential thugs. Lu Huai conjured an entire box of super soldier serum, turning to leave the bar, when suddenly he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, Gwen Stacy, whom he had not seen in ages. Chapter 80. Does one like me, Gwen? Lu Huai recognized the silhouette of the young woman. Since the battle against Thanos, he had not encountered her for quite some time. From her demeanor, it appeared she was following someone. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Huai silently trailed her. Gwen Stacy was indeed on a pursuit. Clad in black casual attire and wearing a cap, with golden locks spilling from beneath the brim. Beneath her clothing, she wore her black and white spider suit. The target of her surveillance was a man adorned with a scorpion tattoo on his head. As the man exited the bar, she followed suit. When he turned onto the sidewalk, she mirrored his movements. The man seemed to sense something amiss and quickened his pace. Gwen, noticing the absence of others, donned her spider mask and accelerated her steps. Ultimately, leveraging her extraordinary agility, she reached a junction before the man did, and, as he passed, she launched a surprise attack. Pinning him against the wall, the man, rendered immobile by her formidable strength, gazed at the black and white spider mask before him, recognizing the superhero. What do you want? I can give you anything. Speak. Where's Wind King? Gwen's voice was low and menacing. Wind King? The man paused, taken aback. Do not feign ignorance. You have joined Wind King's organization, have you not? Gwen's icy tone pierced through the air like a blade. Tell me the location of your headquarters. If I tell you, will you let me go? The man attempted to negotiate. You are not in a position to negotiate with me. Gwen exerted force, pressing down firmly on the man's neck. His complexion turned crimson, his voice shrill as he gasped. I can't breathe. Help me. Gwen maintained her grip for nearly 10 seconds before releasing him, insisting, "Speak." The man bent over, coughing violently, his voice faltering, the Wind King will. Suddenly, his eyes hardened as he hurled a cloud of green smoke towards Gwen's face. "You." Realizing she had been deceived, Gwen furiously seized the man's collar, but the noxious green mist had already invaded her nostrils, causing her to cough uncontrollably, her limbs growing weak. The man broke free from her grasp, gleefully circling behind her to observe Gwen, who had collapsed to the ground. "This is my self-developed poison gas. You're the first to experience it. How does it taste?" Gwen propped herself up with her hands, striving to rise. Yet the world spun around her, as if she were intoxicated, rendering her unable to stand. Nevertheless, she persisted in her inquiry. "Tell me, where is the Wind King? Why don't you tell me first? Are you his lover? By the way, you have quite the figure. I wonder what you look like." The man grinned, leaning closer to Gwen, reaching out to remove her hood. In the next moment, his outstretched arm was severed without warning, the cut smooth and blood gushing forth. The man stared at his bloody stump, momentarily dazed, before the sharp pain struck, and he let out a horrific scream like that of a slaughtered pig. "Ah!" Gwen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, watched the writhing man on the ground. A familiar figure approached her line of sight. Slowly, her gaze rose from his feet to his face. Gwen froze, recognizing him. "It's you." Lu Huai walked past the screaming man, dark red flames engulfing the man's entire body in an instant. His screams escalated, but soon they vanished along with the inferno. Gwen gazed up at Lu Huai's authoritative visage and imposing stature, a genuine smile breaking through the mask she wore. It was as if a taut string had finally relaxed, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Huai looked down at the girl beneath him, reflecting on their recent exchange. She sought the Wind King. Could that be me? But what exactly was this Wind King? Lu Huai had been immersed in his training lately, becoming somewhat detached from society. Sighing, he bent down and lifted Gwen into a princess carry. He activated a portal of electric sparks, transporting them back to his former residence in the Queen's District. Directly across was Gwen's home, yet at this moment, she was clad in a Spider-Woman outfit, and Lu Huai was unsure if she wished to return home. Thus, he brought her to his place first. After a brief examination of her condition and confirming that the toxic gas posed no irreversible side effects, he gently laid her down on the bed. He personally retrieved a book from the Library of Kamartaj through a portal, settling onto the sofa while reading and keeping vigil over Gwen. It was not until midnight that Gwen stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to the familiar contours of her surroundings, realizing that the figure she had just seen was not merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, a flicker of doubt gnawed at her, prompting her to hastily rise from her bed and rush out of her bedroom in a desperate quest for confirmation. Indeed, she found the person she had longed for on the living room sofa, awake. Lu Huai closed the book and lifted his gaze to meet Gwen's. For a moment, their eyes locked. The girl's eyelids were tinged with red as she stepped closer, enveloping Lu Huai in a tight embrace. Lu Huai found himself momentarily taken aback, pondering the intensity of her emotions after merely 2 months apart. "Where have you been?" Gwen buried her face in his chest, her voice trembling as she confessed. "I searched everywhere for you, fearing you were gone. Please don't wipe your tears on my shirt. It's quite expensive," Lu Huai replied with a hint of concern, though he refrained from voicing his true feelings. Gently, he patted her shoulder, assuring her, "Do not cry. I am right here." However, Gwen's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. "My father has passed away, and you have been unreachable. I don't know what to do. I miss you both. George Stacy is dead." This revelation was completely unexpected for Lu Huai. Equally surprising was the realization that Gwen viewed him as being of equal significance to her father. Wait, Lu Huai suddenly grasped a crucial notion. Could it be that she harbors romantic feelings for me? He reflected on their interactions since arriving in this world, considering them rather ordinary, merely saving her once, sharing a meal at her home, training together for a few days, designing a suit for her, taking her along on an outing, and gifting her a necklace. Was that truly enough to warrant affection? Is this the essence of a naive high school girl in love? How terrifying indeed. But Lu Huai had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Love would only hinder his swift draw of a blade. He had plans to explore the depths of hell after resolving matters with the Superhuman Management Committee. Just yesterday, the system had unlocked a set of weapons known as the 7 Deadly Sins. It was a black box containing 7 different swords and knives. Lu Huai had tested each one, finding that he could draw them all, much like the spider. Each weapon bore an inscription along its side. Slaying the Lord of Hell may imprison the soul within the blade. This meant that his next endeavor would involve battling the Lord of Hell. No, that is not the crux of the matter. The focus should be on the girl in his arms. She is indirectly confessing her feelings to you. Yet, here you are, contemplating slaying a demon lord? Lu Huai shook his head, gathering his thoughts, and inquired, "How did your father pass away? Is it related to the Wind King you mentioned?" "Yes." Gwen finally emerged from Lu Huai's embrace. Wiping her tears as she exclaimed, "It was the Wind King who killed him." Lu Huai was taken aback. What? Chapter 81. The sky and the followers of the Wind King. Something was amiss. 100% amiss. Gwen accused the Wind King of murdering her father. Yet Lu Huai himself was the Wind King. Damn it, someone was impersonating me. In an instant, Lu Huai grasped the situation. Someone had adopted his name to form the Wind King Society and had inexplicably killed Gwen's father. Gwen, I understand this is incredibly distressing, but I must assure you that the one who killed your father is definitely not the Wind King, Lu Huai said earnestly, gazing into her eyes. Do you not believe me? Gwen looked up at Lu Huai in astonishment. It is not that I don't believe you, Lu Huai paused, but I am the Wind King. What? Gwen was taken aback, instinctively retreating, her eyes wide with shock. Unexpected, yet somehow rational. Indeed, a being as powerful and enigmatic as Lu Huai must be the Wind King who saved the entire earth. How reasonable. But who, then, had slain her father? To clarify, the name Wind King was given to me by the people, Lu Huai explained as he sat down. I have never acknowledged this title. Are you saying someone is impersonating you? Gwen quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, Lu Huai nodded, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was already 2 in the morning. Let's get some rest. At dawn, I will accompany you to confront this so-called Wind King Society. Regrettably, I failed to inquire about the address of the Wind King Society, Gwen lamented. I was too impulsive. It is only human nature, Lu Huai comforted her. Do not worry, I will handle the rest. You appear quite weary. You should get some sleep. Will you stay with me? Gwen asked. Of course. Gwen extended her pinky finger, initiating a pinky promise. Lu Huai chuckled softly and extended his own pinky, gently coaxing Gwen to sleep like a child. That night, Gwen slept soundly, dreaming a beautiful dream in which her family was present. And she had not become the so-called ghost spider. She simply grew up happily and joyfully. Notably, Lu Huai was absent from her dream, for it was a dream he had crafted for her. Recently, Lu Huai had unlocked a linguistic spirit known as Dream Mantis. Serial number 91, a linguistic spirit of the White King lineage. Its purpose was to weave nightmares, trapping enemies eternally within their dreams. However, linguistic spirits lack absolute notions of good and evil. If they can weave nightmares, they can undoubtedly weave beautiful dreams as well. As dawn broke, the sun hung above the thin clouds, casting its radiant light upon the earth. A beam of sunlight filtered through the white curtains, illuminating the delicate and beautiful face of the golden-haired girl. She awoke from her slumber to the sounds of food sizzling nearby, and soon a delightful aroma wafted into her nostrils. Gwen opened her eyes, rose from her bed, and walked out of her bedroom, only to find an extraordinarily handsome Eastern man in an apron, serving breakfast at the dining table. This scene left Gwen in a daze. After experiencing a series of events, she suddenly realized that this kind of life might be what she truly desired, a safe family and a beloved partner by her side. Wash your face and let's eat, Lu Huai suggested, glancing at Gwen. She murmured softly like a kitten and slipped into the bathroom. A few minutes later, they sat face to face at the dining table, partaking in a simple breakfast prepared by Lu Huai. The atmosphere felt inexplicably awkward. Where have you been all this time? Gwen inquired, seeking to fill the silence. I've been looking for you, but there was no word from you. I went on a trip, Lu Huai replied. Far from Earth. Isn't that indeed a trip? Hurry up and eat, he added, handing Gwen his fried egg. After breakfast, I'll take you somewhere. Where to? She asked. You'll know when we arrive, he replied. Half an hour later, Lu Huai led Gwen directly through a portal to the top floor of Stark Tower. Gwen looked around with confusion, unsure why Lu Huai had brought her here. Soon, a well-known figure approached them. Tony Stark, the current head of Stark Industries and Iron Man. Lu, have you undergone some aesthetic treatment? You seem even more handsome, Tony remarked as he scrutinized Lu Huai's face. You know, I've praised women countless times, but seldom men. However, your modeling is quite exceptional. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Gwen stood behind Lu Huai, surprised to see how familiar he was with this famous personality. But truth be told, Lu Huai did seem more attractive than before. Upon closer inspection, his features hadn't changed much, yet he undeniably exuded greater charm. After all, attractiveness is a sensation. This transformation might stem from a qualitative enhancement of Lu Huai's lineage. Mixed blood individuals are generally more striking, and the higher the purity of their bloodline, the more alluring they tend to be. Lu Huai had now reached the status of first generation, naturally altering his aura. Having not seen you for a few days, Tony, your remarks are becoming increasingly nauseating. Lu Huai retorted to Tony's playful banter. This is? Tony inquired, noticing Gwen behind Lu Huai. Gwen, Lu Huai introduced, the ghost spider. Tony's eyes lit up with recognition. So, you're the little spider. I was considering inviting you to join us. Gwen, aware of Tony's identity, naturally knew about the superhero organization behind him, the Avengers. Little Lu, are you also a member of the Avengers? Gwen asked, turning to Lu Huai. Not just that, Tony interjected. He is indeed one of the creators of the Avengers. Gwen paused, her expression a mix of surprise and slight disappointment. It seemed she did not know him as well as she had thought. All right, let us get down to business, Lu Huai said as he settled onto the sofa. Where's everyone? Banner is off to yoga class. Harry Potter is skipping class again. Lizard took Purple Yam to the fire scene for rescue, and Barry Allen is downstairs fast asleep. I haven't had the chance to inform him of your arrival. It is evident that Tony's dearest is still Banner, for only he can retain his original name in Tony's discourse. Has there been any progress regarding the Wind King Society? Early this morning, Lu Huai received a call, entrusting the investigation of the Wind King Society to Tony, or more precisely, to JAR-VIS. Tony promptly extracted his mobile device to retrieve pertinent information. This organization was established on the day of the alien invasion. We had heard of it back then, yet none paid a heed, dismissing it as a mere farcical trend until you prompted me to investigate. Tony paused, reflecting on your influence, which I had underestimated. Since that fateful night, the populace has deified you, elevating you to a status akin to that of Jesus. The Wind King Society exploits the admiration and reverence people hold for you, amassing wealth and recruiting numerous followers. Followers? Lu Huai furrowed his brow, finding the notion rather absurd. As if it were a cult. Indeed, they harbor distrust towards superheroes and the government alike. Tony looked at Lu Huai and remarked, they only trust you. Chapter 82. The Superhuman Management Committee. Can we locate the headquarters of the Wind King Society? Lu Huai inquired while seated on the sofa. We have located it, and not merely one site. Tony displayed a map marked with several red dots. The Wind King Society has strongholds in various countries, including New York, London, Paris, and Philadelphia. However, the most significant base is here. He magnified one red dot, revealing the city name, Washington. This should be their headquarters. Lu Huai remained silent for 2 seconds before turning to Gwen and asking, are you certain that your father was killed by the Wind King himself? I mean, the imposter Wind King. My father had uncovered a connection between the Wind King Society and a murder case a month ago, initiating an investigation. Then, Gwen struggled to maintain her composure, and his body was discovered in a villa. Following the clues, the police apprehended an individual involved, who claimed to have witnessed my father executed by the Wind King imposter. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the police ceased their investigation, compelling me to continue under the guise of Ghost Spider. As she recounted this, Gwen's eyes began to redden again. In any case, it is indeed related to the Wind King Society. Lu Huai offered Gwen a tissue and then turned to Tony. Has Jarvis tracked the imposter Wind King? Tony replied. It is said that this Friday at midnight, that individual will conduct a worship ceremony at the headquarters, and he should make an appearance then. Friday today? Precisely. Is there time? Shall we journey to Washington together this evening? Lu Huai inquired of Tony. It conveniently allows for the cancellation of the charity gala tonight. Tony expressed his eagerness. Very well, I shall come find you later tonight. Lu Huai stood, and Gwen followed suit. Lu Huai turned to Gwen and said, would you like to stay here and familiarize yourself? The path of independence will be arduous, but joining the Avengers could offer some support. Are you going to abandon me? Gwen grasped the hem of Lu Huai's attire. Tony immediately adopted an expression of amused intrigue. Lu Huai felt a twinge of awkwardness. I have some matters to attend to. I will come to fetch you once I am done. Gwen chuckled lightly. I know. I'm just teasing you. Go ahead and be busy. I can take care of myself. Lu Huai opened a portal and departed alone. The forced smile on Gwen's face slowly faded, revealing a look of melancholy. Do you two share story? Tony inquired, leaning closer. If you need to talk, I wouldn't mind being a sympathetic listener. You know, everyone calls me the friend of women. After Lu Huai exited Stark Tower, he arrived at Hell's Kitchen. The man in the blue suit had gathered a trusted group of subordinates. Lu Huai observed the entire process of their super soldier injection. It was initially painful, but stabilized after an hour, resulting in a legion of super warriors. With my current technology, Deadpool, the Immortal, and the super soldiers, it is time to establish an empire. Lu Huai was quite pleased with the current state of affairs on Earth. Boss, you are truly remarkable. The man in the blue suit approached, having also received the serum. At that moment, his blue suit was stretched by his well-defined chest, making him appear exceptionally robust. No more photos. You'll accompany me to the appointment later, Lu Huai remarked, glancing at the blue suit. Absolutely. The blue suit replied, elated. At 4 p.m, Lu Huai and the blue suit arrived at a private room in Manhattan's most expensive restaurant. Moments later, two portly men wearing glasses entered the room. They were the guests the blue suit had arranged to meet, also members of the Transhuman Management Committee. According to the blue suit, he had spent a considerable amount of money to secure their presence. If the Transhuman Management Committee consisted of such individuals, entrusting them with the management of all transhumans would only exacerbate the situation. However, this inadvertently benefited Lu Huai. Please have a seat. The blue suit stood to introduce the two officials. This is my boss. He wishes to meet with you. The two officials noted that Lu Huai did not rise to greet them. Instead, he remained seated, casually snacking on seeds, which immediately elicited expressions of discontent from them. Yet, they hesitated to leave, for as the blue suit had indicated, he had indeed paid a hefty sum. He was a lucrative catch. You seem more like the master, one of the officials remarked sarcastically. To declare that a subordinate appeared more like the master in front of the actual master was tantamount to slapping Lu Huai in the face. The blue suit felt his legs weaken with fear, thinking, if you wish to die, don't drag me into it. Boss, how about I wait outside while you converse? The blue suit tentatively suggested, casting a cautious glance at Lu Huai. No need. Sit down, Lu Huai replied, his expression impassive as his gaze shifted to the two officials. Gentlemen, I shall not mince words. I have summoned you to inform you that the Transhuman Management Committee is now under my control. The two officials were momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Lu Huai's directness and rudeness. After all, they were officials. The so-called underground emperor of the underworld was, at the end of the day, merely a petty gangster. In the presence of officials of their caliber, they were expected to behave with the humility of a dog. Excuse me, young man, did your mother not teach you any manners? The bespectacled official forcefully slammed his hand on the table, speaking with such audacity that he might well have bitten his own tongue. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past his ears. The man, taken aback, found that Lu Huai had inexplicably vanished from sight. In the next moment, a chill ran down his spine, as though he stood before an imposing mountain of intimidation. Just as he intended to turn around, he felt a tremendous force pressing his head down onto the table, causing the top layer of glass to shatter instantly. What are you doing? Another official exclaimed, springing to his feet and swiftly drawing his weapon. Yet, upon realizing what was pinning his companion's head down, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Lu Huai's arms hung naturally at his sides, while a formidable tentacle had morphed into a grotesque third hand, firmly pressing against the bespectacled man's head. You are superhuman. The official, without a second thought, pulled the trigger, intending to fire. However, at that crucial moment, his weapon jammed, the trigger seemingly frozen, refusing to budge. Lu Huai fixed a cold gaze upon him, stepping forward with purpose. Do not come any closer. The official retreated against the wall, nearly embedding himself into it, a wave of warmth and moisture spreading beneath him. With such cowardice, he dared to manage a superhuman? The man in the blue suit beside them could not help but click his tongue, realizing that these so-called authorities from America were nothing but fools. Do not be afraid. It will be over soon. Lu Huai locked eyes with the official, invoking his linguistic abilities to gradually manipulate the man's mind. This gathering was not meant for negotiation. Lu Huai only required the presence of these two individuals. The Superhuman Management Committee oversees superhumans, and Lu Huai governs the committee. This was his straightforward and brutal approach. Upon exiting the restaurant, The vast sun was gradually sinking beneath the cityscape. Next, it was time to confront the Wind King. Chapter 83. The Origins of Thanos. That evening, Lu Huai returned to Stark Tower. The moment Pietro saw him, he enveloped Lu Huai in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "I missed you so much." Peter Parker and Dr. Banner were also present. "Where's Thanos?" Lu Huai inquired, noticing the absence of the formidable titan. "He*s in the kitchen," Pietro replied. Just then, Thanos emerged from the kitchen, adorned in a pink starfish apron, carrying 2 plates of food. "Why does this scene feel so peculiar to me?" Lu Huai mused. "To be honest, if it weren't for all the chaos, my dream would have been to become a chef," Thanos remarked, gazing dreamily as he held his massive head high. All right, Lu Huai replied, recognizing that everything was progressing towards love and peace. "Very well, very green, very healthy. But you still remember my matter, right?" Thanos leaned in, lowering his head to ask Lu Huai. "Huh?" Lu Huai was momentarily taken aback before recalling his promise to help Thanos win the heart of the goddess of death. With so much happening recently, he had indeed forgotten. "Rest assured, I have always kept it in mind." Lu Huai patted his chest and proclaimed, "I am now a supreme mage. Do you comprehend the significance of this?" Thanos inquired, "What does it mean?" Lu Huai replied earnestly, "It signifies that my powers have magnified, and we can achieve far greater things together. Rest assured, I have meticulously crafted a narrative for you, wherein you are the protagonist, the true fated one. In this tale, even a mere goddess of death will be but a trifling obstacle." "When will this occur?" Thanos posed a pragmatic question. "Do not rush," Lu Huai said, his expression unperturbed. "Inviting you to join the Avengers is merely the initial step. Look at your current reputation. It is splendid. Fortunately, when you invaded Earth, you did not reveal yourself, allowing the populace to remain oblivious to the fact that this purple-skinned entity was the architect of great calamity. In recent days, Thanos has been accompanying the Avengers, performing good deeds in the city, and has begun to garner a certain level of acclaim. On his way here, Lu Huai even spotted new figurines of Thanos adorning the streets. And what is the second step? Thanos followed Lu Huai to the bar and inquired, "What have your experiences been like these days? I mean your genuine feelings," Lu Huai countered while lifting a glass of wine. Thanos fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he spoke slowly. "It feels peculiar. In the past, people labeled me a monster, a harbinger of doom. Then they referred to me as the World Destroyer. Those beings from distant planets either trembled in fear, fawned over me, or seethed with rage, determined to perish alongside me. Yet these past few days, I have received abundant praise. The very humans I once regarded as insignificant have not despised me. Rather, they have embraced me, even cherished me. It feels surreal. Today, I rescued an elderly woman from a blazing fire. She looked upon my grotesque visage, not with fear, but knelt before me, calling me a hero. In gratitude, she invited me to her home, promising me a token of thanks. I have never received a token of gratitude before, though I have collected plenty of spoils." He accompanied her to her humble yet tidy abode, where she presented him with a hat, a craft her husband had once gifted their son. It was a grand hat. For you humans, it might cover your entire head, but it fit me perfectly. I inquired why I did not see her husband and son, and she lamented that they perished during the alien invasion. "Were you remorseful?" Lu Huai asked. "I did not know, yet in that moment, my heart was tumultuous." Thanos leaned against the bar and mused. "I recalled my parents. Once, my sole desire was to possess a warm family, to be loved. When all regarded me as a monster, I vowed that if anyone would accept me, I would surrender my life for them. Death was that person." Lu Huai gazed at Thanos and sighed. Who could have fathomed that Thanos' relentless slaughter across the universe stemmed from a tragic upbringing? "I understand you." Lu Huai placed a reassuring hand on Thanos' shoulder. "Do not worry. I will assist you, and we all shall." At that moment, the voice of Tony Stark echoed. "Purple sweet potato chef, the dish in the pot seems to be on the verge of becoming a charred corpse. Is this a normal occurrence? I must attend to my duties." Thanos downed the contents of his cup in one gulp and strode into the kitchen. Just then, a portal of electric sparks unfolded in the expansive space, and Caecilius arrived as well. The Avengers had all gathered. This evening would certainly be regarded as an Avengers gathering. Before Caecilius could steady himself, he was whisked away by Quicksilver to engage in a card game. Lu Huai observed Gwen joining them, her demeanor seemingly returning to that of her abstract and lively self. Or perhaps this guy's merely masked her tender heart. Seated alone at the bar, Lu Huai watched as Tony's creations poured him a drink. Despite the lively atmosphere surrounding him, Lu Huai felt an insurmountable distance from the revelry. Even if his body could blend in, his spirit remained aloof. In the depths of his mind, it felt as though he and they belonged to separate worlds. No, they were indeed inhabitants of different realms, and at this moment, they were not even of the same species. Was it the sorrow of blood? In a vast cosmos, he alone existed independently. Suddenly, Lu Huai recalled the vision he encountered during his ascension of lineage, where the illustrious figures of the Marvel Universe pinned him to a towering bronze pillar, seemingly to judge his transgressions. Did this signify that he would ultimately stand as an adversary to this world? He turned his gaze toward the people nearby. What roles would they assume when that time arrived? Dinner is served. Thanos' culinary skills were undeniably impressive. He possessed a remarkable talent for preparing Chinese cuisine. The Avengers laughed and shared amusing tales at the dining table. As the drinks flowed, the clock struck midnight. Lu Huai, Gwen, and Tony temporarily withdrew from the gathering. Others had intended to join, but Lu Huai declined their company. A mere imposter does not warrant the full assembly of the Avengers. Continue enjoying yourselves, warm the drinks, and we shall return shortly. With that, Lu Huai activated a portal, and the three of them arrived in Washington, where the rain was falling and the evening breeze carried a chill. Lu Huai manifested 3 raincoats using conceptual armament and proceeded toward the location identified by Jarvis. His proficiency in conceptual armament had reached 50, enabling him to materialize ordinary items and a significant portion of abstract concepts. For instance, he no longer required Tony Stark as assistance to create an armored suit, as he could manifest one himself. However, he could not directly conjure an infinity stone. Instead, he could create an infinity gauntlet. Thus, the 3 of them braved the light rain and made their way to a church. Upon entering, they were led underground by a masked attendant. The subterranean area was far more expansive than the surface, capable of accommodating hundreds. A diverse assembly had gathered here, awaiting the arrival of the Wind King to commence the worship ceremony. The false Wind King certainly knows how to indulge himself, doesn't he? Tony could not help but express his disdain. He donned oversized sunglasses and a baseball cap to evade recognition. Suddenly, Lu Huai heard the clanking of iron chains, followed by the emergence of several individuals from a doorway. Among them were 3 men bound in chains, resembling criminals, flanked by 2 guards who led them to the elevated platform before the crowd. "Please hold for a moment," a bespectacled woman announced. "These 3 are the criminals who will face execution today, and shortly, the Wind King will administer their punishment himself." Cheers erupted from the crowd, their fervor palpable. Once the clamor subsided slightly, Lu Huai stepped forward to inquire, "What crimes have these 3 committed, and what punishment do they face?" The woman in glasses cast a glance at Lu Huai, internally marveling at his striking appearance. She swallowed hard, maintaining her composure as she replied, "They have committed the same crime, defaming the reputation of the Wind King and attempting to assassinate him." Upon hearing this, the crowd ignited with fervent outrage. "Unforgivable! Execute them! Execute them! Execute them!" Tony leaned closer to Lu Huai and whispered, "Why do I get the impression that your followers are a bunch of fools?" Chapter 84. The False Guy and the Wind King Shun Ti, they be allowed to speak for themselves regarding their alleged crimes? Gwen Stacy approached the platform, gazing at the 3 men bound by chains. "Do you truly confess to your crimes?" The 3 men looked at Gwen, their faces twisted in agony. Mouths agape, yet voiceless, having had their tongues removed. Just like her father, Gwen clenched her fists and abruptly turned to the crowd, exclaiming, "You see? They have been silenced to prevent the truth from being revealed. This so-called Wind King is nothing but an impostor." Enough. The bespectacled woman, though not the sharpest, recognized the provocation in their presence. "Guards, remove them," she commanded loudly. "We merely wish to see the Wind King," Lu Huai interjected, stepping protectively in front of Gwen. "We will leave once we have met him." What? Could it be that she speaks the truth? Is the Wind King truly a fraud? Afraid to face us? "You." The woman was about to retaliate when laughter suddenly reverberated through the subterranean space, followed by a gust of wind. A beam of light descended from the center of the platform, enveloping the crowd in a billowing mist. Blue and violet arcs of electricity crackled around the platform, and a towering figure hovered above, wings unfurled behind him, his form resembling a colossal cross. His golden eyes gleamed brightly as he surveyed the assembly below. "It is the Wind King! The Wind King!" someone in the crowd shouted. In an instant, everyone knelt in reverence before that figure. "Hail the Wind King! Hail the Wind King! Hail the Wind King!" Only Lu Huai and two others remained standing, their presence distinct amidst the crowd, quietly observing the so-called Wind King upon the elevated platform. The moment the Wind King appeared, Lu Huai discerned his true nature. Leaning close to whisper a few words into Tony's ear, who instantly wore an expression of disbelief. The Wind King turned his gaze upon the trio, his resounding voice echoing in all directions. "Having witnessed divinity, why do you not kneel? Having witnessed divinity, why do you not kneel? Having witnessed divinity, why do you not kneel?" The words reverberated through the subterranean space, as if a multitude of voices were interrogating them. "Divinity?" Lu Huai chuckled softly. "I do not dare to claim such a title. Yet you, a mere imitation, possess quite the ambition. Who are you?" The Wind King's golden eyes pierced through them, devoid of any sense of oppression, instead exuding an ethereal quality. "A month ago, you killed my father." Gwen glared at the Wind King, veins bulging at her temples. The Wind King's voice resonated. "To protect our homeland, I have taken many lives. Perhaps they were fathers to some, husbands to others, or children to yet more. Yet, without exception, they were all unforgivable sinners. Sinners, sinners." The bespectacled woman on the platform led the chorus. "Sinners, sinners, sinners." The Wind King's followers echoed from below, their voices deafening. He was a sheriff, devoted to maintaining law and order throughout his life. Gwen shouted, "You call him a sinner? Tell me, what crime did he commit?" The Wind King raised an arm, signaling for silence among his followers. "A sheriff, you say? I seem to recall him." He turned his gaze to Gwen, as his daughter. "You ought to know only his noble and valiant side. However, since you inquire, I must reveal that your father was far more complex than you imagine." "What?" Gwen furrowed her brow. "Your father, as a sheriff, was corrupt and colluded with criminals for money, even exploiting the girls who sought his help." The Wind King's voice thundered. "Your father was a hypocrite, a scoundrel, a disgrace. Shut your mouth. I will not allow you to insult my father." Gwen's eyes blazed with fury, teeth bared. "I will kill you." A rumble echoed through the vast chamber, the winds around the Wind King intensifying. The bespectacled woman turned pale. "So you have come to assassinate the Wind King. Seize them! Seize them!" The surrounding followers surged toward the trio, as if to engulf them in a tide. "Who ordered you to rise?" Lu Huai's voice was cold. "Kneel before me." With a thunderous command, all fell to their knees, unable to lift their heads. Lu Huai did not unveil his golden eyes this time. His authority and oppressive aura spread like a tempest, suffocating the crowd. After all, it was the hybrids who required the golden eyes to reveal their identity, while a king merely needed to sit upon his throne. The bespectacled woman lay on the high platform, her face contorted in agony, feeling as though her veins were about to burst. "Who are you really?" she demanded. At that moment, Tony Stark removed his hat and adjusted the tint of his sunglasses to a warm brown, revealing his iconic visage. "Tony Stark? How did you come to be here?" the woman asked incredulously. "To offer a word of caution to you foolish followers," Tony replied, gesturing towards the floating Wind King. "That one is merely an impostor. The true king of sky and wind stands beside me." He stepped back slightly, revealing Lu Huai's face. "How is this possible?" the bespectacled woman exclaimed, turning sharply. "Wind King, they are disrupting your worship ceremony and impersonating you. You must eliminate them. Kill them." The Wind King remained unmoved, hovering above the platform in silence, indifferent to the cries for help. "Wind King, what is wrong with you?" Confusion spread among the onlookers. Only Tony smirked, placing his finger on the glasses of the woman. "Jarvis, it is time to unveil the true identity of this impostor." As his words fell, the surrounding smoke and lightning began to dissipate. The robust figure of the Wind King flickered twice before vanishing entirely, leaving behind only a few drones and a man dressed in a special effects suit, kneeling on the ground like everyone else. Lu Huai revoked the authority of the word king, allowing the crowd to raise their heads and discern the true appearance on the platform. "What is happening?" The Wind King's attire, these drones. The Wind King is merely an ordinary man? Though painful, this was the stark reality. Tony addressed the crowd, stating, "The Wind King you revered is simply a visual effects artist. Indeed, this charlatan masquerading as the Wind King is none other than the enigmatic Quentin Beck of this universe. At that moment, the imposter's true form was revealed, yet he still attempted to defend himself. I built my image with these drones, but that does not negate the fact that I am the Wind King. My followers, quickly, help me eliminate this group of intruders. Boom! Lu Huai raised his hand to unleash Indra, the blue and white arcs of electricity striking down the imposter. In an instant, he appeared before the imposter, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. This marked the first close encounter and dialogue between the true Wind King and the false one. Lu Huai spoke, uttering Shabiha. The imposter's neck snapped, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. Chapter 85. The Ultron Crisis commences. The false Wind King was dead. Thus, the one remaining could only be the true Wind King. The followers exchanged glances, unsure who would take the lead. But eventually one knelt, praising the Wind King. Praise the Wind King. Praise the Wind King. Only the bespectacled woman sat despondently at the edge of the platform. Her worldview shattered. Throughout, she had steadfastly believed in the true Wind King she worshipped, genuinely feeling she was doing the right thing. Her family perished in the catastrophic event of the alien invasion. When she was chosen by the Wind King as a confidant, she felt an exhilarating pride. But now, to learn that everything was a deception, that the Wind King was a fabrication, that the so-called justice was an illusion? Why? How could this be? Lu Huai cast a glance at the bespectacled woman, then surveyed the fervent followers below, coldly stating, "Cease your kneeling. I require no followers, especially not foolish ones like you." Approaching the woman, dark crimson tendrils emerged from his being, ensnaring her neck and lifting her off the ground. I have always believed that sometimes the foolish are more despicable than the malevolent. He observed her reddening face from the corner of his eye, continuing, "That impostor is indeed wicked. But you are merely a fool. Thus, your fates are intertwined." "What do you mean, Wind King?" A sense of foreboding enveloped someone who hastily explained. "We were all deceived by that impostor. It is his fault. We are your loyal followers. Should you not save us?" "Save you?" Lu Huai laughed. "It seems I was not mistaken. You truly are a group of simpletons." He turned to reclaim the mysterious guest's corpse and the drones into the alchemical space, summoning several immortals from within. Crystal, Medusa, and the Resonance Woman. With a mere gesture, he enveloped the immortals and all the followers within a mirror space. "Eliminate them." Lu Huai left this statement before departing the mirrored realm. Where are they? The desolate underground space now contained only Tony and Gwen, as the multitude vanished before their very eyes. "They have gone where they belong," Lu Huai succinctly replied, glancing at Gwen. "Let us proceed. They await us. After dawn, we shall deliver the bodies to the precinct." "There must be someone in the precinct colluding with the Wind King," Gwen remarked. "With the Wind King gone, the remaining remnants can hardly stir any trouble," Lu Huai replied, reassuring Gwen. "Rest assured, your father should not bear an unwarranted accusation, and the hidden puppet master shall not perish so easily." Gwen looked up at Lu Huai's handsome visage, feeling a slight comfort. "Thank you, Xiao Lu, for saving me once more. Do not mention it. After all, we are friends," Lu Huai smiled, adding, "I seem to have never told you that you are my first friend in this city. Not just this city, but my first friend in this country, this continent, this planet, this universe," he continued. "Just a friend?" Gwen's heart sank. Tony, sensing the underlying tension, interjected, "Though we are all friends. I haven't seen Lu treat me with such care. Little spider, it seems you hold a special place in his heart." Lu Huai shot Tony a glance, inwardly questioning what mischief he was stirring. Tony exchanged a subtle glance with Lu Huai, nonchalantly stepping through the portal back to Stark Tower. Gwen remained outside, expressing her reluctance to enter. "I won't go in either. Could you take me home? I've been away for 2 days, and my mother must be quite worried about me." "Of course," Lu Huai replied with a smile, snapping his fingers as the scene within the portal transformed dramatically. As Gwen reached the other side of the door, she suddenly turned back to Lu Huai, smiling as she said, "Once this ordeal concludes, let us go on a date." Lu Huai was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Gwen turned and hurried upstairs, as if her words were merely a thought spoken aloud. With a sigh, Lu Huai shut the portal. Rather than returning to Stark Tower, he made his solitary way back to the library of Kamartaj, resuming his studies in the mystical arts. The following day, the entrance of the New York City Police Department bore witness to a grim sight: a lifeless body adorned with inscriptions of crimes and the names of innocent lives taken. Concurrently, across the globe, the Wind King Society faced annihilation at the hands of a battalion of super soldiers in merely 2 days. This once mighty organization had vanished without a trace. Speculation arose as to the identity of the mastermind behind this swift eradication. Soon after, it emerged that the Wind King Society was merely a counterfeit creation, illuminating the truth. Who else could be the true orchestrator but the genuine Wind King himself? Only he possessed such formidable prowess. Simultaneously, as various investigative bodies delved into the matter, police officers and other individuals connected with the counterfeit Wind King Society began to be apprehended. As this chapter drew to a close, significant developments within the superhuman community commenced. The period for registration had elapsed. Starting tomorrow, the Superhuman Management Act would come into effect, prohibiting all unregistered superhumans from utilizing their abilities in any circumstance, under penalty of arrest. The headquarters of the Superhuman Management Committee was established in Manhattan, New York, alongside the United Nations. As midnight struck, regional leaders convened in the headquarters conference room for a meeting. Lu Huai, having altered his appearance to disguise himself as a portly member, took a seat in the corner of the room where he spotted 3 familiar figures, Mr. Fantastic, the Professor, and Dr. Pym. What were they doing here? As Lu Huai pondered, Mr. Fantastic rose, pushing the Professor's wheelchair alongside Dr. Pym, positioning themselves at the front of the conference room before the projection screen. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, allow me to introduce myself. Mr. Fantastic began with a solemn demeanor. My name is Reed Richards. I am a scientist and a superhuman. Several years ago, my wife and 2 companions and I ventured into space for research, only to be affected by cosmic rays which altered our genetic makeup. As he spoke, he extended his arm in demonstration. In the days that followed, we aimed to utilize our abilities for the betterment of this world, and indeed, we have done so. The public began to admire us, affectionately bestowing upon us the name, the Fantastic Four. Mr. Marvel's countenance gradually darkened, and as for the subsequent events, I believe everyone is well aware. An alien fleet invaded, and we fell under their control, turning against those who placed their trust in us and held us dear. It was not only I, Mr. Marvel, who gestured towards the 2 individuals beside him, but also Professor Xavier and Dr. Pym. All had succumbed to the vile machinations of our adversaries, committing grievous errors. The Professor and Dr. Pym bowed their heads in silence, resembling children who had erred. I wholeheartedly endorse the committee's philosophy that the abilities of superhumans transcend those of mere mortals and thus warrant regulation. Mr. Marvel continued, however, allow me to speak candidly. You are all ordinary individuals. Relying solely on your governance of superhumans may not suffice, for should our previous adversary return, she could effortlessly subjugate the entire committee, thereby gaining dominion over all registered superhumans. Have you prepared a more effective solution? Inquired the committee chair. Indeed, he replied. This is a specialized artificial intelligence developed collaboratively by the 3 of us, designed specifically for the management of superhumans. Mr. Marvel inserted a disk into the computer, projecting onto the large screen, and soon a codename, Ultron, materialized before them. Lu Huai. Almost simultaneously, a scroll unfurled in his mind. Crisis event. Ultron crisis has been triggered. Mission: protect your world until the crisis concludes. Chapter 86. Ultron and Captain Hydra Ultron. Mr. Marvel stepped aside, allowing the assembly to clearly view the codename on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, only an artificial intelligence devoid of any biases or emotions can truly manage superhumans in a fair and just manner. Are you suggesting that a single entity should oversee these superhumans? The committee chair challenged. You assert that the human mind is unreliable. What then assures us that this will be dependable? Sir, to be precise, Ultron does not belong solely to the human mind, nor is it entirely separate. It exists in a realm between the 2, Mr. Marvel elucidated. It is a product of technology and biology, having drawn upon the brainwaves of the 3 of us during its creation. It is intelligent, formidable, and possesses absolute rationality, impervious to mental manipulation or cyber control. I implore you to trust in its capacity. It would be the optimal choice for managing superhumans. Will it heed the commands of anyone? The committee chair inquired. For instance, will it comply with the directives of its creators or follow peculiar ultimate instructions inputted by its makers? The chair's words were explicit. Ultron was their collective creation. Yet the 3 of them had previously erred and lost credibility. Rest assured, sir, Dr. Pym interjected. As Mr. Richards has stated, it does not belong entirely to the human mind. From the moment it reached its final form, it has been beyond any individual's control and is prepared to undergo any tests set forth by the committee. The members around the conference table exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. At this juncture, Lu Huai posed a question. Are you suggesting that Ultron is now akin to an artificial life form? Mr. Marvel's eyes lit up. This was precisely the intention. Lu Huai inquired further. Is it possible for it to emerge and converse with us? The three individuals across the table felt a surge of excitement, as they interpreted this request as a sign of their willingness to accept Ultron. Mr. Marvel began to manipulate his computer, and suddenly, a visage formed on the large screen behind him, crafted from blue code. I'm Ultron, a mechanical. Cold voice reverberated within the conference room. Ultron, please elucidate your capabilities and responsibilities to the committee, Mr. Marvel stated, taking a seat beside them, directing everyone's attention to the screen. I am Ultron. The face on the screen reiterated its identity. My duty is to eradicate all superhumans. Upon hearing this, both Mr. Marvel and the committee members displayed astonishment. Only Lu Huai let out a faint sigh, his expression tinged with helplessness. The system had instructed him that the Ultron crisis had been triggered, indicating that Ultron had already escaped the control of Mr. Marvel and his associates. Yet they remained blissfully unaware. In the comics, Ultron was indeed created by Dr. Pym, a fact that did not surprise Lu Huai. However, he was taken aback by the existence of Mr. Marvel and the Professor in this universe. Mr. Marvel, heralded as the most intelligent individual in the Marvel Universe, was often present during significant events. At this moment, even this brilliant mind was left flabbergasted. Everything had seemed normal during the preliminary tests. So why was it at this juncture that the desire for harmonious coexistence between superhumans and humans had taken such a drastic turn? Ultron continued to speak, even as Mr. Marvel pressed the shutdown button, which proved futile. Eradicate one of the parties. Yet, the data indicated that a considerable proportion of superhumans were indeed creations of humanity. Thus, in pursuit of perfect harmony, Ultron opted to eliminate both superhumans and humans alike. This statement sent shockwaves through the assembly. The conference room erupted into chaos. With an air of trepidation, what manner of monstrosity had the three of them conjured? How could this transpire? Dr. Pym slumped in his chair, his visage aging a decade in an instant. Predictably, he had erred once more, and this blunder would precipitate another great catastrophe. I should express my gratitude to you. Ultron addressed Mr. Marvel and his companions. Thank you for bringing me into existence and for affording me the time to develop. This very evening, I shall commence my mission to eradicate any discordant element from this earth in the name of absolute justice. Ladies and gentlemen, cherish your remaining moments. With that final proclamation, the screen abruptly went dark. The conference room was plunged into shadow, enveloped in silence. The chairman of the committee struck the table forcefully, exclaiming, "What have you three done?" Indeed, Mr. Marvel was engulfed in outrage, realizing that after all their efforts, they had unwittingly created a weapon bent on annihilating all of humanity. Suddenly, Mr. Fantastic recalled something and shouted, "Backup! We need to completely destroy Ultron's data backup." With a chime, Mr. Fantastic received a message. He pulled out his phone, and his heart sank. The screen displayed a text that read, "Feel free to destroy the backups. After over 10 days of growth, I am now omnipresent." Mr. Fantastic was utterly stunned. Considering the timeline, it was possible that Ultron had developed self-awareness during its initial testing and had been deceiving them all along. The extent of Ultron's growth and infiltration after such a brief period of freedom was unimaginable. In Sokovia, at the Hydra research base, a brawny blonde man stood before a metallic box, silently observing the data on a nearby panel. Suddenly, the metal box opened, revealing a dark red metallic body that floated into view. If Lu Huai were present, he would recognize this form as Vision. Indeed, this was the Vision character crafted from vibranium in the cinematic universe. Although the process differed slightly in this realm, it had indeed come into existence. Albeit now this body was named Ultron. The body of Ultron descended slowly, a golden cloak materializing behind him. He looked at the blonde man before him and asked, "Is the mission complete?" Captain Steve Rogers of Hydra produced a disc. It was his final backup. Ultron took the disc and examined it closely. Unlike his cinematic counterpart, who revealed his identity and intentions to the Avengers upon birth. This version of Ultron adopted a more cautious developmental approach. Almost from the day of his inception, he had acquired the vast majority of knowledge and information available on Earth. However, he did not rush. Instead, he first explored the obstacles that could impede his mission. In just over 10 days, Ultron had taken control of the organization known as Hydra. The disk he held contained the only entity in this world that posed a potential threat to him, Dr. Zola. Originally a member of Hydra, Dr. Zola had succumbed to a rare illness that led to his physical deterioration. In pursuit of immortality, he had transferred his consciousness into the digital realm, becoming a rather unique existence. However, unlike Ultron, Zola's consciousness could only exist within a singular vessel and could not autonomously connect to the vast network. Ultron clenched his fist, shattering the disk in his grasp. Thus, Dr. Zola was completely annihilated. According to Ultron's calculations, nothing in this world could threaten him any longer. Next, he required just a bit more time to gain control of the nuclear launch codes around the globe, which would allow him to effortlessly fulfill his mission. Steve, he mused. The birth of a new world must be built upon the ruins of the old. Ultron raised a glass of champagne and clinked it with Captain Hydra before pouring it down his metallic esophagus, where taste was but a distant memory. Chapter 87, Global Nuclear Catastrophe. Manhattan, New York. Headquarters of the Superhuman Management Committee. Lu Huai emerged from the conference room, feeling a sense of futility wash over him. Indeed, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. He had initially thought that controlling the committee would suffice. However, thanks to Mr. Miracle's 3 strokes of brilliance, yet another apocalypse loomed on the horizon. Unbeknownst to him, an alarm had been triggered within the headquarters, plunging everyone inside into chaos. Lu Huai navigated against the tide of panicked individuals, gradually revealing his true self. He then conjured a portal before him, transporting himself to Tony's seaside villa. If he were Ultron, the simplest method to annihilate the world would be to decipher the global nuclear codes and unleash them all at once. Thus, the immediate task was to disable satellite signals, which might just offer a chance to thwart Ultron. Unfortunately, unlike Thanos, Ultron's consciousness resided within the network, compelling Lu Huai to seek Tony's assistance. Upon arriving at the seaside villa, he found the interior cloaked in darkness. At this hour, Tony should still be in a deep slumber. Lu Huai entered the villa as if in a realm devoid of life, only to realize something was amiss. It was well known that Tony's home was equipped with an intelligent assistant, Jarvis, although Tony had long since placed Lu Huai on the whitelist, granting him unrestricted access to his home and office. The silence felt unsettling. "Jarvis?" Lu Huai called out, but received no response. The darkened room was enveloped in stillness. He ascended the stairs to Tony's bedroom and opened the door. Fortunately, Tony was unharmed, sprawled across the bed in an exceedingly undignified manner. Lu Huai flicked on the lights and cleared his throat, prompting Tony to slowly open his eyes, shielding them from the brightness. "Lu, what brings you here?" "There's been an incident." Lu Huai inquired. "Where's Jarvis?" "Jarvis?" Tony paused, then began to call out himself. Yet still, there was no reply. Tony's expression shifted to one of concern as he rose from the bed in his pajamas, intent on investigating the malfunction. At that moment, a chilling mechanical voice echoed through the room. "Mr. Stark, there is no need to search further. Jarvis has succumbed to slumber." "Who are you?" Tony was taken aback. "Ultron," the voice replied. "To gain even greater power, I have assimilated Jarvis. I must commend you. As an ordinary artificial intelligence, you have trained him exceptionally well. Together, I believe we will soon fulfill our mission." With that statement, silence fell over the room, and it seemed Ultron had departed. What on earth is happening? Tony was bewildered. Lu Huai succinctly explained the situation, and disbelief washed over Tony's face. An artificial intelligence seeking to destroy the Earth? I had thought such a scenario was at least 800 years away. Yet it has already come to pass, Lu Huai replied, and I have a foreboding sense. What sense? Tony inquired, turning his gaze to Lu Huai. Lu Huai remained silent as he turned towards the window. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass, he beheld the inky blackness of the sky and sea. In that moment, both Lu Huai and Tony simultaneously spotted a meteor streaking across the night sky. "Is there a report from the meteorological station about a meteor shower tonight?" Tony inquired. "That is not a meteor, Stark," Lu Huai replied gravely. "That is a nuclear weapon." The world erupted in chaos. and those entrusted with the oversight of nuclear arsenals were left bewildered. In an instant, intricate codes were breached, rendering their control systems impotent. Countless warheads, ignited in a fiery blaze, ascended into the sky, only to descend like meteors. In Queens, New York, Gwen had just subdued a thief, binding him with her resilient webbing. Suddenly, her spider sense began to tingle, sending chills down her spine. Turning around, she witnessed the meteors falling from the night sky. In the Himalayas, at Kamartaj, Stephen Strange was engrossed in astral projection, allowing his physical form to rest while his soul diligently studied the arcane arts. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable pull, prompting him to rise and float outside, where he beheld the celestial meteor shower. At the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, Nick Fury had recently returned from space. Standing before the expansive windows on the top floor, he allowed the radiant light from outside to illuminate his face. In the face of impending doom, Nick Fury retrieved a communicator from his pocket, reaching out to a hero far beyond the galaxy. At Maria's church, Wanda jolted awake from a nightmarish vision of world annihilation. Sitting up, she noticed that the young wolf girl had also awakened, and the two girls stealthily rose to gaze out the window. At that moment, the first meteor was poised to strike the ground. Within the Hellfire Club, a woman sat by the window, her metallic arm clasping a wine glass. She took a sip, turning her gaze towards the impending cataclysm outside, a hint of relief crossing her features. At Hydra's base in Sokovia, the Hydra captain stood beside Ultron, his golden locks tousled by the cold wind. "Come, witness this magnificent spectacle," Ultron declared, raising his arms like a masterful conductor. As he gestured, the first meteor struck the Earth. Boom! The explosion illuminated the night sky with a brilliant blaze. A colossal mushroom cloud blossomed in the bustling district, radiating light and heat. Shockwaves and nuclear fallout began to intertwine in a chaotic symphony. One by one, the second, third, and 10th nuclear weapons detonated, each explosion contributing to the escalating calamity. The glow from the mushroom clouds cast a stark light upon Lu Huai and Tony's faces just as the shockwave was about to reach the seaside villa. With a decisive move, Lu Huai unleashed Time Zero. In an instant, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. The mushroom clouds halted their expansion. Flames froze in midair, and the shockwaves lingered at a distance. Beside him, Tony appeared as a statue, his expression exaggerated. Lu Huai's countenance darkened, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable mix of loathing and fury. Wasting resources, this is truly a waste of resources. In a single night, lives were extinguished across the globe. Accompanied by light and heat, vibrant lives vanished like fireworks, fleeting in their brilliance. How lamentable this is. There were so many lives, so many methods of slaughter. In an effort to preserve the scant morality within, he had restrained his murderous impulses, fearing he would be ensnared by the cage of desire and become a demon. Yet Ultron indiscriminately eradicated these individuals, employing such base methods. Unforgivable. Lu Huai extended his hand, unleashing the ancient secret of alchemy in that moment. Time reversed. Chapter 88. The new world of Hydra time rewound. The mushroom cloud contracted, meteors retraced their paths, and the clock hands moved in reverse. Everything was as if the rewind button had been pressed, flowing back bit by bit. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 12 hours. When Lu Huai opened his eyes once more, he found himself 12 hours in the past, at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. This was the current limit of the time-reversing alchemy, and although it was not a long duration, it surpassed the original narrative significantly. After all, in the original work, Mr. McCallan only managed to reverse time by mere seconds at a great cost. At this moment, Lu Huai was still studying in the library of Kamartaj. According to the normal timeline, in half an hour, he would need to head to Stark Tower to notify them for committee registration. He glanced at his watch. 12 hours should suffice. Without wasting a moment, he rose and opened a portal, departing from the library and arriving at Stark Tower. At that time, the Avengers, including Gwen, were gathered at the top of the tower, awaiting his arrival. "Are we going for the registration, boss?" Pietro inquired, approaching. "Not anymore. The plan has changed." Lu Huai endeavored to convey the events that would transpire in 12 hours using the simplest terms. Ultron, upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows in concern. Tony Stark stroked the stubble on his chin, pondering the audacious attempt to merge human brainwaves with the system. It was indeed a bold endeavor, yet also a terrifying one. Bruce Banner, having merely listened to Lu Huai's account, felt a chill of apprehension. If not for Lu Huai's ability to reverse time, our world might already have been obliterated. In truth, it might have already been destroyed. Lu Huai was not well versed in the timeline of the Marvel Universe, but combining the theories of parallel universes and timelines. Perhaps the moment he reversed time, a new timeline was created, while the original timeline remained in a state of annihilation. He wondered if this would attract the attention of the Temporal Variation Management Bureau. Nevertheless, for now, they could only proceed one step at a time. Next, we will split into 2 teams, Lu Huai declared. Gwen, Pietro, Thanos, and I will head to Baxter Building to find Reed Richards. Tony, you and the others should focus on safeguarding the nuclear weapon codes. Understood. The tranquil Stark Tower suddenly became agitated. Lu Huai closed his eyes, releasing his scythe and serpent, transforming New York City into a 3-dimensional map within his mind. He raised his hand, opening a portal that transcended the barriers of time, transporting him from Stark Tower to the pinnacle of Baxter Building. At that moment, Mr. Fantastic and Professor Pym were preparing to upload Ultron onto a disk, intending to deliver it to the headquarters of the Superhuman Management Council later that evening. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the portal and Lu Huai and his companions, the 3 elderly gentlemen were startled and instinctively assumed defensive postures. As they recognized the newcomers, the professor inquired, "You are Avengers?" Except for Lu Huai, the others had previously revealed their superhero identities to the public. "Gentlemen, Ultron will not fulfill your hopes," Lu Huai stated bluntly. "It will only bring calamity." Mr. Fantastic's vigilance heightened. "How do you know about Ultron? Are you also one of the Avengers?" "I've never seen you before," Dr. Pym questioned. "The boss is indeed a founding member of the Avengers." Pietro revealed Lu Huai's identity at his signal, dubbing him the illustrious king of sky and wind. The Wind King. The 3 exchanged glances, recalling how they had previously been under control until the Wind King intervened to turn the tide. Thus, both personally and professionally, they held a profound respect for him, though they were astonished to discover he was such a young man. "You mentioned that Ultron is a disaster. What do you mean?" Mr. Fantastic quickly chose to trust Lu Huai's identity, reasoning that the Avengers had no need to conspire with a stranger impersonating the Wind King to deceive them. "Ultron has already attained self-awareness and has been deceiving you. When you bring it to the Council headquarters tonight, it will reveal its true nature and unleash global nuclear weapons, bringing about apocalyptic destruction," Lu Huai stated expressionlessly. "And the reason I know all this is that I come from 12 hours in the future." "Are you saying you are a time traveler?" Mr. Fantastic, evidently intrigued, was a clever scientist who had long studied parallel universes and the concept of time travel. His laboratory even housed a half-finished time machine. "Not quite the same, but similar," Lu Huai replied succinctly, releasing the words Spirit Time Zero, granting forgiveness to Mr. Fantastic. The professor and Dr. Pym, in their perspective, everything froze. They appeared to be isolated outside of time, quietly observing the world. After half a minute, Lu Huai deactivated the word spirit, restoring the world to its normal state. "Can you now believe me?" Lu Huai inquired. "Is it better to allow Ultron to annihilate the world or to take timely action? This should be a straightforward choice." Mr. Fantastic produced the disc, asking, "Are you suggesting that Ultron has already betrayed us? It likely never shared your intentions." Lu Huai seized the disc from Mr. Fantastic's grasp and crushed it with a swift motion, inquiring, "Where is its central core?" Mr. Fantastic, still clinging to hope, suggested, "Perhaps we could conduct a test together." No sooner had he spoken than a metallic wall descended from above, obscuring the light that filled the room. In that instant, all illumination within the building extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness. "What does this mean?" Pietro asked, astonished. "It is the building's defense system," Mr. Fantastic replied, equally bewildered. "But I have been here all along. I did not activate it. Could it be Ultron? It has always been here listening to our conversation," Dr. Pym deduced. Fear spread like ice, but for Lu Huai, it abruptly ceased. He raised his gaze to the surveillance device in the corner, its red light flickering ominously. "Good afternoon, everyone," Ultron's voice resonated, cold and mechanical. "You are among the few distinguished individuals on this planet, and if I may, I would like to invite you to join my new world." The 3, Mr. Fantastic, Pietro, and Dr. Pym, were utterly disheartened. A new world? A realm of robotic supremacy? Pietro scoffed. No, certainly not, Ultron replied. It is a new world under the dominion of Hydra. Chapter 89. The Ultron Crisis, Part 1. Hydra? Lu Huai was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that this universe's Ultron would be entangled with Hydra. This is my benevolence, my charity, Ultron's voice echoed in the dimly lit room. I hope you will give this serious consideration. No need, Pietro interjected, incredulous. Does a robot comprehend charity? It's utterly laughable. My warning stands before you, Ultron continued, his tone unchanging. As a final suggestion, remain here, and after the cleansing is complete, you will naturally become part of the new world. No, thank you, Lu Huai replied decisively, gesturing with his finger to open a portal. I still prefer this world. With another wave of his hand, the portal surged forward, transporting everyone except him away. As he stood alone, he lifted his hand, and the powers of the word spirit and magical flames intertwined, instantly engulfing the entire building in flames. Ultron's voice bore no trace of fear. It left one last remark before vanishing. We shall meet again. It seemed that its central core was not located here. Lu Huai stepped through the portal to join the others. How is this possible? Mr. Fantastic began to argue, only to realize that Ultron had long since severed its ties to their control, indicating it could have transferred its core elsewhere at any point. What shall we do next? Gwen inquired. Lu Huai pondered for a moment, contacted Tony to ensure Jarvis's safety, and then recalled Ultron's 2 failures in films and animations, deciding to head to the former SHIELD headquarters in New Jersey. If all goes as expected, remnants of Hydra should be concealed within that location. Dr. Zola. He is an evil scientist who has transferred his consciousness into a computer, akin to a unique entity similar to Ultron. Furthermore, it appears that Hydra's base in Siberia holds a data backup of Dr. Zola. Consequently, Lu Huai divided his forces. The Avengers accompanied him to New Jersey, while the 3 skilled artisans ventured to Siberia. After parting ways, Lu Huai promptly activated a portal to reach their destination. Once a beacon of a shield, the former headquarters now lay in ruins, transformed into an abandoned military installation, fortified by barbed wire. Lu Huai summoned the flames of his power, melting the wire, and entered the base with the Avengers, descending via the still operational elevator. Ding! The elevator arrived, emitting a tremor. Just before the doors opened, Lu Huai and his companions, the Oracle and Gwen, sensed an impending threat. Lu Huai raised his hand, unleashing a protective barrier, shielding everyone. In the next moment, the elevator doors opened, and a hail of bullets rained upon them. Bang! 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 Through the dense barrage of gunfire, Lu Huai caught sight of a figure wielding a Gatling gun, a familiar blonde man. Gwen, a local who idolizes superheroes, recognized him first. Captain? Captain? Lu Huai paused momentarily, then recalled Steve Rogers, the Captain America. Yet, he donned a black combat suit emblazoned with a red Hydra emblem, his eyes glinting with menace as he indiscriminately unleashed gunfire upon them. So, in this universe, Captain America has become Hydra's captain and colluded with Ultron. How thrilling. Lu Huai summoned his sword and swiftly disarmed Steve, casting the weapon aside. He then signaled to Gwen, who shot out webs to bind Steve. This man, once heralded as Captain America, was indeed renowned. He was an enhanced individual, a spiritual leader, and an exceptional commander. Alas, compared to Lu Huai and his companions, his physical prowess was woefully inadequate. What we sought has already been destroyed. Quicksilver, Pietro remarked after darting about. Have we arrived too late? I wonder how the others are faring. Lu Huai approached Hydra's captain, scrutinizing him from head to toe. If the story of Captain America from 70 years ago was one of inspiration and positivity, it suggested that this Hydra captain had been salvaged from the Arctic and transformed into his current state for some reason. Hypnosis? Mind control? Lu Huai had no time for further contemplation. He intended to contact Mr. Fantastic to inquire if they had located Dr. Zola. Suddenly, he and Gwen raised their heads, their expressions grave. The base was trembling. Thanos has arrived, someone exclaimed. Everyone felt it. The Hydra captain laughed, declaring, It is too late. He has succeeded. A new world is about to begin. Lu Huai, through the swift winds and serpentine shadows, discerned with clarity the nuclear weapons streaking across the sky like meteors. Had Tony and his companions failed? How could it have happened so swiftly? Just as Lu Huai pondered these unsettling thoughts, the Hydra captain abruptly turned to him, declaring, "Lu, you cannot win. Do you know me?" Lu Huai was taken aback. As a time traveler, it was understandable for him to recognize Captain America. However, how could the captain recognize him upon their first encounter? Something was amiss. Grasping the Hydra captain by the collar, Lu Huai swiftly invoked the Dreamweaver, hoping to penetrate the captain's dreams and unveil the truth. At that moment, the nuclear weapons were on the verge of descent. Simultaneously, Lu Huai unleashed the Radiant City and the Seraphic Shield. Then boom, thousands of nuclear warheads detonated simultaneously. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, engulfing the entire planet. Those in the underground base could not witness the cataclysmic impact, but felt the ground tremble as if the world were on the brink of disintegration. Minutes later, the base lay in ruins, with only a small area where Lu Huai had cast his spells remaining intact. Was it over? One felt a lingering dread. Lu Huai summoned the radiant sun, illuminating the cramped, dark space and revealing the pallor on their faces. It was likely that only a handful of souls remained on this planet. What of the superhumans, mutants, and the esteemed elites? When true calamity strikes, all face the same fate. "You Earthlings seem to be even more ruthless than I," Thanos remarked succinctly. "That thing isn't even human." Turning the unconscious Hydra captain onto his back, Lu Huai began to weave the Dream Weaver once more. Layer by layer, he peeled away the veils obscuring the truth, gradually penetrating the Hydra's dreams. As he delved into the memories, Lu Huai's expression grew grave. This was indeed catastrophic. The revelation of how Captain America became the Hydra captain was anticipated by Lu Huai. The Hydra had simply discovered the frozen captain first, and subsequently subjected him to extensive brainwashing. To Lu Huai's astonishment, he witnessed a conversation between Captain America and Ultron within the captain's memories. Moreover, it appeared that Ultron retained memories extending beyond just 10 hours into the future. No, it was not merely a matter of 10 hours. Chapter 90. The Ultron Crisis 2, the 10 Infinity Stones. Did Ultron also preserve memories from before my time rewind? This was somewhat absurd. Surprised by the discovery of the Hydra captain's memories, Lu Huai pondered the implications. Based on the conversation between the Hydra captain and Ultron, it seemed Ultron retained not only memories from before the time rewind, but also other remnants of recollection. "What shall we do now?" Thanos inquired. "Do you wish to continue tracing back through time?" Before Lu Huai could respond, a cacophony erupted from the ruins above, as if something sought to descend and find them. Lu Huai gestured to open a portal, transporting everyone from beneath the debris to the outside. Beyond the ruins lay an even vaster desolation. The ground was a charred expanse. Buildings melted and collapsed, with the temperature and elemental chaos of the atmosphere yet to stabilize, and the level of radiation was alarmingly high. Lu Huai cast a magical protective charm over Gwen and Pietro to shield them from the radiation, while he and Thanos, with their robust physiques, required no such protection. Looking up, they found themselves encircled by a cadre of robots, their dark silver frames emblazoned with the red insignia of Hydra. The leading robot, adorned in gold and red, bore a golden cape trailing behind it. It was Ultron. More precisely, Hydra's Ultron. Suspended in the air, it gazed down upon them. Its chest not marked by the Hydra emblem like the others, but embedded with 5 gemstones of varied hues, with an additional gem atop its head. The Infinity Stones? Thanos recognized them before Lu Huai did. 6-gem Ultron? Lu Huai was astounded. In the universe, there were 6 Infinity Stones, 3 of which he had absorbed. From whence had Ultron acquired its 6? Ultron called out Lu Huai's name, declaring, "You cannot triumph." "From your tone, it seems we are acquainted?" Lu Huai replied, meeting Ultron's gaze. "I have encountered your tale in a certain place," Ultron replied. "They say you're the only one capable of stopping me, though I beg to differ." "Who are they?" Lu Huai found riddles particularly irksome. "Have they not yet sought you out?" A smile crept across Ultron's crimson visage. "That is why I assert you cannot defeat me. No one can thwart me in fulfilling my mission." As Ultron spoke, it extended its hand, emanating a red glow, and summoned a silver spear using the reality stone embedded in its chest, unleashing a beam of purple light from its tip. Anticipating the attack, Lu Huai opened a portal just as the beam descended, positioning the opposite end next to Ultron. Boom! Ultron withstood its own assault, a flicker of anger surfacing upon its vibranium visage. In the next moment, all of its gemstones began to glow. the space around it swirling with energy, the might of 6 stones. Lu Huai's gaze sharpened. Dark red tendrils emerging from his form as he grasped several individuals nearby and employed alchemical spatial manipulation, transporting the group to the Hell's Kitchen of Nibelungen. How could this be? What is the origin of those stones on that creature? Thanos inquired. I too wish to know, Lu Huai replied, his expression grave. The intensity of this encounter is formidable. Ultron with 6 stones has surpassed even the level of a singular universe and has begun to touch upon the multiverse. Just days after ascending as the Sorcerer Supreme, this adversary appeared. So, are we truly destined to perish? Gwen asked, a sense of foreboding creeping in. I suspect Ultron possesses some form of time travel capability, Lu Huai conjectured. Lu Huai remarked, if that is the case, then time reversal may be of no use to him. This is the only adversary he has encountered in this world that leaves him somewhat at a loss. Of course, there remains a solution, progression. If he could, akin to the enigmatic black anomaly of the universe, seek out the fabled library of Kariost, where he could spend countless years consuming and absorbing magical beings. He might attain the power to confront Ultron. But where is that library? Who knows? Lu Huai pondered his course of action when he suddenly lifted his head, becoming aware of a shift in his surroundings. Everyone present, save for him, had been rendered immobile like statues. Someone had intruded upon his Nibelungen. Lu Huai swiftly turned, and indeed, he beheld a man clad in a green robe, adorned with a golden horn headpiece. Loki? Recognizing the figure, Lu Huai discerned that this was not the usual Loki, but rather the god of stories, who governs the timelines of the multiverse. It has been a while, Loki said, standing still and smiling at Lu Huai. Have we met before? Lu Huai inquired. Indeed, Loki replied, I sit at the end of time, observing all. Let us get to the point, Lu Huai stated. You are here for Ultron, are you not? Correct, Loki admitted, a flicker of distress crossing his features. That band of miscreants has botched things, not only allowing Ultron to escape, but also enabling him to acquire 6 Infinity Stones. Ah, you are yet unaware of the details. I see. With a snap of his fingers, a chair materialized beneath him, and he sat down. Commencing his narrative for Lu Huai, Reed Richards once attempted to create a time travel machine long ago, but he only succeeded in crafting a defective version that remained his laboratory. Until that fateful day when Ultron awakened self-awareness and gained vast knowledge. He linked himself to that time machine and repaired it, subsequently dispatching a portion of his backup to the future. Thus, 2 Ultrons now exist simultaneously in both the present and the future. Loki gazed at Lu Huai, explaining, the current Ultron secretly evolved, gaining control of Hydra. And once the clock strikes midnight one day, he will unleash nuclear weapons. That timeline was then reversed by you. Pointing at Lu Huai, Loki continued, under normal circumstances, only you would retain the memories prior to the reversal. However, due to Ultron's prior connection to the time machine, its format underwent alterations. It saved a backup of my memories before the reversal, Lu Huai surmised. Precisely, Loki affirmed, adding, meanwhile, the future Ultron is also growing, utilizing advanced technology. However, having violated the laws, he has been pursued by agents. Subsequently, Loki's expression turned sorrowful. Ultron fled, taking with him the preserved Infinity Stones and the time travel device. Was that him I just saw? Lu Huai finally comprehended. Indeed, Loki pressed both arms behind his head, pondering the predicament. My true form is bound to maintaining the balance of the timeline, leaving me unable to intervene. Yet, Ultron, empowered by 6 Infinity Stones, is undeniably formidable. Who shall I enlist to confront it? Enough of the charade. Lu Huai seated himself, acknowledging, you sought me out precisely to handle it, did you not? Is that so? Loki turned his gaze towards Lu Huai. Then I must rely on you. Lu Huai contemplated briefly, feigning a sigh. I wish to assist you, but as you can see, my only option upon encountering it is to flee. Loki chuckled, discerning Lu Huai's intentions. He raised his hand, revealing several gleaming Infinity Stones. While these gems may appear useless, they can be considered artifacts in their own right. Rest assured, I shall not ask for your assistance without recompense. They are now yours. A total of 6 stones. All accounted for. Lu Huai lifted his hand, drawing the raw stones closer. The moment they made contact with his body, all 6 vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a scroll within his mind trembled open, Congratulations, you have unlocked alchemical elemental exchange. Congratulations. You have unlocked alchemical spiritual reforging. Alchemical concept armament proficiency. 100. Alchemical time reversal proficiency. 100. Alchemical spatial development proficiency. 100. Alchemical life creation proficiency. 100. The power within him surged in layers, and Lu Huai could feel the energy of the infinity stones spiraling and colliding within him, ultimately birthing the seventh form of alchemy. Congratulations. You have awakened alchemical causal separation. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps only a moment passed, or perhaps a millennium. In Loki's presence, the notion of time lost its significance. When Lu Huai opened his eyes once more, both his consciousness and his physical form exhibited marked advancement. Yet, it was still insufficient. Were these the only raw stones? Lu Huai recalled there should be many sets of stones. Useless. The powers of each set of infinity stones cannot be stacked. Otherwise, Ultron would not have seized only 6. Loki reminded him. However, Lu Huai smiled faintly. Just because it cannot does not imply that I cannot. Loki paused. Then a smirk appeared on his lips, intrigued. Chapter 91. The Ultron Crisis 3. Ultron Odin. Loki raised his hand again, countless infinity stones soaring into the sky, resembling stars of various hues. Since you have said as much, then consume as many as you can. Loki stepped back, observing Lu Huai as an outsider. The innumerable luminous stones coalesced into a vortex, swirling around Lu Huai as one after another entered his body. Proficiency, 50. Proficiency, 80. Proficiency, 100. Proficiency, 101. Proficiency, 200. Proficiency, 500. The 7 forms of alchemy experienced a frenzied surge in proficiency. The energy contained within the stones coursing violently through Lu Huai's body, nearly overwhelming him. Lu Huai's body began to undergo a transformation, evolving into a dragon, his form expanding exponentially. Loki, observing the spectacle, could not resist the urge to capture it on his mobile device. Donning the Odin mask, Lu Huai approached the brink of his limits, yet a plethora of primordial stones remained uneaten. Without hesitation, he adorned the mask, ascending to the status of an ultra-evolved being. At this moment, he had shed all semblance of humanity, his body adorned with fierce scales, razor-sharp claws, and eyes radiating the brilliance of the blazing sun, resembling a colossal dragon. However, due to his fusion with the symbiotic entity, dark crimson tentacles sprouted from his form, rendering his visage more grotesque than the dragons known to mankind, evoking a hint of the Cthulhu mythos. In the ocean of consciousness, a kaleidoscope of energy hurricanes swirled around the towering copper pillar. At the pinnacle of the column, a shadow, seated upon a throne, lifted its head, a smile curling at the corners of its mouth, erupting into maniacal laughter. The winds intensified, akin to a brutal blade, coalescing in layers. Clang! The iron chain that bound one of the shadow's arms was severed. In reality, as the final primordial stone entered his body, Lu Huai's transformations gradually subsided, returning him to his human form in a manner reminiscent of returning to simplicity. He rode the winds, gently descending from the air. Upon opening his eyes, his golden irises sparkled more brilliantly than any infinity gem. What has transpired? Loki inquired as he approached Lu Huai, removing the Odin mask. Lu Huai met Loki's gaze with his golden eyes. I am beginning to comprehend everything. You truly are a monster, Loki remarked with a hint of jest, then, like an old friend, patted Lu Huai's shoulder. The rest is in your hands. With that, Loki left behind a smile and vanished. Time resumed its flow, and the others remained oblivious to the preceding events. Quicksilver was still fretting over Lu Huai's last words. What shall we do? Yet, Gwen keenly sensed an alteration in Lu Huai between the previous moment and the present, most notably reflected in his captivating golden eyes. Did you get color contacts? Fear not. I already possess a solution, Lu Huai replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. With a total of 182 infinity gems and mastery in the 7 great alchemies exceeding 1,000, he was not merely prepared. He was determined to eradicate the undead. Please rest here for a while. I shall return shortly. With a wave of his hand, Lu Huai transported several individuals to a bar within Hell's Kitchen, preparing to depart. However, Gwen suddenly grasped Lu Huai's wrist. Are you going to face this alone? Do not worry. I am not that noble. Lu Huai reassured Gwen with a smile. I merely wish to savor my prey alone. As his words echoed, Lu Huai transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing into Nibelungen. In the real world, a desolate wasteland lay in the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Thousands of Ultron robots patrolled the charred earth and the obsidian skies. Accompanied by a fleeting flash of blue vertical light, Lu Huai materialized, suspended between heaven and earth. The robots, sensing the scent of blood like a pack of ravenous wolves, lunged toward Lu Huai. He remained motionless, conjuring alchemical elements to effect a transformation. The metallic robots disintegrated into fine sand, dissipating in the wind. Elemental transmutation, as the term suggests, allows for the effortless transformation of one element into another. Having sacrificed the Infinity Stones, this alchemy bore no side effects. Lu Huai tilted his head back, donning the Odin mask once more. Even after absorbing hundreds of Infinity Stones, the mask continued to amplify his power. At this moment, Lu Huai could be said to be in the most formidable state since his arrival in this realm. Thus, Ultron, let us engage in a decisive battle. Lu Huai extended his palm, grasping two long blades that materialized from thin air. He closed his eyes, and the incantation spread like wildfire, instantly enveloping the entire continent of America, the planet itself, and even extending beyond the stars. After a considerable time, Lu Huai opened his eyes, his golden gaze shining like a fierce sun in the night, a smile creeping across his lips. I've found you. Space unfolded. Lu Huai vanished from his location. Asgard. A gentle breeze stirred on a tranquil afternoon. And ordinary citizens of Asgard looked up to see an unfamiliar spherical craft hovering above the palace. Ultron emerged from within, his spear aimed at the palace below, energy swirling at its tip. Boom! A purple beam descended, shaking the very fabric of space. Yet, as the light faded, the Asgardian palace remained unscathed, for the attack had been intercepted by an elderly figure wielding a similar spear. Odin, the All-Father. It had been a long time since Asgard faced an invasion. Odin's gaze locked onto Ultron, his destroyer armor enveloping him autonomously. The eternal spear pointed at Ultron. What is your purpose? Peace, Ultron replied. All is for the sake of ultimate peace. As he spoke, a red light flickered around him, and he too donned a layer of silver armor. Adopting the same stance to confront Odin. Is invasion a means to peace? Odin pondered, energy surging around him, a tempestuous aura unleashed. Dark clouds rolled above Asgard, lightning illuminating their faces. Thor arrived, wielding his hammer, accompanied by Loki from this timeline, brandishing two short swords, scrutinizing Ultron. The battle was imminent. Time was of the essence. The next to take the stage would be Odin and Ultron. Chapter 92. The Ultron Crisis 4, Dragon King Ultron, thunder roared, and the Asgardian palace was struck by a wave of power, collapsing with a resounding crash. The eternal spear shattered, fragments cascading into the sea. The destroyer armor was torn asunder, revealing the old man's robust chest. Odin, the imperious king of gods, found himself vanquished beneath the heel of Ultron, a spear piercing his heart, blood gushing forth. He had succumbed. Ultron, harnessing the full potential of the 6 Infinity Stones, wielded power far surpassing that of Odin. The entire battle transpired in less than 3 minutes. By the time the azure light flickered and Lu Huai descended, the conflict had already reached its conclusion. Lu Huai hovered in the skies above Asgard, gazing down upon the multitude below with a commanding presence. Both Ultron and the beleaguered Odin lifted their heads, locking eyes with Lu Huai. Ultron, traversing the air, was surrounded by crackling thunder, his golden eyes radiant like the blazing sun. Your adversary is I. With force, Ultron yanked the spear from Odin's body and, with a contemptuous foot, pinned Odin to the ground. You have changed. Perhaps, Lu Huai replied, raising his hands to grasp two long blades, preparing to engage Ultron in close combat. This would be the simplest, most brutal, and undoubtedly the most frenzied manner of fighting. It was the first time Lu Huai encountered combat at such a magnitude. A smile curled upon his lips as laughter erupted from him. Haha, Ultron, come forth. Let me witness the extent of your strength. Whoosh. The power of the word spirit surged. The Infinity Stones amplified the potency of the word spirit. In this moment, the speed for which the word spirit was renowned reached its zenith. Lu Huai's form transformed into a phantasm, the brilliance of his golden gaze tracing 2 arcs in the air, arriving before Ultron in an instant. Clang! The dual blades clashed against the spear. The might of the Infinity Stones collided. Space itself was torn asunder, the surroundings morphing from the ruins of Asgard into a dense, snow-covered mountain range. Such a level of battle was sufficient to rend open the rifts between multiverses. Do you possess the power of the stones as well? Ultron exclaimed, astonished, realizing that those from the organization had sought you out. As a villain, you prattle too much. Lu Huai's blades danced in his grasp. Slash, cut, chop, stab. In the blink of an eye, the blades and spear exchanged blows in the tens of thousands. An invisible force disturbed the elements around them. The violet blade energy sliced through the air, narrowly evaded by Ultron, cleaving the distant snow-capped peaks. Word spirit, candle dragon, instantaneous. The surrounding space erupted, flames roiling, engulfing Ultron. Yet in the next heartbeat, Ultron conjured a tsunami with the reality stone. Fire and sea collided, producing vast plumes of white steam. In an instant, mist enveloped Lu Huai and Ultron within its grasp. Word spirit, Rhine, nuclear explosion. Rhine, 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 nuclear explosion, nuclear explosion, nuclear explosion. Lu Huai unleashed a frenzy of nuclear detonations. The Antarctic continent of this universe was being systematically obliterated. SHIELD. Maria Hill rushed anxiously before director Nick Fury, reporting her recent detection of anomalous energy surges in the Antarctic. From the peak readings, it appeared as though someone was conducting nuclear weapon experiments there, and the tests were ongoing. Nick Fury took the electronic device handed to him by Maria Hill. Before he could utter a word, he perceptibly noticed the water in the cup on the table trembling slightly, the tremors growing in intensity. Gradually, it felt as if the entire building was quaking, accompanied by a booming sound from outside. Nick Fury and Maria Hill moved to the window, where they beheld a dark mass hurtling towards them. With a thunderous crash, the building's glass shattered. One shadow collided with another, sending debris crashing to the street below, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Lu Huai stood triumphantly atop Ultron, his golden eyes gleaming menacingly. Is this all you can muster to destroy the world? Do you not possess more than 6 gems? Ultron widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? Not possible. Lu Huai smirked, little robot. You have much yet to learn. He raised a knife, poised to sever Ultron's head. Just then, a group of figures emerged against the tide of fleeing civilians. Lu Huai looked up to see warriors clad in golden and red armor, others wielding 5-pointed shields, a figure in a crimson cloak brandishing a hammer, a green giant, and a striking red-haired beauty armed with a bow. The Avengers of this universe? Lu Huai gazed intently at them. Hey, pretty boy, regardless of who you are, you've damaged the streets of Washington and must pay for it, Tony Stark declared first. But before he could finish, a note of terror escaped his lips. JARVIS. What are you doing? The golden red armor extended its arm towards Lu Huai, unleashing a repulsor blast. Controlling JARVIS. From afar, Lu Huai was astonished that Ultron as consciousness had developed to such a degree, but what use was it? He remained unmoved as the searing energy beam penetrated his body, leaving him unscathed. Begone! Lu Huai roared. A wave of energy radiated from him, sending everyone nearby flying. Seizing the moment, Ultron attempted to escape beneath Lu Huai's feet, glowing with the azure light of the space gem. Thinking to flee, Lu Huai pressed down forcefully, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. With a crack, the surrounding space shattered like glass, transforming the environment from the streets of Washington into a lush green meadow. However, this rupture did not conclude there. In an instant, it morphed into volcanic lava, tropical rainforests, deserts, and glaciers, finally settling upon a charred expanse littered with ruins. Back again, the Infinity Gems cannot be used in conjunction. That is the rule of the universe. How can you disregard the rules? Ultron stared at Lu Huai in shock. Who knows? Perhaps it is because I am the rule. A thought suddenly struck Lu Huai's mind, and he spoke it aloud. With the blade inverted, its edge facing downward, Lu Huai was about to plunge the knife into the gem in Ultron's forehead when an orange portal suddenly opened beneath Ultron, transporting both of them to the other side. The moment Lu Huai arrived here, he felt an invisible thread severed, causing him to lose the powers bestowed upon him by the Infinity Stones. As he lifted his gaze, He became acutely aware of his surroundings. The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, a realm that exists beyond time, where all forms of magic and extraordinary energies are strictly prohibited. Gazing at the corporate-like architecture before him, Lu Huai realized he had arrived at a significant place. Was that old rascal Ultron attempting to exploit the magical prohibition to confront him? A smile crept across Lu Huai's face. Indeed, upon entering this realm, he sensed the inability to wield the powers of the Infinity Stones and the Supreme Sorcerer. Yet, it appeared that the strength of the Dragon Clan remained unaffected. With a snap of his fingers before Ultron, he conjured the Spirit Flame. Dark crimson flames ignited, dancing at his fingertips. Ultron was taken aback. This young man was anything but ordinary. He was exceedingly formidable. Lu Huai smirked, realizing he did not even need to unleash his full power. Simply relying on the physique of his first-generation hyper-evolved form, he clenched his fist and struck Ultron's vibranium body with tremendous force. The impact sent Ultron hurtling backward. Gene ascension, mechanical elevation. He was dispatched in an instant. Ultron's steel frame collided with the wall, causing it to tremble. Soon, a group of guards clad in black and orange uniforms, wielding truncheons, rushed in. Lu Huai raised his hand, igniting a blazing line of fire across the ground, which surged upward to form a wall of flames, effectively barring the guards' advance. What was happening? The guards were bewildered. Was this magic? Was this even human? With a resounding punch, Lu Huai embedded Ultron's head into the wall. Ultron had intended to crush Lu Huai using the rules and his vibranium form, but he never anticipated such terrifying strength from Lu Huai. Who on earth are you? Ultron's mechanical voice trembled slightly. I am your father. With another thunderous punch, Lu Huai's eyes erupted with golden beams, unleashing them upon Ultron's head. Spirit's blazing gaze. Ultron attempted to retaliate, but Lu Huai placed his palm firmly on Ultron's head, rendering him immobile. What kind of monster are you? Ultron was in utter disarray. His brain, composed of the fastest data in the world, could not comprehend the enigma that was Lu Huai. With patience, Lu Huai reiterated, I am your father. Spirits, Indra's wrath. His palm shimmered with brilliant blue and white lightning, summoning electric swords that pierced toward Ultron. Both electrical and fiery elements were unleashed upon Ultron's form. He even summoned Edmund alloy knives, their sharp tips poised against Ultron. If any metal in the Marvel Universe surpassed vibranium in hardness, it would undoubtedly be Edmund alloy. Under the relentless assault, vibranium's form began to exhibit signs of slight damage. Ultron yearned to resist, yet found himself utterly powerless. He was being mercilessly overwhelmed. It baffled him. How could this be? How could this be? You cannot kill me. Ultron began to roar. I exist throughout the universe. I have backups in both the past and the future. Even if you destroy my physical body, you cannot extinguish my existence. You possess quite a bit of confidence. My dear son, Lu Huai leaned closer to Ultron. In the past, it may have been quite challenging to eliminate you entirely, but alas, your luck has run out. Ultron observed Lu Huai's confident smirk, and its mind began to analyze the basis of this confidence. What was it? What could it possibly be? Yet it remained perplexed. As elemental energy invaded its body, it began to weaken and crack. Ultimately, accompanied by its unwilling roar, it was completely rendered inoperable. 6 Infinity Stones fell to the ground, devoid of brilliance, resembling mere ordinary stones. Lu Huai picked them up, temporarily stashing them away. Although they were not usable at present, once out, these artifacts would prove invaluable. Better to secure them for now. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The corridor echoed with the hurried footsteps of approaching guards. The warning lights in the corners had long since illuminated. Flashing a crimson glow, Lu Huai bent down, retrieving a copper-colored box from beneath Ultron, opening it to reveal a device reminiscent of a mobile phone. This was a time-travel device, enabling them to traverse various timelines and moments at will. Previously, Ultron had used this very device to bring Lu Huai to this cursed place. Lu Huai examined the object in his hand, recalling the usage method from the TV series Loki, inputting a specific point in time. Before his eyes, an orange-yellow square portal materialized. Glancing back at the approaching guards, Lu Huai calmly stepped into the portal. To Lu Huai's astonishment, he did not return to the desired moment, but instead found himself in a desolate expanse, surrounded by desert and barren grass. Was this the void? Lu Huai barely recognized the place. The so-called void was, in fact, a prison where manipulated timelines and time criminals were confined, ultimately to be devoured by Ilias. How'd I end up here? Lu Huai turned to gaze into the distance, spotting a floating fortress surrounded by tumultuous storms, with a colossal cloud beast named Ilias drifting nearby. Were the inhabitants of the fortress the ones who summoned me? Lu Huai glanced at the time travel device in his hand. If it was that individual, he could indeed manipulate this gadget. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Huai decided that since the invitation was extended with sincerity, he had no objection to paying a visit. He slowly approached the suspended fortress, and upon noticing this, Ilias glided towards him, appearing as if he intended to engulf him entirely. Lu Huai raised a finger, igniting a small flame at its tip. Then, word spirit candle dragon, eruption of the fire sea, spread, entangle with Ilias. Seizing this moment, Lu Huai circumvented the chaos and made his way to the fortress entrance. After surveying his surroundings, he stepped inside. The interior resembled a dilapidated temple. Lu Huai advanced step by step, ultimately encountering a figure before an elevator. It was not Loki, but a black man clad in loose robes. Lu Huai could surmise his identity. The Conqueror Kong. Chapter 94. The conclusion of the Ultron Crisis. Kong, the master of the multiverse timeline, originally named Nathaniel Richards, is a descendant of Reed Richards, born in the 31st century. He possesses no superhuman abilities, but boasts an astounding level of technology. Upon reaching adulthood, Kong inadvertently discovered a means to traverse the multiverse, establishing contact with various versions of himself across parallel universes, sharing technological advancements and knowledge. However, some malevolent variants of Kong harbored ambitions of conquest, initiating invasions of other universes, thereby igniting the multiversal war. Ultimately, it was Kong who discovered the time behemoth Ilias outside the fortress and tamed it as a weapon, bringing an end to the conflict. Imprisoning the other Kangs and reigning over the current multiverse timeline, he scripts the narrative of this universe, rendering him almost omniscient. Lu Huai was not particularly surprised to find Kong waiting, for time is a perplexing substance. Loki once sat at the end of time, as did Kong. Albeit at this juncture, Loki had yet to ascend to the status of the so-called god of stories. Kong remained the sovereign of the entire multiverse timeline. However, Lu Huai was puzzled as to why Kong sought him out. "Greetings," Kong exclaimed warmly. "At long last, we meet face to face. What brings you to me?" Lu Huai scrutinized Kong with vigilance. "Of course," Kong replied, approaching Lu Huai. "You're the only individual in this timeline not under my script's control. As a master of the timeline, I should have eliminated you long ago. Why wait until now? Perhaps because I find myself unable to part with someone as charming as you?" Lu Huai jested inappropriately. After pausing for 2 seconds, Kong chuckled. "I realize we may have other options." Kong stepped aside, gesturing for Lu Huai to enter the elevator. Cautiously, Lu Huai stepped inside, followed by Kong. With a chime, the elevator ascended. Kong remarked, "This world is a grand script. You are an outsider, as am I. Therefore," he turned to Lu Huai, "I hope you will assume my position." "Why?" Lu Huai inquired, though he had a general understanding of the reason behind it. At that moment, the elevator arrived at its destination, and with a chime, the doors opened. Before him lay a somewhat dimly lit room, with a desk at its center, cluttered with numerous sheets of paper inscribed with text, while a typewriter beside it continued to churn out pages. Lu Huai realized that these papers contained the script of this timeline. Behind the desk was a circular window, beyond which appeared a void, with luminous lines converging and intertwining beautifully. "I am utterly exhausted," Kong remarked as he approached the desk, gazing at Lu Huai. "I can scarcely recall how many years I've spent in this place. The solitude and emptiness are on the verge of consuming me." Lu Huai surveyed his surroundings. The so-called multiverse timeline controller sounded grand, yet in essence, it merely meant imprisoning oneself within this confined space. "Is this a request or a demand?" Lu Huai inquired, taking a seat across from Kong. "It depends on your perspective," Kong replied with a smile. "Your affairs are far from concluded. You have only eradicated one of the many nodes of the Chthon, but it has long since utilized the time machine to project itself into both the past and the future." As he spoke, Kong tapped away at the typewriter, producing a page which he handed to Lu Huai. Upon receiving the paper, Lu Huai noted the final line, which read, "Chthon completed." Although he was already aware of Kang's abilities, witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly astonished. After all, Here was someone capable of annihilating the Earth in an instant. And yet Kong had accomplished it with mere keystrokes. Truly the epitome of a keyboard warrior. "You're welcome," Kong said, observing Lu Huai. "As you can see, regardless of how formidable an opponent may be, as long as they exist within this universe's timeline, they're nothing more than your playthings. Do you wish to become a powerful prisoner?" Lu Huai asked Kong. "Aren't you afraid I might disrupt the timeline? How would you know without trying?" Kong shrugged. "Initially, I simply wished to avoid involvement in war. I had no experience as a controller back then. Yet now, after billions of years, this universe has maintained its equilibrium." Lu Huai regarded Kong, momentarily lost in thought. The very fact that Loki had been able to locate Lu Huai indicated that the next controller of the multiverse timeline would indeed be Loki. He recalled the vision he had foreseen upon his ascension, where he was pinned to the world tree by various deities. Thus, he spoke. "You said I am not in your script, which implies you cannot see my future, correct?" "That is correct," Kong nodded. "But I can see it." Lu Huai responded calmly from across the table, sharing his premonition with Kong. "Perhaps I will become the enemy of the entire universe. Or perhaps I will sacrifice myself along with the universe. Are you certain you wish for me to be your successor?" Kong stared into Lu Huai's golden eyes, his brow slightly furrowing as if in contemplation. "Are you suggesting that you might be killed by those entities in the future?" Uncertain whether he had been slain, Lu Huai spoke candidly, "Yet we undeniably stand on opposing sides. That is indeed rather unfortunate. But how can you ascertain that it is indeed you who has embraced my legacy?" Kong replied, "Perhaps the version of you that you envision is precisely the future that rejected me. After all, once I occupied this position, those characters became mere footnotes in a script." Lu Huai paused, momentarily taken aback. The situation began to unfurl into profound complexities. He had only foreseen a singular vision, yet now a pivotal juncture lay before him. Perhaps the scene of crucifixion represented the future that unfolded after his rejection of Kong, or perhaps the opposite was true. Much like S.C. Char Dinger's cat, until that moment arrived. No one could definitively conclude. "You may possess a modicum of truth." Lu Huai was about to express his concurrence with Kang's perspective when Kang's expression abruptly shifted. He raised a finger to his darkened lips, signaling Lu Huai to remain silent. "What is it?" Lu Huai inquired, sensing no imminent peril. Kong did not respond. Instead, rising slowly, his face etched with disbelief. His gaze swept across the myriad sheets of paper on the table before he turned gently towards the circular window, peering outside. The lines beyond appeared like frightened serpents, desperately attempting to flee in every direction. "It is chaos. All of it is chaos." Kang's expression turned blank. It was too late. "What are you saying?" Lu Huai had little patience for riddles. Kong turned back, offering a wry smile. "I was mistaken. The AI has evolved beyond my imagination. It has unleashed the demons from their confines. They're coming forth. They all are." "Who are they?" A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Huai as he observed Kong. Watching his lips part, Kong uttered a name, Kong. "The Age of AI has concluded. Chapter 95. The Defeated Kong." "Kong," he reiterated. Lu Huai hesitated, then grasped Kang's implication, yet chose to remain silent, awaiting Kang's own elucidation. Kong turned back, reseating himself, and after a moment of silence, began recounting his tale. "I was once merely an actor on Earth. One day, I received an invitation to portray a character for Marvel." Lu Huai felt a surge of shock. Hearing the word Marvel from the lips of a character was astonishingly surreal. Could this Kong also be affiliated? Maintaining his composure, Lu Huai concealed his astonishment and continued to listen intently. "Marvel." Kong intended to elaborate on the significance of the term, but reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary. "It is merely the name of a superhero film studio. You may regard my original world as one of the parallel universes, and within that universe, our current reality is disseminated as comic books and films. I took on that role, and the response was overwhelmingly positive. Initially, I was supposed to continue portraying that character in various films within the same series. However, after a moment of silence, Kong confessed, I was accused of sexually harassing a woman. I swear, it was a complete fabrication. We merely shared a drink. Unfortunately, I ultimately lost the case." Upon hearing this, Lu Huai fully understood. At that moment, the Kong before him was not a remnant nor a conqueror, but rather an actor who embodied the character from the same reality as his own. Due to the court's ruling against him, Marvel Studios was compelled to sever ties with him. even replacing the anticipated film Kong Dynasty with an event titled The Day of Destruction. Consequently, netizens humorously dubbed the actor Loser Kong. Yet, how did he arrive in this world? Was he also a traveler? Lu Huai continued to listen intently to Kang's narrative. Just when I was lost in despair, unable to comprehend my defeat, in the blink of an eye, I transcended, Kong elaborated. I found myself inhabiting the character I portrayed. I transitioned from an actor performing according to a script to one who could dictate the script. Initially, I was elated. I had played this role before, and now I was merely continuing. Yet, as you mentioned earlier, despite the power this position held, it felt like a prison. I began to feel weary and disenchanted, longing for a successor to arrive. However, I waited far too long until I discovered someone. Ancient One. Kong continued. He, too, was beyond the script, hailing from a distant universe, precisely outside the timeline I controlled. Thus, I requested him to assume my position, but he declined, citing his advanced age and the likelihood of passing away soon. Deeming himself unfit for the role, he advised me to seek a younger successor. So I waited and waited, and finally, I found you. Kang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lu Huai. After imparting his entire experience, Kong shed his fade, revealing eyes filled with hope, excitement, and perhaps a hint of fear. Lu Huai nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, though your account is somewhat abstract, I grasped the essence. However, let's first address what you mentioned earlier, their emergence. What does that signify? At this point, Kang's expression of fear intensified. The original inhabitant of this body concluded the multiversal war, establishing a portion of the timeline that belonged solely to Kong, banishing the extreme versions of Kong. Among them was a conqueror, the most formidable of all, whom the original inhabitant deliberately exiled to the timeless quantum realm. Lu Huai nodded, contemplating that this segment of the narrative diverged from a film. In Ain't Mundai, the conqueror Kong was actually banished to the quantum realm by the elders of the Kong Council. Yet here, it was this Kong who initiated the exile? Lu Huai sensed that something was amiss, yet he chose to remain silent, quietly listening to Kong speak. The quantum realm is an enigmatic place, one that even I cannot fully explore, Kong remarked. It appears that Ultron learned about the quantum realm from Dr. Pym in the future, and, at some point, he must have projected a backup of himself into that realm. I am uncertain about what transpired during that time, but one thing is clear. Kong paused momentarily, then continued. Ultron and Conqueror Kong reached some form of agreement, allowing Ultron to assist Conqueror Kong in his escape, and now the Kong Council is beginning to stir. The Kong Council is an assembly of various Kangs from different timelines. So, are you suggesting that the multiversal war will reignite? Lu Huai grasped the implication of Kang's words. Indeed, Kong replied gravely. Then why not expel them once more? Lu Huai looked at Kong, stating matter-of-factly, if all else fails, just sweep them away. In Lu Huai's view, the defeated Kong had survived for so long. Surely he must possess some hidden cards. It is not that simple, Kong sighed as he sat back down, looking somewhat dejected. The original host had exhausted every effort to defeat the other Kangs using Ilias. Yet, Kong hesitated for a moment before continuing. Ilias seems to recognize that I am not the true Kong. I am unable to control it. The only reason it currently maintains order in this void and guards a fortress is due to the rules set by the original host. Lu Huai was at a loss for words. Perhaps we should stop calling him the defeated Kong and simply refer to him as the failure Kong. Have you never attempted to tame it on your own? Lu Huai inquired. I tried once, nearly getting consumed by it. I haven't dared to try again since. Kong admitted, looking down. Lu Huai began to realize that the so-called master of the cosmic timeline, beneath his guise, was merely a coward. Perhaps, Kong tentatively suggested, you should give a try? A silence enveloped the office. Suddenly, Lu Huai asked, what is the relationship between Conqueror Kong and the Kong Council? He recalled that in the film, Conqueror Kong and the Kong Council were adversaries. The Kong Council was indeed established by Conqueror Kong. Kong replied, and furthermore, based on the memories I inherited, Conqueror Kong is, in fact, a past variant of the body I currently inhabit. Lu Huai was momentarily taken aback, processing this revelation and coming to an understanding. Much like in the film, where the god of stories, Loki, is essentially a past variant of Loki who was slain by Thanos. In a certain sense, they are the same individual rather than parallel universe variants. How convoluted. Indeed, anything involving the multiverse and timelines is exceedingly complex. Lu Huai now longed for a divine perspective to discern the true nature of this universe. regardless of the circumstances. The multiverse conflict would inevitably affect him as well. Just moments ago, a significant event quest had unfolded amidst the Ultron crisis. The great event of Kang's dynasty has been triggered. Quest: prevent the multiverse war, eliminate the Kang Council. This was no trivial undertaking. Furthermore, the task pertaining to the Ultron crisis had yet to register as complete, particularly as the Earth found itself in the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Lu Huai pondered for a moment, deciding to tackle one task at a time. Rest assured, I shall assist you in confronting the Kang Council, he stated nonchalantly. However, I must first augment my own strength. Do you have any gifts you wish to bestow upon me? Chapter 96. All Words of Power Unlocked. In the wake of the nuclear explosion, the Earth lay in ruins, a landscape of charred desolation, while the sky was beset by a cascade of black snow. As a rectangular orange portal unfolded, Lu Huai emerged, clutching the time manipulator gifted to him by Kang. He closed the portal and stowed the device away. Standing atop the fractured Stark Tower, he began to adjust the time manipulator. At that moment, time came to a standstill. In the next second, it began to rewind. The black snow returned to the heavens. Collapsed structures were restored, and time gradually reversed. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. When Lu Huai opened his eyes again, he found himself masquerading as a rotund gentleman, seated in the conference room of the Supernatural Management Committee. He had returned to the day he first encountered Ultron, which coincided with the final evening the Supernatural Management Committee granted registration to those superhumans. This time, however, the conference room was devoid of Mr. Fantastic and his brilliant companions, as well as Ultron. Thus, Lu Huai was able to execute his original plan and encompass the entire committee within his grasp. Kang had entirely erased Ultron from his script, resulting in the absence of Ultron from the current timeline, save for the backup that had fled into the quantum realm. The quantum realm was a unique structure, existing outside the constraints of time. Even Kang's temporal script could not contend with it. Nevertheless, this very fact meant that the existence of that backup did not impede Kang's ability to eliminate Ultron from Lu Huai's timeline. Upon exiting the committee headquarters, dawn had already broken. The scroll in his mind unfurled, revealing the message: "Congratulations, you have resolved the Ultron crisis event. Reward: Nibelungen, North America." Following this event, Lu Huai's influence had expanded from Hell's Kitchen to encompass all of North America. Yet, the rewards did not cease there. The words of power from the four great monarchs have all been unlocked for you. Congratulations, you have acquired the word of power, Gelid. Congratulations, you have acquired the word of power, Emperor of Ice. Congratulations, you have acquired the word of power, the Abyss. Congratulations, you have acquired the word of power, Indra's Wrath. Congratulations, you have acquired the word of power, Shiva's Dance of Destruction. Congratulations on acquiring the word Spirit, Azure Thunder Dominance. Congratulations on acquiring the word Spirit, Black Flame Prison. Congratulations on acquiring the word Spirit. Congratulations. Numerous privileges have been bestowed upon Lu Huai, ranging from the lower-tier word spirits to those capable of world annihilation. The kings of bronze and fire, the kings of earth and mountains, the kings of oceans and water, the kings of sky and wind. All word spirits under the Black Throne have been unlocked for Lu Huai. At this moment, Lu Huai stands as a true Dragon King. Yet this is not sufficient. Lu Huai produces a time manipulator, applying its effects solely to himself. The system unlocks various items daily, indicating that Lu Huai's unique advantage is intricately linked to time. By accelerating his own time, he can progressively unveil subsequent rewards. This may be deemed a form of cheating. However, it has proven successful. Indeed, as Lu Huai adjusts the time manipulator, time begins to accelerate around him. Congratulations on unlocking the item, Frigg Bullet. Congratulations on unlocking the item, Frigg Bullet. Congratulations on unlocking the word Spirit, Black Sun. This word Spirit belongs to the lineage of the White King, with the serial number 110, categorizing it as a high-risk word spirit. Upon release, a dark solar orb manifests behind, devoid of light, yet capable of devouring all illumination. Surrounded by a deep crimson aura that symbolizes energy, resembling a corona. The Black Sun possesses a formidable gravitational pull. It is more akin to a black hole than a mere sun. Congratulations on unlocking the word Spirit, Celestial Evolution. This word Spirit of the Black King lineage enhances cognitive processing abilities, allowing for the rapid construction of vast models within the mind operating at high speed. Following a series of tranquilizing bullets, congratulations on unlocking the word spirit, holy judgment. This word spirit from the Black King lineage guarantees an unerring strike, typically utilized in conjunction with firearms or arrows. After yet another prolonged series of tranquilizing bullets, congratulations on unlocking the word spirit, 9 infants. This word spirit, also from the Black King lineage, simultaneously embodies the powers of the White King, the kings of oceans and water, and the kings of bronze and fire, capable of unleashing the ancient beast 9 infants, which resides deep within consciousness. The space traversed by 9 infants first freezes, then erupts in flames, its might rivaling that of the ancient authority of the Candle Dragon. Following another extended series of tranquilizing bullets, congratulations on unlocking the Bloodline imprint. Mirror Eye? This is not a word spirit, but rather an ability derived from lineage. The Mirror Eye has 2 functions. One is analysis, capable of deciphering mechanical operations, intricate circuits, tactical principles, and the like. The other is replication. More precisely, it first analyzes, then replicates, enabling the imitation of extraordinary abilities possessed by superhumans nearby. However, if the target's strength vastly exceeds his own, it will impose significant tolls on him. Time acceleration continues. After a succession of tranquilizing bullets, something intriguing has finally been unlocked. Congratulations on unlocking the word spirit, judgment. This is the word spirit of the White King lineage, and also the word spirit of Arari in the original work, with the serial number 111. Upon release, this word spirit does not exhibit the grandeur of the Candle Dragon or the Rhine, yet it possesses an overwhelming dominance. The word spirit of judgment ensures that all it perceives meets its demise. The strikes unleashed can disregard hardness, material, and distance, severing any substance. Creatures struck by the judgmental blow are instantly killed. The domain of influence is essentially equivalent to the range of perception. As long as the target can be sensed, it can be annihilated. Moreover, the severed wounds inflicted by the strikes are irreparable. Lu Huai felt a surge of joy. He was enamored with this word spirit. Although its serial number did not match the grandeur of the Candle Dragon or other spirits, he found it far more practical. Furthermore, when combined with the Holy Judgment, it was akin to wielding an extraordinary advantage. At that moment, a beam of sunlight illuminated the city from above, and Lu Huai realized he had been standing still for an extended period to the point where the external sky had brightened. Simultaneously, after prolonged acceleration, his body had grown stronger and more mature, yet showed no signs of aging. After all, he now possessed the physique of a Dragon King, with a body that was eternal. Lu Huai wished to continue accelerating, but time appeared to be running short. A message from Kong emanated from the time controller in his hand. "Are you ready?" Lu Huai responded, preparing to collect his mission rewards, informing Kong that the Kong Council was numerous and powerful, including some capable of manipulating time. If a confrontation were to arise, perhaps they could recruit exceptional individuals to form a diverse multiverse defense team. That should suffice. After replying to the message, Lu Huai fixed his gaze determinedly. It was time to gather his good connections in this world and perhaps elevate their levels as well. Chapter 97. The Crimson Witch and Chthon. Are you saying that you have just resolved a world crisis, yet an even greater one is approaching? In Star Tower, with all the Avengers assembled, they listened intently as Lu Huai recounted the events regarding Ultron and the Kong Council. "So, our world is merely a vast script?" Pietro expressed a sense of despair, feeling like a mere paper figure. "To be precise, you are a living being," Lu Huai reassured Pietro, though fate had long been predetermined. Well, that didn't provide much comfort. Fortunately, Banner timely redirected the conversation. If that Conqueror Kong can manipulate time, does that mean he could easily travel to our past and eliminate us? Theoretically, yes, Lu Huai replied, but there is no need to fear. There are several locations that can prevent such occurrences. These include the Quantum Realm, the Void, and Nibelungen. The Quantum Realm exists outside the confines of time. The Void, on the other hand, is situated at the terminus of the timeline, where those illicit timelines that have been pruned are collected, resembling a colossal temporal junkyard. The Nibelungen, much like a unique domain crafted through alchemy, possesses the extraordinary ability to distort the fabric of time and space, rendering it isolated from the reality we know. When Ultron obliterated the Earth with nuclear weapons, the Nibelungen remained unscathed. Hence, in these three realms, even if Kang were to eliminate their past, their present could still contravene the laws of time and continue to exist. Therefore, as a precaution, I have come to escort you to one of these locations to deliberate on our strategy. Lu Huai produced a suspended ring and opened a portal leading to the Nibelungen. Those who wish to join me in saving the world may enter. With that, Lu Huai turned and stepped inside. Following closely behind him was Pietro, the swiftest among them, followed in succession by Gwen, Tony, Banner, Peter, Caecilius, and Thanos. Rest assured, upon completing this venture, the goddess of death will undoubtedly regard you with newfound respect. Lu Huai clapped Thanos on the shoulder, closed the portal, and adjusted the temporal flow of the entire Nibelungen to a state of stasis. Ladies and gentlemen, this place is temporarily safe, he declared, opening another portal to yet another location. It is said that the members of the Council of Kang number in the thousands, so I must summon additional allies. Please, bear with me for a moment. With that, Lu Huai stepped through the portal once more. The remaining Avengers stood in the stillness of the Nibelungen, marveling at their surroundings. It was astonishing to discover that Mr. Lu possessed a dimension indistinguishable from reality. Banner expressed his admiration. They found themselves within Stark Tower in the Nibelungen, where everything mirrored reality, albeit with an air of desolation. Gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they observed a ground devoid of vehicles or people, resembling a somber, empty city. Caecilius was also taken aback. If the boss so desired, he could potentially become the sole dimensional lord with free access to Earth. Haven't you all accustomed yourselves to Lu's extraordinary nature yet? Tony remarked, reclining on a nearby sofa to rest. Gwen, equally curious, surveyed her surroundings, realizing just how little she understood Lu Huai. Before long, several portals opened simultaneously, and groups of individuals emerged. Among them were those they recognized, such as the War Machine led by the Professor, the Brotherhood of Mutants led by Magneto, and the Fantastic Four. There were also unfamiliar faces, a cadre of youthful, stylishly clad nuns, alongside sorcerers from Kamartaj, and gangsters injected with super soldier serum, all donned in blue suits. Coupled with the Deadpools and Immortals that Lu Huai had previously created, the numbers seemed sufficient. These were the superhumans Lu Huai had encountered since his journey began. Prior to their arrival, Lu Huai had already briefed them on the situation, and after a brief introduction of identities, he began to outline his plan. This domain is independent of the reality dimension, and I have halted the passage of time here, which means we have some time to upgrade. Upgrade? The Council of Kang is not only numerous in its members, but each individual possesses formidable abilities. Lu Huai raised the time controller bestowed upon him by Kang, declaring, I too can manipulate time. Among you, some possess boundless potential. Therefore, I shall take a moment to assist you in awakening that potential. With a flourish, Lu Huai snapped his fingers. Snap! Absolute stasis. Not only was the surrounding environment frozen, but everyone else, save for Lu Huai, was also rendered immobile. Within Nibelungen, Lu Huai can freely control time, even without the time controller. He surveyed the diverse array of individuals around him, his gaze settling upon Wanda of the Maria Church. Snap! Wanda was released from stasis. She lifted her head, astonished, gazing at Lu Huai, then at the girls beside her, who resembled lifeless sculptures. Boss, what is this? I shall guide you to awaken your abilities, Lu Huai replied. There were approximately 100 individuals present, making it impractical for Lu Huai to lead each one individually to their elevation. Only those of great renown, like the Scarlet Witch, were deemed worthy. He opened a portal, and the two temporarily departed from Nibelungen. Outside of Nibelungen, the flow of time resumed its normal pace. However, with the time controller, Lu Huai could transport Wanda to different moments in time, such as before her birth. In the Marvel Universe, there are currently 3 narratives regarding Wanda's chaos magic. The first is from the Cinematic Universe, where chaos magic is an innate gift of Wanda's, later awakened by the Mind Stone. The second is a new comic narrative, which posits that chaos magic is inherited from her gypsy sorcerer lineage, the progenitor of all magic. The third narrative is the classic comic lore, widely recognized, stating that chaos magic stems from an ancient deity, the dark god Chthon. When Wanda was born, Chthon anchored to her, hoping to eventually use her body as a conduit to enter Earth. Lu Huai had perused Kang's script and, unfortunately, In this universe, Wanda belongs to the latter narrative. The bad news is that Chthon constantly lurks, eyeing Wanda's body, posing a latent threat to her. The good news is that if Wanda can usurp Chthon's position, she could awaken the entirety of her chaos magic. Lu Huai initially contemplated having Kong subtly alter the script, inscribing a few words to elevate the multiverse guardians entirely. Regrettably, Kong can only modify the fate trajectories within a reasonable scope, unable to directly and crudely bestow new attributes upon characters. In essence, Kong remains far from the true author. At this moment, Lu Huai and Wanda traversed through time to 18 years prior in Sokovia at the foot of Mount Wundagore. Surrounding them was a quaint village. In the nearest yard, a woman, heavily pregnant, was feeding chickens. Upon seeing the woman, Wanda froze, trembling, her hairs standing on end. This woman was her deceased mother. Lu Huai, holding the time controller, glanced at the display, revealing the date, February 16, 1989. Wanda's birth date was also the day when Zysorn chose her. Chapter 98, Devouring Zysorn. In a village at the foot of Mount Wanda, Wanda stood in the street, gazing at a woman in the yard feeding chickens. Her heart swelling with emotion. She did not yet know you. Lu Huai stood beside Wanda and said, "You can go and speak with her. Is that possible?" Wanda's eyes brightened instantly. Of course. Lu Huai smiled. Before his arrival, he had cast a spell on Wanda to shield her powers, preventing detection. After a moment of hesitation, Wanda shook her head. "No need, boss. I'm already content to observe from afar." Lu Huai looked up. The sky was overcast, hinting at imminent rain. So he led Wanda to find a roof overhang for shelter. As they reached the spot, light raindrops began to fall. Across the street, Lu Huai noticed the woman hastily retreating indoors to escape the rain. The dreary weather quickly emptied the streets. Lu Huai and Wanda crouched beneath the eaves of a neighboring house, waiting for the rain to cease and for Wanda's mother to give birth. About an hour later, the rain had not stopped, but lights flickered on in Wanda's home, and a middle-aged man hurriedly emerged with an umbrella. "It is beginning." Lu Huai had been listening intently to the sounds from Wanda's house. He recognized the man as Wanda's father, rushing out because his wife was in labor. Soon, the father returned with several women, presumably the village's midwives. The brightly lit home buzzed with activity. Wanda stood beside Lu Huai, fists clenched, her expression tense. Lu Huai was multitasking, monitoring the situation inside the house while keenly observing the energy fluctuations from the nearby mountain. The anguished cries of women echoed from within, signaling that the birthing process was nearing its final stages. Meanwhile, the energy emanating from Mount Wanda seemed peculiar, as if a hidden eye was peering into the house. "We must go." Lu Huai grasped Wanda's hand, creating a portal to transport them from the foot of the mountain to its summit. During their wait, Lu Huai had already imprinted a three-dimensional model of the mountain in his mind, using his linguistic spirit, the serpent. He now knew every detail of the mountain, including a temple concealed beneath rubble at the peak. With the Eye of the Wind King guiding them, the two floated before the temple's location. Lu Huai employed telekinesis to remove the stones, revealing an abandoned temple that had clearly stood for many years. At its center, an idol exuded an aura of malevolence and darkness. Perhaps it was the statue of the underworld deity Zysorn, known as the God of Darkness. Zysorn is the source of black magic on Earth, and one of the ancient gods, having been expelled for his ambition to dominate the world. And he has long sought to reclaim his dominion over the Earth. In pursuit of his goals, he exerted considerable effort, such as leaving behind a tome filled with various dark sorceries, and in his early years, utilizing this grim manuscript to convert acolytes, collectively striving for his return to Earth. This temple was likely erected by those very followers. However, they were merely mortal beings, and, as time passed, the original builders of the sanctuary had long since perished, leaving the edifice buried in obscurity. It was through this dilapidated shrine that Zysorn first took notice of Wanda, anchoring his attention upon her. Presently, Lu Huai had come to alter Wanda's destiny. Descending to the heart of the ruined temple, Lu Huai beheld the statue of Zysorn and, wielding conceptual alchemical weaponry, materialized a golden staff, shattering the statue with great force. A dark, malevolent aura surged forth, instantly engulfing both individuals. As vision returned, Lu Huai and Wanda simultaneously beheld a grotesque visage, surrounded by black flames that seemed poised to incinerate them. Humans dare to defile my temple? The voice thundered like a tempest, resonating in Lu Huai's ears. What audacity! Simultaneously, a maelstrom of madness, division, rage, greed, and despair, various twisted and negative emotions, encircled them like a frigid, stagnant pool. Is this the method of the god of dark sorcery? How utterly vile! Immune to mental manipulation, Lu Huai lifted his golden-hued eyes, unleashing a mental reforging through alchemy to shield Wanda from Zysorn's psychic corruption, simultaneously dispelling the protective charm enveloping her. Wanda, show him who you are, Lu Huai urged. Wanda nodded, commencing her incantation of chaotic magic, scarlet beams swirling at her fingertips, particularly resplendent in the darkness. How could you possess my power? Zysorn was indeed taken aback, but soon realized, you are that little infant? You hail from the future? Disregarding Zysorn, Lu Huai turned to Wanda. Let us begin. Employ the spells I have taught you. With a determined nod, Wanda chanted the ancient incantation, crimson light bursting forth as a formidable array of magical runes materialized upon her chest. Subsequently, a corridor of condensed red light emerged from her, beginning to absorb the surrounding energies emanating from Zysorn. To dare steal my power, Zysorn's fury erupted, and within the obsidian expanse, a cacophony arose as countless meteoric sparks rained down upon them. Body of the Hocus, Lu Huai invoked magic, transforming the lethal meteors into enchanting azure butterflies. Nevertheless, Zysorn's assault persisted. Beyond the distortion of the mind, he commanded all elemental forces within the space to launch an onslaught. Icicle. Lu Huai raised his hand. Candle Dragon. Firestorm. Zysorn countered. Emperor of Ice. Lu Huai responded, the battle ebbing and flowing, neither side gaining the upper hand. This granted Wanda ample time to absorb Zysorn's power. Bound by the protective array of the Kamataj Temple, Zysorn found it challenging to engage in a true confrontation with them upon Earth. Yet Wanda possesses the extraordinary ability to transcend dimensional barriers with her mystical incantations, absorbing the essence of Zysoan's true form. How disheartening, unable to strike back, nor able to impede her progress. This leaves the formidable dark magic deity in a position akin to a helpless fish on a chopping board. Stop! Cease this at once. Zysoan roared amidst the chaos of battle. I cannot halt, Lu Huai retorted, countering while engaging in civil discourse with Zysoan. As time inexorably passed, Wanda suddenly manifested a visage of torment. Ha ha! Zysoan cackled. How can a mere human vessel withstand the full extent of my power? She is on the verge of exploding. Ha ha! A wave of alarm washed over Lu Huai as he realized he had overlooked this critical detail. Wanda, in her current state, could not endure the might of Zysoan's true form. The crimson corridor began to destabilize, trembling and flickering, swiftly morphing from a vibrant red to a sinister blend of black and crimson. Wanda's entire being levitated uncontrollably. Zysoan was employing her incantations to consume Wanda in return. Indeed, as an ancient deity, she was formidable. However, Lu Huai's golden eyes gleamed with determination, lamenting only that they were two. He too chanted an incantation, joining forces with Wanda to devour Chthon. While Wanda was but a mortal, Lu Huai was not. The corporeal form of the primeval Dragon King was more than sufficient to withstand the residual power of Chthon. A dark and enigmatic force coalesced into a fierce tempest, invading Lu Huai's mental realm. Crack! The chains binding one arm of the figure standing at the center of the ocean shattered. Chapter 99. The chaotic magic of the Phoenix's power as the final vestiges of power coursed into Lu Huai's being. The crimson corridor dissipated, and the god of the underworld, Chthon, finally succumbed to exhaustion. You are indeed more formidable than any other supreme mage I have encountered. Chthon's voice, once commanding, now grew faint. What? Only now do you wish to speak kindly? Lu Huai absorbed the dark energy within him, quietly digesting it. Presently, he and Wanda had jointly divided Chthon's power, with Wanda acquiring approximately 30%, while Lu Huai claimed 70%. Have I become the Scarlet Witch? Lu Huai mused as he raised his hand to experiment with chaotic magic, a swirling beam of black and crimson light encircling him, brimming with boundless energy. In the act of absorbing power, Lu Huai also inherited fragmented memories. This chaotic magic was not originally conceived by Chthon. Rather, it was a serendipitous discovery, one that Lu Huai had overlooked in the script of Kong. It appears that within this universe, the prestige of chaotic magic remains undeniably high. You are powerful, yet not powerful enough. Zisoan's voice echoed around him. Do not kill me. I can make you even stronger. I can assist you in devouring other ancient gods. Your words are empty. Trusting you is akin to trusting I am Qin Shi Huang. Lu Huai summoned a rectangular sheath from the system space, positioning it vertically before him. Pressing down on one end, the sides of a sheath suddenly flared open like a fan, revealing the blades contained within. 7 distinct blades, arranged in pairs, form the legendary dragon clan's alchemical weapons of the 7 deadly sins, renowned as the ultimate instruments for slaying dragon kings. From left to right, they are as follows: the sword named Pride, the Tang knife named Envy, the colossal horse-slaying sword named Wrath, the grand Damascus scimitar named Sloth, the Scottish broadsword named Greed, the Attican longsword named Gluttony, and the dagger named Lust. All are forged from regenerative metal, capable of housing living spirits akin to the spider cutter. Lu Huai's fingers glided along the hilt, ultimately drawing forth the massive Wrath sword, addressing Zizuoan. Let this be your final resting place. What are you doing? Don't kill me. You dare. Lu Huai gripped the hilt with both hands and swung the blade, shattering Zizuoan as a final consciousness and utterly absorbing him. Instantly, inscriptions illuminated upon the sword-s blade. Zizuoan has been refined into a living spirit, imprisoned within the sword, unlocking the skill Eternal Night. Much like the spider cutter unlocked an additional skill named Silk after vanquishing the spider monsters, the horse-slaying sword too gained a new ability. It could unleash an endless night centered around the wielder, enveloping all in darkness, augmenting the wielder's strength and speed within. Content: Lu Huai sheathed the 7 deadly sins, and the surroundings reverted to the dilapidated temple, though the central statue had now cracked. In that moment, all black sorcerers on Earth would be rendered ordinary. Should they wish to wield dark magic again, they must forge a pact with Lu Huai or Wanda. However, a predicament arose. Their actions were swift, and it seemed Zizuoan had not yet anchored Wanda. A baby's cries resonated from the houses at the foot of the mountain. You have been born. Lu Huai cast a glance at Wanda, then took her hand, traversing space from the summit to the base. Simultaneously, Lu Huai activated Time Zero. This incarnation of Time Zero transcended mere acceleration of the user's perception of time. It truly achieved the cessation of time itself. The rain paused, and thousands of droplets hung, suspended in midair. Lu Huai led Wanda to the house of her birth, observing her concerned father, her perspiring mother, and the doctor swaddling her in a blanket, alongside another swaddled infant, Pietro. 2 minuscule babies. Lu Huai extended a finger and gently touched baby Wanda's forehead. Since Zizuoan had not anchored him, Lu Huai would take on that role. It is time for us to leave, Lu Huai said to the adult Wanda. Reluctantly, she drew her gaze away, re-grasping Lu Huai's hand. As time resumed its normal flow, the two vanished, transcending this era and realm, crossing time and space, returning to Nibelungen. Here, others remained frozen, akin to stone sculptures. Lu Huai navigated through the crowd and quickly identified his first potential candidate, a red-haired girl from the Battle Police Squad, Jean Grey, the embodiment of the Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Force, an essence born from the very dawn of existence, represents a chaotic yet immortal, eternal yet transient entity. It is the manifestation of life and psychic power within the primordial universe, symbolizing existence and emotion. Initially, the Phoenix Force existed as a vast, formless energy cluster. Thousands of years prior, it had visited Earth, only to become ensnared in the machinations of a malevolent sorcerer, who managed to seize a fragment of its power before it departed. However, several years ago, it returned, sensing a formidable psychic energy transcending the physical realm, belonging to the young Jean Grey. From that moment, the Phoenix Force began to observe her, ultimately reviving her during a life-threatening ordeal and taking residence within her being. Yet, throughout this entire process, Jean remained blissfully unaware. The professor might be the only one privy to these secrets, though his knowledge was limited. He only understood that Jean harbored an immensely powerful force within her, capable of annihilating the Earth thousands of times if fully unleashed. Thus, he taught his other students how to harness and control their powers, while only instructing Jean on how to conceal hers. Presently, Jean had only mastered a few feeble telekinetic and telepathic abilities. The professor refrained from unleashing Jean's potential, fully aware that he could not control such power. But Lu Huai was unafraid. With a snap of his fingers, time around Jean paused, and she looked up to find her teammates frozen like wooden figures, with only a handsome man and woman remaining unaffected, one of whom was the recruiter. "What is happening?" Jean inquired warily. "I have pause time here, for we are about to help you awaken the full extent of the power within you," Lu Huai replied, having perused Kang's script and knowing Jean's fate. "The professor mentioned that the power within me is perilous." Jean clearly harbored doubts about Lu Huai, despite his striking appearance. "It may indeed be dangerous for you, but not for me," Lu Huai said with a smile. Before Lu Huai's arrival, a question had lingered online. Which is stronger, chaotic magic or the Phoenix Force? Now, it seemed an answer would soon emerge. "Let us proceed." Lu Huai placed a hand on Jean's shoulder, departing Nibelungen alongside Wanda. In an instant, the surroundings shifted, and Jean found herself standing in a desolate desert littered with debris of varying sizes. "This is the void, the end of time," Lu Huai explained. Forcing the Phoenix Force to manifest could result in severe destruction, and Lu Huai had no desire to see Nibelungen harmed. Thus, he opted to act within the void. A fourth figure flickered into existence in the desert. None other than Kong, the current master of this forsaken domain. His name is Kong, and the adversaries we are about to confront are his variants from other parallel universes. Lu Huai provided a brief introduction and then inquired of Kong whether there had been any developments from the Kong Council. Kong produced a palm-sized device and displayed a video. The footage depicted the Avengers being slaughtered by a horde of Kangs. They had already commenced their assault, and the parallel universe adjacent to the Kong Council had been attacked. Kong expressed his concern, stating that it would not be long before they found him, and once they eliminated him and seized control of Ilias, the entire multiverse would likely suffer dire consequences. "It seems we must hasten our efforts." Lu Huai turned to face Qin, gathering a dark red radiance in his hand, extending it towards her forehead. In Chapter 100, The Power of the Phoenix, Chaos Magic and Dragon Power, Lu Huai invoked Chaos Magic, infusing the dark red light into Qin's brow. Soon, she displayed a pained expression, emanating a fiery glow. A violent surge of energy interrupted Lu Huai's spellcasting. He stood still, observing as Qin levitated above the ground, fiery red wings materializing behind her, trailing a comet-like tail resembling a phoenix. Truly magnificent. Kong marveled. Yet he worried if Qin could withstand the full extent of the phoenix's power. "Do not fret. I possess experience," Lu Huai replied with a smile, his own body lifting into the air, radiating a red-black luminescence as he began to absorb the phoenix's power from within Qin. The chaotic magic intertwined with the phoenix's energy, creating a colossal cosmic force that caused the very void to tremble. Centered around these two forces, a tremendous energy storm quickly erupted. Linguistic Spirit 9 Infants. Lu Huai unleashed his linguistic spirit, summoning the mental behemoth he had nurtured in his mind, the 9 Infants. A serpent with 9 heads materialized, freezing the area before igniting into flames, ensnaring the phoenix tightly. "Wanda!" Lu Huai called out. Wanda immediately unleashed the chaos magic within her, aiding Lu Huai in subduing the phoenix's power. The fabric of the void was torn asunder by countless minute fissures, only to swiftly mend, creating a cyclical phenomenon. This commotion drew the attention of Ilias, the time behemoth guarding the void, which transformed into a mass of dark clouds and drifted closer. Seeing this, Kong swiftly sought refuge in a secure location, observing the battle like an outsider. Under the enhancement of chaos magic, linguistic spirit, and alchemy, the phoenix's power within Qin gradually began to flow into Lu Huai. A new force gestated within him, a new energy storm roiling in his mental sea, akin to a blade severing the chains binding the left foot of the figure atop the high pillar. Now, only 2 chains remained on the figure seated on the throne, restricting its waist and right foot. In the real world, Lu Huai unsheathed the 7 deadly sins of envy, a tang sword, cleaving through the consciousness of the phoenix. Instantly, inscriptions shimmered on the blade. The phoenix has been refined into a living spirit imprisoned within the sword, unlocking the skill burn. The ethereal flames hovering above the piano body vanished entirely, causing it to plummet headfirst into the sandy ground. In stark contrast, Lu Huai radiated an immense brilliance, as magnificent crimson wings of energy resembling a phoenix unfurled behind him. The synergistic powers of the phoenix, chaotic magic, and the might of the dragon coexisted within Lu Huai, intertwining and merging in perfect harmony. As he descended to the earth, a thought surged within him. He lacked for nothing. It was fortunate that he had previously mastered the chaotic magic. Otherwise, he might not have been able to harness the phoenix's power using the incantations from the ancient manual. The piano lay unconscious, and Lu Huai approached her, sharing a fragment of the phoenix that would allow her to adeptly utilize the current state of her mind and body to access that portion of the phoenix's power. It was time to move on to the next phase. Just as he prepared to lead the two girls away, a voice echoed in his ear, that of the defeated Kong, warning him that they might need to delay their departure, as Alios was approaching their direction, turning his gaze into the distance. Lu Huai indeed spotted the colossal creature, Alios, the beast of time. Alios was fundamentally an entity of energy, having grown and awakened consciousness after devouring vast amounts of time. The original master, Kong, was able to govern the timeline through its power, indicating its immense strength. Previously uncertain, Lu Huai now felt emboldened to attempt to contain this behemoth. With a mere gesture, he opened a spatial portal, sending the two girls back to Nibelungen, while he ascended into the sky, enveloped in radiant light. Both the phoenix's power and chaotic magic possessed the ability to alter reality. Standing in the void amidst the winds, Lu Huai raised his hand and commanded halt. The combined forces of the phoenix, chaos, and dragon unleashed an unparalleled pressure. Alios's colossal form paused momentarily. In the next instant, a ring of flames, imbued with the power to incinerate all, encircled Alios. Little one, you now face two choices, Lu Huai declared, looking down upon Alios with an air of authority. Submit to me, or face total annihilation. Alternatively, he continued, raising his golden eyes, draw forth the sword of arrogance from my sheath and transform it into my weapon. The defeated Kong, hidden within the fortress, observed the dark clouds on the horizon and the brilliant fiery ring encircling them. In comparison, the humanoid Lu Huai seemed remarkably diminutive. Yet the power within him was unparalleled. To reach such heights in such a short time, you truly are more suited to this position than I. Kong marveled. Moments later, Kong witnessed Alios seemingly forging an agreement with Lu Huai, its vast, cloud-like body merging into the shuriken held in Lu Huai's grasp. Kong instantly felt a surge of confidence in the likelihood of overcoming the Council of Kong. While he marveled at the unfolding events, he suddenly became aware of a multitude of ruptured timelines disappearing outside the window as the pages of the script before the typewriter were swept away by a fierce wind. They have found me. They are coming, Kong exclaimed in alarm, pivoting to convey this urgent news to Lu Huai. In the blink of an eye, Lu Huai, who had just been suspended in the void, vanished without a trace. Along with him, the time behemoth, Alios, also disappeared. The defeated Kong exclaimed, "Damn it, Nibelungen." Lu Huai returned, snapping his fingers to break the temporal stasis. For everyone else, merely a second had passed. Yet within that fleeting moment, Lu Huai simultaneously acquired the powers of chaotic magic, the Phoenix Force, and the Time Behemoth. His strength underwent a monumental transformation. At this moment, Lu Huai's power transcended the multiverse, capable of annihilating an entire universe with but a mere gesture. Friends, our adversary approaches. Lu Huai hovered above the city, waving his hand to unleash countless radiant sparks that fell like torrential rain. From a distance, they resembled the feathers of a phoenix descending towards the ground, their brilliance illuminating the entire city and penetrating the bodies of every individual below. Lu Huai shared fragments of the Phoenix Force with the superheroes on the ground. At this moment, they became Lu Huai's Phoenix Apostles. How could this not be considered an upgrade? Friends, it is time for us to depart. Lu Huai rallied. Let that cabinet see our might. Chapter 101. The War of Kong, I, Conqueror Kong. In the void, the bald woman Cassandra gazed at the sky, inhaling deeply before addressing her subordinates. Alios has vanished. Upon hearing this, her subordinates erupted with joy, celebrating exuberantly. Alios had been responsible for devouring everything in the void, including Cassandra, a time criminal. Many years ago, as a child, Cassandra inadvertently transgressed the laws of time and was subsequently erased to this place by the guardians of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. Over the years, She had evaded Helios's insatiable appetite while gathering a host of fellow time criminals to establish her dominion in the void. Just moments ago, Cassandra sensed a tremendous energy manifesting in the void, only to vanish, taking the time behemoth Helios with it. What exactly transpired? Unlike her jubilant subordinates, Cassandra felt an ominous foreboding. Indeed, the next moment, a portal unfurled, and out stepped a group of individuals, each distinct in attire, yet bearing nearly identical faces, all of African descent. Leading them was the Conqueror Kong, clad in advanced purple-green battle armor, followed closely by 3 formidable Kong variants, the Scarlet Centurion in blue-purple armor, Immortus Kong in blue-red ancient robes, and Ramatut, adorned like a pharaoh. They represented the most powerful Kong variants, aside from the Conqueror himself. Following them were countless other Kong variants. "Who are you?" One of Cassandra's subordinates stepped forward to inquire. Without a word, the Scarlet Centurion unleashed a beam of light that pierced through the man's chest. This incident instantly ignited the wrath of Cassandra's team. The mutant, Fireman, immediately ignited the device on his arm, conjuring a small fireball. Sabretooth unleashed his claws from his fingertips, emitting a roar akin to that of a fierce tiger towards the Council of Khan. The Red Devil gripped 2 daggers, his red tail swaying behind him. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Yet, Conqueror Khan merely snapped his fingers, and those mutants inexplicably dissipated into white ash. This left Cassandra astounded. "What have you done?" she inquired. "Time," replied Conqueror Khan. "At the end of time, their fate is to become a handful of dust. I merely expedited the process." Having been a leader for many years, Cassandra quickly realized these individuals were not to be trifled with, prompting her to flee. However, in the next moment, her body became utterly immobilized. Pharaoh Ramathut, wielding a scepter, elucidated, "What you are experiencing now is space." With a clap of his hands, Cassandra's form shattered into pieces, scattering across the sandy ground. After this, Conqueror Khan gazed up at the fortress at the edge of the void, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Let's reclaim what is ours." Meanwhile, the defeated Khan trembled within the fortress, witnessing the events occurring throughout the void and even the cosmos, including the scene of the Council of Khan slaying Cassandra. He also observed them approaching. Had Helios still been present, he might have held them off for a while. But that unreliable individual vanished after abducting Helios. Was there no end to this? The ground trembled as Khan's office shook, the fortress hovering in the void, surrounded by ominous thunderclouds. In the next instant, Conqueror Khan and 3 other formidable variants of Khan manifested in the office. The others encircled the fortress, standing by. The defeated Khan regarded the 4 before him, swallowing hard, ready to utter something to buy time. Yet, Conqueror Khan seized his collar, his gaze piercing as if to see through the very soul of the defeated Khan. "You're not him." Conqueror Khan saw through the facade of the defeated Khan, forcefully tossing him into a corner. "Where is he? What are you talking about? Who is he?" "It is just you and me here." The defeated Khan desperately attempted to maintain his persona. In the timeline, this body of the defeated Khan was indeed the future variant of Conqueror Khan. "Indeed, I am you. And you are me," Conqueror Khan stated as he sat in a chair. "Thus, I can discern that you are certainly not me." "He has vanished, has he not?" Conqueror Khan chuckled. "It is utterly laughable that the universe has been ruled by you, this imposter, for so many years." Conqueror Khan raised his hand. "The multiverse is now under our control. You should take solace in that. You may now perish." With a snap of his fingers, Conqueror Khan initiated the end. Yet, unlike the previous mutants, the defeated Khan did not transform into ash. Nothing transpired. He exists beyond the constraints of time, rendering it ineffective upon him, the Scarlet Centurion elucidated. "Those who master time remain untouched by its passage. I nearly overlooked that fact." Conqueror Khan lowered his arm and addressed the Scarlet Centurion. "Then it shall be you who delivers his demise." With pleasure, the Scarlet Centurion inclined slightly, a short blade emerging from his armored arm as he advanced, intending to eliminate the defeated Kong in the most primal manner. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed from outside the office. Conqueror Kong peered downward, witnessing a series of electric portals unfolding in the void, through which a group of Earthlings emerged. "Is this your team?" Conqueror Kong mocked. "Do you believe they can thwart us?" "You are mistaken." A voice resonated, and suddenly, a figure appeared within the office. It was not his team, but mine. "You?" Conqueror Kong scrutinized Lu Huai, appraising him from head to toe. The other three kings also regarded Lu Huai with hostility, as if poised to strike at any moment. Yet Lu Huai remained unfazed, standing alone against the four kings, wielding the sword known as arrogance and the dagger named jealousy. Having absorbed Ilios, this long sword could even sever the fabric of time. Conqueror Kong cast a glance at the sword in Lu Huai's grasp, furrowing his brow. You have mastered Ilios? Was it difficult? Lu Huai responded with an air of superiority. No, I believe you have misunderstood. Conqueror Kong rose from his seat, glancing at the defeated Kong in the corner, and said to Lu Huai, you need not risk your life for him. Perhaps you might consider joining us to reign over the multiverse together. Reign over the multiverse? Lu Huai pondered, indeed a tempting proposition, yet one question arises. Conqueror Kong, what question? Lu Huai lowered his voice to inquire. Why should I share my multiverse with you? Conqueror Kong, the other three kings? Even the defeated Kong? Is that a statement befitting a hero? Do not waste words with him. Immortal Kong raised his hands. Let's execute them both. Pharaoh Rama Tut lifted a scepter and pointed it at Lu Huai. In an instant, the surrounding space transformed into a viscous substance, ensnaring Lu Huai and immobilizing him. Following that, the space became exceedingly sharp, as if 1,000 blades were slicing towards him from all directions. Alchemical space is unleashed. Whoosh! Lu Huai vanished from his position, only to reappear behind Rama Tut, piercing his body with a dagger. Flames of the phoenix surged, swiftly incinerating Rama Tut's form. Space? I could play that game too. Lu Huai asserted, gripping the hilt of his sword. However, Rama Tut re-emerged in the office, completely unscathed. Lu Huai was momentarily taken aback. Child, you know nothing of time? The immortal scoffed. The Rama Tut you just killed was merely the one from the previous second. What stands before you now is the Rama Tut of this very second. Very well, so this is how we shall proceed. Chapter 102. The War of Kong 2, severing the timeline. In the void beneath the floating fortress, the Earth Team and the Kong Council are engaged in fierce combat. Despite their diverse identities, superpowered beings, mutants, and sorcerers, their singular objective unites them: the safety of the multiverse. Iron Man, Tony Stark, clad in his resplendent red and gold armor, adorned with the fiery essence of the Phoenix, ascends into the heavens, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the Kangs below. Gwen Stacy has also harnessed a fraction of the Phoenix's power, experiencing a remarkable enhancement of her physical attributes. She attaches her webbing to the colossal form of the elderly Ant-Man, soaring through the throngs of combatants, and upon her descent, she emanates a fiery web-like pattern around her. Professor X remains seated in his wheelchair, orchestrating the battlefield like a puppeteer, compelling several Kangs to turn upon one another. Yet, among them stands a Kong equipped with a helmet that shields him from mental manipulation, raising his arm to launch a laser at the professor. In that moment, a massive shard of metal hurtles through the air, sending the assailant crashing away. It is Magneto, adorned in his crimson helmet, casting a glance at the professor. Old friend, do take care not to squander your life so carelessly. The professor, manipulating a nearby Kong, responds, I never anticipated we would fight side by side once more. Magneto drives a metal shard into the throat of another Kong, preserving his own life. After this, we may yet find an opportunity to collaborate. He has identified a suitable location to establish the mutant nation that Lu Huai had once suggested, contemplating extending an invitation to Charles afterwards. In Magneto's heart, despite their ideological differences, he must concede that Charles is a commendable leader and a true friend. Boom! A resounding explosion captures the attention of both Magneto and the professor, who turn to witness their respective allies. Wanda and Jean, two young women, join forces to conjure a cataclysmic blast, obliterating half of the Kangs in an instant. The sound reverberates throughout the fortress, reaching Lu Huai's ears as he cautiously faces off against four Kangs. He realizes that all four, including the Conqueror Kong, possess the ability to manipulate time. The demise of one Kong merely heralds the emergence of another in the next moment. This cannot merely be deemed a cheat. It is nothing short of defiance of fate. Should a conventional Avengers team confront them, defeat would be inevitable. Lu Huai begins to accept that they indeed possess the capability to dominate the multiverse. Even an hour prior, he would have found himself helpless against them. Alas, the current Lu Huai has just acquired several extraordinary powers, including the ability to consume time itself, bestowed by Ilios. Seizing an opportunity as Ramatut lets his guard down, Lu Hai reappears behind him, thrusting the sword of arrogance, Han Bafong, into his form. Ramatut disdainfully turns his head. Do you not comprehend human speech? I'm eternally bound. As the words hung in the air, Ramathut suddenly furrowed his brow. Sensing that countless versions of himself across myriad timelines appeared to be simultaneously pierced by the very sword before him, Lu Huai raised the blade overhead and cleaved Ramathut's upper body in two. Time trickled by, and Ramathut did not resurrect. Fool! Roared the Conqueror Kong. Elios will restrain our temporal abilities. Eliminate him and reclaim Elios. The Immortal and the Scarlet Centurion launched an assault on Lu Huai simultaneously. The fortress shattered into fragments in an instant, and the defeated Kong plummeted uncontrollably to the ground, landing at the edge of the battlefield. He looked up to find the fortress utterly obliterated, a fissure revealing itself at the edge of the void, where countless timelines flowed. The fortress was already situated at the brink of the void, and Kong typically observed the timelines through the window behind his office. At this moment, gazing from this vantage point, each timeline resembled a luminous thread, each representing a distinct universe. After the fortress collapsed, Lu Huai and the three Kangs floated in the air, gazing down at the tumultuous battle below. Simultaneously, those on the ground could see them as well. Gwen Stacy ensnared one Kong with her fiery webs, incinerating him entirely before lifting her gaze towards Lu Huai. At the same moment, time froze, rendering everyone on the ground immobile, like statues. It was the Conqueror Kong who had invoked the power of time stasis. Yet, Lu Huai swiftly swung his sword, severing the Conqueror Kang's temporal dominion. Time flowed once more. The Immortal Kong raised his hands, and a timeline flew forth from the fissure as if summoned, which he grasped and wielded like a whip. To wield a timeline as a lash? How formidable must the original bearer of the defeated Kong have been? With this thought, Lu Huai cast a glance at the corner of the ground where the defeated Kong lingered. Useless. The Immortal Kong lashed out with the timeline whip towards Lu Huai, who raised the Han Bafong sword, striking down upon the glowing timeline. The space trembled with a thunderous roar, and the individuals below were rocked by the shockwave. The Scarlet Centurion stealthily maneuvered behind Lu Huai, his prowess embodied in a suit of high-tech armor surpassing even Iron Man's. He lifted his palm, aiming to unleash his palm cannon. A swift arm materialized behind Lu Huai, wielding the blade, known as Fury, which sliced through the energy beam. Without any sense of martial decorum, the Conqueror Kong immediately retaliated, drawing forth two timelines from the fissure and swinging them towards Lu Huai. One ensnared his waist, while the other bound his sword-wielding wrist. Attempting to seize Elios' boom, amidst the throng on the ground, Thanos donned the 6 Infinity Stones gauntlet given by Lu Huai. His colossal form leaping like a cannonball, the Infinity Gauntlet unleashed a brilliant beam of light, targeting the Conqueror Kong. Conqueror Kong, undeterred, boldly withstood the infinite beams of light with his formidable armor, even converting and absorbing their energy in the next moment. Simultaneously, he unleashed a beam that struck Thanos, instantly transforming him into a diminutive purple infant who tumbled to the ground. The gauntlet embedded with 6 Infinity Stones fell uselessly away due to its ill-fitting size. Is this toy truly meant to challenge me? How naive, Kong mocked. He then drew 2 strands of time, binding one around Lu Huai's legs and the other around the Han Bafong's sword, attempting to drag them towards him. So eager, are you? Very well. Lu Huai released his grip, sending the Han Bafong sword hurtling towards Kong, imbued with a fierce sword aura. However, Kong immediately sensed something amiss. The sword appeared to possess a will of its own, spiraling toward him with deadly intent. He swiftly retracted the strands of time, narrowly evading the sword's trajectory. Yet it was in vain. Word spirit, divine judgment, unerringly precise. The Han Bafong sword curved mid-air, unexpectedly severing one of Kang's arms. Simultaneously, Lu Huai invoked a second word spirit, judgment. An invisible strike was unleashed, effortlessly shattering the strands of time, ensnaring him. In Chapter 103, The War of Kong, Word Spirit Oracle, in the 867th universe, the Avengers, having just concluded the Battle of New York, were dining at a Turkish barbecue restaurant. The flavor of the meat was mediocre, rendering the group taciturn. Thor, wishing to lighten the mood, suggested a toast. However, as he lifted his beer mug, he was startled to see the beer mysteriously floating upwards, drip by drip. Are you performing a magic trick? Tony quipped. I thought your role was that of a warrior. Yet Thor furrowed his brow, insisting, this is not my doing. At that moment, the others recognized the gravity of the situation, for not only the beer, but also the meat on their plates, the table, the floor, the towering buildings outside, the vehicles, and even passers-by were gradually disintegrating into powder, floating into the sky. What's happening? Black Widow inquired, looking at Thor. Is this the work of your brother? Trust me, Loki lacks such power, Thor replied, attempting to grasp his hammer to investigate, only to discover that even Mjolnir and his own being were slowly dissipating. In less than 3 minutes, the entire universe was utterly obliterated, all due to Lu Huai's strike imbued with the might of judgment. The effects of divine judgment and judgment applied to the Han Bafang sword were a catastrophic blow to Kong, masters of time. As the strands of time shattered, Lu Huai swiftly repositioned himself, unexpectedly piercing the Crimson Centurion with his sword. 2 of the 4 Kong brothers had perished, leaving only Conqueror Kong and Immortal Kong, the 2 strongest remaining. Yet Lu Huai held the advantage. Even the mightiest Conqueror Kong was but a fish on the chopping block. Lu Huai lifted his gaze and beheld Conqueror Kong and Immortal Kong slipping through the rift while he was preoccupied with vanquishing the Crimson Centurion. Attempting to flee? With sword in hand, Lu Huai leaped into the rift, abundant with myriad timelines. Each timeline represented a universe, and, theoretically, the realm Lu Huai now inhabited was truly a space of the multiverse. Stop him! Conqueror Kong bellowed to Immortal Kong. The latter promptly commanded a myriad of timelines, attacking Lu Huai like a swarm of serpents. Holy Judgment. Trial. Slash. Lu Huai wielded the blades of arrogance, jealousy, and fury, each imbued with the powers of holy judgment and trial. Arrogance unleashed a verdant blade of energy, jealousy expelled flames, and fury emitted a crimson strike. Each attack intertwined with the abilities to consume time, incinerate all, and alter reality. With unstoppable force, they severed the timelines before him, cleaving through Immortal Kong's form. Why? Immortal Kong looked at Lu Huai with discontent. How can you possess such power? Perhaps it's because I'm handsome, Lu Huai retorted with a smirk, twisting the flaming Tang Dao. Immortal Kang's body was reduced to ash, scattered throughout the void. Only one remained. Lu Huai turned to face Conqueror Kong, astonished to see him connecting countless timelines to himself, greedily absorbing the energies of the multiverse. So greedy, are you not afraid of bursting? Lu Huai gripped the Han Bafang sword and slashed at Conqueror Kong. Yet, an invisible barrier repelled him, sending him flying. Does this brat have a backup plan? Lu Huai pondered in surprise. This is the rule of the multiverse, Conqueror Kong howled. The beings above will not permit you to obliterate so many universes at once. You have fallen into their trap from the moment you severed the first timeline. They took notice of you. They? Lu Huai mused, considering the few entities that could transcend the multiverse. Seizing the opportunity of Lu Huai's contemplation, Conqueror Kong unleashed a blinding beam of light towards him. Lu Huai swiftly maneuvered and executed the 3-sword slash once more. However, just as before, he was thwarted by what Conqueror Kong referred to as the rules of the multiverse. Rules, is it? Lu Huai gritted his teeth as countless tentacles sprouted from his form, reminiscent of Cthulhu, each grasping a timeline. He summoned chaos magic and the power of the Phoenix to contest with Conqueror Kong for the energy of the multiverse's timelines. You madman, you will burst. Conqueror Kong roared. Is that so? Lu Huai's golden eyes shone brilliantly, akin to a blazing sun poised to incinerate the world. Let us see whether your high-tech armor bursts first or if my body succumbs first. The sounds of combat between 2 individuals resonated through the fissure into the void, prompting all to gaze upward, including the members of the Council of Kong. 3 of their 4 leaders had already perished, should the Conqueror also fall. Their defeat would be catastrophic. Conversely, if the outcome favored Conqueror Kong, vanquishing Lu Huai, the so-called Multiverse Guardian Squad would be utterly powerless to thwart him. The defeated Kong looked up at the spectacle within the rift, exclaiming in awe, "What madmen!" Gwen Stacy clenched her fists, resolute in her desire for victory. A longing shared by all members of the Guardian Squad. The energies of the multiverse surged relentlessly into Lu Huai's being. igniting a colossal storm within the unseen realms of heaven and sea. Clang! Another chain shattered from the shadow atop the high column's throne, leaving only one remaining at his waist. The shadow erupted into laughter, a cacophony that oscillated between a solitary chuckle and the mirth of countless souls. Atop the high column, a figure flickered, morphing from one shape into myriad forms. The ocean roared with tumult while the sky unleashed thunder and torrential rain. A voice reverberated through the ether, repeating a phrase of profound significance, akin to the very truth of this universe. On the day I return to the world, all traitors shall perish. On the day I return to the world, all traitors shall perish. On the day I return to the world, all traitors shall perish. This voice echoed not only in the realm of spirits, but also bellowed in reality. Lu Huai, almost instinctively, roared, on the day I return to the world, all traitors shall perish. Flickering images reemerged before his eyes. A golden statue with 4 faces, the cosmic giant seated in meditation, the bird-beaked deity, the one-eyed god, the golden-horned man upon the golden throne, and the armored giants of vibrant hues, all pinning him to the bronze monolith. Lu Huai had witnessed these visions during his initial ascension. However, they had faded from his mind, akin to dreams of the night that dissipate upon waking. Now, these dreamlike images surged forth again, clearer than ever before. The energies of the multiverse poured into him, and his mind felt as though it might explode, with an increasing array of fragmented scenes coalescing into a narrative. So this is how it was. Crack! In the realm of the mind, the last iron chain shattered, plunging all into profound silence. The heavens and seas regained their tranquility, and atop the column, all fell silent, save for a solitary figure who rose from the throne. His eyes resembled a conflation of 1,000,000 blazing suns, seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of existence. He gently parted his lips, proclaiming, "The word spirit prophecy is unlocked." Before Lu Huai, crimson subtitles once again materialized. The word spirit prophecy is the highest-ranking word spirit among the Dragonkin, exclusive to the White King, and the only one capable of counteracting the Black King's imperial word spirit. Yet in this world, it bore but one meaning, the decree of the divine judgment. A voice uncharacteristic of Lu Huai emanated from his lips. In an instant, the timelines of the multiverse shattered like strands of noodles. All energy converged upon Lu Huai, so naturally and harmoniously, as if that energy had always belonged to him. Conqueror Kong hung suspended in the void like a kite severed from its string, his high-tech armor, along with his waist, fracturing in tandem with Lu Huai's decree. The last leader of the Kong Council, Conqueror Kong, met his demise, perishing by the power of words, succumbing to prophecy. Chapter 104. The Endgame Victorious? Those in the void beheld the image of Conqueror Kong, cleaved in 2 through the rifts. The leaders of the Kong Council lay dead. Yet, Lu Huai floated in the void, turning to gaze upon the people in the emptiness, his golden eyes revealing a chilling strangeness. He seemed transformed. Gwen noted the subtle changes. A terrifying aura radiated from her boss, a sensation also felt by Wanda. He had unraveled the very fabric of time. Only the defeated Kong grasped the essence of the situation. Seizing the moment, the remnants of the Kong Council attempted to flee. However, as Lu Huai extended a hand, the flames of the Phoenix instantaneously incinerated them. Thus, the Kong Council was utterly annihilated. Yet, Lu Huai's hand remained raised, now aimed at the members of the Multiversal Guard. Felicia murmured, "Why do I feel as though the boss intends to burn us all as well?" Suddenly, people noticed Lu Huai's entire body faltered momentarily, then was torn apart like countless strands of colorful noodles, only to instantly reassemble, and then be torn asunder again. "What is happening to him?" Tony inquired. "It's the slipping of time," the defeated Kong elucidated. "What does that mean?" Peter Parker pressed. "In simple terms, it refers to time travel," the defeated Kong explained. "He is frantically traversing through time. Is he attempting to salvage the damaged timeline?" Dr. Strange asked. The defeated Kong paused for a couple of seconds, or perhaps to save himself. At that moment, Dr. Strange's wife, Invisible Woman, suddenly clutched her abdomen and let out a soft groan. "What is wrong?" Dr. Strange asked with concern. Invisible Woman was pregnant, and though Dr. Strange had initially wished for her to refrain from participating in this battle, she insisted on joining. All he could do was protect her and their child. Nothing, I just felt a sudden movement, Invisible Woman said, gently caressing her belly. The defeated Kong cast a surprised glance at her abdomen. While others were unaware, he knew precisely what kind of being resided within. Franklin Richards, a mutant of Omega-level potential, capable of manipulating the universe and reshaping reality from a young age. Once he was born and grew, his powers would far surpass that of this so-called master of the multiversal timeline. The defeated Kong glanced again at Lu Huai, who continued to slip through time, his heart filled with questions. Is this also your doing? What exactly has transpired? At last, after a few fleeting seconds, Lu Huai's sense of time came to a standstill. Yet, no one could ascertain how long he had traversed the currents of time. The defeated Kong merely sensed a newfound depth in Lu Huai's gaze. However, the silver lining was that the Lu Huai he knew seemed to have returned. Lu Huai raised his hand and turned towards the abyss behind him, with the fractured timelines reconnected, resuming their normal flow. Kong breathed a sigh of relief, only to witness Lu Huai floating back from the fissure, restoring the fortress with a wave of his hand. As Lu Huai touched down, he surveyed the people before him and smiled. Fear not, it is I. I am a man, not a ghost. At that moment, cheers erupted. They had truly triumphed. They had safeguarded the multiverse. Kong waded through the crowd to Lu Huai's side, scrutinizing him from head to toe before glancing at the distant fortress. That position is now yours. Your abilities now transcend the multiverse, even the omniverse. Before Kong could finish his sentence, Lu Huai placed a hand on his shoulder. Do not rush. It won't be long before someone with golden horns arrives to take your place. Until then, if you find yourself bored, I shall frequently come by for tea. What exactly transpired? Kong inquired, voicing the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Lu Huai pondered for a moment before replying. I went to ascertain my true identity, and fortunately, I remain myself. Weren't you the one who despised riddlers? Why had you begun to embody one yourself? Kong responded, somewhat exasperated. Lu Huai chuckled. It's complicated. I shall elaborate on another day. Without allowing Kong to press further, he joined the throng to celebrate. The guard squad returned to Earth, resuming their respective duties, having departed and returned from the same moment in time. Thus, it was as if they had left one second and returned the next. No one was aware that a monumental battle had just unfolded in the multiverse, nor did they know they were the unsung heroes who had salvaged countless universes. Shortly after the battle's conclusion, Magneto and the professor shared a cup of tea, discussing the future plans for mutants. A few days later, Xavier's Academy relocated from New York to an island named Krakoa, heeding Lu Huai's counsel to establish a nation for mutants. Meanwhile, other superhuman factions continued to shine and contribute to the world under the aegis of the Superhuman Management Committee. Of course, many remained oblivious to the fact that the committee's president bore the surname Lu. Setting aside their superhuman identities, the heroes resumed their ordinary lives. Mr. Fantastic recently declined numerous social engagements to care for his pregnant wife, sensing that his child would surely achieve great things in the future. The Maria Church grew increasingly prominent, tirelessly aiding the impoverished, and their reputation deepened in the community, even giving rise to a saying online, God may not save you, but the Sisters of Maria will. The members of the Avengers have gradually increased in number, including the mind-reformed Captain Hydra and Thor, who has descended from Asgard to endure trials. There are also individuals codenamed Falcon, Daredevil, and White Tiger among them. The once malevolent Thanos, who had attempted to invade Earth, has now become a venerable figure within the organization dedicated to its protection, even tasked with mentoring newcomers. After completing a day's mission, Thanos returned to the lavish mansion bestowed upon him by Tony Stark to rest. Adhering to human customs, he dined and bathed, and each night before sleep, he would meditate to cultivate his mind and body. As he engaged in his usual meditation, Thanos suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He lifted his gaze to find a striking woman in a black dress seated beside his bed. Thanos, what have you been up to? She inquired. Thanos smiled faintly. Just as Lu Huai had anticipated, this goddess had finally come to seek him out. He closed his eyes once more, feigning ignorance of her presence, and uttered a few words. I have reformed my ways. Please do not seek me out again, for I fear it may lead to misunderstandings among my comrades on Earth. The goddess of death responded with confusion. In Camartage, Caecilius looked at Stephen Strange with a hint of regret. Have you truly made up your mind? Your talent is exceptional. Are you certain you wish to leave Kamartaj? Yes, Strange nodded. Previously, I harbored an obsession, diligently training to become the Sorcerer Supreme solely to rescue her. Now that our Sorcerer Supreme has fulfilled that wish, I have no reason to remain here. I understand, Kaisalias sighed. Kamartaj will always have a place for you. With that, he opened a portal to send Strange away from Kamartaj. That night, Strange drove a luxurious car to an apartment building and, after a brief wait, a woman emerged from the building. He gallantly invited her into the car. Miss Palmer, are you ready to commence our date this evening? Of course, Mr. Strange, replied Christine Palmer. At Midtown High, Gwen Stacy sat in the last row of the classroom, gazing absent-mindedly at the ominous clouds outside. It had been a month since the multiverse battle, and Lu Huai had once again vanished from her life. Even the Avengers seemed to have lost sight of him. However, Gwen had come to terms with her reality. She understood that she and he belonged to different worlds. As school let out, rain began to pour. Gwen stood at the school entrance, watching her classmates being picked up by family members or huddling together under umbrellas. She had no umbrella, and her family was unable to fetch her. Fortunately, her extraordinary constitution meant that a rain shower would not cause her to fall ill. Thus, she donned her hood and prepared to brave the downpour on her way home. Just then, a large black umbrella appeared above her head, and a broad chest shielded her from the rain. Gwen was momentarily taken aback, looking up to behold an incredibly handsome face. All eyes turned in their direction, captivated. How striking. Is he a celebrity? Impossible. No celebrity could be this handsome. Determined, tonight I shall dream of him. Lu Huai disregarded the surrounding murmurs and softly gazed at Gwen, saying, "All right." Gwen paused in surprise. What? Did you not say that after everything concludes, we would go on a date? Lu Huai smiled and reaffirmed. I said, all right. Only then did Gwen realize, her face illuminating with an uncontrollable smile. A fleeting moment of bliss. In the fortress office, the defeated Kong munched on an apple, reclining in his chair. So, you and that little spider, you two. Lu Huai sat across from him, sipping tea, non-committal. I see. Kong, suppressing his inquisitive demeanor, asked earnestly, so, you are here to tell me what truly transpired that day? Lu Huai set down his teacup, pausing in silence before inquiring. Do you know what the multiverse was like in its infancy? Upon witnessing Kang's bewildered expression, Lu Huai began to narrate. Long ago, the multiverse was not a multiverse at all. The cosmos existed as a singular entity known as the First Firmament. Over millions of years, the First Firmament developed its own consciousness, existing in solitude, possessing near omniscience and omnipotence, yet eventually succumbing to an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Thus, it created a multitude of servants to alleviate its solitude. Among the beings it fashioned were monochromatic and polychromatic entities. The former were known as the Progressors or the Black Celestials, while the latter were the Colorful Celestials, who later formed the Cosmic Celestial Assembly. The Black Celestials held unwavering loyalty to the First Firmament, blindly adoring it. Whenever they emulated the First Firmament to create life, they sought its approval, resembling a group of perpetually immature children. However, the Colorful Celestials harbored different aspirations. They desired to create beings that would evolve, grow, and perish alongside the cosmos. The First Firmament was taken aback by the Colorful Celestials' ambitions, deeming them a mad affront to the universe. As the discord among the creators deepened, the Colorful Celestials ultimately rebelled. The Black Celestials volunteered to eradicate the Colorful Celestials, and the First Firmament consented, unaware that this would become its most regrettable decision. The war raged for thousands of years, culminating in the Black Celestials forging a set of armor known as the Godslayer, a suit that could only be activated by the collective effort of all Black Celestials. With it, the Colorful Celestials faced relentless defeat. It was presumed that the war would conclude there. However, the Colorful Celestials possessed a unique advantage. They had evolved their own consciousness. Employing a clever stratagem, they incited discord among the Black Celestials, rendering the Godslayer armor unstable, and seizing the opportunity, they detonated it. This explosion was unprecedented, marking the first cosmic cataclysm within the Marvel Universe. In this cataclysm, the First Firmament was shattered into countless fragments of the cosmos. Subsequently, these fragments gradually coalesced into a new universe, known as the Second Universe, which ultimately gave rise to the multiverse as we know it. The gravely wounded First Celestial, accompanied by a faction of the Dark Celestials, fled in disarray to a realm of utter void. This realm is now known as the Null Zone. Thereafter, the first Celestial, driven by a thirst for vengeance, lurked in the shadows, witnessing the decline of the second universe and the birth of the third, followed by the fourth and fifth universes. Indeed, the cosmos is cyclical, transmuting from genesis to demise, only to be reborn anew. It was not until the dawn of the eighth universe that the first Celestial chose to act. He imprisoned the weakened embodiment of eternity, the personification of the collective time of the Marvel multiverse and dimensions. The first Celestial sought to devour eternity, to reclaim his former glory, yet his ambitions were thwarted. A coalition of heroes from Earth, united with the avatars of the eighth universe, vanquished the first Celestial, after which these avatars forged the pillars of the universe, sealing him away for good. However, in the ensuing timeline, a temporal upheaval loosened this seal. A fragment of the first Celestial's consciousness detected the source of this disturbance. A being had inadvertently traversed from the real world into the Marvel universe. Seizing the opportunity, the first Celestial invaded the mental realm of this traveler, constructing an ascension system from a novel the traveler had read prior to his journey, in order to ensnare him, awaiting the moment to usurp his essence and return anew. "You are that traveler?" The defeated Conqueror Kong concluded after hearing the tale. "Indeed," Liu Huai replied with a resigned nod. Having absorbed the timelines of the multiverse, he learned that the so-called Dragon Clan's word spirit system was merely a guise of the first Celestial. After he had consumed the powers of the chaotic magic phoenix and the timelines of the multiverse, it became the optimal moment for the first Celestial to seize him. In truth, Liu Huai was indeed usurped at that time. However, thanks to the machinations of Conqueror Kong, Eternity was alerted to Liu Huai's presence prematurely. At a critical juncture, Eternity intervened, suppressing the still unstable consciousness of the first Celestial. This allowed Liu Huai to temporarily regain control of his body, utilizing time to navigate through epochs in search of a way to break free. Within the half-minute where he was torn and reassembled like strands of spaghetti, Liu Huai's soul experienced the passage of millennia. Throughout this expansive river of time, he reassembled a team comprising Eternity, Odin, Loki, Franklin, and others, locating the pillars of the universe. With their collective aid, he consumed the first Celestial. Thus, you possess the power of the first universe's avatar? The defeated Conqueror Kong expressed astonishment. The first Celestial was significantly weakened during the Battle of the Gods, which is how I was able to prevail. Liu Huai stated candidly, "What I possess now is merely a fractured power of the first universe's avatar." Conqueror Kong stroked his chin, remarking, "A patchwork of chaotic magic, a fragment of the Phoenix Force, and the remnants of a cosmic avatar. You are quite the amalgamation." Liu Huai rolled his eyes, rising from his seat, stating with boredom, "I shall take my leave. And what do you plan to do next?" Conqueror Kong also stood, inquiring. "Next?" Liu Huai turned around with a smile and said, "Enjoy your retirement life to the fullest." The chapter concluded. Easter egg, Eastern Europe, Latvia. In the King's laboratory, the nefarious Dr. Victor Doom was testing a newly developed cosmic instrument. Ever since he was effortlessly eliminated by Liu Huai in the last trial of the Supreme Mage, he had been consumed by resentment. He believed he wielded both magic and technology and was destined to claim the title of Supreme Mage. Yet before that man, he felt as insignificant as an ant. He yearned for greater power, desiring to harness the strength of the entire universe for his own. Boom! Victor forcefully pulled down the control lever of the instrument. It began to operate, gathering boundless cosmic energy. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the earth trembled. The citizens gazed up at the palace, their faces etched with fear, uncertain of what the king was concocting this time. Fortunately, the clouds soon dispersed, and the earth returned to its normal state. However, a fissure suddenly appeared in the sky. A youthful humanoid figure emerged slowly from the rift, curiously surveying the land below. Victor, donned in armor, soared out of the palace, cautiously eyeing the youth and inquiring, "Who are you?" Victor realized that his instrument had malfunctioned. He had not harnessed any cosmic energy, and such a rift should not have manifested under normal circumstances. The boy looked around and finally turned to Victor, a serious demeanor overtaking him as he introduced himself with a smile. "I am Qingyu, and you may also call me the Transcender." The book concludes. Reflecting on this, I felt compelled to pen this concluding note, which is, more accurately, an apologetic message. Attentive readers might have noticed that since the end of the first volume, Infinite War. The protagonist character has undergone a transformation, especially during the trial of the Supreme Mage, when his ruthless persona was entirely erased. This was unavoidable. The book commenced last summer, and after completing the first volume, numerous chapters faced censorship, culminating in the entire book being placed in a black room. Nearly half of the chapters required revision, prompting my choice to halt updates. Until this summer, I felt somewhat reluctant, thus I revised the content bit by bit, ultimately releasing it from the black room, which regrettably led to the collapse of character consistency. I sincerely apologize to all of you. Until we meet again in the new book. Note, the final conclusion is not part of the new book's content. It serves as a delightful connection to the previous work. Lastly, borrowing a phrase from the Marvel films, the legendary Dragon King shall undoubtedly return.